C2395 Opportunities Simon Universe, Simon Continent, Red Leaf City, Yi Family Castle. There were only 13 quasi-universe sovereign stage warriors left in Yi family. Each of the elders had a determined look in their eyes. They were determined to escort young Master Yi Chen away even if it meant risking their lives. This was the hope of Yi family, the hope of their revenge. With just a middle-level dominator cultivation base, young Master Yi Chen's illusion technique was able to confuse the universe sovereign. Once his cultivation base improved, he would be able to advance to a higher level. It wasn't impossible for a top dominator warrior to avenge the Yi family. In fact, it wasn't impossible for him to take revenge for his ancestor, Yi Hu, in the future. Let's go, young Master Yi Chen, let's go. Looking at the group of elders who were trying to use their lives to fight for their own survival, Yi Chen's heart was filled with gratitude. Of course, there was one thing that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Those bastards from the Red House thought that it was fine if they were under the illusion, but they would never believe it. They wouldn't think about it. If it was an illusion, it would be fine if it was used on the people of the Red House. But why would they let you fall into an illusion as well? Did he really think that using an illusion technique didn't require magic power or something? Sai the clan elder's knowledge was still a bit shallow. In just 3,000 years, a middle-level dominator could instantly kill quasi-high-level universe sovereign. However, compared to those ultimate experts, it was nothing. With the help of the Azure Dragon Divine Spear in his hand, not to mention a true high-level universe sovereign warrior like old ancestor Hong Kang, he was completely confident that he could kill quasi-high-level universe sovereign with a single strike. Right at this moment, rumble, a rainbow light rose from the top of ancestor Hong Hua's head, transforming into a divine mirror that flickered with the 7-colored divine light. Rainbow cloud divine mirror, break the illusion. Rumble. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the rainbow light exploded forth like a tidal wave, spreading out in all directions. Little brat from the Yi family, you think you can hide from my eyes with just an illusion technique? Dream on. Ancestor Hong Hua let out a ferocious laugh, but very quickly, the smile on his face froze and was replaced with disbelief. Ah. No, this is impossible. How could my rainbow cloud divine mirror be? The rainbow cloud divine mirror was a universe treasure that specialized in destroying illusions. Even if it was an illusion technique set up by a high-level universe sovereign, it would still be useless. Even if the rainbow cloud divine mirror couldn't be broken, it would still be useful. But now, wherever the divine light passed, everything remained the same, without any changes. Could it be that all of this, suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in Patriarch Hong Hua's heart. No, it's impossible, how old is this junior? It's impossible. Old dog Hong Hua, illusion. Do you still think it's an illusion? A mocking voice rang out in Patriarch Hong Hua's ears, and in an instant, a terrifying pain swept through his body. The blue spear had already pierced through his divine body. Ah, no, really, it's true, everything is true, it's not an illusion. This is not an illusion. At this moment, Ancestor Hong Hua finally believed the horrifying truth. Ancestor Hong Kang was the pillar of Red House, and he was instantly killed by Yi Chen. However, it was a little too late for him to understand. The terrifying power of the Azure Dragon was rapidly destroying his soul. Ah, run Hong Mo, run, take the boys with you. Patriarch Hong Hua used up the last bit of his strength and let out a final scream. He had fallen. This time, the Red House had completely fallen. Ah, Hong Hua, it's true, it's all true. The old ancestor is dead, the old ancestor Hong Hua is dead as well. Woo woo woo, how could this be? How could this be? Collapse. The elites of the Red House, including the remaining venerable Hong Mo, all had a mental breakdown. Woo woo woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Run, run. You want to run, stay behind for yours truly. Rumble. Rumble. Yi Chen's spear was like a divine dragon, sweeping through the heavens and the earth, sweeping through everything in its path. Every spear strike would take away the life of an expert from the Red House. Ah, old ancestor Hong Mo, woo woo woo, it's over, our Red House is finished. Despair and endless despair spread in the hearts of the Red House's people. In order to destroy the Yi family in one fell swoop, the Red House had sent out all their elites, especially the Universe Sovereign. In total, the Red House had sent out all their elites, including the Universe Sovereign. Now, all of them had fallen here, even if the Yi family let them go. They were afraid that the Red House would soon be wiped out. Without the Universe Sovereign, there was no way they could protect the Red House. Woo woo woo, I was wrong. Old ancestor, all of you are wrong, all of you are wrong. If they didn't attack the Yi family, they would choose to stand on the Yi family's side. With the relationship between the two families, the Yi family would become rich, and the Red House wouldn't be treated unfairly. Ah, really, really, did young Master Yi Chen really kill that red-green old dog? At this moment, everyone in the Yi family finally reacted. Everyone, what are you waiting for? It's time for revenge. Boys, kill all of these people from the Red House roar. Return my son's life. Ah, no, don't kill me. Yi Jun, we are brothers. For the sake of our former friendship, I beg you, please let me go. Brother of Yi family, please let us off this time for the sake of our friendship to the west. We don't want this to happen either. All of this is an order from the old ancestor. We have no other choice. You think you are qualified to talk about brotherhood with me? When you killed me, second brother, why didn't you say anything about friendship? You should talk to these people. Kill all the people of Red House will die today. The massacre was still the same as before, however, the target had changed completely. After Yi Chen had killed 3 of Red House's old ancestors and 67 quasi-universe sovereign elders with a single spear, the people of Red House were unable to organize themselves. What kind of powerful resistance was this? 2 hours later, the massacre gradually subsided, and blood almost dyed the Yi family castle red. Out of the 10 million elites of the Red House, except for a few lucky ones, almost all of them had perished in the Yi family castle. Second brother, eldest brother, 8th brother, Yun, your soul in heaven can finally rest in peace. Eldest brother, younger brother, elder brother, father, I will avenge you. At the Yi family castle, in a relatively intact hall, the patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Ming, and the remaining members of the Yi family. 13 elders surrounded Yi Chen. Chen, what's going on? Why are you here? Yi Ming couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked. Up until now, he still had a feeling that he was dreaming. 3,000 years, just like that, 3,000 years. His youngest son had surpassed him, the father. No, he was 1,000 times stronger than him. More than 10,000 times. If not for the fact that he had verified the soul earlier, he couldn't believe that the person in front of him was his son. Although the elders didn't say anything, they all perked up their ears. Their eyes were filled with a trace of anticipation. In just 3,000 years, a middle-level dominator was able to kill a middle-level universe sovereign in an instant. What kind of a fortuitous encounter was this? As long as young Master Yi Chen could give them a little bit of guidance, it would be enough for their cultivation base and strength to skyrocket. It was a huge improvement. Dad, I have a great fortune in these 3,000 years, but as for what kind of fortune it is, please forgive me, I can't tell you in detail. Chenur, really can't. Yi Ming was somewhat unwilling to accept this. All the elders wanted to improve their cultivation base and strength, so how could he not want to do so? Furthermore, the crisis of Yi family had yet to be completely resolved. Over the years, there had been more than one Red House that had targeted and suppressed Yi family. Dad, I'm sorry, without the permission of that senior, I really can't say it. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. He said resolutely, without the permission of that senior, he would have told him the whereabouts of that senior. It would be fine if that senior didn't blame him, but if he was dissatisfied, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was just a casual reminder, but it had already caused his cultivation base to jump by 3 levels. The divine ability of that senior had completely exceeded his imagination. He was afraid that even the legendary Universe Lord was inferior to him. Sigh, if that's the case, then forget it. Yi Ming sighed softly and did not continue to interrogate Yi Chen. He could tell that Yi Chen indeed had his own difficulties. The next second, Yi Ming turned his gaze to the elders and instructed them. Elders, the matter regarding Chenur is of utmost importance. Please restrain the children and not speak nonsense. In the past 3,000 years, a middle-level dominator who almost had a top-level universe sovereign terror fighting power, if news of such a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter were to spread, even the legendary Universe Lord would be tempted. If he really provoked Universe Lord, the consequences were not something that the tiny Yi family could bear. What? The young master of the Yi family, Yi Chen, turned the tide and killed 3 old ancestors of the Red House in a row. Are you kidding me? That young master of the Yi family is only a middle-level dominator warrior. How could he kill 3 old ancestors of the Red House in a row? He's making up a good lie. Do you know what the cultivation base of the old ancestor of Red House is? That's a universe sovereign. With just a flick of his finger, he can kill 1,000 middle-level dominator warriors. There was no wall in the world that was impenetrable, especially when there was a fish that slipped through the net in the Red House. The news of the sudden rise of the young master of the Yi family, Yi Chen, had been exposed. Of course, apart from a small number of people who were interested in it, most of them just treated it as a joke. A middle-level dominator had killed 3 sovereign stage-old ancestors in a row. Even if they were joking, there had to be a limit. Did they think they were stupid? Xianxia City, one of the 4,800 big cities in the Simon continent. Jones House, Jade Flower City, one of the 2 overlords. Its power was more than 10 million times greater than the Red House and the Yi family. Just Universe Lord alone had more than 20 of them. According to the legends, the old ancestor of the Jones House had already reached the top-level Universe Lord, which could be considered as one of the 2 overlords in the entire Simon universe. He was a figure. A puny middle-level dominator actually has the power to instantly kill quasi-high-level universe sovereign. Interesting. Could that divine spear be a piece of equipment? Original treasure. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Red Leaf City. C2396 followers Simon Continent, Red Leaf City, Yi Family Castle. On this day, 2 uninvited guests arrived. The one in front was a young man dressed in silk clothing. His eyes were high and mighty, as if he was born to be an expert. If he looked at the people of Yi family more often, it would be a form of charity. Behind this young master in embroidered clothes stood an old man in a blue robe. He had a hunched back, and he looked like a humble old servant. He stood there quietly. However, a trace of qi that erupted out of his body by chance caused Yi Ming and the other elders of Yi family to tremble in fear. That terrifying qi was thousands of times stronger than Ancestor Hong Kang. Ancestor Hong Kang, this quasi-high-level universe sovereign. In front of this old man, he was like a lowly ant. As long as he was willing to, he could easily kill their ancestor 1,000 times over. My surname is Chong. You should be familiar with me. That embroidered robed young master looked down from above at Yi Ming and the rest of the people from the Yi family. His voice was calm, but it carried a sense of pride that penetrated deep into his bones. Surnamed Chong, could it be him? Yi Ming and the rest of the elders of the Yi family were shocked. The reason why the Yi family had fallen into such a predicament was because 100,000 years ago, the old ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Hu, had unintentionally offended a young master of the Jones house. In the end, their old ancestor, Yi Hu, had fallen. Putting aside the fact that his body and soul had died, the Yi family had fallen rapidly in just 100,000 years. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's great fortuitous encounter and his sudden rise in power, the Yi family would have been destroyed by the Red House long ago, and would have been completely destroyed in the long river of history. In an instant, killing intent was rolling in Yi Ming's eyes. There was also a group of elders from the Yi family that were overflowing with heart-see, but none of them dared to show it on their faces. The Jones House of Xianxia City was a family that controlled a large city. Even in the entire Simon continent, it was a famous family. There were countless experts in the family, and the experts were like rain. Universe sovereigns, that was thousands or tens of thousands of them. In fact, there were even more of them. As for the Yi family, it was a small city family, and compared to the Jones house, it was a huge family. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Even with the addition of Yi Chen, the Yi family's strength had increased by tenfold, or even 100 times. In front of the Jones house, they were still ants that could be killed with a wave of their hands. Given the identity of this young master of the Jones house, I don't think he will pay too much attention to our Yi family, let alone coming to our stronghold. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. This young master of the Jones house had probably forgotten about their Yi family. In other words, from the beginning to the end, their Yi family had never entered the eyes of this young master from the Jones house, let alone the Yi family as his opponent. Even this young master of the Jones house might not have the intention to destroy the Yi family. 100,000 years ago, after the destruction of the soul of their old ancestor, Yi Hu, everything had come to an end. In these 100,000 years, the people who had suppressed the Yi family were all from the Red Leaf City and the families of a few nearby small cities. They had never seen a single person from the Jones house. In this world, there was no lack of people who were good at bootlicking and taking shortcuts. It was just like the Red House, who did not hesitate to betray the friendship between the two families for hundreds of billions of years and wanted to obtain it. They would use the lives of their entire family as a stepping stone to build that huge ship of the Jones house. Otherwise, if the young master of the Jones house really wanted to go against the Yi family, they wouldn't be able to hold on for even 10 years, let alone 100,000 years. Not good. Could it be that the young master of the Jones house is here because... Suddenly, Yi Ming's heart skipped a beat, as if he had thought of something. Right at this moment, the eyes of the young master of Jones house fell upon Yi Chen. His eyes sparkled with a divine light, as if he wanted to see through Yi Chen. Hong! All of a sudden, surprise flashed across the eyes of the young master of Jones house. Initially, he thought that Yi Chen was just a lucky guy who had obtained an original treasure by luck. With the help of the original treasure, he was able to kill 3 universe sovereign of the Red House with his middle-level dominator cultivation base. But now, it seemed like this wasn't the case at all. Low-level universe sovereign. This Yi Chen was actually a low-level universe sovereign. He hadn't even broken through, he was only a step away from breaking through to the middle-level universe sovereign. If it was just an original treasure, he could just kill someone and seize the treasure. An original treasure was a treasure that Universe Lord would be tempted by. Even though he was the 5th young master of Jones house, he didn't have the qualifications to own one. The original treasure was just a lowly commoner of a small city. How could he have the right to own an original treasure? But judging from the current situation, it was obvious that Yi Chen had obtained a great fortuitous encounter. In just 3,000 years, he was able to help a middle-level dominator break through to the quasi-middle-level universe sovereign. This kind of ability was simply miraculous. It was something that not even an ordinary intermediate or low-level universe lord could do. This opportunity might very well involve a high-level universe lord or even a top-level universe lord. That was an expert of the same level as the old ancestor of Jones house. If he could obtain this opportunity, he would be able to become a Tao-confirming universe lord in the future. At that time, the position of the patriarch of the Chong family would belong to him. It was easy to kill someone and seize their treasures, but if he wanted to obtain this opportunity without any injuries, Yi Chen would have to take the initiative to do so. Otherwise, that great opportunity would have more or less affected him. Although the soul-searching technique was convenient, it was not omnipotent. Forget it, a quasi-middle-level universe sovereign. I'll just give him the identity of a follower. Yi Chen, I'll present you with an opportunity. I'll allow you to become my follower, and let your Yi family become a vassal of the Jones house. His voice carried a trace of charity, as if it could make Yi Chen his follower, and the Yi family a vassal of the Jones house. It was his greatest gratitude. You have given me an opportunity, and even made me your follower, making my family your vassal. Who do you think you are? Yi Chen was so angry that he started laughing. This bastard, could he still be a bit more arrogant? Follower, to put it in a better way, it was better to put it in a better way. That was called followers. To put it bluntly, wasn't it just a lowly slave? Not to mention that this bastard still had a deep grudge with their Yi family. Although he didn't deliberately target the Yi family during these 100,000 years, he was still the main culprit behind all of this. If he hadn't killed the old ancestor of the Yi family wouldn't have been so weak, and they wouldn't have suffered so many casualties. Yi Chen, don't you know what's good for you? I am the 5th son of the patriarch of the Chong family, Chong Lin. I am able to become my follower. That is something that many people dream of. A hint of anger flashed across Chong Lin's eyes. In the Chonghua city, how many people wanted to become his followers? There were even some middle-level universe sovereign warriors among them. However, all of them were rejected by him. Such a small city was only a quasi-middle-level universe sovereign warrior. I can take a fancy to you and make you my follower. That is the great virtue you have accumulated for 18 lifetimes. If not for the fear that the opportunity might be damaged. Based on what this lowly commoner said just now, he could only die. There are so many people who dream of being your dog. You can just find them. You, the Jones house, are a small sect of the Yi family that can't be attached to. All of you, leave now. The Yi family doesn't welcome all of you. Yi Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and ordered them to leave. 3,000 years was still too short. Even with the protection of a supreme treasure, he was still far from being a match for Universe Lord. Even if he were to fight a slightly stronger quasi-Universe Lord, it would still be difficult. If he was given some more time to break through to the top-level Universe Lord, he wouldn't mind keeping them here. He had never forgotten the grudge between him and the old ancestor. Stubborn Elder Han, take down this lowly peasant. C-2397 Senior help Simon Continent, Red Leaf City, Yi Family Castle. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Jones house's fifth young master, Chong Lin, as he gave the order. There were many people who cried and cried, wanting to become Chong Lin's follower, but none of them had the means to do so. However, this Yi Chen was a good kid. Not only was he not grateful, he had also rejected his good intentions repeatedly. This was really shameless. Did he really think that after obtaining the inheritance of a certain universe lord, he would be able to do whatever he wanted without putting Chong Lin in his eyes just because he was protected by original treasure? Yes, young master. The blue-robed old man who had been standing behind young master Chong Lin like a humble old servant answered respectfully. With a single step, he arrived in front of Yi Chen. The next second, rumble, rumble, a terrifying pressure rose with old Han as the center. It was like a peerless berserk beast that had crossed over the time-long river and revived in this era. Gulp gulp gulp. Good, such a terrifying aura. I still underestimated him. Yi Ming swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. Although the aura that the old man in blue had revealed by chance had already frightened him, he had never thought that his true outburst would be 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than what he had imagined. One should know that the current him was no longer the same as before. After eating the divine pill given by his precious son, Yi Chen, his injuries had fully healed, and even his cultivation base had broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the middle-level universe sovereign. But even so, under that terrifying ferocious aura, it was as if as long as the other party was willing, he could easily kill him. With a single finger. Quasi-universe lord. This old man Han was only a quasi-universe lord. He wasn't even considered a weakling amongst the many quasi-universe lord. As for the legendary universe lord, the possibility wasn't high. Universe lord, even in the Jones house, was considered a top combat strength. He was a first-class elder of the family. Chong Lin was only the fifth young master of the Jones house, not the patriarch of the Chong family. He didn't have the qualifications to make Universe Lord follow him like an old servant. However, even if he was only a quasi-Universe Lord warrior, it was enough to make Yi Ming despair. A quasi-Universe Lord was a mighty figure that could shake the entire city with just a stamp of his foot. Compared to a small city like the Yi family, this was a legend, a synonym of invincibility. Chenur, don't let anything happen to you. Unknowingly, Yi Ming and the elders of Yi family had their eyes fixed on Yi Chen. This was the hope of Yi family, and also the guarantee of their lives. It was related to the safety of their entire family. Quasi-Universe Lord, this man is actually a quasi-Universe Lord. Looking at old Han, Yi Chen's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. If it was just a top-level Universe Sovereign, he was confident that he could even defeat extreme top-level Universe Sovereign. However, if it was a quasi-Universe Lord, it would be beyond his ability to deal with him. Yi Chen's cultivation base was still a little weak. He wasn't even a middle-level Universe Sovereign warrior. Compared to a quasi-Universe Lord warrior, he was 4 grades lower, and dozens of grades lower. Even with the protection of the original treasure, his chances of winning would not exceed half a level. However, to make him surrender just like that, surrendering to the fifth young master of the Jones house and handing over the so-called opportunity, Yi Chen didn't even think about it. According to the teachings of the Yi family's ancestors, the only way for the disciples of the Yi family to live was to stand and die. Swoosh. A green light flashed, and the azure dragon divine spear appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, Yi Chen's aura erupted like a mountain flood, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, crazily rising, faintly catching up to old Han. Indeed it is. Original treasure. No, it is still not a low-grade original treasure. Good. Chong Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the azure dragon divine spear in Yi Chen's hand. He wished he could just take the azure dragon divine spear for himself. It was impossible for the lowest grade of low-grade original treasures to allow a low-level Universe Sovereign warrior to have an equal number of quasi-power of Universe Lord. Only those intermediate and above original treasures could possess such a terrifying power. One should know that even many low-grade Universe Lord might not be able to possess an intermediate original treasure. If he could seize this divine spear, with his current high-level Universe Sovereign cultivation base, even old Han, a high-level quasi-Universe Lord, might not be a match for him. This trip was really the right one. He was just a lowly commoner in a small city. How could he possibly have the ability to possess such a precious treasure? Only Chonglin was the true owner of this divine spear. What a good divine spear. If your cultivation base is a little higher, reaching the high-level universe sovereign, even I might not be your match. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Elder Han looked down at Yi Chen and praised him. He could feel a deep sense of danger from the Azure Dragon Divine Spear. Once the energy within the Azure Dragon Divine Spear was fully unleashed. Not to mention a high-grade, quasi-universe lord like him, even if he was 1,000 times stronger. 10,000 times stronger, he would be instantly killed. His body and soul were destroyed. However, the supreme treasure was covered in dust, restricted by its master's power. The power it could unleash was not even 10,000th of its original power. In fact, it was far inferior to the artifact spirit's instinctive eruption. This was also the reason why the supreme treasure had a spirit, and it was unwilling to acknowledge the weak as its master. After recognizing its master, not only could it not unleash even greater power, it was even restricted by layers upon layers of restrictions, causing its combat strength to drop drastically. What right did it have to acknowledge you as its master? In the next second, rumble, an icy killing intent flashed through Old Han's eyes. Terrifying cold energy surged out from all the hair and cells in his body. It was like a tidal wave that froze everything. Magical power, ice great cosmos rumble. A universe phantom appeared behind Old Han. The terrifying freezing ice energy could even freeze souls. The Great Frozen Universe was a low-grade universe divine ability that Old Han cultivated. Once the illusory image of the universe turned into reality, it would become the Great Frozen Universe. This divine ability was the mastery, and he would be able to break through and become Universe Lord. Of course, the current Old Han was still a long way from mastering the divine ability. Even the divine ability, small completion, was still a long way away, and he could only be considered as a beginning divine ability. However, even so, his power was still incomparably terrifying. If he wasn't cultivating the divine ability of the universe, he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. This was the foundation of the disciples of a big family. For example, in the spiritual martial universe where Yang Fann was born, most of the quasi-universe lord would be able to challenge 3 or 4 people, or even more, not to mention cultivating the low-grade universe supernatural ability. Trainer was one of the few who could do so. He was also a high-ranked quasi-universe lord, but Old Han could challenge 3 or 4 people at the same time. Divine ability, Azure Dragon. Go to see how a loud and clear dragon's roar rang out as the illusory image of an azure dragon that was tens of thousands of kilometers long appeared behind Yi Chen. Although it was only a supreme-grade divine ability, with the support of a low-grade intermediate original treasure Azure Dragon Divine Spear, the power of this divine ability was not any weaker than some low-grade beginning divine abilities. Roar break for me Azure Dragon Claws grug 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 wherever the dragon claw passed. Grug grug grug. Junior, the power of the universe's divine ability is not something that a supreme divine ability can compare with. Seal it sneering, the magical energy within Old Han's body surged violently. The power of the great frozen universe instantly soared to the extreme, increasing tenfold, more than 100 times. Swish swish the Azure Dragon Phantom image first appeared in the dragon claw, then the dragon head, and the dragon body. With a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly froze. Finally, that terrifying cold energy spread to Yi Chen's true body. Ah no, break for me the Azure Dragon in his body surged crazily. He swore to stop the cold energy from entering his body. However, the huge difference in strength was not something that could be made up for with unwillingness. In an instant, both of Yi Chen's legs had been completely frozen. The terrifying cold energy was still continuing to rise. Ah no, Chener, young master Yi Chen. Yi Ming and the other elders of the Yi family let out heart-wrenching cries. They wanted to save Yi Chen, but they lacked the strength to do so. With their meager strength, they couldn't even get close to the battlefield, let alone rescue him. Woo woo woo. Great Tao, why are you so cruel? What did the Yi family do wrong? What did we do wrong? What did we do wrong? Criminals, this is the result of you rejecting me. A cruel smile flashed across the corner of Chonglin's mouth. HMPH, you didn't know to cherish the opportunity that I gave you. Now you regret it. Bitch it, this power of ice isn't something I can resist. There are at most 3 more moments, and even my soul will be completely frozen. Yi Chen's heart was burning with anxiety. Once he was completely frozen, not only would he die, he would also die. With the supreme treasure seized, the Yi family would also be in danger of being destroyed. An intermediate original treasure, even Universe Lord was tempted by it. Even if this Chong Lin was the young master of the Jones house, he would still be in big trouble. Without a doubt, he would kill them all. It was the simplest and most violent way to kill them all. No, it doesn't matter if I die. However, tens of millions of people of the Yi family can't die because of me. This was the only way. Astonishingly, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with determination, as if he had given up all hope. Senior, save me C 2398 Attack Simon Universe, Red Leaf City, Yi Family Castle. A decisive look flashed across Yi Chen's eyes, and he finally made up his mind. Although disturbing that senior without permission might cause that senior to be unhappy, at this moment, Yi Chen couldn't care less. It was better than their Yi family being destroyed just like that. Even if that senior was angry, he wouldn't take his anger out on their Yi family because of their friendship over the past few years. At most, he would die to atone for his crimes. What, senior? Not good. Chong Lin's expression changed slightly, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. The development of the matter seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Initially, he thought that Yi Chen was just lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of a great divine ability expert, but judging from what he said, that great divine ability expert was obviously still alive, perhaps even in the Red Leaf City. If that was the case, things would become somewhat bad. That great divine ability expert was very likely to be a high-level Universe Lord, or perhaps even a top-level Universe Lord like the old ancestor of Jones' house. Even with the strength of Jones' house, they had to treat such an expert seriously, and wouldn't dare to offend it. At this moment, Poochie, space distorted, and a person appeared out of thin air. This was a young man, who was wearing a long black robe. He looked to be less than 20 years old, and his entire body was emitting a concept that had returned to its original state. If he was not standing within the void, it was likely that there were not many people who would think that he was some expert. Instead, they would treat him as an ordinary person who did not understand any cultivation path. This black-clothed youth was none other than Yang Fann. All these years, Yang Fann had been annoyed by the people of the 9 great chambers of commerce, luring him with benefits, enchantment, pretending to be pitiful. Other than coercion, he had used all the other methods he could think of. It could be said that he had used them all. Furthermore, the representatives of the 9 chambers of commerce were all as thick-skinned as city walls. No matter how he spoke coldly, they would do whatever he wanted. It was as if Yang Fann would never give up if he didn't agree. Meeting such a group of sticky candy, it really made them feel helpless. They couldn't start a massacre just because the 9 chambers of commerce were trying to please them. This time, Yang Fann had truly witnessed the power of a soft knife. That feeling was that even if he fought a bloody battle with some expert of the same level, he wouldn't feel so tired. In the end, Yang Fann hid in the Red Leaf City and lived a peaceful life. The 9 major chamber of commerce's influence covered almost the entire Simon continent, but it was mainly gathered in the 12 main cities. Out of the 365 cities, out of the 4,800 big cities, the remaining middle and small cities had limited strength, especially in the small cities. There were almost no people from their chambers of commerce. After all, in these small cities, the Universe Sovereign was the strongest. Not to mention Universe Lord, even a quasi-Universe Lord would find it hard to find one. In comparison to the 9 large chamber of commerce, there was nothing much to be gained. Thousands, tens of thousands of eras. But they could not even earn back a cubic meter of universe source. It was simply a waste of manpower and resources. As for Yi Chen, he had helped Yang Fann a little when he first came to Red Leaf City. Furthermore, Yang Fann found this Yi Chen somewhat pleasing to the eye. In a moment of excitement, he casually gave him some pointers for a period of time. To allow a middle-level dominator to break through several major realms in just 3,000 years and break through to the Universe Sovereign realm was like a fantasy to many major powers. Even high-level and top-level Universe Lord had to give their all, but to Yang Fann, it was just a piece of cake. Even the Azure Dragon Divine Spear that was given to Yi Chen in the end was nothing. With Yang Fann's wealth, a drop in the ocean was already considered a drop in the ocean. It was just a low-grade intermediate original treasure, a piece of trash. To put it bluntly, even if it was thrown on the ground, Yang Fann wouldn't even bother to take a second look at it. Of course, Yang Fann's guidance to Yi Chen was only a momentary joy to him. If one were to talk about how important Yi Chen was, it could only be said that he was thinking too much. He wasn't related to Yi Chen, nor was he related to him. This Yi Chen was also not the protagonist of any era. A peerless monster, who was on the level of the Son of Chaos, had no place in Yang Fann's heart. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for Yi Chen asking him for help today, Yang Fann wouldn't have shown himself even if Yi Chen died in Old Han's hands. Red Leaf City was just a small place. Everything that happened in Yi family was filled with universe sovereigns. How could it possibly surpass Yang Fann? If he really wanted to save them, Yang Fann had already made his move. There was no need for him to wait until now. Senior, he saw the sudden appearance of Yang Fann. Yang Fann, he was saved, he and the Yi family were saved. As long as Senior was willing to help, a mere quasi-universe lord was nothing. Even the Jones house was nothing. Although he didn't know the exact cultivation base of Senior, there was one thing he was sure of. Senior's strength was far beyond his imagination. It was even possible for him to surpass Universe Lord and step into the legendary realm. However, aside from the pleasant surprise, Yi Chen also felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. He didn't know if his senior would get angry because of this. Before he returned to the Yi family, Yang Fann had told him not to disturb him without his summons. Senior doesn't seem like a petty person. I don't think so. After all, I have my own reasons. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't dare to disturb Senior's meditation. He is Chen'er, young Master Yi Chen. The senior behind him, Yi Ming and the rest of the elders of Yi family looked at Yang Fann curiously. Their hearts, which had reached their throats, were instantly relieved. To be able to increase Yi Chen's strength by more than 10 million times in just 3,000 years, this divine ability and means was definitely not something that a universe sovereign could possess. This mysterious senior was very likely to have it. 8 to 9 was a universe lord. Although the Jones house of Changhua City was strong, they didn't dare to ignore the opinion of a universe lord. Chong Lin of the Jones house of Changhua City greets senior, but this junior was too rash. This junior can't just apologize here. Chong Lin took a step forward and apologized. Initially, he thought that it was just a lucky guy with no background. That original treasure, he naturally wanted to snatch it away, but it was different now. That lucky guy had a high-level or even top-level universe lord backing him up. No matter how unwilling he was, he would never give up. Hong Long, high-level universe lord, it was not something that the fifth young master of Jones house could afford to offend. If he advanced further and reached the top-level universe lord, the Jones house would give up on him, the fifth young master, to quell his anger. The Jones house was able to have today's power and influence, becoming one of the two major families in Changhua City. It was nothing more than having the old ancestor, the top-level universe lord, as their leader. If a top-level universe lord wanted to become the enemy of the Jones house, the consequences are beyond his imagination. If they were not careful, the Jones house would be in danger of being overturned. Not to mention the other major families in Changhua City, the wuxia, would never let go of this opportunity given by the heavens. One mountain could not tolerate two tigers. No matter if it was the Jones house or the wuxia, they had the intention to annex each other. They wanted to monopolize the heart of Changhua City, but the difference in strength between the two of them was just like that. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Yang Fann didn't even look at Chong Lin. How could a disciple from a small family who didn't even have a universe god catch his eyes? His gaze went past Chong Lin and landed on Old Han. In an instant, an ominous sign of falling apart swept across his heart. He wanted to beg for mercy, but before he could say a word, his entire body crumbled and turned into a flying ash, as if he had never appeared before. Ah, dead, dead, that man is dead just like that. This. Yi Ming and the other elders of Yi family widened their eyes. They were absolutely shocked, even though they knew about Chen'er, the senior behind young master Yi Chen. He was incomparably powerful, but they never thought that. It was such a terrifying technique. It was a quasi-universe lord who had broken through to the universe lord stage with just a single step. With just a single glance, he had completely turned into a flying ash. Gulp gulp, this strength was probably at the peak amongst universe lord. Ah, Old Han, you, how dare you, how dare you. C-2399 leaves Simon Universe, Red Leaf City, Yi Family Castle. Chong Lin let out a heart-wrenching cry, as if he had lost his parents. Both of his eyes were fixed on Yang Fann, and his face was filled with disbelief. How dare he kill Old Han? Although Old Han had always been like an old servant who followed him around, it didn't mean that his status in the Jones house was low. Quasi-Universe Lord was the highest combat strength of the Jones house, second only to the elders of the Universe Lord family. In the Jones house, Old Han was no longer below the elders of the family. He could be considered a member of the higher-ups of the Jones house. Killing Old Han in such a decisive manner was like slapping the face of the Jones house. They didn't even put the Jones house of Xianxia City in their eyes. Even if this man was really the same as their ancestor, a top-level Universe Lord, he shouldn't be so unscrupulous. Suddenly, Chong Lin's pupils shrunk, and a horrifying thought emerged in his mind. He couldn't be trying to kill them all, right? In order to prevent others from spying on the original treasure, besides the two of them, no one else knew about this trip. If he was really killed here, that original treasure would really be invisible. Even with the divine ability and means of the old ancestor, it would be very difficult for him to discover the truth of the matter. Although the art of divination was profound, there was a limit to it. The stronger one's strength was, the more difficult it was to divine. Especially when it came to experts of the same level, it was extremely difficult. It was virtually impossible. The more Chong Lin thought about it, the more terrified he became. He didn't want to die, he really didn't want to die. As the fifth young master of Jones' house, he had yet to inherit the position of family lord, and had yet to advance to the Universe Lord realm. How could he die here so early? No, don't kill me, don't kill me. I am the young master of Jones' house. If you dare to kill me, my Jones house will never forgive you. Chong Lin stumbled when he saw Yang Fann's gaze. He almost fell to the ground. He fell to the ground and let out a frenzied roar, like a wounded beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. An ant dares to threaten me. How dare you? The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Before he showed himself, Yang Fann had already read Chong Lin's memory and had a deep understanding of the Jones house. One of them had a top-level Universe Lord, and he was in his 20s. It was just a small family with Universe Lord in charge, but they still dared to threaten him. This was truly a good thing. Initially, they only wanted to get rid of Chong Lin and master and servant. In the end, the Jones house didn't have any grudges with Yang Fann, because they had known each other for a long time. He wanted to save Yi Chen once. Even if it was good enough, Yang Fann had never thought of wiping his fart to get rid of all future troubles. But now, it seemed like it would be impossible for him not to destroy his entire family. The dignity of a universe god, especially his high-level universe god, was not something that an ant could casually threaten and provoke. The next second, a ray of light flashed. A mighty man in golden armor knelt at Yang Fann's feet and said respectfully, "Qing Kang greets the Lord." This was the Xianxia universe, a rogue universe god, and also a peak-grade universe god. In the Xianxia universe, he was also a famous lord. That day, Yang Fann felt that he had no one he could use, so after thinking for a while, he chose a group of people from the group of universe god captives and enslaved them, making them wait for his orders. Among them, low-rank universe god had the most slaves, a total of 16 people. 8 middle-rank universe god, 4 high-rank universe god, and 2 peak universe gods. Qing Kang was one of them. Lastly, there was also extreme universe god as their leader. Yang Fann's combat strength was heaven-defying, and even among the high-level universe gods, he rarely met an opponent. As a result, the strongest subordinates around him were only low-level universe lord, which was a bit unreasonable. In any case, there were 83 middle-level universe god and nearly 300 quasi-middle-level universe god. These low-level universe god, it was no longer of much use to Yang Fann. More than 2,000 low-level universe god were swallowed and refined. Even if all the strength of original life were combined together, it still wouldn't be comparable to 2 or 3 low-rank middle-level universe god. Up until now, if Yang Fann wanted to make great progress in his cultivation, he still needed to rely on those middle-level universe god, or even higher-level universe gods. Qing Kang, bring this fifth young master of Jones' house to the Jones house. There is no need for this family to exist anymore. Yes, master. What? I didn't hear wrongly, right? Yi Ming and the elders of the Yi family widened their eyes, not daring to believe what they had just heard. The Jones house of Xianxia City was a land that was billions of light years away. It was one of the top families in the world. Universe Lord alone had more than 2 hands. However, in the mouth of this senior, it was just like a small family in a small town like the Yi family, sending out any subordinate. Could he be a little more arrogant if he was able to destroy the Jones house? Compared to Yi Ming and the other elders of the Yi family, Yi Chen had no doubt about it. It was just a mere Jones house. It was nothing compared to a senior. In just 3,000 years, Yi Ming had developed a blind admiration for Yang Fann. Not to mention the Jones house, even if it was a legendary major family, it wouldn't take much effort for senior to eliminate them. In the next second, Pucci, Yi Chen moved his body and shattered the ice on his body. With a step, he arrived in front of Yang Fann. He bent his knees and knelt down in front of Yang Fann. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." Yi Chen wanted to say something in return, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Given his little strength, it was a gift from the senior. What ability did he have to repay the senior? Saying anything about repaying the senior would only make one feel hypocritical. "Enough, get up. What happens in the future will depend on your own luck. I can save you once, but I can't save you a second time." Yang Fann gently waved his hand. A gentle force lifted Yi Chen up and said indifferently. He was not Yi Chen's nanny, so it was impossible for him to protect Yi Chen for the rest of his life. This was the last time. "Senior, you want to leave Red Leaf City?" Yi Chen's heart trembled when he heard this, and a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. "That's right, it's time for me to leave." Yang Fann nodded his head lightly. It had been less than 10 years since the West Element Chamber of Commerce's era auction arrived. It was time for them to head to Western Yuan City. No, how could this be? How could Senior be like this? Although he had long thought that a supreme expert like Senior wouldn't stay in their Red Leaf City for long, he didn't expect that the day of departure would come so soon. Could it be that his request for help had caused Senior to have the thought of leaving? Astonishingly, a thought emerged in Yi Chen's heart, growing strong and strong. "That's right, it must be like this. Senior had clearly instructed me not to disturb his cultivation, and I even told him not to disturb me." Regret, endless regret, like a surging tide, engulfed Yi Ming's heart. In just 3,000 years, his cultivation base had broken through 4 major realms in a row. If he could cultivate by Senior's side for 3 million years, what kind of realm would his cultivation base reach after 30 million years? Top-level universe sovereign, or quasi-universe lord, but all of this had become an extravagant hope. All of this was Chong Lin's fault. It was the Jones house's fault. If it wasn't for them, given his cultivation base and strength, he was invincible in Red Leaf City. Why would he ask for help from Senior? "Jones house, you killed his ancestor first, and now you've severed his destiny. This grudge and hatred are irreconcilable. Yi Chen brat, don't think too much about it. It's not because of you, I really have something to do." It seemed like he had seen through Yi Chen's thoughts. Yang Fann said, even if this wasn't the case, he would at most stay in Red Leaf City for 3 to 5 years. "Senior, I wonder if we will meet again in the future." Yi Chen stared at Yang Fann with a pair of eyes filled with anticipation. Yang Fann was his great benefactor. Without Yang Fann, he wouldn't be the current him, and the Yi family. His kindness was greater than the heavens, deeper than the ocean. "Let fate decide everything. There will be a day when we meet if fate allows it." Yang Fann smiled faintly. However, this possibility was too low, infinitely close to zero. The two of them were not from the same world. Once the era auction of the West Element Chamber of Commerce was finished, he would leave the Simon universe. In the future, he was afraid that he would never come to the Simon universe again, or even the Gold Rock Chaos domain. With Yi Chen's talent and potential, although he had undergone a transformation after all these years, and his potential had increased by more than 1,000 times, it was still far from being comparable to those sons of the universe and sons of chaos. If he didn't have any heaven-defying fortuitous encounters in his life, it was impossible for him to become a universe god. Even the gods of quasi-universe, or even the top-level universe lord, wouldn't exceed 1 level. It was very likely, in the end, he would become a first-grade high-level universe lord. They would spend their entire lives in Gold Rock Chaos domain. "All right, Yi Chen, it's time for me to leave. Senior, don't worry, Junior will definitely work hard to cultivate. We will meet again in the future." C-2400 race destroyed Changhua City, Jones House. As one of the 2 major clans in Changhua City, the Jones House occupied almost half of Changhua City. It was a city that was more than 100 times larger than the Red Leaf City, and it was surrounded by layers of divine formations and restrictions set up by the expert of the Jones House. Once these divine formations were activated, Even a top-level universe lord would have to put in a lot of effort to break through the formation and enter the city. Poochie. All of a sudden, the sky above Joan's house was ripped apart like a curtain. Two men stepped out from the gap. To be precise, one of them was like a dead dog that was being held by someone. Ah, this is my Joan's house. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? Chong Lin looked at the Joan's house city below him and was extremely shocked. In the depths of his eyes, there was an indescribable panic and despair. Initially, he thought that Yang Fann was just sending a random person to destroy the Joan's house. He simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Joan's house was a big city that controlled a large family. Among the 4,800 big cities and over 10,000 top families, they were ranked at the top. Although he didn't dare to say that he was in the top 100, he was confident that he could get into the top 1,000. Even the god of quasi-universe, who had just stepped into the universe god stage, would have to pay a price if he wanted to destroy the Joan's house. How could a subordinate of his be able to destroy the Joan's house? However, at this moment, Chong Lin's thought had made a 360-degree turn. This man could really destroy the Joan's house. Red Leaf City was more than 1 billion light years away from their city. Back then, he was at Old Han's place. It had taken nearly 60 years for this high-grade quasi-universe lord to bring him here, but this man. It had only taken him a short period of time to travel from Red Leaf City to Changhua City. In total, it had only taken him less than 10 breaths of time. Even their ancestor might not be able to achieve such a terrifying speed. The person in front of them was most likely a top-level universe lord like their old ancestor, or even an even more terrifying quasi-universe god. Such an expert was merely a servant of that person. What kind of terrifying existence was that person? At the very least, he had to be a god of quasi-universe, or one of the most outstanding ones among them. Regret, endless regret, it was like a surging river, devouring Chong Lin's soul. He was a sinner of his family. If he had known that there was such a ferocious god behind that slut, he would never have gone to the Red Leaf City. He would even offer a generous gift to mend his relationship with the Yi family of the Red Leaf City. Compared to the inheritance of the Joan's house, a mere intermediate original treasure was nothing. Not to mention an intermediate original treasure, it wasn't like the Joan's house didn't have an intermediate original treasure. As a direct descendant of the Joan's house, as long as he could break through to the quasi-universe lord, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain an original treasure. Right at this moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure that caused even the deities of quasi-universe to feel despair burst out from the body of the green sky universe god. It rolled like a tidal wave, crushing the entire Joan's house city. Poochie Poochie Poochie, the city protecting divine formation that could resist the attack of top-level universe lord, was like a piece of paper at this moment. It didn't even last for an instant before it completely turned into a flying ash. Bang bang, in an instant, apart from the Joan's house's secret realm, the old ancestor of the Joan's house, Chong Hong, and all the other universe lord stage elders, including those quasi-universe lord elders, all of them didn't even have the chance to scream before they were crushed into powder. Ah, how could this be? This pressure. The god of quasi-universe. No, the god of quasi-universe couldn't be this terrifying. Universe god. This is the pressure of a universe god. The old ancestor of Joan's house, Chong Hong, was shocked and his face was filled with despair. Although he wasn't a god of quasi-universe, he was still a peak top-level universe lord warrior who had broken through to the quasi-universe god stage with just one step. Adding the foundation of the Joan's house, even those great perfection quasi-universe god warriors couldn't destroy the Joan's house with just their pressure alone. Only the true universe god had such a terrifying power. However, why would Joan's house offend a universe god for no reason? He was confused, really confused. One should know that in the past, the Joan's house even served the gods of quasi-universe carefully, not daring to show any disrespect, let alone the high and mighty universe god. Senior, please calm your anger. This is a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding. My Joan's house has never offended you before. Chong Hong let out a mournful wail. You have never offended me, but you have offended my master. What? Master? Master? We offended the master of a universe god. This. Chong Hong and the elders of the Joan's house couldn't believe their ears. The master of a universe god, what kind of big shot was that? The legendary middle-level universe god, and that high-level universe god, this was going to pierce through the heavens. No, senior, it's impossible. It's impossible for my Jones house. This lowly ant is a member of your Jones house, right? The Azure Sky Universe God lifted the Chong Lin in his hand. It was only now that Chong Hong and the others noticed the Chong Lin under the Azure Sky Universe God. Ah, it's Chong Lin. Could it be Chong Lin? The expressions of Chong Hong and the elders of the Jones house changed. An extremely terrifying thought emerged in their sea of consciousness. Unfilial son, this unfilial son that year, Daddy should have shot him right in the face. Don't come and harm our Jones house. Since you all understand, then obediently go on your way. Rumble. Green Sky Universe God's mouth. A cruel smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. The terrifying pressure of a peak universe God no longer held anything back. It erupted with all of its power, instantly increasing by more than 100 times. Ah no. Yes, sir. Senior, please do me a favor. All of this is unfilial son's fault. It has nothing to do with us, it has nothing to do with us. Ah. Chong Lin, you are a sinner of our Jones house, a sinner of our Jones house. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. West Yuan City, West Element Chamber of Commerce, Headquarters Building, the New Age Auction Hall. This was the exclusive auction hall specially prepared by the West Element Chamber of Commerce for every era's era auction. The entire New Age auction hall was somewhat similar to an arena. The surrounding ladder seats were the auction seats, which could accommodate 100 million people at once. 100 million people didn't seem to be a lot. Not to mention Gold Rock Chaos Domain. Even in the West Origin universe, any small city would cost 10 billion or 100 billion people. However, if one knew the strength of these bidders, one wouldn't think that 100 million people was too little. If one wanted to participate in the West Element Chamber of Commerce's era auction, the weakest one would have to be Universe Lord, who barely had the qualifications to do so. Most of them were at least middle-level Universe Lord expert, and just the Great Perfection Quasi-Universe God alone was more than 10,000 people. It was terrifying. One should know that in the chaotic region where Yang Fann was born, there were 68 Chaos Domain. Even if all the Great Perfection Quasi-Universe God warriors were combined, there might not be more than 3,000 of them. And above the 100 million ordinary seats, there were 10,000 small worlds. This was specially prepared by the West Element Chamber of Commerce for the Universe Gods. How could the dignified Universe Gods, the top-grade Chaos Domains in the Chaos Domain, be associated with these Universe Lord? If this was really arranged, the West Element Chamber of Commerce would be slapping the faces of these Universe Gods. 10,000 small worlds, one of the 18 small worlds at the top. Yang Fann sat on the throne that was paved with the skin of a quasi-universe god stage true dragon. Around him, there were dozens of beautiful female servants standing. Each of them was devastatingly beautiful. In terms of appearance, there were not many in the entire Western Yuan universe. Furthermore, their temperament was also extraordinary. One look and one could tell that they were born from a big family. More importantly, they were all virgins. At this moment, these 36 beautiful women were looking at Yang Fann with seductive eyes. As long as Yang Fann wanted to, they wouldn't have any objections even if they had a grand meeting here. The Heavenly Passage Small Worlds was the symbol of the Universe Gods. As for the 18 Heavenly Passage Small Worlds on the top floor, only the higher-level Universe Gods had the qualifications to enter. If one could become a high-level Universe Gods woman, even if it was just a night's worth of pleasure, it would be enough for them and the families behind them to benefit endlessly. It was not just the small world Yang Fann was in, the other small worlds were all the same. It was nothing more than the number of people. Low-level Universe God and the other two. There were 12 middle-level Universe God warriors, and the highest number of high-level Universe Gods was 36. All of this didn't require the West Element Chamber of Commerce to worry about it. Those big families would take the initiative to send their daughters over. For such an opportunity to get close to the Universe God, the families behind them had paid an unknown price. Whether it was the mortal world or the world of cultivators, it was the same. As long as you had great power, noble status, and women, it was not a problem at all. There was no need to look for them personally, and others would just come knocking on their door. He didn't pay attention to the yearning gaze of the 36 beauties around him. Yang Fann turned his gaze around and surveyed his surroundings, as if he wanted to see through those small worlds. At this moment, Yang Fann did not dare to casually use the spiritual sense. He scanned his surroundings. Searching the surroundings with the spiritual sense was an extremely impolite thing. It was naturally nothing to the weak, but there were many high-level universe gods present. If he was not careful, he might incur the wrath of the masses. If that was really the case, given Yang Fann's current cultivation base, he might end up suffering a great loss. It had been too short a time. The resources in his hands were far from being converted into strength. Currently, Yang Fann's combat strength had been fully unleashed. Using the forbidden arts was only comparable to a top-ranked high-level universe god. He might not even be able to match up to him. 13 high-level universe gods, 526 middle-level universe god, 7,648 low-level universe god. As expected of the grandest auction in a million eons, I really did the right thing by handing the treasure over to the West Element Chamber of Commerce for auction. A golden light flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. With so many universe gods around, those 100 chaos treasures, 100 origin abilities would definitely be sold for a high price. It might even be possible to earn billions of universe sources. At that time, his great universe's eternal immortal great perfection of the body of the god would be in his hands. Alright, the auction is about to begin. C2401 Auction, West Yuan City, West Element Chamber of Commerce, the New Age Auction Hall. Wang. A ray of light flashed, and a person appeared on the auction stage in the center of the auction hall. This was an old man with white hair and white hair. His aura was so powerful that it was as deep as the ocean. He was no weaker than Qingzan Ancestor, a quasi-extreme middle-level universe god. This year's era auction was different from the previous years. Including Yang Fann, who was not a high-level universe god, or even a high-level universe god, there were 14 high-level universe gods. There were hundreds of middle-level universe god. If it was like before, with low-level universe god as the auctioneer, it would not be able to suppress the situation. Not only top-rank middle-level universe god, but also the many universe gods of West Element Chamber of Commerce were scattered around the auction hall, keeping watch. They didn't want anyone to have thoughts that they shouldn't have. They were fighting for it at the auction. Although such a thing was rare, it wasn't that it didn't exist. Treasures moved the hearts of people. In Trainer's World, there was never a lack of audacious people. I, Chu Hua of West Element Chamber of Commerce, will be in charge of this year's era auction. Now, let us ask for the first treasure. That Chu Hua universe god did not waste any more words and directly said, Flaming Dragon Divine Sword, using a high-rank universe god Flaming Dragon's dragon bone as the blade. Its dragon soul is an artifact spirit. During wartime, it can be used as a weapon. It can be called the best of the low-grade chaos treasures. The starting bid is 1.5 trillion universe sources. Each increment must be no less than 10 billion universe sources. The first treasure is actually a chaos treasure. It's worthy of being called the greatest auction ever since the establishment of the West Element Chamber of Commerce, and it has far surpassed any previous auction. I really made the right decision to come to the Simon universe this time. Flaming Dragon Divine Sword, I'm determined to get it. Instantly, the spirits of the universe gods shook. Chaos treasure, chaos treasures, chaos treasures, chaos treasures. In the past, there had always been times where the auction would only begin on the last day. From the start of the auction, being able to auction off a single high-grade quasi-chaos treasure was already considered pretty good. Within the 18 top-grade small grottos, Yang Fann's eyes also lit up. It wasn't because he had taken a fancy to the Flaming Dragon and Divine Sword. Not to mention a low-grade chaos treasure, even if it was a low-grade top-grade chaos treasure, Yang Fann wouldn't put it in his heart. Above, what really attracted Yang Fann's attention was, there was only one Flaming Dragon and Divine Sword. It was one of the 100 chaos treasures he had auctioned off. The starting bid is 1.5 trillion universe sources, and the final price will be 5 to 6 trillion universe sources. Even if you don't have 10 trillion universe sources, you will still have 5 to 6 trillion universe sources. There were still quite a lot of them. With this calculation, just these 60 low-grade chaos treasures were enough to bring him 400 to 500 trillion universe sources, or even more. Alright, the bidding begins now. 1.6 trillion universe sources 1.8 trillion universe sources 2.3 trillion universe sources. In less than 10 minutes, the price of the Flaming Dragons had already exceeded 4 trillion divine swords, and it was still rising continuously. It was far from reaching his limit. 8,630 billion universe sources. Second bid, is there anyone else who wants to bid? This is a rare top-grade chaos treasure. With this Flaming Dragon and Divine Sword, it was equivalent to having an extra high-rank universe god. Universe god Chu Hua continued to bewitch him, even though it was his first time managing the era auction. As an old monster who had lived for millions of eras, there was nothing he had never seen before. Presenting an auction was just a small test. 8,640 billion universe sources. 8,650 billion universe sources. 870 billion universe sources. 9,240 billion universe sources, third bid. Congratulations to honored guest 3,680 for obtaining this flaming dragon divine sword. 9,240 billion universe sources, close to 10 trillion universe sources. It's much more than what I've estimated. Sure enough, there's no convenience to it. I'll sell them directly and auction them off. It is the most correct decision. Yang Fann sighed. If he were to sell it directly, this flaming dragon and divine sword could only be sold for 3 trillion universe sources. Compared to 9,240 billion universe sources. The difference was more than double. The next item to be auctioned is also a low-grade chaos treasure, Arceus staff. The starting bid is 12 billion universe sources. Each increment must be no less than 10 billion universe sources. It's my treasure again. Arceus staff is only a middle-rank universe god vital treasure. Its grade is lower than that flaming dragon divine sword by level 1. In the end, it will be sold at a much lower price than the flaming dragon divine sword. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to surpass 8 trillion universe sources. However, Yang Fann had miscalculated this time. The final price of Artemis staff not only exceeded 8 trillion universe sources, it was also close to 9 trillion universe sources, reaching 893 trillion universe sources. It was only 340 billion less than the flaming dragon universe sources. The next item to be auctioned is the Cliff Sword. This is an exquisite quasi-chaos treasure with a starting price of 100 billion exquisite quasi-chaos treasures. Each increment must be no less than 1 billion universe sources. 460 billion universe sources for the third time. Congratulations to VIP number 13,685 for winning the bid for the Sword of Keifu. 46 billion universe sources. Looks like I've earned quite a bit from the West Element Chamber of Commerce. Yang Fann raised his brows. This Sword of Keifu was also his treasure. It was just that 10,000 years ago, he had given it to the West Element Chamber of Commerce. If he remembered correctly, the price given to him by the West Element Chamber of Commerce was the same as the price given to him by the West Element Chamber of Commerce. It was only 18 billion universe sources. Compared to the current price, it was a total of 280 billion universe sources. However, Yang Fann did not get angry. The auction price was already much higher than the normal price. Furthermore, the West Element Chamber of Commerce had given him ample preferential treatment. Each of his treasures, it was just a symbolic commission. As for the others, for the first auction, they would usually receive a commission of 5 points. Even the old customers of West Element Chamber of Commerce would usually charge 3 points of commission. With Yang Fann's 100 chaos treasures and 100 origin abilities, the final price of the 100 universe sources would be hundreds of billions of universe sources. All the treasures he had sold to the West Element Chamber of Commerce would be auctioned off as well. If he could get 2 points of commission, that would be the maximum he could get. If he were to really calculate it, he, Yang Chao, would be the one who profited. The next item to be auctioned is the green jade tip armor. This is an intermediate defensive quasi-chaos treasure with a starting price of 50 billion universe sources. Each increment must be no less than 500 million universe sources. Time slowly passed. One treasure after another appeared on the auction stage, causing Universe Lord and the Universe Gods to wildly bid. Time flew by, and 7 days passed. Half of the auction in Era auction had ended, and a total of 36,800 treasures had been auctioned off. The worst treasure was worth millions of cubic meters of universe source. There were 100 million Universe Lord in the auction hall, and most of the people were just here to watch the show. There were millions of cubic meters of universe source, and many high-level Universe Lord warriors didn't even have a million cubic meters worth of universe source. This was only the lowest price of a treasure. Most of the treasures were worth more than 100 million cubic meters of universe source. For the past 7 days, the smile on Yang Fann's face never stopped. The 60 low-grade chaos treasures he had auctioned off had all been auctioned off. The final price was much higher than what he had expected. It had exceeded 10 billion universe sources, reaching 1,812,360 billion universe sources. Even after deducting the West Element Chamber of Commerce's commission, there were still 10,753, 64 billion universe sources left. It was almost twice as much as what he had expected. The lowest price of 60 low-grade chaos treasures was already so high. The remaining 28 intermediate chaos treasures, 8 high-grade chaos treasures, 3 top-grade chaos treasures, and 1 quasi-middle-level chaos treasure were all sold. How many universe sources should he bring? Furthermore, he still had 100 origin divine abilities, and more than 100 billion universe sources. That was something that he was almost certain of, and it wasn't impossible for him to even bring out 200 billion universe sources. Just thinking about it made him excited. The next item to be auctioned is the Origin Thaumaturgy, Star Caesar Niu. This is a low-grade Origin Thaumaturgy. Furthermore, the seller will buy it off and auction it off. After all the distinguished guests bid for this thaumaturgy, they will be able to obtain all the authority of this thaumaturgy. The starting price is 3 trillion universe sources, and each increment must be no less than 50 billion universe sources. The bidding price is 3 trillion universe sources, and each increment must be no less than 50 billion universe sources. Alright, the auction for the origin ability has begun. I wonder how many 100 million universe sources this low-grade origin ability can bring me. C2402 Mistake West Element Chamber of Commerce, Headquarters Building, the New Age Auction Hall. A flash of excitement flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't know how much this low-grade origin divine ability would be sold for. He wouldn't be disappointed, right? One should know that the starting price of this skill was 3 trillion universe sources, twice the price of the Flaming Dragon Divine Sword. The final price would be 2 times the price of the Flaming Dragon Divine Sword, or even more. Even if it wasn't 2 trillion universe sources, it wouldn't be too far off. Origin ability, I've finally managed to get it. It's better to buy it off and auction it off. Good, as long as we can get our hands on this origin divine ability, our sect will be able to gain a foothold. I cultivate the Tao of the Star and Moon. This star-plucking moon skill is perfect for me. If I can cultivate this star-plucking moon skill to the mastery, even some top-grade universe gods might not be my match. In each of the worlds, the eyes of the universe gods lit up as they rubbed their palms together. If this origin only had one chance to pass down its inheritance, it would be fine. But now, the auction was over. This origin ability was enough to become the foundation of the sect, and it would be able to establish the foundation of the sect for tens of thousands of generations. The value of this divine ability skyrocketed. 100 times, 1,000 times. Not only that, one must know, an origin ability. Even if it was the lowest level origin ability, if one could cultivate it to the mastery and break through to the universe god realm, it would still be a matter of time. In other words, an origin ability was a great path that led to the universe god realm. However, it was too difficult to create an origin ability. Even for some quasi-middle level universe god warriors, it would be extremely difficult to create an origin ability, let alone an ordinary low-level universe god. There were at least 2/3 of the sect that only low-level universe god was in charge of, and none of them had any origin divine abilities. Many universe gods had made up their minds to bet all their universe sources on this origin ability. The auction begins now. Just as the voice of the Chuhua universe's mythological voice faded, someone impatiently called out a bid. 4 trillion universe sources. 5 trillion universe sources. You want to obtain the origin ability? Ridiculous. I bid 5 trillion universe sources. 5 trillion universe sources. I thought you were being generous, but that's all. I bid 8 trillion universe sources. In less than 10 breaths of time, the price had exceeded 10 trillion universe sources. Yang Fann was dumbfounded by what he saw. He had underestimated the allure of the origin ability to these universe gods. Looking at the situation, let alone 20 trillion universe sources, even 30 trillion universe sources was not impossible. 2. 66 trillion universe sources, second time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Origin ability. This is the foundation of a major power. 266 billion universe source, third bid. Congratulations to VIP 816 for successfully obtaining this origin ability. The next item to be auctioned was the exquisite quasi-chaos treasure, the Spear of Ajax. The starting bid was 300 billion universe sources. Each bid must not be lower than 1 billion universe sources. A low-grade origin ability managed to buy 66 trillion universe sources. How much profit should the middle-grade origin abilities bring me? 600 trillion, or 700 trillion universe sources. Yang Fann's heart was burning. One must know, those universe abilities. Every higher grade, the price given by the West Element Chamber of Commerce would increase by more than 30 times. The bidding price would only be higher. It was not impossible for a sect to bid 1 billion universe sources. Those 9 middle-grade origin abilities were close to 100 billion universe sources. What about high-grade origin abilities? It was likely that they were worth 400 to 500 billion universe sources. But very quickly, Yang Fann's expression changed slightly. It was as if a basin of bone-piercing ice water was being poured down. It extinguished the fire in his heart. This time, I'm afraid that I might suffer a huge loss. A few 100 billion universe sources, even if a high-level universe god wanted to take them out in one go, it wouldn't be an easy task. One had to know that this was only a universe source, not all of their belongings. Universe god Xianxia, a dignified high-rank high-level universe god, all of his belongings, let alone hundreds of billions of universe sources, even 1 billion or 2 billion universe sources, wasn't unheard of. The true value of those 3 high-grade origin abilities was no less than 1 billion universe sources. However, for pure universe sources, not to mention 1 billion, even 1 billion was not enough. In the profound Sky Divine Palace, Yang Fann had only plundered over 1 trillion universe sources. It was obvious from this. If it were these high-level universe gods, how good would they be? They might not even be as good as universe god Xianxia. One must know that out of the 13 universe gods, most of them were from the low-order advanced universe. There were only 3 high-level universe gods, which made his heart palpitate. They should be high-rank high-level universe god, or even top-rank high-level universe god. I hope these 3 can give me some strength. If he knew this would happen, he would have taken a few more middle-grade origin abilities. If this high-grade origin ability really was sold for a few trillion universe sources, he would have suffered a huge loss. Unfortunately, he didn't have a hot-headed mind. He sent all 3 high-grade origin abilities to Yang Fann. Otherwise, Yang Fann wouldn't have dared to think about it anymore. Time passed by slowly. Soon, another 7 days passed. The auction was approaching its end. More than half of the 100 Yang Fanns and 100 origin abilities that Yang Fann had auctioned off had already been auctioned off. Apart from 3 top-grade chaos treasures, 1 quasi-middle-level chaos treasure, 9 middle-grade origin abilities, and 1 high-grade origin ability, the rest of the intermediate, high-grade, and low-grade origin abilities had all been auctioned off. This caused Yang Fann's value to soar like a snowball. Of the 28 intermediates, the last one was sold for close to 32 trillion chaos treasures. The highest one was sold at a sky-high price of 56 trillion universe sources, bringing Yang Fann a total of 1350 trillion Yang Fanns. The 8 high-grade original treasures brought Yang Fann close to 1,500 trillion universe sources. Of course, the biggest one was still the 90 low-grade origin abilities. One had to know that the worst was a low-grade origin ability. The lowest grade was the low-grade origin divine abilities. The price was no less than 20 trillion universe sources, and none of those high-quality universe sources were worth less than 150 trillion universe sources. 90 low-grade origin abilities had brought Yang Fann a total of 3,673 billion universe sources. When combined, that was close to 70 billion universe sources. Adding the 1,000 trillion Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands, the number of Yang Fanns Yang Fann possessed had already exceeded 6,500 trillion. Great Cosmic Eternal Divine Body, large success stage Yang Fann had refined a total of 2 billion Yang Fanns. According to his estimation, if he wanted the Great Cosmic Eternal Divine Body to reach huge perfection, he would need around 50 to 60 billion huge perfections. Including the 1,000 to trillions of universe sources he had absorbed, more than 6,500 trillion universe sources as long as he could absorb and refine them. Even if he didn't have the confidence to reach the 10th level, he would still have the confidence to reach the 7th or 8th level. He would be able to obtain the eternal great perfection of the body of the God of the great cosmos, allowing his combat strength to experience a qualitative leap. But even so, there wasn't much of a smile on Yang Fann's face. He thought of the possibility that he might lose something in the future. A few 100 million Yang Fanns. Yang Fann felt a pang of pain in his heart. Although the eternal divine body of the universe had broken through to the great perfection stage, it didn't mean that the universe source would lose its function. The universe source could also be used to improve one's cultivation base. Furthermore, Compared to absorbing the universe god and refining the universe source, the time required to increase one's cultivation base was much shorter. The three of you mustn't disappoint me. C2403 The finale West Yuan City, West Element Chamber of Commerce, Headquarters, New Age Auction Hall. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled with a divine light, penetrating through countless spatial zones, and scanning the hollow world where the three high-level and top-ranked high-level universe god were located. The only ones who could make him have high hopes and redeem his great loss were these three high-grade and top-ranked high-level universe god. The rest of them, including those intermediate and low-order advanced universe gods. Yang Fann didn't have too much hope. Each of them didn't even have 5 trillion universe sources on them. It was better to just leave them alone. The auction continued. With a flash of light, another precious treasure appeared on the auction stage. It was a top-grade chaos treasure, the Blade of Morduric. It was also one of the 3 Yang Fanns that Yang Fann had auctioned off. Among the many Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands, it could be considered the best. The starting bid was 100 trillion universe sources. Each increment must be no less than 1 trillion universe sources. Just as universe god Chu Hua spoke of starting the bidding, the price skyrocketed. In just a few breaths of time, it doubled, surpassing 2 trillion universe sources. A single top-grade chaos treasure was nothing compared to those high-level universe gods, but in the hands of those middle-level universe god warriors, it was enough to increase their combat strength by a large margin. Even quasi-high-level universe god warriors with this Morduric blade would be able to increase their attack power by several times. Among them, the most intense ones were those quasi-high-level universe god warriors. Although a single top-grade chaos treasure was not enough to allow them to challenge a high-level universe god, it was still a piece of cake for them to become one of the top quasi-high-level universe god warriors. 4. 6 billion universe source, second time anyone else. 4. 6 billion universe sources for the third time. Congratulations to honored guest number 32 for successfully bidding for the top-grade chaos treasure, the Blade of Morduric. The next item to be auctioned was the middle-grade origin ability, Heaven-Seeking 9 Refinements. It was also a buyout. The starting bid was 300 trillion universe sources, and each increment must be no less than 1 trillion universe sources, 350 trillion universe sources. 3. 6 trillion universe sources. 3. 8 trillion universe sources. 12. 3 trillion universe sources. Congratulations to honored guest number 18 for winning the bid, Heaven-Seeking 9 Refinements. Let us clear out the next treasure. Top-grade chaos treasure, Soul-Devouring True Lightning Spear. The starting bid is 100 trillion universe sources. Each increment must not be lower than 1 trillion universe sources. Time slowly passed. One treasure after another was quickly invited to the auction stage. Soon, another day passed. Apart from the last 3 treasures, the other treasures had all been auctioned off. Yang Fann had once again obtained 11,216 trillion universe sources. 3 of the top-grade chaos treasures had brought him 14,780 million Yang Fanns, while the remaining 9,738 trillion universe sources had been obtained by the 9 universe sources. As Yang Fann had expected, the final price of each origin ability would not be lower than 10 billion Yang Fanns. The highest middle-grade origin ability had even been sold at a sky-high price of 18 trillion middle-grade origin abilities. In order to obtain a middle-grade origin ability, many top powers were willing to pay any price. Even some of the low-order advanced universe gods couldn't help but bid. Compared to the high-level universe gods, the best was naturally the high-grade origin ability. Unfortunately, there was only one high-grade origin ability. With their financial resources, it was almost impossible for them to compete with those intermediate and high-rank universe gods. Taking a step back and obtaining a middle-grade origin ability. It was also a good choice. Even to the deities of low-order advanced universe like them, mastering a middle-grade origin ability could still increase their combat strength by a lot. Furthermore, it could also greatly increase the strength of their subordinates. A middle-grade origin ability was a divine ability that directly pointed to the great Tao of middle-level universe god. As long as they could comprehend it to the mastery, they would naturally advance to the middle-level universe god. For these top forces that had high-level universe gods, a middle-level universe god was also an indispensable core force. As the peak combat power, a high-level universe god was more of a deterrent force. The top powers were comparing the number and strength of a middle-level universe god. Within the third paradise, He had obtained 11,216 trillion universe sources in one go, causing his wealth to almost double. However, not only was Yang Fann not surprised, he was even a little scary. The higher the price of middle-grade origin abilities, the higher the value of high-grade origin abilities. In other words, he would lose more in the end. This time, he was afraid that he would really suffer a great loss. In the future, if he wanted to auction high-grade origin abilities again, he would have to go to those high-grade and peak middle-sized chaos domain. A low-grade middle-sized chaos domain like Gold Rock Chaos Domain still had a shallow foundation. Of course, the West Element Chamber of Commerce's strength was limited, and the lack of publicity was also one of the main reasons. The West Element Chamber of Commerce was considered a top power in the Gold Rock Chaos Domain, but in the entire chaotic region, it would be somewhat difficult to call it a first-rate power. Its influence would only be in the hundreds of Chaos Domain near the Gold Rock Chaos Domain. Outside of this range, the West Element Chamber of Commerce basically had no reputation. Within this range, except for the Gold Rock Chaos Domain, the number of people in the other middle-sized Chaos Domain combined was less than 2 hands. There were only 6 of them. The strongest one was the Chaos Domain, which was only an intermediate-grade middle-sized Chaos Domain. There was a huge gap between it and those high-grade middle-sized Chaos Domain. These 13 high-level universe gods basically included the 7 major middle-sized Chaos Domain, and most of them were high-level universe gods. Now, let us invite one of the final treasures, the Shield of Selvies. This is a quasi-middle level chaos treasure. As for its value, there is no need for me to say anything. The starting bid is tens of millions of universe sources, and each increment must be no less than 10 billion universe sources. It's actually a defensive treasure. Not bad, I want this Shield of Selvies. Defense is my weakness. With this Selvies shield, my combat strength will increase by several times. The eyes of the universe gods of low-order advanced universe lit up. Many of them secretly made up their minds. Even if they gave up on middle-level chaos treasure and the high-grade origin ability, they would still take down the Sylvis shield. A quasi-intermediate attack chaos treasure was just icing on the cake to them. It was the limit to double their combat strength, but a quasi-intermediate defense chaos treasure was another concept. Compared to many gods of the middle-low-order advanced universe, the value of the Sylvis shield was no less than that of a low-grade middle-level chaos treasure, 4,200 trillion. The second universe source S, second bid. This is a quasi-intermediate defensive chaos treasure. Once we pass this village, there will be no more shops like this. Alright, 4,300 trillion universe sources, VIP number 6 offers 4,300 trillion universe sources. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 4,800 trillion universe sources for the second time. Guest number 8 offers 4,800 trillion universe sources for the second time. Universe sources 4,800 trillion universe sources for the third time. Congratulations to VIP number 8 for successfully obtaining the quasi-intermediate defensive chaos treasure, the Shield of Selvies. Next up is the second finale treasure, the Spear of Queras. This is a low-grade intermediate chaos treasure. The starting bid is 2,000 trillion universe sources. Each increment must be no less than 100 trillion universe sources. If the price of the Spear of Queras doesn't exceed 4,000 trillion universe sources, I can make a profit. During an auction, Yang Fann brought over 200 billion universe sources, and it was even before the high-grade origin ability was auctioned. Right now, he can be said to be filthy rich. Spending 4,000 trillion universe sources to make a profit from the Spear of Queras isn't out of the question. Even though the great universe's eternal undying great perfection of the body of the god is almost certain, however, even with his current devouring speed, wanting to completely refine enough universe sources and make the great universe's immemorial eternal great perfection of the body of the god, it would take him hundreds of billions of years, or even longer. 5 to 600 billion universe sources. That was only his speculation. Before the true great universe's eternal immortal great perfection of the body of the god was fully refined, no one could guarantee how many universe sources were needed. It was just like the completion of a divine body, much more than what Yang Fann had estimated. As for middle-level chaos treasure, he was still a great help to Yang Fann. If he could completely refine it, it would be enough for his strength to increase by several times, or even more than 10 times. However, Yang Fann was clearly thinking too much. His Shield of Selvies had been auctioned off for 4,800 trillion universe sources. As the true middle-level chaos treasure, the Spear of Queras was worth it. No matter what, it couldn't be lower than the Shield of Selvies. In just the time it took to make a cup of tea, the bidding price had already exceeded 5,000 trillion universe sources and was still rapidly increasing. 8,000 trillion universe sources, VIP number 5 offers 8 trillion universe sources. 9,000 trillion universe sources, VIP number 2 bid 100 billion universe sources. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 130 trillion universe sources, honored guest number 4 bid 130 trillion universe sources. 113 trillion universe sources, first bid. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? 11,300 trillion universe sources. The second time was middle-level chaos treasure. It was a rare encounter in a million eras. If he missed it, it would be gone forever. 11,300 trillion universe sources, the third time. 11,300 trillion universe sources. I have underestimated the value of these high-level universe gods. I wonder how much this high-grade origin ability of mine will fetch in the end. C2404 Kill West Element Chamber of Commerce, the New Age Auction Hall, World Number 3. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a trace of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Initially, he thought that these high-level universe gods would have a limit of 1 trillion universe sources. At that time, he would inevitably suffer a great loss. But now, it seemed like even though he would still suffer some losses, it shouldn't be too much of a loss. One must know that the high-level universe gods in the fourth heavenly passage world next to him were only middle-rank high-level universe god, and if he could take out 113 trillion universe sources, then the value of those 3 high-level and top-rank high-level universe god would only be higher. 200 million universe sources was highly possible, but even more. It was not impossible. Good. The high-grade origin ability auction is about to begin. I can't wait any longer. A high-rank high-level universe god said, "Good," 3 times. He had come for this high-grade origin ability. He did not care about the other treasures, including middle-level chaos treasure's Spear of Queras. Although a low-grade middle-level chaos treasure was precious, it wasn't like he didn't have one. It would only provide limited help to a high-rank high-level universe god like him, but the high-grade origin ability was different. Not only could it become the clan suppressing's divine ability, it would also be very beneficial to a high-rank high-level universe god like him. If he could control a perfection high-grade origin ability, he would be able to surpass 2 grades. It wouldn't be difficult for him to challenge extreme high-level universe god, who hadn't mastered the high-grade origin ability yet. I won't keep you in suspense. Next, let's invite our final treasure, the high-grade origin ability Profound Firmament Divine Art, to the auction as well. The starting bid was 5,000 trillion universe sources, and each increment must be no less than 100 trillion universe sources. The bidding begins now. Universe God Chu Hua didn't explain too much, there was no need for anything else. The 6 words high-grade origin ability were enough to explain everything. It was all superfluous. High-grade origin ability, I never thought that I would be able to see this as well. The middle-level universe god's eyes lit up, especially those quasi-high-level universe god warriors who were struggling to break through, their faces were burning with passion. The high-grade origin ability was the key to breaking through to a high-level universe god. Once they mastered their divine ability, they would be able to smoothly break through to a high-level universe god. But soon, the middle-level universe god's eyes darkened. This high-grade origin ability was just a hobby for them. Just the starting bid of 5,000 trillion universe sources was enough to make most of them shrink back, let alone bid. Next, the high-level universe gods were the main characters. 600 billion universe sources, 70 billion universe sources, 8 trillion universe source. As expected, not a single middle-level universe god made a bid. All the bidders were high-level universe gods. At this point in time, not only was the bidding humiliating, if one was not careful, there was a possibility of angering a high-level universe god. That would be a huge problem. 160 billion universe source, VIP number 8 bid 180 billion universe source. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 108 trillion universe sources for the first time. 109 trillion universe sources, VIP number 11 offers 109 trillion universe sources. 19,000 trillion universe sources, first bid. 220 trillion universe sources. If this continues, even if it doesn't exceed 300 billion universe sources, it won't be too much of a difference. It's barely enough. The gloominess on Yang Fann's face finally dissipated, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Although he didn't earn as much as those low-grade and middle-grade origin abilities, he still made a lot of money. He just took it as giving it to the West Element Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, the only ones who continued bidding were the 3 high-grade and top-rank high-level universe god. The other intermediate and low-order advanced universe gods had already stopped bidding. 200 million and 2 trillion universe sources had long surpassed their stockpile of universe sources. 285 trillion universe sources, second time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 28,500 trillion universe sources, second bid. Looks like I'm about to reach my limit. Starting from 28,000 trillion universe sources, each bid would drag on for a short period of time. Not to mention, each bid would only increase by over 100 trillion universe sources. Clearly, it had reached the bottom line of those 3 high-level and top-rank high-level universe god, 292 million. Universe sources, third bid. Congratulations to VIP number 8 for successfully bidding for the high-grade origin ability. 292 million high-grade origin abilities, third bid. Congratulations to VIP number 8 for successfully bidding for the high-grade origin ability, Profound Sky Connecting Divine Art. In the past 18 days, a total of 54,381 treasures have been auctioned off. Now, I announce that this time, the era auction has come to an end. We will meet again in the next era. 292 million universe sources, although not more than 300 billion universe sources, it's not too much of a loss. Yang Fann gently nodded his head. This time, the West Element Chamber of Commerce's era auction. Yang Fann was still satisfied with the overall result. 60 low-grade chaos treasures. He brought 12,360 billion universe sources, including intermediate chaos treasures. Nearly 150 trillion chaos treasures for high-grade universe sources, close to 73 million universe sources for 90 low-grade origin abilities. 3 middle-grade origin abilities, 9 universe sources were worth 126 trillion universe sources. The last few universe sources were the 48 million universe sources from Elvis, Shield, and the 292 million universe sources from the item's mysterious firmament divine proficiency. To be honest, Yang Fann had never thought that there would be such a high profit before this. In the beginning, Yang Fann estimated that it would be around 100 million or so trillion universe sources. With so many universe sources, not only would it not be difficult for him to obtain the eternal great perfection of the body of the God of the great universe, but he would also have a huge breakthrough in his cultivation base. Adding the large number of intermediate, low-level universe god, and top-level universe lord that he had captured, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to break through to the high-level universe lord. At that time, his overall strength wouldn't be any weaker than some top-level universe god. In fact, he might even be comparable to an intermediate or even a high-grade top-level universe god. 2 hours later, under the respectful greetings of the upper echelons of the West Element Chamber of Commerce, Yang Fann slowly stepped out of the West Element Chamber of Commerce. This time, the West Element Chamber of Commerce had earned a bowl full of alms bowls. The smiles on the faces of the higher-ups never stopped. This year's harvest from the era auction was more than the sum of the previous tens of thousands of years. Among them, the biggest contributor was none other than Yang Fann. Adding the numerous resources and supreme treasures that Yang Fann had sold to them, the final harvest was over 700 trillion Yang Fanns, almost as much as half of the West Element Chamber of Commerce. To be honest, the higher-ups of the West Element Chamber of Commerce wished they could pay Yang Fann like a god of fortune. In order to establish a good relationship with Yang Fann, many of the 36 maids in the Third World were the descendants of the upper echelons of the West Element Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, for the past 18 days, not a single girl was worthy of Yang Fann's attention, causing all the meticulous arrangements made by the upper echelons of the West Element Chamber of Commerce to be in vain. After leaving the West Element Chamber of Commerce, Yang Fann didn't stay in Simon Universe for long. The era auction had also come to an end. He had also obtained a huge amount of universe sources. There was nothing in the Simon Universe that was worth his time. Of course, the other 9 chambers of commerce also had a reason. Yang Fann was really afraid of these sticky candy. In the vast chaos, the Amira boat turned into a ray of light and quickly shuttled back and forth. However, compared to the Amira boat's peak speed, the current Amira boat's speed had clearly dropped by more than a level. It did not even display its peak speed. Not to mention middle-rank high-level universe god, even some quasi-high-level universe god warriors couldn't match up to it. Some people wanted to die, but he had to give them a chance no matter what. 1 month later, in the master control room of Amra, Buzz, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everyone, come out, you must be tired after following me for so long. C 2405. Do you have to be so fierce? Amra's boat, master control room. A cold smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. Since ancient times, money had moved people's hearts. A 100% profit was enough to make people take risks. Nearly 51,000 trillion universe sources was enough to make most of the high-level universe gods go crazy. Furthermore, Yang Fann had at least 100 origin abilities in his hands. The chaos treasures would be gone after the auction. However, the origin divine abilities were different. Even if all of them were to be auctioned off, he would still have the origin divine abilities in his possession. 90 low-grade origin mystical powers. 9 middle-grade origin abilities, 1 high-grade origin ability. The true value was no less than 57,200 trillion universe sources. As soon as he left the West Element Chamber of Commerce, Yang Fann had already noticed that there were experts secretly eyeing him. However, Yang Fann, who was skilled and bold, did not panic at all. Instead, he treated this as an opportunity. They treated Yang Fann as their prey. Yang Fann was the same as well. Ordinary middle-level universe god wouldn't dare to pay attention to him. If they dared to chase after him, they would at least be at the quasi-high-rank universe god, as well as a true high-level universe god. Each and every one of them was a great supplement. Any one of them could match him. A few, or even a dozen middle-level universe god, and even an extreme middle-level universe god like Patriarch Tai Shao. It was enough for his cultivation to soar by a large margin. As for his own safety, Yang Fann wasn't worried at all. He wasn't a top-level universe god warrior. With his current cultivation base, as long as he wasn't a top-level universe god warrior, no one else, even if they were quasi-top-level universe god warriors, would be able to defeat him. However, he was determined to leave this place. Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to escape successfully. Origin divine ability. Yang Fann didn't have the time to comprehend it. However, he didn't have too many of those life-saving arcane art that had great side effects. He relied on the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique. What Yang Fann was least afraid of was the side effects. Wasn't it just using up some of his origin? Using some time to devour some experts would be enough to make up for it. It wasn't a big deal at all. Compared to a normal source divine ability, the comprehension of these forbidden divine ability wasn't too simple. It wasn't difficult at all. He wouldn't need tens of millions of years to master a basket of them. If one were to talk about combat strength, Yang Fann wasn't the best amongst the many high-level universe gods, but when it came to saving his own life, he was definitely one of the best. He was even weaker than some top-level universe god who had weak life-saving skills. Rumble, 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 rumble. As soon as Yang Fann's voice faded, a terrifying pressure rolled out like a tidal wave from the surroundings of the primal chaos toward the Om ship. The next second, Poochie Poochie, Poochie, large, large, the chaos was shattered into pieces, revealing numerous figures. They looked like the chaotic devil god Yi. Devil god Yi. There were a total of 24 people. Among them, 18 were quasi-high-level universe god, 4 were from low-order advanced universe, and 2 were middle-rank high-level universe god. This lineup was really luxurious. Even a high-rank high-level universe god could die in their hands if they were not careful. Furthermore, this was not all. Yang Fann could vaguely sense some dangerous auras around the primal chaos. Clearly, there were still experts hiding in the area, and none of them had shown themselves. It was very likely that there were 8 to 9 of them, and they were even high-level universe gods. Wang. With a thought, the Amra's arc turned into a ray of light and was absorbed into Yang Fann's inner world. Yang Fann's figure suddenly appeared in the chaos. Right at this moment, one of the 2 great middle-rank high-level universe god took a step forward and looked down at Yang Fann from above. He said, "Junior, hand over all your treasures and I'll spare your life." His voice carried an unquestionable tone, as if he had already won over Yang Fann. From the West Element Chamber of Commerce, he knew that Yang Fann was most likely the same middle-rank high-level universe god as him. He still had some concerns. After all, this was a middle-rank high-level universe god who had mastered the high-grade origin ability, and his strength might even be higher than his. However, when he saw Yang Fann, all his worries vanished completely. Although Yang Fann had disguised himself quite well, and even an extreme middle-level universe god couldn't see through his disguise, it couldn't be hidden from his eyes. His true cultivation base was merely top-ranked middle-level universe god. He was like an ant, and with just a wave of his hand, he was able to suppress him completely. At this moment, it was these people who had become his biggest competitors. Subconsciously, he looked around him, and his eyes were filled with a hint of vigilance. Hand over all the treasures and spare my life. With just you, Yang Fann smiled disdainfully. What a big tone. Those who didn't know would think that Yang Fann was being arrogant. What, Junior, you? A hint of anger flashed across middle-rank high-level universe god's eyes. Since when did a puny top-rank middle-level universe god dare to speak to him in such a manner? However, before he could finish his words, his pupils constricted, and an indescribable shock flashed across his face. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann no longer suppressed his chi. He unleashed his full strength. The scariness of his chi was even greater than middle-rank high-level universe gods. Yang Fann's 100 billion years of cultivation had not been in vain. He had refined over 1 trillion universe sources. Compared to the time when he was refining the Xianxia universe, he had refined over 1 trillion Xianxia universes. Yang Fann's strength of divine body had increased by several times. His combat strength had already steadily stepped into the middle-rank high-level universe god realm. He was still at the beginning, but he could be considered the top of all middle-rank high-level universe god. Zhang. Middle-rank high-level universe god. This was middle-rank high-level universe god's power. Top-rank middle-level universe god's cultivation base was the combat strength of a high-intermediate universe. What kind of monster was this? All 24 universe gods sucked in a breath of cold air from all directions. Top-rank middle-level universe god and middle-rank high-level universe god, there was a huge difference of 1 level and 4 levels. They had lived for hundreds of millions of eras, but they had never even heard of such a monster. It was impossible for such a monster to exist in the middle-sized chaos domain. Perhaps only the large-sized chaos domain had such abnormal monsters, and they were all extremely rare. Could it be that this person is the descendant of a top power in the large-sized chaos domain? Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in the minds of many universe god heart-see, causing them to shiver. To auction off 100 chaos treasures and 100 origin abilities at once, even many high-level universe gods would not be able to do such a thing. This person really might have come from large-sized chaos domain. This was going to be difficult. They might have really kicked a steel plate. Although they were all quasi-high-level universe god warriors, high-grade universe gods could be said to be the strongest group of people in the middle-sized chaos domain. However, in front of the overlords of the large-sized chaos domain, they were just a few slightly stronger ants. To be able to become one of the top powers in the large-sized chaos domain. Which one of them didn't have a top-level universe god guarding them? There might be more than one of them, and there might even be supreme experts that surpass the universe god level. What should we do now? The top powers of large-sized chaos domain are not things that my race can afford to provoke. Just as many universe gods were considering whether they should take advantage of the fact that they had yet to completely fall out with each other and create an irreparable situation to give in, apologize, and let this matter go. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's aura once again increased crazily, 10 times, 100 times. With the Dragon Sun 10 transformations, Yang Fann had used the forbidden divine ability, the Dragon Sun 10 transformations, and even the most terrifying 10th transformation. With his current combat strength, without using the forbidden divine ability, he could only rely on the defense of the great cosmic eternal divine body to keep himself undefeated in the hands of these 24 experts. It was impossible for him to capture some quasi-high-level universe god and high-level universe gods. He purposely lowered the speed of the Amra boat. The reason why he waited for them wasn't to ensure that they wouldn't be defeated, but to obtain some benefits no matter what. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of his painstaking efforts? Where did this madman come from? To use the forbidden divine ability just because of a disagreement, is there a need to be so fierce? C-2406 Assassination Chaotic Starry Sky. Facing the 18 quasi-middle-level universe god and 6 high-level universe gods, Yang Fann didn't hesitate at all. He immediately used the strongest forbidden divine ability he had, the Dragon Sun 10 transformations. In an instant, in all directions, including those high-level universe gods hiding in the dark, all of them widened their eyes. They looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a madman. Bitch it, why was he so fierce? They didn't seem to have done anything. They had just used the forbidden divine ability. Even if they fought with their lives on the line, it wouldn't be like this given his character. How did he survive until now, and how did he become a middle-level universe god? The forbidden divine ability, which one of them wasn't cautious and cautious? Usually, when it was a life-and-death situation, it couldn't be moved lightly. Otherwise, they would risk their lives for it, even if they had tremendous potential. It was not enough for him to consume his energy like this. Under normal circumstances, not to mention advancing to the universe god realm, such a person would not be a cripple. That would be lucky. At this moment, Poochie, Yang Fann moved his body and tore apart the chaos. In just a fraction of a second, he arrived in front of a god of low-order advanced universe and struck with his palm. He didn't choose the two great middle-rank high-level universe god. Although Yang Fann's strength had increased by 512 times under the force of the 10th revolution of the Dragon Sun 10 cycles, which had already surpassed top-rank high-level universe god and extreme high-level universe god, he still didn't have much confidence in defeating the middle-rank high-level universe god in one strike. To be safe, it was better to choose the god of low-order advanced universe. With the gap of 4 great grades and the sudden attack, Yang Fann was at least confident that he could suppress the god of low-order advanced universe. Ah, not good. In an instant, the expression of the low-order advanced universe god changed. His eyes were filled with indescribable emotions. Under the horrifying palm energy, he, the god of low-order advanced universe, was like a lowly aphid. The gap between them was like the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. Roar the shield of Rahil. Block it for me. Rumble. A golden beam rose from the top of his head, which transformed into a giant shield that covered the sky and covered his entire body. The shield of Rahil, the strongest defensive treasure in the hands of universe god Rahil. It was a supreme grade defensive chaos treasure. Even a high-rank high-level universe god without middle-level chaos treasure would require a lot of effort to break through the defense of the shield of Rahil. However, Yang Fann's current strength was not at the high-rank high-level universe god, but was comparable to extreme high-level universe god. Although he didn't have middle-level chaos treasure in his hand, Yang Fann's current divine body wasn't much weaker than middle-level chaos treasures. It wasn't any weaker than some quasi-middle-level chaos treasures. The poor 9 burning fire halberd was a mighty quasi-middle-level chaos treasure. It was just a battle, and it had become a decoration. One had to admit that Yang Fann had never had the chance to use a supreme treasure in his life. His fists were the weapons that would accompany him for the rest of his life. Bang! Heaven collapsing earth crack. The terrifying palm force directly shattered Lascivious's shield with a force that could destroy everything in its path. Poochie. The terrifying cracks were like a spider web, spreading in all directions at a rapid speed. Ah! Divine light blood escape. Stay here. Profound sky. Divine palace, suppress. Ah! No, I will never be destroyed. How is this possible? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Ah! Suppress. Cosmo god Lahir is suppressed just like that. This. The surrounding Cosmo gods were all stunned. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. How could they not know that he was the master of Lahil Chaos Domain in middle-sized Chaos Domain? He was only a step away from middle-rank high-level universe god. Even if he was a high-rank high-level universe god, defeating him would be easy, but if he wanted to suppress him completely, he hoped that he wouldn't surpass the 3rd floor, let alone killing him in an instant. The group of quasi-high-level universe gods started to retreat in silence. Initially, they thought that with just top-rank middle-level universe god's strength, they wouldn't be able to eat meat, and would be able to drink some soup. Never would they have thought that this wasn't some fat sheep, it was that prehistoric berserk beast. Even universe god Lahil was killed in an instant, let alone them. At that moment Poochie, Yang Fann twisted his body and appeared in front of another low-order advanced universe god. Die Rumble. Extreme high-level universe god's terrifying power suppressed the chaos. Ah! Tai Kang divine world, block it for me. Arg. Don't. Spare me. Please spare my life, my lord. Ah! Old ancestor Tian Kang. The remaining universe gods let out heart-wrenching howls. Their hearts were filled with the sorrow of a rabbit dying. Old master Tian Kang, the god of death, 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 and the god of death. Although he was slightly weaker than Lahir, he was only slightly weaker. He was also a true high-level universe god. However, in the hands of that monster, it was also impossible to escape. Obviously, that madman really had the power to instantly kill the gods of low-order advanced universe. One time could be said to be luck, but 2 times in a row, that was strength. This strength had far exceeded their imagination. Extreme high-level universe god might even be comparable to the quasi-top-level universe god who had just broken through to the top-level universe god. An ordinary top-rank high-level universe god would never have the strength to kill a low-order advanced universe god with a single strike. Roar bastard, let's attack together and fight him to the death. The Lord of Mola, middle-rank high-level universe god, who was the first to speak, let out a furious roar. The energy in his body surged violently, and it was as if he was going to fight Yang Fann to the death. That's right, let's attack together. Or else, all of us will be defeated by him one by one. Correct, let's fight him to the death. We aren't easy to provoke either. Go everyone, let's go together. The other universe gods were all in high spirits as they echoed loudly. Rumble, rumble, a terrifying killing intent. It was like a star. The river of space soared into the sky and shattered the chaos around them. They were indeed no match for this monster alone. It was very likely that they would end up in the same situation as Lahir, the universe god and the Kang ancestor. However, if they gathered all of them together, it was not as if they did not have the strength to fight. No matter what, they were all the greatest experts in the world, the pinnacle chaos domains of the various chaos domain. Every one of them had a trump card in their hands. Furthermore, the forbidden divine ability had a time limit. They didn't believe that this monster could use the forbidden divine ability infinitely. At that time, it would be their chance. Kill divine ability, star-destroying hand-die divine ability, frozen demon realm die gate of life, open. Good, I'll let you all verify my true combat strength. Yang Fann didn't panic at all. Instead, his combat intent soared. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He wanted to waste his time until the end of his divine ability. What kind of joke was this? With his heaven-defying accumulation, even if he fought for 10 or 100 years, he wouldn't be able to exhaust all of his origin energy. Kill. Just as Yang Fann was about to fight with the first high-level universe god, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. A bloody light flashed around the Lord of Mora flute, tearing apart the chaos and disappearing without a trace. Ah, bastard. We've been deceived. We've all been deceived. A woman like you, the master of Mola purification. The universe gods were all old monsters that had lived for hundreds of millions of eras. In an instant, they understood the intention of Moira, who was using them as a decoy to attract the attention of the monster so that he could create a chance for himself to escape. No, I was plotted against by that woman. All of a sudden, the expressions of the universe gods changed once again. They were not that newbie, hair-raising boy. They had long past the age of hot-bloodedness. How could they be so furious because of the angry roar of the Lord of Mora flute? They were looking for that monster to fight with their lives on the line. With the combined strength of all of them, they did have the strength to fight the monster, but that was a battle of life and death. They had to use the forbidden divine ability at all costs. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even be able to fight a top-ranked high-level universe god, let alone extreme high-level universe god, or even a quasi-top-level universe god. All of them came from different powers, and many of them were mortal enemies. How could they possibly sacrifice all of their potential source for the sake of others? Using the forbidden divine ability, they would fight to the death. It could be said that before this battle even began, they were already doomed to lose. With their intelligence, it was impossible for them to not see this. Why would they still rush forward and find this monster to fight with their lives on the line? There was only one answer, and that was that the Lord of Mora Springwind was playing tricks in the dark. Furthermore, the Lord of Moluo had the power to plot against them unknowingly. One should know that in the thousands of chaos domain nearby, the Lord of Moluo had recognized the second one in terms of bewitchment, and no one dared to claim the first one. Ah, Hua Sheng, Lord of Moluo's purification, if I do not die today, I will not rest until I die with your Moluo's purification clan. Forbidden arts, heavenly cycle hell escape technique great chaotic divine talisman, break soaring heavens talisman, release. You want to run, stay behind profound sky divine palace, suppress. Ah, no, I haven't advanced to a high-level universe god yet, how can I die here? I'm not willing to accept this, I'm not willing to accept this. Flower life, Lord of Moluo, you flower life, you will die a horrible death. Lord of Moira's purification, I curse you. C2407 rewards chaotic starry sky. Collapse. After the group of high-level and quasi-high-level universe god woke up, they completely collapsed. A freak that was comparable to extreme high-level universe god and even quasi-top-level universe god was not someone they could match. Each and every one of them used their forbidden arts, using their trump cards to rip apart the chaos. They hated their parents and gave them 2 less legs. An hour later, rumble, the terrifying energy tide that caused even middle-level universe god warriors to despair gradually calmed down. Sigh indeed, it's not that easy to suppress these quasi-high-level universe gods. Yang Fann sighed. In his eyes, although he had already unleashed the strongest combat strength he could currently muster, it was still a pity. Furthermore, he had the help of the intermediate spatial chaos treasure in profound sky divine palace, but the 22 universe gods. In the end, they were all suppressed by him. It was still only a small portion, only 9. Less than 10 of them. Furthermore, other than the 2 gods from low-order advanced universe, Lahil and old ancestor Tian Kang, no other high-level universe gods were suppressed by him. If it wasn't for his decisiveness, even if he wanted to suppress old ancestor Tian Kang and universe god Lahil, he wouldn't be able to exceed 3 levels. If he wanted to take down these high-level universe gods with ease, perhaps only his eternal immortal divine body could step into the great perfection stage, or even the high-level universe lord. However, whether it was the great cosmic eternal great perfection of the body of the god or breaking through to the high-level universe lord, it would take some time. Within billions of years, there was basically not much of a possibility. Of course, if he could obtain the high-grade and exquisite intermediate spatial chaos treasure, Yang Fann would have a considerable amount of time to suppress those high-grade universe gods. The power of the upper-grade and exquisite intermediate spatial chaos treasure was not something that the low-grade middle-level spatial chaos treasure in profound sky divine palace could compare with. Even the high-rank high-level universe god would be completely sealed and unable to move. However, Yang Fann did not have much hope for this. High-grade and exquisite intermediate spatial chaos treasure were not something that could be obtained so easily. Not to mention high-grade universe gods, even some top-level universe god might not be able to obtain high-grade and exquisite intermediate spatial chaos treasure. If one wanted a high-grade or exquisite intermediate spatial chaos treasure, who knew how many hundreds of millions of years it would take? He might as well cultivate honestly. At least, he would be able to see the eternal divine art's huge perfection and break through to the high-level universe lord. As long as he cultivated hard, he would be able to reach that level. Unlike the space treasure, it was like a mirror. After looking at it for so long, it should be time for you to come out. Yang Fann surveyed his surroundings. His eyes sparkled with a divine light, penetrating through the endless chaos and seeing through everything. Even though the Lord of Mola and the others had escaped, it did not mean that all the universe gods had escaped. What's wrong? Are you still unwilling to come out? Do you want me to invite you out? Poochie poochie, poochie. The chaos was like a wave, stirring up waves. The next second, around Yang Fann, 5 terrifying experts with auras as vast as the universe appeared. The aura was so terrifying that it was not any weaker than the aura of the Lord of Mora Flute. In fact, it was even more powerful than the aura of the Lord of Mora Flute. All of them were high-level universe gods, and they were all middle-rank high-level universe gods of middle-rank high-level universe gods level and above. Every single one of them was someone who could shake the entire middle-sized chaos domain with just a stamp of their feet. But at this moment, these 5 high-level universe gods were trembling. There was no longer the arrogance of a chaos domain's master. Each of them looked at Yang Fann with a trace of fear that couldn't be concealed. Even the depths of their eyes were filled with fear. There's a vague sense of unity. Top-rank middle-level universe god, middle-rank high-level universe god's combat strength. Although this monster was a monster, it wasn't enough to scare them. After all, their true combat strength wasn't any weaker than Yang Fann's. What really frightened them was, this monster was absolutely a madman who would fight with his life on the line just because of a disagreement. He was so domineering that he was afraid of being stunned. He was afraid of losing his life. They were not afraid of high-level universe gods, nor were they afraid of high-level universe gods. But they couldn't be afraid of a madman who didn't care about his life. As the lords of Chaos Domain, their lives were extremely precious. Guys, do you also want my treasures? Yang Fann surveyed his surroundings. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. No, fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand me. Why would I have such thoughts? I am only here to make friends with you. Right. Fellow Taoist, we just want to make friends with you. Apologize, don't misunderstand. I have no such intentions. The 5 universe gods hurriedly denied it. Although they did have that thought in mind, at this moment, they didn't dare to admit it. Were they not afraid that this simple-minded idiot would fight them to the death? The lesson of the 2 high-level universe gods, Lahil, was right in front of them. If they were really targeted by this madman, it would not be a joke. Make friends? Yang Fann gave a noncommittal smile. Did they really think he was an idiot? A group of intermediate and high-rank high-level universe god followed him, this top level. A middle-level universe god had been following him for a month just to make friends with him. If this was really the case, he would have revealed himself a long time ago. Why would he need to hide from them until now? However, Yang Fann didn't tell them the truth. With middle-rank high-level universe god's current strength, defeating him was easy. The hope of suppressing him was still too slim, let alone a high-rank high-level universe god. So what if they had a falling out? If they wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to stop them. There's nothing else. Everyone, please leave fellow Taoist. If you have the time in the future, you can come to my Kun Luo mountain. I will definitely take care of you fellow Taoist, in my sea of illusions. After leaving behind some pleasantries, the 5 universe gods quickly left. It was better for this madman to stay far away from them. Who knew when he would go crazy? Furthermore, there were still important things waiting for them to do. As lascivious universe god and old ancestor Tian Kang were suppressed, the chaos domain of Tian Kang and lascivious chaos domain were like fat meat on a chopping board, waiting for them to divide it up. The chaos domain where the 9 quasi-high-level universe god were was also a fat piece of meat. One should know that the fact that the 9 chaos domain could give birth to quasi-high-level universe god was not something ordinary middle and low-grade small-sized chaos regions could compare with. Every single one of them was a peak-grade small-sized chaos region, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a quasi-middle-sized chaos domain. When the 9 great chaos domain was combined, the resources within were definitely not much worse than the resources of a low-grade middle-sized chaos domain like the Gold Rock chaos domain. If they could cut off a large piece of meat from the meat, it would be enough for their clan to grow by leaps and bounds, and even their own cultivation base would improve by a lot. However, they had to be fast. They weren't the only ones who had their eyes on the 11 chaos domain. Morapui and the other 13 advanced and quasi-high-level universe god warriors wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. Furthermore, as time passed, the news of the suppression of universe god Lahil and the others was leaked out. It was inevitable. They were late. They might not even have a chance to drink soup, let alone eat meat. From now on, blood would flow like rivers in the 11 chaos domain. No one knew how many clans and powers would be destroyed because of this. However, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. It was already his mercy that he didn't make a move to take revenge on the clans behind them. Could it be that he still wanted Yang Fann to protect their people? Swoosh! With a flash of light, the Ark of Aurum once again appeared in the chaos. Very quickly, the Amira boat tore through the chaos and moved forward quickly. This time, Yang Fann did not control the speed of the Amira boat. He directly pushed the speed of the boat to the limit. After this battle, the universe gods had long been scared out of their wits. Who would dare to intercept and kill him? Amra's boat, Master Control Room. The 10th cycle of the Dragon Sun 10 cycles, as expected of universe god Zhan Xiao's final killing move. The side effects are indeed not small. Feeling the terrible condition in his body, Yang Fann frowned slightly. In such a short period of time, if he did not swallow tens of billions of universe sources, he would not even dream of recovering. However, very quickly, Yang Fann's tightly knitted brows relaxed, and a smile climbed onto his face. Compared to his harvest this time, a mere trillion universe sources was nothing. C2408,000 Lights Chaos Realm Amra's boat, Master Control Room. Yang Fann had a smile on his face. Compared to using the Forbidden Divine ability, the Dragon Sun 10 rotations, his harvest was more than 100,000 times, a million times greater. The two were on completely different levels. Just the 9 quasi-high-level universe god and the 2 low-order advanced universe gods alone were enough for Yang Fann to earn a huge amount of money. If he could absorb and refine a quasi-high-level universe god, it would be worth at least a few hundred trillion universe sources. As for a low-order advanced universe god, his strength of origin was 10 times, or even dozens of times stronger than a quasi-high-level universe god. Not to mention, these quasi-high-level universe god and high-level universe gods all had a lot of wealth. The lowest person's wealth was no less than 1 billion universe sources, and the total wealth of the 2 low-order advanced universe gods exceeded 1 billion universe sources. Just the chaos treasures alone, Yang Fann had looted over 100 of them. Not only had he recovered the 100 chaos treasures he had auctioned earlier, but he had also obtained a lot more. There was also the origin divine ability. These 11 high-level and quasi-high-level universe god had collected more than 100 origin divine abilities. The only thing that was missing was the high-grade origin ability. Were 4 more than the ones that Yang Fann had auctioned off. This did not include the 3 Yang Fanns that Yang Fann had auctioned off. Otherwise, there would be 16 middle-grade origin abilities. 11 high-level and quasi-high-level universe god combined did not exceed 100 trillion universe sources. However, this was normal. After all, these high-grade and quasi-high-level universe god had just joined the era auction of the West Element Chamber of Commerce. The universe sources in their hands had already been exchanged for many treasures. Buzz streaks of light flashed and formed a spatial gate. Countless universe sources surged out from within, rolling like tides. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire master control room. Rumble the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique circulated to its limit. All the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body expanded. His body turned into countless black holes, crazily devouring the surrounding power of the universe sources. Almost every breath of time, a cubic meter of universe source would be swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. Terrifying if this were to spread out, even a top-level universe god would have to kneel down. It would take a breath, not a day, and not even a year. Kai. A huge amount of strength of origin surged into his body. Yang Fann's damaged origin began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, 8 million years had passed. Yang Fann exhaled a mouthful of foul air, and his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. After 8 million years of bitter cultivation and swallowing nearly 1 trillion universe sources, he had finally recovered the essence that he had used up. Soon, another 10 billion years passed. The Amra ship sailed past thousands of Chaos Domain, but it wanted to smoothly reach Yang Fann's destination. Xianxia Chaos Domain. There was still a long way to go. Furthermore, according to the Puyuan Pagoda artifact Spirit by Yao had said, Xianxia Chaos Domain was barely close to the center of the region, which was still far away from the center. In the entire chaotic region, even if there weren't 10 million Chaos Domain, there should be at least a few million of them. It was truly a vast place. An ordinary low-level universe god wouldn't be able to pass through the chaotic region even if he flew for thousands or tens of thousands of eras. 30 billion years later, Yang Fann had devoured nearly 350 trillion universe sources. Including the thousands and trillions of universe sources he had previously absorbed, the number of Yang Fanns he had refined was close to 5 trillion. However, what made Yang Fann helpless was that, not to mention advancing to the great cosmic eternal great perfection of the body of the God realm, he had not even touched the threshold of the great cosmic eternal great perfection of the body of the God realm. His divine body was like a bottomless pit that he would never be satisfied with. Would his divine body be able to advance to the huge perfection smoothly? Yang Fann didn't have much confidence in himself. Fortunately, Yang Fann had gained a lot from the era auction. He had obtained more than 500 million universe sources, so he didn't need to worry about the lack of universe sources. Furthermore, it wasn't as if Yang Fann hadn't gained anything from the past 30 billion years. During this period of time, there would always be some people who didn't know the difference between life and death. Even the Orum's ship wasn't something ordinary chaos treasures could compare with. They couldn't suppress their greed. Greed was the original sin. These words were not wrong at all. In the past 30 billion years, Yang Fann had gained over 1,000 new Cosmos God captives, including 52 middle-level Universe God prisoners. The strongest one among them was an quasi-high-level Universe God warrior. And these thousands of Cosmos Gods had made up for nearly 2 trillion Yang Fanns for Yang Fann. At this time, although Yang Fann had swallowed nearly 3,500 trillion Universe sources, however, he still had more than 500 billion Yang Fanns in his hand, 80 billion years later. The universe source that Yang Fann swallowed successfully exceeded 1 billion. At this moment, the power of the Yang Fann's divine body was so terrifying that it was infinitely close to the middle-level universe god. With just the power of the shell alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could challenge a low-ranked middle-level universe god. Once he unleashed all of his strength, he would be able to unleash the eternal divine body of the great universe. No one would be a match for him if he didn't have a high-ranked universe god. If he used all of his trump cards in the forbidden divine ability, he would be able to fight even a quasi-top-level universe god warrior. Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to fight him. However, what disappointed him was that he still hadn't touched the bottleneck of the eternal great perfection of the body of the god. Compared to his estimation, the difficulty was more than double. Sigh, that nearly 5 billion universe source in my hand, is it really enough for my great universe's eternal immortal divine body to break through to the huge perfection? I don't want to sell resources when the time comes. Come and collect the universe source. Yang Fann's expression was solemn. In these 50 billion years, he had also captured many universe gods, including 3 quasi-high-level universe god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept the number of universe sources in his hands. At this moment, the number and quality of the universe gods in the inner world were shocking. Just the middle-level universe god warriors alone had a total of 242 universe gods. The number of low-level universe gods suppressed even exceeded 5,000. Adding the 13 quasi-high-level universe god and 2 low-order advanced universe gods, if Yang Fann was willing to slay them, the forces under his command would immediately surpass many of the top powers in the high-grade middle-sized chaos domain. Another 10 billion years passed. Yang Fann once again devoured close to 2,000 trillion universe sources, but it was a pity that it was the same as before. He was like a mud bull entering the ocean. He didn't even see the shadow of the great universe's eternal divine arts. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength of divine body had been steadily improving, Yang Fann would have suspected that something had gone wrong with his cultivation. By now, the total amount of universe sources he had absorbed had exceeded 150 trillion. At this moment, there were less than 100 chaos domain away from Yang Fann's destination, Xianxia Chaos Domain. With the speed of the Amra boat, it would take at most 300 million years to reach Xianxia Chaos Domain. It seems like I want to cultivate the eternal divine arts of the universe to the great perfection stage before I reach the Xianxia Chaos Domain. Alright, Yang Fann sighed. He was still thinking about reaching the Xianxia Chaos Domain. He had successfully cultivated the eternal divine arts of the great universe to the great perfection stage. At that time, with the top-level universe god terror fighting power, he would be able to easily understand the karma between him and universe god Puyao. He would take revenge for universe god Puyao and completely kill the Hongyuan universe god. But now, it was hard to say. I hope that Hongyuan universe god hasn't advanced to top-rank high-level universe god yet. Otherwise, with his current strength, defeating the Hongyuan universe god would be easy, but suppressing it from head to toe wouldn't be more than 3 levels. 23 million years passed. A gigantic chaos domain that was more than 100 times larger than the Gold Rock chaos domain appeared billions of trillion light years away from the Amra ship. C-2409 Search Xianxia Chaos Domain. This was a high-grade middle-sized chaos domain. Since its birth, it had only existed for 30 million eras. This period of time was not too short when compared to the small-sized chaos region. It was like the chaotic region where Yang Fann was born. Out of the 68 small-sized chaos region, not a single one of the 4 ancient chaos domain had reached more than 30 million era of the years. Most of the chaos domain had only passed 15 million eras since its birth. However, in the middle-sized chaos domain, one could only be considered young. Especially in the high-grade middle-sized chaos domain. In this chaotic region, there was no high-grade middle-sized chaos domain. It was even younger than the Xianxia Chaos Domain. Because of this, universe god Puyao, who was only a quasi-high-level universe god, was able to enter the top 10 expert of the Xianxia Chaos Domain. In the other high-grade chaos domain, this was completely unimaginable. Not to mention quasi-high-level universe god, even the gods of low-order advanced universe would find it extremely difficult to squeeze into the top 10. One should know that the resources in a middle-grade middle-sized chaos domain was more than 20 times more than a low-grade middle-sized chaos domain like the Gold Rock Chaos Domain. As for the resources in a high-grade middle-sized chaos domain, it was more than 10 times greater than a medium-grade middle-sized chaos domain. In other words, the resources in the Xianxia Chaos domain were several hundred times more than the resources in the Gold Rock Chaos domain. Even the Gold Rock Chaos domain was able to produce a high-level universe god, a high-grade chaos domain. It was normal for there to be more than 20 high-level universe gods. Some powerful high-grade universe gods had over 100 high-level universe gods in charge. Of course, that was the Xianxia Chaos domain of the past. Now that 13 million eras had passed, the Xianxia Chaos domain was no longer the same as before. In this chaotic region, all the high-grade middle-sized chaos domain were not considered the best. However, basically, they were close to the level. On the surface, there were 15 high-level universe gods. Including the high-level universe gods hiding in the dark, even without 20 people, there were still 17 or 18 of them. As for the lower-level quasi-high-level universe god, there were even more of them. If universe god Puyao was resurrected, with his cultivation base and strength, he wouldn't even be qualified to enter the top 30, let alone the top 10. Ark of Aurum, Master Control Room. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Have we arrived at Xianxia Chaos domain? Forget it, the eternal great perfection of the body of the god of the universe. Let's wait until we find the descendant of universe god Puyao. 233 million years had passed, and Yang Fann had refined another 40 trillion universe sources. Unfortunately, it was just a drop in the bucket. If he wanted a true great perfection of the body of the god, he didn't know how many billions of years it would take. It was better to first meet the descendant of universe god Puyao and obtain his inheritance. Although universe god Puyao's condition was to take revenge for him and suppress the Hongyuan universe god in Wanong Chaos region, after Yang Fann obtained universe god Puyao's inheritance, Bai Yao still requested Yang Fann to take care of the descendant of universe god Puyao for the sake of the inheritance. Yang Fann did not refuse. He still felt indebted to universe god Puyao. Without universe god Puyao's inheritance, his rise would have been much slower. Even when the Merrick Star Alliance and the other 7 major powers besieged the Morning Star Alliance, they could not easily defeat the 7 major powers. If they were not careful, they might have been defeated and fled for their lives. Yang Fann's main purpose in coming to Xianxia Chaos domain was to see the descendants of universe god Puyao and see if they were living a good life. If there was any trouble, he would help them. In Xianxia Chaos domain, Yang Fann was confident that nothing would happen to him. After nearly 100 billion years of hard work, even though he had yet to touch the bottleneck of the eternal great perfection of the body of the god, however, the nearly 150 trillion universe sources had not been wasted. Yang Fann's strength of divine body had increased by more than 10 times. With just the strength of divine body alone, he had the power to kill low-rank middle-level universe god. Even if he didn't use the forbidden divine ability, he could still use the origin route to increase his combat strength. Yang Fann's overall combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than some top-ranked high-level universe god, or perhaps even stronger. In the newly emerging high-grade middle-sized chaos domain like the Xianxia Chaos domain, a top-ranked high-level universe god was virtually synonymous with invincibility. There was basically no one who could match him. Puyao universe was a top-tier universe. Its energy level was higher than the Morning Star universe of the Morning Star Alliance headquarters. It was even higher than the Level 1 universe. Among the thousands of top universes that were born in the Xianxia Chaos domain, it could be considered as one of the best, and it would definitely enter the top 100. Universe god Puyao was born in this Puyao universe. Moreover, it was the Puyao universe, the first innate creature since the creation of the universe. He had been born with great divine abilities, controlling a portion of the power of the Puyao universe. Later on, he became Puyao Universe Lord, controlling all of the power of the Puyao universe. And the Puyao god clan he created was the indisputable number 1 divine race in the Puyao universe, the king of billions of races in the Puyao universe. However, after 13 million eras had passed, everything was long gone. Puyao universe. These 4 words had long become legends. Long before 9 million eras ago, Puyao universe was renamed the Clear Bristle universe. The Crystal Bristle Divine Clan was the current number 1 divine clan in the Crystal Bristle universe, the master of the Crystal Bristle universe. It was rumored that the Crystal Bristle King's strength was tyrannical. Compared to the peak period universe god Puyao, he was even more powerful. Although he had yet to enter the 11 high-level universe gods' position in Xianxia Chaos domain, he was only second to the 11 high-level universe gods, the expert. Especially in this clear bristle universe, under the support of the universe source's will, even ordinary low-order advanced universe gods might not be this clear bristle king's match. It could be said to be one of the few people at the peak of the Xianxia chaos domain. And as the former overlord of the crystal bristle universe, Puyao God clan, it had long become a legend now. After the clear bristle king reached king of the universe, the Puyao God clan completely vanished without a trace. In the entire clear bristle universe, there was no longer a trace of the Puyao God clan. At most, it was some mixed blood descendants with the bloodline of the Puyao God clan. Clear bristle universe, master of the thousand heavens, divine palace. The master of the azure sky, the ruler of the azure sky divine clan, a first-rated clan in the clear bristle universe, was an intermediate low-level universe god. It was just that at this moment, the master of the azure sky had long been sealed within the inner world by Yang Fann. This is going to be difficult. Yang Fann frowned slightly. Although the master of thousand heavens was only a first intermediate low-level universe god, he was still a first intermediate low-level universe god. Confirming the Tao and becoming a universe god was less than 3 million eras. There was a limit to how much information he knew about the Puyao God clan, but by reading his memories, it was enough for Yang Fann to obtain a lot of useful information. He did not expect that as the number one overlord of the Puyao universe, he was actually expelled out of the Puyao universe by the clear bristle divine clan long before 9 million eras ago. They did not know if it should be said that this Puyao God clan was too trash or that this clear bristle divine clan was too powerful. One had to know how powerful the Puyao God clan was under universe god Puyao's rule. It was one of the 10 great divine clans in Xianxia chaos domain. In this Puyao universe, the position of the number one overlord was unshakable. Even if all the divine clans in the Puyao universe joined forces, their strength would not be able to compare to one of the levels of the Puyao God clan. Even without universe god Puyao, the old ancestor, the Puyao God clan still had 8 middle-level universe god experts. There were more than 20 quasi-middle-level universe god warriors who had broken through to the middle-level universe god with one step, and low-level universe god had hundreds of them. On the other hand, there was not a single middle-level universe god in the clear bristle divine clan. There was only one quasi-middle-level universe god. The other low-level universe god did not exceed 20 people. His strength was more than 10 times, 100 times weaker than the Puyao God clan. They were on a completely different level. Logically speaking, that clear bristle divine clan was completely not the Puyao God clan's match. Not to mention that they were completely chased out of Puyao universe in a short period of less than 4 million eras. If one could not find the Puyao God clan in Puyao universe, the difficulty of finding the Puyao God clan would increase exponentially. One should know that in Xianxia chaos domain, there were more than 1,000 top universes. The number of other high, intermediate and low universes was billions. 10 billion, and there were also those divine parish universes. The worlds and secret lands left behind by Universe Lord after his death could also become the hiding places of the Puyao God clan. This is the only way. Yang Fann's eyes flashed as if he had made a decision. The next second, buzz. With a flash of light, a crystal coffin appeared. It was now in front of Yang Fann. Within the coffin lay a man in white. His face was no different from an ordinary person's, but on top of his head, there was an extra 7 inches long silver horn. This man in white was none other than universe god Puyao's god corpse. The dead were gone. Initially, Yang Fann didn't want to disturb universe god Puyao's slumber, but now, in order to find the whereabouts of the Puyao God clan as soon as possible, he could only do this. Otherwise, if he were to blindly search for them, even with Yang Fann's current ability, it would take him billions of years to find the Puyao God clan. As a high-grade middle-sized chaos domain, the vastness of the Xianxia chaos domain was millions of times greater than the Morning Star chaos domain. Buzz. The silver light flickered. A drop of silver divine blood ignored the crystal coffin and fell into Yang Fann's hand. The divine blood is the catalyst, returning to its origin C2410 by the clear bristle universe, the master of the thousand heavens, the divine palace. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's hands quickly formed seals, countless mysterious and profound seals. They appeared out of thin air and struck towards the drop of universe god Puyao's natal blood essence. In an instant, endless silver lights erupted from the drop of natal blood essence. It was like a dazzling sun that illuminated the entire divine palace. 10 breaths later, Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened and a flash of surprise appeared, found it the next second. Poochie. Yang Fann's body moved and instantly disappeared from the Qian Kang Divine Palace. As for finding trouble with this clear bristle divine clan and taking revenge for the Puyao God clan, Yang Fann did not even think about it. Although with his present cultivation strength, a mere bristle god clan was nothing at all. Even if that bristle king was the bristle king of the universe, borrowing the power of the universe source's will, he could burst out low rank. Even middle rank high-level universe god's power, but compared to Yang Fann, defeating him was nothing more than wasting some time. Once he used the forbidden divine ability, it would be a matter of time before he could use it. However, he wasn't a nanny of the Puyao God clan. For the sake of universe god Puyao's inheritance, he would take care of the Puyao God clan and give them a hand. That's right, he didn't have the obligation to take revenge for them. Want to restore former glory, defeat the Crystal Bristle Divine Clan, and seize the Puyao universe again, all of that still had to rely on themselves. Humans mainly still had to rely on themselves. Other people could help you for a moment, but they could not help you for a lifetime. The Blue-Silver Universe was one of the 108 universes in the southwest region of Xianxia Chaos Domain. It was unknown how many billions of trillion light-years it was from the Clear Bristle Universe. Even with the speed of the quasi-intermediate Supreme Treasure, the Amra's boat, wanting to rush to this Blue-Silver Universe from the Clear Bristle Universe would require over 1,000 years. If it were other people, even a quasi-high-level universe god like the Clear Bristle God King would not be able to rush to this Blue-Silver Universe without several million years. 8 million eras ago, the divine race controlling this Blue-Silver Universe was the Blue-Silver Divine Race. This was a humanoid divine race. It was just that what was different from ordinary people was that their skin was silver, and the blood in their bodies was blue. The name of the Blue-Silver God race also came from this. At its peak, the Blue-Silver God race controlled the Blue-Silver Universe. The Blue-Silver Divine Clan also controlled 36 high-level universes and 182 intermediate universes. In the thousands of low-level universes, the strongest of the Blue-Silver Divine Clan. The Blue-Silver Divine Emperor was a low-rank universe god, and below him were the 4 great God King. They were all great perfection quasi-universe god warriors who were only a step away from breaking through to the next realm. There were 22 ordinary quasi-universe gods, and the rest were top-level universe lord warriors. There were more than 100 of them, and the rest were high-level, intermediate, and low-level universe lord. There were more than 10,000 of them. In the southwest region of Xianxia Chaos Domain, the Blue-Silver Divine Clan could be considered to be very famous. They were considered a second-rate major power even in the entire Xianxia Chaos Domain, as they were able to enter the ranks of the top 1,000 major powers. However, all of this had become a thing of the past along with the descent of a terrifying divine clan 9 million eras ago. The massive Blue-Silver God race did not have much strength to resist before it was completely overturned. All the divine emperors of the Blue-Silver God race, including the Blue-Silver Divine Emperor, were either mercilessly killed or captured. The entire Blue-Silver Divine Clan was ruled by thousands of universes and was reduced to a lowly slave clan. Up until now, in the huge Blue-Silver universe, there were almost no pure-blooded Blue-Silver clan members. This terrifying divine clan was none other than precisely the Puyao God clan that was expelled out of Puyao universe by the Clear Bristle Divine Clan. After leaving the Puyao universe, the Puyao God clan wandered all the way and finally decided to take root in the southwest region of Xianxia Chaos Domain. And their first target was this Blue-Silver universe. Although the Puyao God clan was defeated by the Clear Bristle Divine Clan and lost a lot of top combat strength, they had no choice but to leave their homeland and leave the Puyao universe. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Puyao God clan was still one of the strongest divine clans in the Xianxia Chaos Domain. Just the middle-level universe god, there were only 4 people left, more than 10 quasi-middle-level universe god, and low-level universe god over 100. Compared to the Blue-Silver Divine Clan, it was more than 100 times, 1,000 times stronger. Even if the Blue-Silver Divine Clan had the geographical advantage, under the enhancement of the will of the Blue-Silver Universe Source, the combat strength of a middle-rank universe god like the Blue-Silver Divine Emperor was infinitely close to that of a middle-level universe god. When faced with the attacks of 4 middle-level universe god warriors, he would only be struggling on the verge of death. And it was also like this. After the Clear Bristle Divine Clan chased the Puyao God clan out of Puyao universe, they did not continue to send troops to pursue and kill the Puyao God clan. When a rabbit was anxious, it would bite. If they really wanted to force the Puyao God clan into a desperate situation, even if the Puyao God clan's final blow before death could not seriously injure the Clear Bristle God clan, a great loss of vitality was absolutely unavoidable. It could not be said that there would still be a few middle-level universe god who would be buried along with them. After the Puyao God clan occupied the Blue-Silver universe, the name of Blue-Silver universe became a thing of the past. It was changed to Puyao universe by the Puyao God clan, and in order to make a distinction with their hometown, they added a new word. 9 million eras passed, with the new Puyao universe as the center, the Puyao God clan's forces continued to expand. In the entire southwest of Xianxia Chaos Domain, among the countless God race forces, they were all super forces that steadily entered the top 20. With a stamp of his foot, the billions of universes in the southwestern part of Xianxia Chaos Domain would shake 3 times. Until now, apart from occupying the new Puyao universe, the Puyao God clan had also occupied a top universe, the Barse universe. There were more than 100 high-level universes, thousands of intermediate universes, and even more than 100,000 low-level universes. It was just that regardless of whether it was the new Puhua universe or the Barse universe, they were both the most ordinary low-level top universes. When the 2 universes were combined, the resources were not even comparable to the 11th level of the Clear Bristle universe. Even if there were many high-level, intermediate, and low-level universes, they could not compare to a Clear Bristle universe. Moreover, the Clear Bristle Divine Clan did not just occupy one of the top universes in the Clear Bristle universe. Apart from the Clear Bristle universe, the Clear Bristle Divine Clan also controlled 3 top universes. The other high-level, intermediate, and low-level universes were even several times greater than the Puyao God clan. Not only did the gap between the 2 great divine clans not close in the slightest, it even expanded quite a bit instead. If nothing unexpected happened, it was virtually impossible for the Puyao God clan to want to return to their homeland and seize back the Puyao universe. New Puyao universe, Puyao Heavenly Palace. It sat high above the 9 heavens, like a high and mighty god overlooking all life. It was the core of Puyao God clan, the holy land in the hearts of countless people of Puyao God clan. Almost all the universe gods of Puyao God clan and the gods of quasi-universe lived in Puyao Heavenly Palace. The ultimate goal of countless people of Puyao God clan was to enter Puyao Heavenly Palace and become a member of the Heavenly Palace. As the core of the Puyao God clan, Puyao Heavenly Palace was also a powerful chaos treasure. It could be said that it was the strongest foundation of the Puyao God clan. Its grade was higher than Universe God Puyao's Puyuan Pagoda. It was only slightly inferior to Universe God Puyao's Puyuan Pagoda. It was also a top-grade chaos treasure. Its defensive power was so strong that even a high-level universe god would have to put in a lot of effort to break through the defense of Puyao Heavenly Palace. Back then, the reason why the Puyao God clan was able to safely retreat from the Clear Bristle universe with more than half of their clansmen could be said to be a meritorious deed for the Puyao Heavenly Palace. Without Puyao Heavenly Palace, the Puyao God clan would have at least lost the lives of 3 or 4 levels of their clansmen in that Clear Bristle universe. Pucci. Suddenly, the space above Puyao Heavenly Palace was forcefully torn apart like a curtain. A person stepped out from within. This was a black-clothed youth, 20 years old, with delicate features. From head to toe, there was not the slightest bit of the aura that an expert should have. It was none other than Yang Fann. Through the guidance of Universe God Puyao's blood essence, Yang Fann finally found this new Puhua universe. Who is it? How dare you trespass the Heavenly Palace? With a loud shout, a group of divine generals wearing silver armors flew into the sky like Universe God Puyao. They had long silver horns on their heads and looked majestic. They surrounded Yang Fann. Rumble. Waves of powerful chi erupted from their bodies. It was boiling, and it completely surrounded Yang Fann. All of them were Universe Lord, and not just low-level Universe Lord. At the very least, they were all middle-level Universe Lord warriors, and the divine general leading them was a top-level Universe Lord warrior. In the new Puyao universe, Puyao Heavenly Palace was a forbidden place. Not to mention the expert of other races, even the ordinary members of the Puyao God clan would be severely punished if they stepped into the Heavenly Palace for no reason. I, Yang Fann, am the descendant of your progenitor, Universe God Puyao. Today, I am here to pay my respects to the patriarch of the noble family C2411, the successor of the progenitor new Puyao universe, Puyao Heaven Palace. Yang Fann's expression was indifferent as he revealed his origins. Although he had never seen Universe God Puyao before, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was Universe God Puyao's descendant after obtaining his inheritance. What? The ancestor's descendant? This. The group of Universe Lord widened their eyes and looked at Yang Fann in disbelief. They were speechless. Although none of them had seen Universe God Puyao since the Puyao God clan moved to the new Puyao universe, they were no stranger to him. This was the source of their bloodline, the #1 expert of their Puyao clan. It could be said that they had grown up listening to the legend of Universe God Puyao ever since they were young. However, according to what they knew, Master Ancestor had never accepted any disciples as his successor, let alone any other disciples. Could it be that this person was a liar? He was extremely bewildered. However, none of the Universe Lord dared to make a move on him. They weren't afraid of 10,000. They were just afraid of what might happen. What if this person really was the successor of their progenitor? They were just ordinary guards of Puyao Heavenly Palace. In Puyao God clan, they could barely be considered middle class. The status of the successor of the progenitor was enough to compare with the ancestors of the clan. If they offended the successor of the progenitor, the consequences would not be something they could bear. Furthermore, with the leader of the Heavenly Generals, low-rank top-level Universe Lord's cultivation base was at the limit of the top-level Universe Lord. He was able to see the depth of black-clothed youth's cultivation base. However, this black-clothed youth in front of him gave him the feeling that he was an ordinary man who didn't know the way of cultivation. He couldn't see through black-clothed youth at all. However, how could he be an ordinary man if he was able to enter Puyao Heavenly Palace smoothly? At least, he was a god of quasi-universe, or even a true universe god. At this time, if they shed all pretenses of cordiality and angered the other party, they would only be the ones at a disadvantage. He took a deep breath. The leader suppressed the shock in his heart and respectfully said, "Senior, please wait for a moment. Junior will send someone to inform Lord Patriarch." In a luxurious floating divine hall in the center of Puyao Heavenly Palace, Puyao Yu's paced back and forth, his brows revealing an unconcealable melancholy, as if some troublesome matter was troubling him. This was the current patriarch of the Puyao God clan, as well as the 6th-generation patriarch of the Puyao God clan. In the Puyao God clan, the position of patriarch was not always the same. All the universe gods in the family were qualified to compete for the position of patriarch. Once the patriarch broke through to the middle-level universe god, he would be removed from the position and become the patriarch of their family, the foundation of the Puyao God clan. From the 5th-generation patriarch, he successfully broke through to the middle-level universe god. Puyao Yu's had gone through a round of competition to succeed the patriarch. It had been 1.3 million eras. Puyao Yu's could be considered to be conscientious in these 1.3 million eras. Under his management, the Puyao God clan had expanded greatly. Under Puyao Yu's scheme, the Barse universe had successfully defeated the Barse universe and took control of the god's race, the Barse universe. The Barse universe was completely under the control of the Puyao God clan. Wang! Suddenly, a stream of light cut through the void and appeared in front of Puyao Yu's. The next second, Puyao Yu's expression changed, the successor of the progenitor. How could that be? The progenitors had fallen for tens of thousands of eras. How could a successor suddenly appear? He didn't appear earlier or later, but instead appeared at this time. This really was quite a coincidence. I want to see who exactly you are. The cold shine in his eyes flashed, and Puyao Yu's walked towards the exit of the divine hall. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Puyao Yu's appeared in front of Yang Fann. When he looked at Yang Fann, he didn't pay too much attention to him at first. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. Despite his cultivation base and strength, he still couldn't see through the person in front of him. How could this be? Ever since he took over the position of patriarch, although he had been burdened by mundane matters, the time for cultivation had been shortened by almost half. However, his cultivation progress had not regressed, but had instead increased. As the patriarch of the Puyao God clan, the resources that Puyao could use. However, it was far from what the other low-level universe god could compare with. Otherwise, there were so many low-level universe god in the Puyao God clan, they wouldn't be competing for the position of patriarch with all their effort. In the world of cultivators, the most important thing was one's own strength. The so-called power was just a passing cloud. To be able to break through to the universe god realm, who wouldn't be able to see through this point. In the past 1 million and 3 million eras, Puyao had already reached the limits of God of the quasi-universe with the help of a huge amount of resources from the Puyao God clan. Apart from a few middle-level universe god ancestors, Puyao Yu's could be said to be in the top 5. Or even the top 3. He could even tell a little about some high-ranked middle-level universe god warriors. However, the person in front of him, in his eyes, he was just an ordinary mortal. Was it because his cultivation base had exceeded the high-ranked middle-level universe god, or was it because he had cultivated some kind of concealing technique that concealed his cultivation base? If it was the latter, it would be fine, but if it was the former, the situation would become somewhat serious. A top-ranked middle-level universe god of unknown origin was at this critical moment. If he were to harm the Puyao god clan, the consequences would be dire. During the 8 million eons, although the Puyao god clan had recovered a lot of vital energies, giving birth to a few middle-level universe god warriors, including the 4 old ancestors, the number of middle-level universe god warriors in the Puyao god clan had once again recovered to 8. However, that was only in terms of quantity. In terms of quality, it was still far from enough. Of the 4 new old ancestors, the strongest one had only just advanced to middle-ranked middle-level universe god. As for top-ranked middle-level universe god, the entire Puyao god clan. That was all. Right at this moment, Yang Fann's eyes flashed as he looked somewhere in the void. That person over there, come out what? Puyao Yu's heart shook. There was someone there. Why did he not notice at all? The void distorted, and a person walked out from within. This was a white-haired old man with a youthful complexion. Just like universe god Puyao, there was also a silver horn growing on top of his head. This was the symbol of the Puyao god clan. Every pure-blooded Puyao god clan had a single horn on their head, and this was also a sign of their talent. The stronger their talent, the longer the horn on their head would grow, just like universe god Puyao. As the ancestor of the Puyao god clan, the bloodline talent, he was the undisputed number 1 person. He had a 7-inch silver horn on his head, and if it wasn't for the fact that he died halfway, he would have definitely become a high-level universe god. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the top or even extreme high-level universe god in the future. For example, Puyao Yu's, the silver horn on his head reaching 6 inches and 3 inches meant that he had the potential to break through to the middle-level universe god, and it was only a matter of time. One had to know that as long as the silver horn reached 6 inches, there was a chance of breaking through to the middle-level universe god. If it was 1 inch less, the 5-inch silver horn would have a chance of breaking through to low-level universe god. For example, the Heavenly Palace's heavenly generals only had 4-inch silver horn. If they didn't have any fortuitous encounters in their lives, then the deities of quasi-universe would be their limit. And this old man who suddenly appeared had a horn on his head that was 6 inches and 5 inches tall. His talent was extraordinary, much stronger than Puyao's jade pool. If he did not die halfway, it was not that he had no hope of becoming a high-level universe god in the future. Ah, it's old patriarch Min Yao. Puyao Yu's eyes bulged and a trace of horror flashed across his eyes. He could actually hiss. Could this person really be top-ranked middle-level universe god? Old patriarch Min Yao was the 3rd amongst the 8 old ancestors of Puyao god clan. His cultivation base had already reached the high-ranked middle-level universe god. Even if he wasn't as strong as old patriarch Min Yao, he wouldn't be much weaker. It was impossible for him to use a secret technique to disguise his true cultivation base. Fellow Taoist, you said that you are the descendant of our ancestor. Do you have any evidence? Old patriarch Min Yao walked past Puyao Yu's and looked straight at Yang Fann. He said in a deep voice, and in his pupils. With his high-ranked middle-level universe god cultivation base, looking at the man in front of him, he still felt like he was in a fog. He couldn't see through him at all. The terror of this person's strength was probably far above his. He was even stronger than the number 1 person in Puyao god clan, Patriarch Yao. Evidence. You should be familiar with this. With a flash of divine light, the Puyuan pagoda appeared in Yang Fann's hand. At this moment, the Puyuan pagoda had completely recovered after absorbing a huge amount of resources. The terrifying aura of the top-grade chaos treasure was spreading out in all directions with the Puyuan pagoda as the center. Ah, this is the vital treasure of the ancestral master, the Puyuan pagoda. C2412 Help New Puyao Universe, Puyao Heaven Palace. Old Patriarch Min Yao's eyes were fixed on the Puyuan pagoda in Yang Fann's hand. His voice was trembling, and the muscles on his face were twitching. He was indescribably excited. How could he not know about the Puyuan pagoda? It was Master Ancestor's vital treasure, the symbol of Master Ancestor. Could it be that he really is? It really was Master Ancestor's. As Master Ancestor's vital treasure, the Puyuan pagoda had never left him. 13 million eras ago, with Master Ancestor's mysterious disappearance, the Puyuan pagoda had completely disappeared. Now, Yang Fann was able to take out the Puyuan pagoda and obtain Master Ancestor's inheritance. It was very likely that he would become the successor of the ancestor. No, I can't be so reckless as to accept him as the successor of the ancestor. At this moment, it is the question of whether my Puyao clan can successfully obtain that Puyuan pagoda. At the crucial moment, we must not be the slightest bit careless. Otherwise, if we are not careful, our Puyao God clan might fall into an irrecoverable situation. Be careful, I must be careful. Puyuan pagoda, although it was the symbol of Master Ancestor, he had already fallen. It wasn't impossible for him to forcefully refine the Puyuan pagoda. As long as he had that power, he could eliminate Bai Yao, the artifact spirit of the Puyuan pagoda. And with the power of a top-grade or even extreme middle-level universe god, it wouldn't be difficult for him to completely erase a top-grade chaos treasure artifact spirit. It was nothing more than wasting a little bit of time. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, old Patriarch Min Yao said in a deep voice, Min Yao requests an audience with Lord Bai Yao. Hearing this, Yang Fann found it funny. Who did this old ancestor of Min Yao think he was? If he really wanted to harm Puyao God clan, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. With his current strength, even if universe god Puyao was resurrected, suppressing him would only be a matter of time. Not to mention the Puyao God clan. Rumble. The void twisted, and an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion appeared out of thin air. If it wasn't that Puyuan pagoda artifact spirit, then who else could it be? Ah, yes, it's Lord Bai Yao. It really is Lord Bai Yao. It's true, he is really the descendant of Master Ancestor. At this moment, old Patriarch Min Yao no longer had any doubts about Yang Fann's identity. The Puyuan pagoda might be fake, but the artifact spirit, Sir Bai Yao, would never be fake. As the artifact spirit that Master Ancestor had carefully nurtured, Sir Bai Yao was extremely loyal to Master Ancestor and would never have any disloyalty towards him. If it wasn't for the fact that Master Ancestor truly recognized him, even if Sir Bai Yao died, he would never acknowledge him as his master. Min Yao, greetings, fellow Taoist. Old Patriarch Min Yao bowed to Yang Fann. His attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Since it has been proven that Yang Fann is the descendant of Master Ancestor, he is one of them. Uz, come and greet old ancestor Yang Fann. As the descendant of Master Ancestor, his status was naturally on par with these old ancestors. He was even higher than the Patriarch of Puyao Uz. Furthermore, with Yang Fann's strength, he was worthy of the title of Ancestor. He was able to see through his hiding place with a single glance, and it also made him unable to see through his true strength. He was afraid that there was no one in Puyao God clan who could compare with him in terms of strength. Greetings, old ancestor Puyao Uz hurriedly stepped forward and gave a big bow. Those guarding heavenly generals even knelt down on the ground. The four-horned clansmen and the old ancestor of the clan. They were the same in the sky. The four-horned tribe members were the same as the patriarchs of the tribe. One was in the sky, while the other was on the ground. According to the length of the silver horn above their heads, the Puyao God clan was divided into 7 grades. The most common and lowest ranked clan member was a member of the seven-horned patriarch, universe god Puyao. In the entire Puyao God clan, the 2 corners of the Puyao God clan was the highest, numbering in the hundreds of millions. With limited talent, he could cultivate to the limit. They were only at the first quasi-universe lord, and it was almost impossible for them to break through to the next realm. It was just like how the common people of the secular dynasty were the foundation of the Puyao God clan. The 3-horned and 4-horned Puyao God clan were the nobles of the clan. The 5-horned and 6-horned Puyao God clan were the true rulers of the clan. Puyao Heavenly Palace, within a floating palace. After some pleasantries, Yang Fann and old Patriarch Min Yao sat on their thrones. Below them was the clan head, Puyao Uz. Behind him, dozens of people sat on either side of him. Each of them had a 5-inch silver horn on their heads. A few of the people in front also had a 6-inch silver horn just like Puyao Yu's. They were only a little shorter than Puyao Yu's. These people were all the upper echelons of the Puyao God clan that were currently staying in Puyao Heavenly Palace. 4 quasi-middle level Universe God, 23 low-level Universe God, and Old Patriarch Min Yao, this high-rank middle-level Universe God. Their strength was not considered too weak. If they were placed in the Gold Rock Chaos Domain, they could barely be considered as strong. It was a top force. And in the Xianxia Chaos Domain, it was also a top force. It had the right to occupy a top-level universe, and it had cost thousands and tens of thousands of different levels of universe. But compared to the Puyao God clan at its peak, this power was really too weak. It was not even comparable to the first level of its peak. It was on a completely different level. 10 million eras had passed, and the Puyao God clan had weakened to this extent. Yang Fann was somewhat puzzled. Even though he was like a stray dog that was chased out of the Crystal Bristle universe by the Clear Bristle Divine clan, the Puyao God clan should not have declined to this extent either. One had to know that unlike those ancient chaos domain that had already been born for over 100 million eras, the many resources had long been roughly divided up. Once they lost their land, it basically meant the beginning of their decline. Wanting to rise up again was a matter of extreme difficulty. However, the Xianxia Chaos Domain was a newly developed chaos domain, and it was in the midst of a rapid growth period. The entire chaos domain was still expanding in all directions, and it was far from reaching its limit. Every era had a large number of universes that were nurtured. Even the top universes could be nurtured in thousands or tens of thousands of eras. Before Universe God Puyao left the Xianxia Chaos Domain, there were less than 500 top universes known to the Xianxia Chaos Domain. Now, there were more than 1,000 of them, nearly 1,500 of them. Nearly 1,000 of these top universes were produced in the recent 13 million eras. The old enemy of the Xianxia Chaos Domain. The reason why many major powers in the Huanong Chaos region wanted to invade the Xianxia Chaos Domain was because of the endless new resources of the Chaos Domain. A new Chaos Domain, especially a high-grade middle-sized Chaos Domain like the Xianxia Chaos Domain, often represented countless resources. Under normal circumstances, the Puyao God clan wouldn't be able to return to its peak after tens of millions of years, but it shouldn't be so small. He didn't know if there was something hidden within, or if the Puyao God clan really was the useless Ado. Without Universe God Puyao's leadership, the Puyao God clan was destined to walk a different path. If it was the latter, he might have to reconsider whether or not he should help the Puyao God clan. If he was a waste, it would be a waste no matter how many resources he invested. It was not like he was his biological father. Yang Fann did not have the obligation to support them. To be honest, finding the Puyao God clan would be a waste. That was only because he felt a little pity for them. Even if he didn't help the Puyao God clan, Yang Fann wouldn't owe Universe God Puyao anything. In essence, he would get the inheritance of Universe God Puyao and get revenge for him. Killing the Hongyuan Universe God of Huanong Chaos region was just a fair trade. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. The other ancestors and elders of my clan are busy outside. For a moment, it is difficult to meet you. Old Patriarch Min Yao seemed to have noticed the doubt in Yang Fann's heart and apologized. Fellow Taoist, it's fine. Yang Fann gently waved his hand. It seemed like my guess was wrong. After all, he was once one of the top 10 divine races in Xianxia Chaos Domain. He still had some ability. Very quickly, the beautiful maids twisted their waists and queued up to enter the divine hall. They served a plate of delicious dishes and divine herbs. All of them were top-grade natural treasures. Any one of these divine fruits was enough to save Universe Lord a few eras of hard work. Some of the top-grade divine herbs, even low-level Universe God, had a great help. Of course, to Yang Fann and the others, it was just a taste. However, it had to be said that these top-tier divine fruits did indeed taste good, making people praise them endlessly. Fellow Taoist, let me give you a toast. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes. Fellow Taoist, this is your first time coming to my Puyao clan. I should not have troubled you, but this matter concerns the rise and fall of my clan. I hope that fellow Taoist can lend my clan a hand. C-2413 The Battle of the Red Universe New Puyao Universe, Puyao Heaven Palace. Old Patriarch Min Yao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Although Yang Fann had asked him for help the moment he came to Puyao God clan, it was a little unfair. However, this matter concerned the prosperity and death of their clan. Old Patriarch Min Yao couldn't care less about it. If a top-grade or even extreme middle-level universe god was willing to help them, their chances of success would increase by at least 2 or 3 levels, especially since Yang Fann had the Puyuan Pagoda in his hand. One should know the grade of the Puyuan Pagoda. Compared to the strongest foundation of the Puyao God clan, Puyao Heavenly Palace, it was a little stronger. Its defensive strength was considered top tier amongst all the supreme grade defensive Puyao God clans. With the protection of the Puyuan Pagoda, Yang Fann would be able to fight even some quasi-high-level universe god warriors. Furthermore, he was Master Ancestor's descendant, one of their own. He was far more reliable than the other extreme middle-level universe god warriors. It seems like something big has happened in Puyao God clan. The reason why those old ancestors and elders aren't in Puyao Heavenly Palace is because of this. It's very likely because of this. Yang Fann seemed to be deep in thought. It was fine for those elders of low-level universe god, but those middle-level universe god old ancestors were the true core of the Puyao God clan, where their foundation lay. They usually cultivated in Puyao Heavenly Palace, and would not leave the Heavenly Palace so easily. Fellow Taoist Min Yao, may I know what's the matter? Yang Fann didn't agree hastily. Although with his current strength, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible in Xianxia Chaos Domain, and there was almost nothing wrong with him. It was rare for him to be stopped by someone, but he didn't need to worry about 10,000 things. Besides, there were some things that he had to be willing to do. If old Patriarch Min Yao asked him to help Puyao God clan reclaim their homeland, Puyao Universe, Yang Fann wouldn't agree to it so easily. There was a limit to helping. In this world, only his parents, CC, and the other girls could make him help them selflessly at all costs. As for the others, even if they were Chin Hu's childhood brothers, his current financial support was limited to them. All the resources were about the same, which was enough for them to use. If they wanted to supply their respective families with unlimited resources like before, they would have to do it without even thinking about it. Although the feelings they had when they were young were sincere, as time passed, everything would slowly fade away. Especially after so many billions of years had passed, Chin Hu and the others had all become great master of power, the descendants of the younger generation. No one knew how many generations they had multiplied, and each and every one of them had long experienced the vicissitudes of life. During this period of time, it was really hard to say how many emotions would remain. Until now, Yang Fann was still able to provide them with resources and assist them in their cultivation. This was truly rare. If it was anyone else, they would have long stopped providing them with resources. The fact that they could choose a blessed land in the inner world for their development was almost their limit. Time was ruthless and endless. In the end, even familial love would be forgotten. For example, those old monsters that had lived for hundreds of millions of eras, how many people truly attached importance to their bloodline descendants? To put it bluntly, if they could improve their cultivation, they wouldn't hesitate to trade their descendants' lives for their descendants' lives. Fellow cultivator, this is what happened. 1,000,000 years ago, the elder of my clan, Furious Wind, was furious. Old Patriarch Min Yao spoke frankly and frankly, without hiding anything. He would have taken precautions against the other middle-level universe god, but since Yang Fann was Master Ancestor's descendant, there was no need for him to do so. He doubted anyone, and he would never doubt Master Ancestor's judgment. Since Yang Fann had gained Master Ancestor's recognition, he would never do anything that would harm the Puyao God clan. Even though Puyao had fallen for tens of millions of eras, the Puyao God clan still had a blind admiration for him. Among them, Min Yao and the other ancestors were the most powerful. They had witnessed with their own eyes how the Puyao God clan, under the leadership of Puyao Universe God, grew from weak to strong, and eventually led their race to become one of the 10 great god races in Xianxia Chaos Domain. This Puyao God clan is really lucky. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. This Puyao God clan was actually lucky enough to find a divine parish universe, and it was even a high-level divine parish universe. One should know that the Xianxia Chaos Domain was just a new chaos domain. There were only a few high-level universe gods in it, let alone a fallen high-level universe god. Since the birth of the Xianxia Chaos Domain, there were only 3 high-level universe gods that had fallen. The master of the Ruida was the founder of the Red God clan. He was promoted to a high-level universe god 1,800,000 eons ago, allowing the Red God clan to be one of the top 10 god clans in one go. Unfortunately, good times did not last long. 9,800,000 eras ago, the master of the Ruida suddenly disappeared mysteriously. Later on, there was news of his death. Like the Puyao God clan, the Red God clan quickly weakened and fell out of the 10 great celestials of the Xianxia Chaos domain. Now, just like the Puyao God clan, it was first-class God clan of Xianxia Chaos domain. For the past few million eras, the Red God clan had never given up on searching for the inheritance of the Ruida master. They deeply believed that even if their ancestor died, he would definitely leave behind the inheritance and wait for their descendants. However, they had never found any clues. Unexpectedly, the Puyao God clan had won the lottery. Although the Ruida master had advanced to a high-level universe god, he had less than 2 million eras. His cultivation base could only be considered ordinary amongst the many high-level universe gods. He could even be said to be at the bottom. Let alone advancing to middle-rank high-level universe god, he was still far from being able to reach the quasi-middle-rank high-level universe god level. But a high-level universe god was a high-level universe god. A high-level acquired universe contained resources that were 10 times more than the new Puyao universe. Even if it was compared to their hometown, the Clear Bristle universe, it would still be even more powerful. Not to mention that there was even the inheritance of the Ruida master within. If they could completely digest everything in the Ruida universe, it would not be impossible for the Puyao God clan's strength to soar by several times or even more than 10 times. At that time, returning to their homeland and seizing back the Puyao universe would no longer be a dream. It was just that fortune and misfortune were interdependent. This Ruida universe was an opportunity and also a danger. If things were not handled properly, not to mention seizing the Puyao universe, the Puyao God clan would be able to protect themselves. It was still an unknown. Although the Puyao God clan had used all their strength to block the news after discovering the Ruida universe, they had never thought that the Red God clan would catch the news the moment it appeared in the real world of the Ruida universe. Of course, it was only the Red God clan. It was also first-class God clan of the Xianxia Chaos domain. The Puyao God clan wouldn't be afraid of the Red God clan. Furthermore, the overall strength of the Puyao God clan was much stronger than the Red God clan. The Ruida master was different from Puyao. He had always been obedient, especially after advancing to a high-level universe god. He had become even more aggressive. Less than 2 million eras, the Ruida master had offended countless powers. After the Ruida master disappeared, there were 2 top divine races that were hunting down the Red God clan. There were also many other first-class god clan. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ruida master had left behind a lot of resources, the Red God clan would have been completely destroyed in the time-long river a long time ago. Even after hundreds of thousands of era, the Red God clan still hadn't recovered much of their vital energy. The number of middle-level universe god warriors wasn't even half of the Puyao God clan. There were only 3 of them, and the rest, low-level universe god, was also less than half of the Puyao God clan. There was no suspense in the first battle between the 2 sides. It ended with the Puyao God clan's victory. Even one of the 3 middle-level universe god old ancestors was severely injured, and was on the verge of death. Without the nourishment of thousands of eras, it was impossible for them to recover. Seeing that they were no match for the Puyao God clan, and that they had no hope of taking back the ancestral universe with just their own strength, the Red God clan gritted their teeth and found 3 helpers. The Giant Ape God race, the Green Armored God race, and the 8-Eyed God race. These 3 divine races were all first-class god clan from the Xianxia Chaos domain. All of them had middle-level universe god warriors guarding them. Although these 3 major divine races were much weaker than the Puyao God clan, which was comparable to the Red God clan, their combined strength was more than a level stronger than the Puyao God clan. If it wasn't for the 4 major divine races, none of them would be willing to pay a huge price. Perhaps, the Puyao God clan had already been defeated and lost the Ruida universe. If it wasn't for Yang Fann's arrival, old Patriarch Min Yao would have already brought Puyao Heavenly Palace out of the new Puyao universe, heading to the battlefield for the final battle. If they still couldn't defeat the coalition forces of the 4 families, they would have no choice but to compromise and divide the Ruida universe with them. Of course, this was what old Patriarch Min Yao and the others thought. It was hard to say if the Red God clan was willing to share the Ruida universe with them. The extra god race, the profits they would get in the end would be split by a portion. Fellow Taoist, as long as you are willing to help my race is willing to share the inheritance of the Lord of Ruida with you. C-2414 directly charged Xianxia Chaos Domain, Southwest Region. There was a chaotic ruin that was almost the size of a top-tier universe. The space and time within it was chaotic, and the chaotic turbulence was in chaos. It was filled with countless dangers. Anyone below the universe god level who dared to venture deep into the chaos would die without a doubt. Even an ordinary low-level universe god would be in danger of dying without the protection of the chaos treasure. This was one of the major forbidden grounds of Xianxia Chaos Domain. In the past, almost no one would come close to this place. However, in the center of the primal chaos ruins, there was a vast continent floating in the air. Its area was so vast that even some of the higher-level universes were not much inferior. On the periphery of this vast continent, there was a massive divine formation that covered the entire continent and protected it. If universe god Puyao was resurrected, he would definitely be able to recognize this divine formation. It was the 9 Heaven Star Illumination divine formation that he had used tens of thousands of eras to create. This was the divine formation of clan suppressing of Puyao god clan. If universe god Puyao was the one controlling it, even an ordinary god of low-order advanced universe would have to pay a price to break through this formation. This universe was none other than the Ruide universe that was left behind after the death of the Ruide master. In front of the 9 Heaven Star Brilliance divine formation, there were numerous terrifying war fortresses the size of a low-level universe. There was also the universe-like terrifying great gods who was attacking crazily. The terrifying energy tides shattered the great chaos. The attack caused the 9 Heaven Star Illumination divine formation to shake violently. There were even many terrifying cracks that were billions of light years long. Clearly, the 9 Heaven Star Brilliance formation was fast to the limit of what it could withstand. Although there were no high-grade universe gods in the Red God clan and the other 4 major divine races, not even a single quasi-high-level universe god, the ancestors of the Puyao god clan were not quasi-high-level universe god like universe god Puyao. Under their control, the power of the 9 Heaven Star Brilliance formation had fallen by more than a level to be able to hold on for so long. That was also because the 4 great god clans were unwilling to pay too much of a price. Otherwise, if the 4 great god clans really attacked with all their might at all costs, the 9 Heaven Star Brilliance formation would have long been broken. The 4 divine races together had 14 middle-level universe god warriors, and nearly 100 quasi-middle-level universe god warriors who were at the 2nd grade. Adding those war weapons, it was not a joke. One must know, in every war universe, that was a great killing weapon, modified from the acquired universe that low-level universe god fell into. Each strike was no less than a full-powered strike of low-level universe god. Once he used up all his universe source and overloaded his attack, the destructive force would be comparable to a middle-level universe god warrior, and he would be able to severely injure a quasi-middle-level universe god warrior with just a single strike. Using it to attack a middle-level universe god was not very effective. The speed of a middle-level universe god was not something the war universe could compare with. If the target was not hit, the destructive force would be useless no matter how shocking it was. However, it could be used to hit a fixed target like this. It was a 1-to-1 accuracy. The 9 Heaven Star Brilliance formation, the space of the formation. The other 7 ancestors of the Puyao god clan were gathered together. In order to take down the Ruide universe in one fell swoop, the Puyao god clan had blocked everything. If they failed, they would die. However, at this moment, there was a faint trace of anxiety between the brows of many old ancestors. Patriarch Yao, how long until old Patriarch Min Yao arrives? A middle-aged man in green armor with 6 inches and 3 inches of silver horn on his head said to the only silver-haired old man with 6 inches and 7 inches of silver horn on his head. Patriarch Yao. This was the number 1 person in the Puyao god clan, and the only top-ranked middle-level universe god with such a high talent. Throughout the history of the Puyao god clan, he was able to enter the top 3. Only universe god Puyao was able to suppress him. As long as he didn't die, he would at least have the confidence to advance to the 3rd level in the future. At the very least, he would be able to break through to the quasi-high-level universe god like universe god Puyao. Patriarch Yao, how much time does old Patriarch Min Yao need? Another old ancestor asked. The 9 heavenly stars divine formation was on the verge of collapse. It would completely collapse in 1,000 years at most. Once they lost the protection of the formation and old Patriarch Min Yao could not arrive in time, they would not be a match for the Red God clan and the other 4 major god clans. 14 against 7, the difference of 2 times, their chances of winning definitely wouldn't exceed 2 levels. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Old Patriarch Min Yao will arrive in 300 years at most. In this time, old Patriarch Min Yao has brought us a great help. Patriarch Yao smiled casually. He was calm and composed, and no signs of panic could be seen on his face. What? A strong reinforcement? Patriarch Yao, what's going on? The 6 old ancestors of the Puyao God clan were puzzled. There was still a trace of vigilance on their faces. They didn't understand what Patriarch Yao was talking about. Where did this strong reinforcement come from? In order to ensure that the news of the Ruida universe wouldn't be leaked, they had never thought of inviting any help. The more forces knew about the Ruida universe, the more variables there would be. If the news accidentally reached the ears of those high-level universe gods, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention occupying the Ruida universe, even if they wanted to drink soup, they might not have a share. Compared to those high-level universe gods, the Puyao God clan was much weaker. Everyone, don't worry, this strong reinforcement is one of us. One of us? Patriarch Yao, what do you mean? The man asked. 6 Grand Patriarchs was even more confused. He didn't understand what Patriarch Yao meant. Someone who could be called a strong ally by Patriarch Yao. He's at least a middle-level universe god, and he's one of the best. However, apart from them, there wasn't a 9th middle-level universe god in the Puyao God clan. Everyone, this is Master Ancestor's disciple. Yang Fann thought for a while and agreed to old Patriarch Min Yao's request. He already had the intention to help Puyao God clan, not to mention the temptation of the inheritance of a high-grade universe god. Although he had already obtained the inheritance of a high-rank high-level universe god, in his hands were 2 captives of the low-order advanced universe god. However, no one would complain about having too many high-grade universe god inheritances. Even the weakest of the low-order advanced universe gods had at least 3 to 5 middle-grade origin abilities in their inheritance that was several trillion universe sources. What? Master Ancestor's successor, Patriarch Yao, Master Ancestor has been dead for thousands of eras. Why would a descendant suddenly appear? Patriarch Yao, be careful, there's a trick behind this. Just like old Patriarch Min Yao, the other 6 Grand Patriarchs' first reaction was that there was a trick behind it. Coincidentally, at this moment, a descendant of the ancestor appeared. It was very likely that he was aiming for Ruida universe. Everyone, don't worry. Old Patriarch Min Yao has already verified that he is indeed the descendant of Master Ancestor. Patriarch Yao then told everyone about old Patriarch Min Yao's verification. With Lord Bai Yao as the witness, there is no way it can be fake. Yes, Master Bai Yao can't lie to us. It seems like fellow Taoist Yang Fann really is the descendant of Master Ancestor. Upon hearing this, 6 Grand Patriarchs felt relieved. Old Patriarch Min Yao believed in the artifact spirit, Bai Yao, and so did all of them. Master Bai Yao would never betray them, Master Ancestor. Oh right, Bai Yao asked, middle-rank middle-level universe god, or a high-rank middle-level universe god? If he was a high-rank middle-level universe god, he would be a great help. Among the 4 divine races, there were only 4 high-rank middle-level universe god warriors. At that time, in terms of top combat strength, they would only be 1 less opponent. With the help of the Puyuan Pagoda, it was easy for 1 person to fight 2 high-rank middle-level universe god warriors. It was even possible to drag 3 of them down. High-rank middle-level universe god. All of you have underestimated fellow Taoist Yang Fann. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann's strength is not any weaker than mine. In fact, he might even surpass me. Ah, that fellow Taoist Yang Fann's cultivation base is not weaker than you, Patriarch Yao. 6 Grand Patriarchs was shocked at first, then he was delighted. Good. In this way, our chances of winning will at least reach the 6th level. It seems like Tian Du is helping my Puyao God clan. This Ruida universe must belong to my Puyao God clan. Although in terms of numbers, there were still 5 people who were weaker than them, but a top grade, or even extreme middle-level universe god, was enough to make up for the gap between them, or perhaps even more middle-level universe god warriors. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 280 years had passed. The 9 Heaven Star Brilliance formation was already riddled with cracks, as though it could break at any moment. Outside the Primal Chaos ruins, a stream of light swiftly tore through the Primal Chaos, revealing a small palace that was less than 30 meters tall. It was the shrunken Puyao Heavenly Palace. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, I will contact Patriarch Yao and the others now. When the time comes, we will work together from the inside and break through the enemy's formation. Fellow Taoist Min Yao, there's no need to go through so much trouble. It's just a bunch of chickens and dogs. I'll just slaughter my way in C-2415 high-level universe God Puyao Heavenly Palace. Old Patriarch Min Yao widened his eyes and looked at Yang Fann in disbelief. What did he hear? Yang Fann wanted to kill him with his own strength. This was too crazy. Those were the 4 great first-class God clan. Even though one of the 3 old ancestors of Red God clan had completely lost his combat strength, the 4 major divine families had still managed to gather 12 middle-level universe God warriors, and a few hundred quasi-middle-level universe God warriors, thousands of low-level universe God, and numerous terrifying war universes. Even some quasi-high-level universe God warriors had to be wary of them, and didn't dare to make them their enemies. Although Yang Fann was strong, his strength might be even greater than the number 1 old ancestor of Puyao God clan, Patriarch Yao. However, he was still far from being able to fight the 4 major divine families alone. Taking a deep breath, old Patriarch Min Yao suppressed the shock in his heart and hastily advised, "Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, don't be rash in front of us. It's not like there are no expert in the 4 major God clans. Let's wait for me to contact Patriarch Yao. We will work together from the inside and from the outside. Gather all our forces and defeat the 4 major God clans in one go." At this time, he could not let Yang Fann act recklessly. They also thought that the 4 divine races didn't know about Yang Fann and had him launch a sneak attack while they were unprepared. At that time, with Yang Fann's strength, he would definitely be able to gain something. It wasn't impossible for him to get rid of a few middle-level universe God from the 4 divine races and establish a victory for them. If they were exposed now, the 4 major divine races would be prepared. Even if they could obtain victory in the end, they would have to pay a hefty price. If they were not careful, it was not impossible for a few old ancestors to be buried with them. However, before old Patriarch Min Yao could finish his words, Yang Fann moved and left Puyao Heavenly Palace, rushing towards the 4 divine races. It was just a group of aphids with the highest cultivation base of top-ranked middle-level universe God. There was no need to go through so much trouble. He just needed to eliminate them all. What internal and external cooperation? An appropriate plan was just a waste of time. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, come back. Don't be rash. Old Patriarch Min Yao's facial expression changed. What should they do now? This had completely messed up their plan. How could they have the time to chase Yang Fann back? We can only let Patriarch Yao and the others attack immediately. Initially, he was still thinking about whether he could find some loopholes in the enemy's defense before making a move. But now, he could only make a hasty move. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to Yang Fann, they would be put in a passive position. To a large extent, they had placed their hopes on Yang Fann. With the protection of the Puyuan Pagoda, Yang Fann's true combat strength, that was a battle that far surpassed Patriarch Yao, and was the key to their victory. 9 Heaven's Star Illumination Divine Formation, the formation space. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann took the lead. Patriarch Yao and the other 7 old ancestors' expressions changed instantly. How could this be? Brother Min Yao, why didn't you stop fellow Taoist Yang Fann? It's too late to say anything now. Everyone, get ready to attack. No matter what, fellow Taoist Yang Fann will not allow any mistakes. At that moment, the void twisted. Yang Fann had already appeared in front of a middle-level universe God. It was a terrifying giant ape with a height of 1,000,000 light-years. Its body was surrounded by a murderous aura, causing countless low-level universe God to tremble in fear. It was the ape dragon ancestor, one of the 4 great ancestors of the giant ape God race, middle-rank middle-level universe God. Yang Fann's voice was cold, as if he was the high and mighty God who had announced the fate of the ape dragon ancestor. Rumble. A heaven-sheltering big hand that was tens of millions of light-years wide shattered the chaos and pressed down on the ape dragon old master. This power, in an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing caused the ape dragon ancestor to let out a despairing howl before his death. Under the heaven-sheltering big hand, middle-rank middle-level universe God was like a lowly ant, unable to summon any will to resist. Even his thoughts stopped at this moment. Apart from fear, there was also fear. Although he didn't use the forbidden divine ability or even the strength of world, what kind of strength did Yang Fann have now? The pure strength of body alone was no weaker than low-rank middle-level universe god, and it was able to unleash its full power under the eternal divine body of the great cosmos. His combat strength had surpassed most of the deities of low-order advanced universe, and he was now chasing after middle-rank high-level universe god. The gap of almost 1 grade and 5 grades made it impossible for old ancestor ape dragon to use any life-saving trump card to save his life. Poochie. The million light years old ancestor ape dragon was like a doll, easily grabbed by the heaven-sheltering big hand. Ah, Jen. Suppress. Suppress. The ape dragon old master was suppressed just like that. This. Patriarch Yao and the other three, who were just about to step out of the formation to support Yang Fann, were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Although old ancestor ape dragon wasn't the strongest of the 4 major god clans, he was still a middle-rank middle-level universe god. Even if their old ancestor universe god Pu Yao was resurrected, they couldn't guarantee that he would be able to suppress him with a single strike. But now, they saw something. Gulp gulp, could it be that? Could it be that fellow Taoist Yang Fann's cultivation base had already reached its peak? Could it be that fellow Taoist Yang Fann's cultivation base has already surpassed master ancestors? Ah, ape dragon. The other 3 ancestors of the giant ape god race let out heart-wrenching howls. They wanted to save him, but it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as the ape dragon ancestor was captured. Bastard, let go of the giant ape dragon. Otherwise, I, the giant ape, will not rest until you die. There were only 4 ancestors in the giant ape god race. Each of them was the pillar of the giant ape god race. Losing one of them was an irreparable loss. Their anger caused the 3 ancestors to lose their rationality. To be able to suppress the giant ape dragon ancestor with just 1 strike, this kind of existence had to be at least a quasi-high-rank universe god or one of the top. This was not something the giant ape divine race could deal with. How dare you, an ant, threaten me? Die rumble. Another heaven-sheltering big hand appeared out of thin air and completely suppressed the nearest giant ape god race patriarch. Ah, Ape Kong. High-level universe god, you are a high-level universe god. The cruel reality, finally, the remaining 2 of the giant ape deity race woke up from their anger. To be able to suppress the 2 ancestors of the giant ape deity race so easily. This power was definitely not something that middle-level universe god could possess. Even a quasi-high-level universe god would find it hard to possess such an ability. One should know that ancestor Yuan Kong was the 2nd strongest person in their race. His strength was a grade higher than ancestor Yuan Long, and he was a high-rank middle-level universe god. Ah, advanced universe god, he was actually a high-level universe god. At this moment, the Ruida, Azure Armor, and 8-eyed divine clans, 10 middle-level universe god finally came back to their senses. In an instant, an indescribable panic spread among them. Bitch it, how could this be? Why is there a high-level universe god here? The power of a high-level universe god was not something middle-level universe god like them could compare with, especially the 2 old ancestors of Red God clan. They had a deep understanding of the power of a high-level universe god. Back then, if it wasn't for the numerous trump cards left behind by the Ruida master. Just by themselves, they would have lost count of how many tens of thousands of eras had passed. Even if they gathered all their strength, it was impossible for them to be a match for a high-level universe god. What should we do now? What should we do? In an instant, the group of old ancestors were like ants on a hot pan, running around in circles. Are we going to give up on Ruida universe just like that? No, this is a pre-sky high-rank universe, and it even has the inheritance of the Ruida master, a high-rank universe god. How can I be willing to give him away just like that? If I want to defend Ruida universe from being taken away by that high-grade universe god, this is the only way. Patriarch Yao, high-level universe gods are not something any of us can fight against. Right now, we can only gather the strength of our 5 families to ensure the safety of the Ruida universe. As for the ownership of the Ruida universe, let's wait until we defeat this high-level universe god before we discuss it. What do you think? C-2416 The final bargaining chip. The arrival of a high-grade universe god frightened the ancestors of the Ruida, Green Armor, Giant Ape, and 8-eyed divine race. The strength of a high-grade universe god was not something a middle-level universe god like them could compare with. Even if they gathered all their strength, they did not have much confidence that they could fight a high-grade universe god. However, They were not willing to give up on Ruida universe just like that. Especially the Red God clan. In order to find the inheritance of their ancestor, the Ruida, they had spent a lot of manpower and resources. This was an astronomical figure that could even make a middle-level universe god's expression change. Now that the inheritance of the ancestral Ruida was right in front of them, how could they return empty-handed? If they really went back like this, how could they face old ancestor Chenyuan, who was on the verge of death? In the end, the four great god race came up with an idea that was not a solution, and that was to join forces with their opponent, Puyao God clan. Gather the power of the 5 great god clans. The middle-level universe god alone was as high as 19 people, and with the strength of the various races, as long as it wasn't those intermediate or high-ranked high-level universe god, they would have the strength to fight. If the Puyao God clan still wanted to occupy the Ruida, it was impossible for them to reject their suggestion. Otherwise, with just the strength of the Puyao God clan, they wouldn't be a match for a high-level universe god. 9 Heavens Star Brilliance Divine Formation, the space of the divine formation. Patriarch Yao was slightly stunned when he heard the voice transmission from the 4 ancestors. He didn't expect that these 4 gods would want to ally themselves with the Puyao God clan. In the next second, the corner of Patriarch Yao's mouth cracked, and he revealed a strange smile. Everyone, those 4 god races want to join forces with us to fight fellow Taoist Yang Fann. What do you think? What? Join us to fight fellow Taoist Yang Fann? Could it be that these 4 divine races are too stupid? They want us to beat our own people. Obviously, Old Man Yuan Huan and the others still don't know that fellow Taoist Yang Fann is one of us. What? Reject, reject. Old Yao Yao and the others actually refused. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ancestor Yuan Kong and the other 12 middle-level universe god warriors stared at Patriarch Yao with disbelief on their faces. They had never thought that Patriarch Yao and the others would reject their joint request. This was their only chance to fight a high-ranked universe god, or was it that Puyao God clan was really willing to give up the Ruida universe and the inheritance of the Ruida master? Patriarch Yao, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. A high-level universe god. It's not something that either of us can deal with. The 4 old ancestors were still unwilling to give up. The inheritance of a high-level universe god was something that could only be found by luck. It was not something that could be found once in millions of eras. If they missed this village, they would never have this shop again. They didn't believe that the Puyao God clan would give up the Ruida universe so easily. If the Puyao God clan really compromised so easily, it would be impossible for them to fight them for so long. No, 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 we are not acting on impulse. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann is one of us. Do you really think that we have been kicked in the head by a donkey? What? That high-level universe god is one of your people? No, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Lies, you must be lying. They knew very well how much weight the Puyao God clan had. Even at their peak, they had never produced a high-level universe god, much less now. Furthermore, if the Puyao God clan really had a high-level universe god, and would be able to suppress the 4 of them for so long, even their alliance might not be able to be established. With the terrifying power of a high-level universe god, plus the Puyao God clan, there was a high chance that the Red God clan would be able to do it. 9. They would be suppressed by emotionlessness. There was no way he could contact the other 3 gods. Today was different from the past. Under the pursuit of the top and first-class god clan, the Red God clan had used up most of the trump cards left behind by the Ruida master. The reason why the Red God clan would spend a huge amount of resources and crazily search for the inheritance of the Ruida master was largely because of this. Without the trump cards left behind by the Lord of Ruida, it really made them feel insecure. Once a high-level universe god came looking for their Red God clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, rumble, a horrendous hand that spanned tens of millions of light-years descended once more, shattering countless chaotic turbulences. Like an eagle grabbing a chicken, it grabbed a low-rank middle-level universe god from the azure-armored god race and completely suppressed him. Qing Yuan. The remaining 2 middle-level universe god warriors of the green-armored divine race let out heart-wrenching wails. All of the old ancestors were filled with sorrow for the death of the rabbit. This time, it was old ancestor Qing Yuan. Who would be the next one? It was him, or was it me? Patriarch Yao, is it true that the Puyao God clan is unwilling to join forces with us? Old ancestor Yuan Huan and the others sounded anxious. They had already lost 3 of their old ancestors, and they couldn't afford to suffer any more losses. Otherwise, even if they joined forces with the Puyao God clan, the chances of them protecting the Rui de universe would be extremely slim. Unfortunately, what responded to them was Patriarch Yao's cold laughter, a bunch of white hair. Kai, I have already told you that fellow Taoist Yang Fann is one of them, but you still want them to deal with fellow Taoist Yang Fann. I really don't know what they are thinking, or are they deaf? Ah, no. Another wail of despair was heard. One of the 8-eyed divine race's middle-rank middle-level universe god was suppressed by Yang Fann. Ah, let's go everyone, let's go. 8-eyed world-shattering technique. Forbidden divine ability. Greenwood blood escape technique. Forbidden divine ability, divine ape blood sacrifice. At this moment, the remaining 10 old ancestors of the 4-god race finally gave up completely. That Puyao god clan was really going to eat the weight of the world. They were determined not to join forces with them. With the strength of the 4 major divine races alone, they had absolutely no chance of winning. Furthermore, they had lost 2 middle-level universe god warriors. If they continued to stay here, they would all be ruthlessly suppressed. HMPH Puyao God Clan, if you don't cooperate with us, you will regret it. Up until now, none of these 4 old ancestors had truly believed the words of Patriarch Yao and the others. Even their Puyao God clan wanted to give birth to a high-level universe god. What kind of joke was this? Otherwise, how could they still continue to stay here? They would have long already brought people back to the Crystal Bristle universe and seized their homeland. Want to leave? Stay behind for me. Profound Sky Divine Palace, Gen. Pressure rumble. The terrifying power of space, with Yang Fann as the center, engulfed the entire Primal Chaos ruins. Ah no, open it for me. Primal Chaos Lightning Pearl, explode. Forbidden Eye, open. The 10 old ancestors wailed in despair. They all used their strongest trump cards, and even detonated their Chaos Treasure, hoping that they could break through the suppression of the Profound Sky Divine Palace. However, it was all in vain. Profound Sky Divine Palace. Suppressing those high-level universe gods might not be as powerful as suppressing them, but it was only suppressing them. Suppressing these 4 old ancestors who were at the highest cultivation level, top-rank middle-level universe god, was extremely easy. Ah, no, how could this be? Middle-level Chaos Treasure. This is an intermediate spatial Chaos Treasure. Apart from intermediate spatial Chaos Treasures, even a quasi-intermediate spatial Chaos Treasure wouldn't have such a powerful sealing force that could completely seal them. One had to know that the Chaos Treasure they detonated had a high-grade Chaos Treasure within it. Once a high-grade Chaos Treasure self-detonated, its power would definitely not be inferior to a full-powered strike from a low-order advanced universe god. It might even surpass that. Ah, spare my life, Senior. Let me go, let me go. No, Senior, you really want to kill us all. Although we are not your match. You are not the only high-level universe god in Xianxia Chaos Domain. If you let me go now, I can swear that I will never spread the news of Rui de Universe. Otherwise, the news of Rui de Universe will spread to Xianxia Chaos Domain in the shortest time possible. Yes, Senior. The same goes to us. As long as we have something good to do, the news about the inheritance of the Rui de Master will surely be known by the world. Senior, the inheritance of the Rui de Master is the most important. Why would we need to lose the Rui de Universe for the sake of our juniors? Senior, don't worry, we will never go back on our word. As long as you let us go, we swear that we will never reveal any information about the Rui de Universe to anyone. C-2417. You will regret it. Under the Profound Sky Divine Palace, there was nothing the 10 intermediate great cosmoses could do. In the end, they could only use the secret of the Rui de Universe as a condition to threaten Yang Fann. They believed that Yang Fann would make the right decision in the end. Otherwise, once the news of the Rui de Universe was leaked out, it would definitely shake the entire Xianxia Chaos Domain. At that time, countless god race and countless powers would go crazy for it. Even some high-level universe gods would have to leave their mountain for it. Their mountain stones could be used to attack Jade. The inheritance of a high-level universe god would be of great help to other high-level universe gods. Furthermore, there was also a pre-sky high-level universe like Rui de Universe. Within it, the resources were abundant. It was much stronger than most of the top universes. It was not below the Crystal Bristle universe, this kind of high-energy level peak universe. If he could gather all the resources within and pile up a high-level universe god, it was not possible. But to let a person break through to the quasi-high-level universe god, it was still very possible. And even among the top god clans, a quasi-high-level universe god was the core of the core. Even though Yang Fann was also a high-level universe god and was protected by middle-level chaos treasure, it wouldn't be easy for him to take over the entire Ruida universe. Compared to the entire Ruida universe and the inheritance of the Ruida, a middle-level universe god like them was nothing. How dare you threaten me in the face of death? The corner of Yang Fann's mouth split open and revealed a cold smile. You want to leak the news of Ruida universe? Do as you wish. I will wait for them here. If he was really the only one who had just erupted from the low-order advanced universe, perhaps he would still be worried about the news of the Ruida universe being leaked. For this reason, he made a slight compromise. 13 million eras had passed. The Xianxia Chaos Domain was no longer the same as before. The god of low-order advanced universe was the strongest expert in the Chaos Domain. Now, in the Xianxia Chaos Domain, not to mention middle-rank high-level universe god, there were even high-rank high-level universe god warriors. There might even be some high-rank high-level universe god warriors who had successfully broken through. Unfortunately, Yang Fann wasn't a god of low-order advanced universe. The power he just unleashed was only the tip of the iceberg of Yang Fann's true strength. If the other high-level universe gods dared to stretch their claws, Yang Fann wouldn't mind breaking their claws. Perhaps, this was his chance. With his current strength, even though he wasn't as strong as a top-level universe god, his combat strength wasn't any weaker than a quasi-top-level universe god. High-rank high-level universe god, suppress. The possibility of him being suppressed wasn't very high, but it was still very likely for an intermediate or a low-order advanced universe god to be suppressed, especially those low-order advanced universe gods. It wasn't guaranteed that he would be able to defeat them, but he was confident that he would be able to defeat them. If they were able to suppress them, if he could suppress a few high-grade universe gods, he would be able to break through to the great perfection stage with his eternal immortal divine body. That would be perfect. Although he still had nearly 500 billion universe sources with him, he was still wondering if he could successfully refine the eternal immortal divine body cultivator to the great perfection stage. Yang Fann really had no idea. In total, he had nearly devoured 180 billion universe sources. However, that great perfection stage was like a bottomless pit. He didn't even see the shadow of a breakthrough. Ah, no, how could this be? Are you really not afraid that we will leak the news about the Ruida universe? Ah, you will regret it. I promise that you will regret it. Ah, how could this be? Old ancestor. The old ancestor and the others. No, this is not true. Dream on. I must be dreaming. On one continent after another, there were 4 quasi-middle-level universe gods. Low-level universe gods stared blankly at all of this, and no one believed that it was true. All of these things took a long time to describe, but in fact, from the moment Yang Fann appeared to the moment he arrived at the town, it had only been less than 3 breaths of time since he had suppressed the 14 patriarchs of the 4 major gods. How could all the patriarchs of the 4 god race be wiped out in such a short period of time? That was a middle-level universe god, 1,000 times stronger than them, 10,000 times stronger than low-level universe god. Even the legendary high-level universe god shouldn't have been suppressed so easily. He should have suppressed all the old ancestors. It's your turn now. Yang Fann's gaze shifted. His cold gaze swept across the numerous war continents. A low-level universe god was nothing, even if he was a quasi-middle-level universe god. That tiny strength of origin was nothing to Yang Fann. It was like a cup of water being poured on a cart of firewood. The advancement of the divine body of the great universe source was like a cup of water being poured on a cart of firewood. Yang Fann's foundation was deepening every year. Compared to before he left the Simon universe, Yang Fann's foundation was at least twice as strong. Once the great universe's eternal great perfection of the body of the god was formed, his foundation would surely experience another qualitative leap. The resources needed to break through to the high-level universe lord, it would definitely increase exponentially. However, with nearly 100 and thousands of low-level universe god combined, the strength of origin was still quite impressive. Even if it couldn't be compared to some quasi-high-level universe god warriors, it wouldn't be much weaker than an extreme middle-level universe god warrior. Also, those war universes were all transformed from acquired universes. Compared to Yang Fann, they were also resources. The heaven-devouring, earth-devouring great magic, everything in the world, nothing could not be swallowed. Whether it was the Shantian realm or the acquired universe, they were just resources to Yang Fann. Yang Fann even suspected that when his cultivation base improved a little, he could break through to the universe god realm, and perhaps even the chaos domain. He could directly devour and refine it, turning it into nutrients for his own growth. Ah, not good, really, the old ancestor and the others. No, don't kill me, spare me, senior, spare me, woo. I don't want to die, save me someone, save me. Puyao Heavenly Palace. The late old patriarch Ming Yao looked at Yang Fann and waved his hand. Suppressing hundreds of war universes. For a moment, his eyes were a little dull, and he couldn't react in time. Is it over just like that? I'm not dreaming, am I? Not to mention old Patriarch Ming Yao, he had witnessed Yang Fann's power with his own eyes. Patriarch Yao and the others who were suppressing the 14 middle-level universe god warriors. At this moment, none of them were feeling any better. All of them were staring at Yang Fann in a daze. In just a few breaths of time, Yang Fann had completely suppressed all four of them. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it no matter what. After a long while, Patriarch Yao and the others finally managed to regain their senses. In the next second, Patriarch Yao and the others couldn't hide the surprise on their faces. Yang Fann was their progenitor's descendant, their true ally. From today onwards, their Puyao god clan would have a high-level universe god as their backing. Even those top gods would have to consider whether or not they could afford to offend the Yang Fann behind them. They had struck it rich this time, the Puyao god clan had struck it rich. This harvest was much greater than when they discovered the Ruida universe. The Lord of Ruida, in the end. Even if they could truly inherit the possession of the Lord of the Ruida, it was impossible for them to advance to a high-level universe god. Everyone, follow me to pay a visit to His Excellency Yang Fann. Right, you must not be rude. The attitudes of Patriarch Yao and the others had obviously changed. They did not even dare to continue addressing Yang Fann as their friend. Before this, even though Yang Fann was the descendant of the progenitors and had a higher cultivation base than them, he was still a middle-level universe god. There wasn't much difference between them in terms of life and death. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with calling him friend. Now, Yang Fann was a genuine high-level universe god. Even if their progenitor universe god Puyao was resurrected, they wouldn't dare to be overly arrogant in front of Yang Fann. In the end, strength was the root of everything in World of Cultivators. Yao, Mo Luo, greets His Excellency Yang Fann. Very quickly, Patriarch Yao and the other three men arrived in front of Yang Fann and bowed respectfully to him. There's no need for formalities. All of you, get up. As he spoke, Yang Fann waved his hand. Immediately, a gentle force lifted Patriarch Yao and the others up. A high-level universe god is a high-level universe god. His abilities are boundless. It's not something we can imagine. Patriarch Yao and the other 8 old ancestors were shocked. No matter how hard they tried, they could not bow down even a little bit. Thank you, His Excellency Yang Fann. His Excellency Yang Fann, although old monster Yuan Huan and the others have been suppressed by you, my lord. Although they were suppressed, their final threat was to be on guard. Once the news of the Ruida universe was leaked out, the consequences would be dire. C-2418 The Origin of Gods in front of Ruida universe. Patriarch Yao and the other 8 old ancestors of Puyao god clan looked at Yang Fann with an unconcealable melancholy in their eyes. Although Yang Fann had suppressed the 4 major divine families, it didn't mean that they would be able to rest in peace. Old ancestor Yuan Huan, their last threatening words were still lingering in their ears. What was here was only the high-end combat forces of the 4-god race. At this moment, Patriarch Yuan Huan and the others were suppressed. The news of the suppression had probably reached the 4-god race headquarters. At that time, the news of the birth of Ruida universe would no longer be a secret. If the one who lost was their Puyao god clan, they would not be so kind as to keep it a secret for the 4 major god clans. The reason why they kept it a secret was because they had wild ambitions towards the Ruida universe and wanted to fight for it. Furthermore, they were confident that with their strength, they would be able to take over the Ruida universe and inherit the inheritance of the Lord of Ruida. However, after this battle, let alone competing with them for the Ruida universe, it was still unknown whether the 4 major divine races would be able to survive. Although they were suppressed, the number of people suppressed wasn't much. Compared to the total population of the 4 divine races, it was a drop in the ocean. However, each and every one of them was an elite expert of the 4 divine races. The ones who could appear here were at least Universe Lord, especially those Universe Gods, who were almost wiped out by Yang Fann. Currently, the number of Universe Gods in the 4 major God clans definitely wouldn't exceed 2 hands. More importantly, in order to defeat the Puyao God clan in one go, the 4 major old ancestors of the 4 major God clans were the weakest. It could be said that they had come out in full force. Apart from the severely injured and dying old ancestor Clear Black of the Red God clan, the other 3 major divine families couldn't find a single middle-level Universe God. As for First-Class God clan, he had lost the protection of a middle-level Universe God warrior, which was equivalent to the rest of the First-Class God clan in Xianxia Chaos domain. The 4 major divine races were like a piece of fat meat that they could slaughter as they pleased. It was hard to tell when they would lose their patience and show their fangs at them. Not only the Red God clan, but also the other 3 divine races, the Green Armor, 8-Eyed, and Giant Ape, all had mortal enemies. He was about to lose his life. How could the 4 major divine races still have the heart to protect the secrets of the Ruida universe for them? Furthermore, in the eyes of the 4 divine races, the secrets of the Ruida universe were their life-saving straw. It was a good opportunity to use the Ruida universe to attract the attention of all the major powers, so that they could have a chance to escape. Compared to the 4 God race, it was obviously the inheritance of the Ruida master, which was even more tempting. It was tempting. Patriarch Yao and the others could already imagine that it wouldn't be long before a large number of experts gathered here, and there was even a high-level Universe God among them. Although Yang Fann was a high-level Universe God, Patriarch Yao and the others still lacked confidence in their hearts. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. When the time came, there would definitely be more than one high-level Universe God fighting over the inheritance of the Ruida Master. Furthermore, those quasi-high-level Universe God warriors could not be underestimated either. 1 or 2 quasi-high-level Universe God was not a match for a high-level Universe God. However, 10 or 8 quasi-high-level Universe God were enough to pose a threat to a high-level Universe God. It doesn't matter, I have my own plans for all of this. Yang Fann chuckled lightly. He did not mind it at all. In fact, in his heart, he even wished that the 4 great God clans could leak the news. Ruida Universe, the inheritance of the Ruida Master, was the bait he had prepared for those high-level Universe Gods. I wonder how many high-level Universe Gods will take the bait this time. Thinking about it makes me look forward to it. His Excellency Yang Fann, you must not be careless. When the time comes, even those high-level Universe Gods will not be able to stop. Patriarch Yao was about to say something else, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yang Fann. You guys don't have to worry. With me here, they won't be able to cause any trouble. His Excellency Yang Fann, this. He opened his mouth and swallowed the words that came out of Patriarch Yao's mouth. Since he had already said so much, it was not good for him to say anything more. Otherwise, it would only cause the opposite effect. It might even cause Yang Fann to be dissatisfied. What he could do now was to trust Yang Fann. He hoped that when the time came, there wouldn't be too many high-level Universe Gods. Fortunately, the Lord of the Ruida was only a god of the low-order advanced universe. Its inheritance had a limited effect on intermediate and high-rank high-level Universe God. Otherwise, they would really have trouble sleeping and eating. Yao Yao, you have occupied this Ruida universe for quite some time. How much do you know about this Ruida universe? Have you found the inheritance of the Ruida's master? Yang Fann saw the worry on Patriarch Yao and the others' faces, but he didn't continue to explain anything. Instead, he changed the topic. There were too many explanations now. It was hard to dispel their worries with empty words. At that time, they would understand that his means and worries were just groundless worries. His Excellency Yang Fann, a million years is too short. With the entanglement of Red God Clan and the others, we don't know much about Ruida Universe. We can only say that we have a rough understanding of the huge Ruida Universe. It is divided into 2 realms, the True God Realm and the Mortal Realm. The Mortal Realm is the foundation of the Ruida Universe. It was formed by countless planes of worlds, the living beings of the human realm. The cultivation base was generally not high, and the True God Realm was the limit. Once one reached the limit of the True God stage, it would trigger the Divine Tribulation. Those who passed would ascend to the Divine World. On the contrary, they would transform into flying ashes. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. The entire divine world was a vast world. There were 4 large continents in total, and they were respectively the eastern divine region of the Baikan continent, the southern divine region, the Sire continent, and each continent is divided into 9 regions. As of now, according to what we know, there has yet to be a middle-level universe god in the Ruida universe, and the highest grade of experts has yet to be born. It is the god king of the various divine clans, and he has the ability to rival low-level universe god. Patriarch Yao spoke with confidence and confidence. Compared to the Xianxia universe, the foundation of Ruida universe is more than 100 times worse. In addition to the limitation of the foundation of these native creatures, if they wanted to break through to the middle-level universe god, it wouldn't be an easy task, otherwise. Patriarch Yao and the others wouldn't have set up the 9 heavenly stars divine formation so openly, encompassing the entire Ruida universe. The native powers of Ruida universe wouldn't choose to submit so obediently. While Patriarch Yao and the others were fighting against the 4 major divine races, the other Puyao god clans of the Puyao god clan. As for the inheritance of the Ruida master, it's very likely that it's within the source of gods. The source of gods. The source of gods is the most mysterious place in the Ruida universe. It was said that it was the place where the ancient gods were born. However, as the mysterious ancient gods disappeared, according to the information we have, the source of gods has become a legend. The so-called ancient god is very likely to be a follower of the Ruida master. Moreover, the time that those ancient gods disappeared was roughly around 9,800,000 eras ago. After the disappearance of the Ruida master, it was a pity. Up until now, we have yet to find the source of gods. At the end of his words, a hint of regret flashed across Patriarch Yao's face. All these years, they had never given up on searching for the source of gods. If they could successfully obtain the inheritance of the Ruida's master, then the 4 great god clans were nothing. The foundation of a high-level universe god, even a quasi-high-level universe god wouldn't dare to look down on it. A single mistake would cause them to suffer a huge loss. It would be a piece of cake for him to take care of the 4 divine clans whose cultivation bases were lower than top-ranked middle-level universe gods. It seems like that the source of gods might really be the inheritance of the Ruida master. Yang Fann nodded his head lightly. There were no such coincidences in this world. Puyao God clan has been searching for millions of years, but they still couldn't find the source of gods. It seems like the source of gods is hidden quite deeply, although that was what he said, there wasn't a single trace of worry on Yang Fann's face. Patriarch Yao and the others had been searching for the source of gods for a long time, but it didn't mean that he couldn't do anything about it. The current him, the strength of soul, was even stronger than some top-ranked high-level universe god. He didn't believe that a mere god of low-order advanced universe could have any tricks that could escape his eyes. At most, he would search the entire Ruida universe. It was just a high-grade universe. Even if it was a carpet-like search, it wouldn't take him too much time. The next second, rumble, Yang Fann's spiritual sense, which was comparable to top-ranked high-level universe god's spiritual sense, shot out from Yang Fanshihai's body like a surging tide, and spread across the entire Ruida universe. Divine world, the source of gods, I would like to see how deep you are hiding. C2419 sweeping Ruida universe, God realm. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann stood proudly within the void. The spiritual sense was mighty, and it blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It spread towards the divine world, and even the entire Ruida universe. No matter how deep the source of gods was hidden, Yang Fann had full confidence that he could find it. A god of low-order advanced universe and a fallen god of low-order advanced universe. No matter how profound his means were, it was his limit to be able to hide from middle-level universe god and some of the gods of low-order advanced universe. Hiss. This is the strength of soul of a high-level universe god. Fear. Frightening, truly terrifying. Patriarch Yao sucked in a breath of cold air. Compared to Yang Fann's terrifying spiritual power, top-ranked middle-level universe god's spiritual consciousness was like a drop of seawater in the boundless ocean. It was 1,000,000 times, 10,000,000 times worse. It was not just that, it was on a completely different level. Patriarch Yao's knowledge was still a little shallow. The Puyao God clan had never given birth to a high-level universe god, so his understanding of a high-level universe god was limited. If it was a quasi-high-level universe god, he wouldn't even think of Yang Fann as an ordinary low-order advanced universe god. After a long while, Patriarch Yao finally suppressed the shock in his heart. In the next second, he turned his gaze. He said to the 7 old ancestors of Puyao God clan, "Everyone, it's time to teach those barbarians a lesson after they have been arrogant for so long. All these years, their main strength had been tied down by the Ruida, Greenwood, the giant ape, and the 8-eyed divine race. The 7 old ancestors were in charge of the divine formation. The other 32 quasi-middle level universe god were mostly used as the foundation of the formation. Helping them to support the 9 stars divine formation would allow them to deal with the expert of the natives of Ruida universe. In other words, there were only 6 quasi-middle level universe god and 200 low-level universe god. There were also the elite army formed by Universe Lord and the quasi-universe god. This force wasn't weak. If it was in the chaotic region where Yang Fann was born, it would be able to sweep away everything. Even the 4 overlords with middle-level universe god cultivation bases were no match for them. The foundation of Puyao God clan was not something the 4 overlords could compare with. Among the quasi-middle level universe god in the Puyao God clan, which one of them didn't have a single chaos treasure? Some of them were even intermediate chaos treasures, and at the same time, they had mastered the origin ability of mastery. On the other hand, the 4 overlords only had a single low-grade chaos treasure as clan-suppressing treasures, and the origin ability was a legend. However, if they wanted to sweep across the entire divine world, they were still far from being able to do so. In fact, they were still at a disadvantage. There were billions of divine races in the divine world. Although there had never been a middle-level universe god born before, there were still quite a number of low-level universe god. It was not much less than the Puyao God clan, and there were also more than 200 of them. As for quasi-middle level universe god, it was more than double the number of quasi-middle level universe god warriors in the Puyao God clan. It had reached 15 places, and could be said to be one of the top 10 powers in the divine world. At least, there was a quasi-middle level universe god guarding them. If it wasn't for the fact that the various families in the divine world had their own ulterior motives, and many of the divine races were deliberately conserving their strength, and the fact that the Ruida universe wasn't like the Xianxia universe, where the will of the universe source was reproduced, they wouldn't be able to suppress outsiders like them. Otherwise, not only would the Puyao God clan be at a slight disadvantage, they would have been chased out of the Ruida universe by the divine race's coalition forces. Indeed, it's time to deal with those natives. Otherwise, do you really think that the Puyao God clan is easy to bully? God Realm, Eastern Divine Region, Winter Sun Region. This was one of the 9 great regions of Eastern Divine Region. Now, it had become one of the 3 main battlefields of Puyao God clan and the God's race. Here, the Puyao God clan had invested a total of 2 quasi-high-level universe god, 62 low-level universe god, 36 war universes, and more than 1 million other gods of quasi-universe and universe lord. Of course, the strength of the gods in the Winter Sun domain wasn't weak either, they were even stronger. Out of the 10 major divine races, 3 of them had come. 4 of them were quasi-middle level universe god, twice as strong as the Puyao God clan. If it wasn't for the fact that the 3 major divine races weren't willing to pay a heavy price, the Puyao God clan's army might have already been defeated. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, 2 terrifying pressures that caused even quasi-middle level universe god warriors to tremble descended from the sky, sweeping across the god race army. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. Countless god race could not withstand the terrifying pressure and were directly crushed into pieces. This was not the end. Soon, another 6 powerful auras swept over. Although they were not as powerful as the previous 2, they were still thousands, tens of thousands of times stronger than ordinary universe gods. Ah, it's the old ancestor, old ancestor. They're here, boys. Breaking through the enemy is just around the corner. Follow me and kill them. Kill just this bunch of lowly aboriginals. In an instant, the morale of millions of Puyao God clan's elite skyrocketed in the war-torn universe. They were defeated by this group. After being suppressed by these lowly barbarians for so long, each and every one of them had a bellyful of anger burning in their hearts. Now, the time for revenge had finally arrived. With the arrival of the 2 old ancestors and the addition of the 6 quasi-middle level universe god experts, their strength had far surpassed their opponents, more than 10 times, or even 100 times. Ah, enemy attack, block it. Sky Flame God clan, follow me and block this bunch of extrasolar evils. Where is the Hurricane God clan? Follow me and kill. Under the lead of the 6 quasi-middle-level universe god warriors of the 3 major god races, countless god race armies crazily counterattacked. Lowly natives, die for me Timmy Europe-style blade, behead ah. No, how could this be? I am Divine Emperor, the immortal Divine Emperor. How could I die here? I am not willing to accept this, I am not willing to accept this. No, this isn't true, it's not true. His Majesty Divine Emperor is the strongest, invincible. How could he possibly die? I don't believe it, I don't believe it must be an illusion. Countless god race experts let out mournful wails as if they had lost their parents. Their eyes were about to burst out from their sockets. Divine Emperor was the emperor of all gods, the strongest person in the divine world, the synonym of invincibility. Ever since the birth of the divine world, they had never heard of a divine emperor falling. Next, the cold, shinin' old patriarch Min Yao's eyes flashed, and he once again stared at the god race's divine emperor. To him, who was a high-rank middle-level universe god, these quasi-middle-level universe god divine emperor were nothing more than ants. Furthermore, compared to the quasi-middle-level universe god in Xianxia chaos domain, these divine emperor's ability to protect his own life was obviously weaker than some of the low-level universe god. In his eyes, they were just a bunch of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Ah, no, heaven burning true fire, block it for me. Fiery divine emperor, ah it's true, all of this is true, God Emperor. There was a supreme God Emperor in the extrasolar evil. It was said that there was another realm above Divine Emperor. His name is God Emperor, but since the ancient times, there has never been a Divine Emperor who succeeded in taking that step, causing many God King to think that it was because of it. It was merely a fictional realm. Never would they have thought that there would be more than one supreme treasure of God Emperor in these extrasolar evils. Ah run, no. Don't kill me, spare me, I surrender. Collapse, it was a complete collapse. A divine emperor supreme being was enough to make them despair, let alone 2 of them. Adding the 8 great divine emperor, their strength was much greater than theirs. Furthermore, 2 of their 4 great divine emperors expert had fallen. Very quickly the entire battlefield had turned into a one-sided massacre. Not long after, the other 2 main battlefields of the god realm began a large-scale massacre as well. With the participation of the 8 old ancestors and 26 quasi-middle-level universe god, the fate of the gods of the divine world was already determined. 1 year, just a short 1 year's time. In the entire god realm, there were almost no objections. Including the 10 great god clans, the myriad of god clans all lowered their noble heads and bowed their heads in submission. The other ordinary divine races were fine, but those God King and Divine Emperor's experts, except for a few who slipped through the net. The rest of them were either mercilessly slaughtered or implanted with restrictions, becoming slaves of the Puyao God clan. The ordinary god race below the universe god realm would not be affected even if they did not plant any seals. Even if they were dissatisfied, it would be difficult for them to fight back. However, these God King and Divine Emperor were different. Each and every one of them was very powerful. Not only that, but they were also the kings of the various divine races. With just a single shout, they would gather together. If they had any ulterior motives, it would be a huge threat to them. Very quickly, another year passed. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, emitting a touch of pleasant surprise. The source of gods, it's so easy to find. C 2420 undercurrents were brewing Rui de universe, god realm. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. 2 years had passed, and he had finally found the traces of the source of gods. One had to admit that the Ruida's master was really good at hiding it. When one heard the name of the source of gods, one would know that it was the birthplace of all gods. The place where it was hidden. When it was in the divine world, Yang Fann's first reaction was the same. It could be said that the entire divine world had been carefully searched by Yang Fann from inside to outside. During this period of time, he had also discovered many hidden worlds and spaces. However, without exception, none of them were the source of goddess he was looking for. Although Yang Fann had found quite a few treasures in some secret places, including a few chaos treasures, compared to the inheritance of the Ruida master, the difference was not small. In the end, it was Yang Fann who expanded the search range to the human world, and found some clues about the source of gods. Furthermore, this was because Yang Fann's spiritual sense was powerful enough. If it was any other high-level universe god, even middle-rank high-level universe god, it wouldn't be so easy to find this the source of gods. Not to mention Patriarch Yao and the other middle-level universe god. With their spiritual consciousness, even if they searched the entire Ruida universe, it was almost impossible to find the source of gods. Of course, the Red God clan might be an exception. After all, Bloodline Descendant was the master of the Ruida, and there was a high chance that he was the master of the Ruida. Ju had left a back door for them. Just like when the Ruida universe had just appeared, the Red God clan had already sensed it. Should we inform Patriarch Yao and the others to come with us? Yang Fann revealed a thoughtful expression, but after thinking for a while, he still decided not to call Patriarch Yao and the others, and only inform them for the rest of their lives. It wasn't that Yang Fann wanted to monopolize the inheritance of the Ruida. It was just the inheritance of the god of low-order advanced universe. It wasn't enough for Yang Fann to do such a despicable thing. It was just that it was too troublesome. Patriarch Yao and the others were still too weak. How could the inheritance of a high-level universe god not be dangerous? If he brought Patriarch Yao and the others with him, Yang Fann would have to take care of them. It would be easier for him to share the inheritance with Patriarch Yao and the others after he took the inheritance of the Ruida. Furthermore, Patriarch Yao and the others had just swept through the divine world. There were still many trivial matters waiting for them to deal with. Especially those God King and Divine Emperor. Although they had killed most of them and enslaved them, there were still quite a number of them who had slipped through the net. Patriarch Yao and the others still needed to take charge of the divine world. Without them guarding the divine world, God King and Divine Emperor might be able to cause some trouble with just the elders of the Puyao God clan. Regarding this, Patriarch Yao and the others didn't have the slightest dissatisfaction. They believed that Yang Fann wouldn't treat their Puyao God clan unfairly. If Yang Fann really was that ungrateful person, with his cultivation base that surpassed Master Ancestor, there was no need for him to deliberately look for them. Besides, without Yang Fann, they wouldn't be here today. With the strength of their clan, the chances of them defeating the 4 major god clans wouldn't exceed 3 levels. Even if they could win in the end, it would be a miserable victory. No one knew how many expert would be lost. Even they, the old ancestors, would have to lose a few of their men. How could they be able to occupy Ruida universe so easily without suffering any injuries? To put it bluntly, even if Yang Fann didn't leave anything behind, he would still take the inheritance of the Ruida master. They wouldn't have too much complaints. All of this was what Yang Fann deserved. Poochie. Yang Fann's figure moved, shattering the spatial zone and disappearing without a trace. Heavenly Owl Universe. This was a top-tier universe in the southwestern part of Xianxia Chaos Domain. Although the energy level was not comparable to the Crystal Bristle universe, it was much stronger compared to the new Puyao universe. And its ruler, the Heavenly Owl Divine Clan, was one of the 10 great divine clans in the southwestern region. The power of the forces was even much stronger compared to the Puyao God clan. The Heavenly Owl King was a quasi-high-level universe god who had stepped into the universe god stage. The other middle-level universe god warriors were more than a handful, and low-level universe god was close to 1,000 of them. A single family was stronger than the Ruida, the Green Armor, and the other 4 major divine clans. The inheritance of the Ruida's master has actually appeared. Good, this is my chance. If I can obtain the inheritance of the Ruida master, I will definitely be able to take that final step and advance to a high-level universe god. This will allow my Heavenly Owl god race to truly enter the ranks of the top god race. 2 years passed. Under the deliberate push of the Ruida, Green Armor, 8 Eyes, and Giant Ape god race, they began to spread towards the many major powers in the southwest region of Xianxia Chaos Domain in a terrifying manner. In fact, they were even spreading to other places at a rapid speed, as if they were sweeping through the entire Xianxia Chaos Domain. Those second-rate and third-rate god clans could be ignored even if they had heard of it. Among these forces, the strongest ones were low-level universe god, a quasi-middle-level universe god who didn't even have a middle-level universe god. They simply didn't have the qualifications to compete for the inheritance of the Ruida. If they were to participate recklessly, they would have no right to compete for the inheritance of the Ruida's master. There was only one outcome for them, and that was to die. There wouldn't be a second possibility. With their meager strength, any random first-class god clan would be able to eliminate them with ease. However, those first-class god clan were different, especially those like the Heavenly Owl god race. First-class God clan was a peak quasi-high-level universe god warrior. Each and every one of them was sharpening their blades as they charged towards the Ruida universe. A mere Puyao god clan. The strongest amongst them was top-rank middle-level universe god. What right did he have to possess the inheritance of the Ruida's master? If they were smart enough to hand over the inheritance of the Ruida's master, it would be fine. Otherwise, they wouldn't mind eliminating the Puyao god clan from the Xianxia chaos domain. It was unknown whether it was intentional or they had really forgotten about it. The Ruida, the Azure Armor, the Giant Ape, and the Eight-Armed God race all tacitly did not mention Yang Fann, a high-level universe god. They only spread the news that the Puyao god clan had occupied the Ruida universe and obtained the inheritance of the Ruida. Otherwise, many first-class god clan would have to think twice before heading to the Ruida universe. The revenge of a high-level universe god was not a joke, especially when it was a high-level universe god who controlled an intermediate spatial chaos treasure. This made people even more fearful. Even a quasi-high-level universe god wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to escape from that high-level universe god. Divine Flame Sea, this was a strange place to the southwest of Xianxia chaos domain. 100 million light-years of land was filled with terrifying divine flames. Even the chaotic energy had been burnt to ashes. Just the divine flames at the outermost region alone were below the level of universe gods. Even a huge perfection quasi-domain god would be burnt to ashes if they dared to touch it without the protection of the quasi-chaos treasure. In the centermost 100 light-years, even a middle-level universe god wouldn't be able to last for a short period of time. Even if they entered. However, in the center of this terrifying divine flame sea, there was a terrifying great god sitting cross-legged. Boundless divine flames turned into numerous flame divine dragons that were quickly absorbed by him. If one were to consume 2 eras of an era and observe it for a long period of time, one would be able to discover that this divine flame sea was slowly shrinking. At this rate, the divine flame sea would completely disappear into the chaos after thousands or tens of thousands of eras. Buzz. Suddenly, the giant god opened his eyes. Countless fire dragons, fire phoenix, fire snakes, fire foxes and fire keelins opened their eyes. The fire divine beasts flickered in his eyes. He was like a chaotic fire god, controlling all divine fire in the chaos. The inheritance of the Ruida master is worth a trip for me. Within the chaos, there was a terrifying thunder sea. Rumble. A giant of lightning that was more than 10 million light-years tall opened its mouth wide and devoured the thunder sea like a whale swallowing water. It was as if the thunder sea that could destroy the universe god was just a tiny bit of food for the giant lightning giant. Ruida master, if I remember correctly, he has a primal chaos thunder pearl in his hand. If I can obtain that primal chaos thunder pearl, my cultivation base will be able to advance a step further. In a chaotic ruins that span tens of billions of light years. Rumble. A fiendish chi that caused even quasi-high-level universe god warriors' hearts to palpitate shot out from the chaotic ruins, destroying the endless chaotic turbulences. It was like a peerless ferocious god had crossed the time-long river and awakened. The inheritance of the Ruida master, I want it. An illusory sea of clouds. Boom! Suddenly, the sea of clouds churned violently, transforming into a sage-like old man with white hair and a youthful face. His aura was ethereal and indefinite, making one unable to grasp it. Ruida universe, it must be fated with my clan. C 2421 Tribulation of the martial god. A huge storm was brewing in Xianxia chaos domain. The inheritance of a high-level universe god might not even appear once in tens of thousands of eras. It had stirred up the hearts of countless people. A large number of ancient existences were alarmed. They broke out of their seclusion and headed towards Ruida universe. Among them, just the number of high-grade universe gods alone was not less than a handful. The number of quasi-high-level universe god that were below the first grade was even greater. Compared to high-level universe gods, these quasi-high-level universe god were even crazier. In the end, the Lord of the Ruida was just a god of the low-order advanced universe, not a peak expert among the gods of the low-order advanced universe. Compared to a high-level universe god, the inheritance of the Ruida was more of a reference value. If one wanted to borrow the inheritance of the Lord of the Ruida to break through, the chances of success were very slim. But these quasi-high-level universe god were different. The inheritance of the Lord of the Ruida. Perhaps it was the key step they took to break through and become a high-level universe god. Ruida universe. Yang Fann wasn't clear about all of this. Of course, even if he knew about it, he wouldn't take it to heart. These quasi-high-level universe god and high-level universe gods, the more the better. He was afraid that they would come. If there weren't enough, it wouldn't be enough to suppress him. They were suppressed. However, Patriarch Yao and the others were all deeply worried. In recent days, they could not sleep or eat in peace. In these 2 years, although their main focus was to conquer the myriad of divine races in the divine world, hoping to take down Ruida universe as soon as possible, they had never stopped paying attention to the outside world. Every time they thought of the words of old ancestor Yuan Huan and the others, it made them feel a sense of urgency. Now, as far as they knew, there were already 4 high-level universe gods and 18 quasi-high-level universe god who had their eyes on the inheritance of the Ruida's master. In addition to what they didn't know, just thinking about it made them despair. After receiving Yang Fann's notice, they didn't insist on going with him to the source of gods. This was also one of the main reasons. At this moment, they only hoped that Yang Fann could obtain the inheritance of the Ruida as soon as possible. At that time, with the inheritance in hand, the worst that could happen was to give up on the Ruida universe. Both of them were high-level universe gods, but His Excellency Yang Fann was determined to leave. As for the other high-level universe gods, the possibility of them staying behind would not exceed 1 level. And as long as they escaped Ruida universe, those high-level universe gods would not chase after them. The crazy revenge of a high-level universe god, any major power would have to think twice. At the same time, countless gods turned into lowly laborers, crazily mining for resources in the god realm. It was a destructive exploitation that did not care about the consequences. The Ruida universe was guarded. He could not hold on any longer. Then, he would take advantage of the fact that those Foss's experts had yet to arrive and plunder as much as he could, earning him a huge sum of money. HMPH, even if we can't obtain it, don't even think about obtaining the complete Ruida universe. The Kangzhou plane was one of the 3,000 major planes in the human realm of the Ruida universe. There were countless planes in the human world of Ruida universe. They were like stars in the sky, immeasurable. These planes could be further divided into 4 levels: low level, intermediate, high level, and the last 3,000 major planes. And plane levels often indicated the limits of the living beings within. For example, if there were no great fortuitous encounters in the low-level plane, being able to give birth to saints was the limit. The strongest 3,000 great planes were able to bear true god experts. Ruida universe, these plane worlds, were generally not large. Compared to those little world and dimensional worlds that could easily reach hundreds of millions of light years, there was no comparison at all. For example, those low-tier planes were only the size of a star, and their area was less than 100 million square kilometers. Even the Kangzhou plane, these 3,000 large planes were less than a light year's worth of land. It could be said that they were extremely small. Compared to the sobbing blood continent that Yang Fann was born in, they were much smaller. Of course, as a large plane that could give birth to true god experts, the Kangzhou plane, whether it was spiritual energy or resources, was not comparable to the great world of spiritual martial arts of the past. Similar to the great world of spiritual martial arts that Yang Fann was born in, the Kangzhou plane also mainly consisted of martial arts. Of course, since they were both in the same world, there was still a big gap between them. The martial artist in the great world of spiritual martial arts walked the path of the martial arts golden core, and eventually became the law golden core, attaining the Tao and becoming a saint. The Kangzhou plane focused on Qi cultivation, and the martial artist was divided into the inner force, true Qi realm, vital spirit realm, earth Yuan realm, heavenly Yuan realm, and finally the divine origin realm. Among them, the earth Yuan realm had the power to fight against the saints of the great world of spiritual martial arts. The divine Yuan martial artist was also known as the martial god, the martial arts true god. It was comparable to the true god of the little world, and its combat strength was even higher than most true gods. If it wasn't for Yang Fann's sudden rise in power, the great world of spiritual martial arts would not be just a little bit inferior to the Kangzhou plane. Any heavenly origin martial artist could easily slaughter a trillion martial artist of the great world of spiritual martial arts. Even that earth origin martial artist could do whatever he wanted. The Star Ocean Empire was one of the empires in the ancient Kang continent. It was founded by the first generation martial god, the Star Ocean martial god. It had been passed down for 80 million years. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the oldest empire in the Kanggu continent. Unlike the martial artist in the great world of spiritual martial arts, a quasi-saint could be counted as 100 million years old longevity. In the Kangzhou plane, and even in the other planes of the human realm, the lifespan of the living spirit was very short. Apart from the divine origin martial artist expert, the rest of the people who were as strong as the martial artist could only live for 1,000,000 years. 80 million years was a long period of time compared to the countless living beings in Kangzhou plane. Even heavenly Yuan martial artist could be replaced by dozens of generations. In many empires, not to mention 80 million years of inheritance, even if it was half of it, it would still be 40 million years. It was extremely rare. Star Ocean Divine Mountain, the number 1 divine mountain in the Star Ocean Empire. In the past, Star Ocean Martial God crossed the Martial God Tribulation in this Star Ocean Divine Mountain and successfully shattered the void to ascend to the divine world. Since then, the Star Ocean Divine Mountain had become the sacred place for the Star Ocean Imperium to transcend its tribulation. Many martial gods had triggered the Martial God Tribulation in the Star Ocean Divine Mountain, allowing them to ascend to the divine world. Over 80 million years, 32 martial gods had successfully overcome their tribulations on the Star Ocean Sacred Mountain. Of course, the number of martial gods that had perished during the Martial God Tribulation was even higher. More than twice the number of people who had died during the tribulation. However, even so, it still caused a great number of martial gods to rush over like a flock of ducks. One should know that not even 1 out of 10 people could successfully overcome the tribulation of martial god in other places. Otherwise, there would not be so many martial gods in Kangzhou Plain who would try their best to suppress their cultivation, not daring to trigger the tribulation of martial god. It was almost a miracle that one of the 3 people in the Star Ocean Divine Mountain was able to overcome the tribulation successfully. The Star Ocean Empire was able to survive for 80 million years. Star Ocean Divine Mountain had contributed a lot. The royal family controlled the Star Ocean Sacred Mountain, which meant that they controlled a huge amount of resources. Apart from the royal family's martial gods, the other martial gods would have to pay a huge price in order to transcend their tribulations on the Star Ocean Sacred Mountain. The Star Ocean royal family did not open a charity hall. They did not even have a piece of paper to use the Star Ocean Sacred Mountain for free, let alone a door. At this moment, on the main peak of Xianxia Divine Mountain, a black-clothed swordsman was sitting cross-legged on the tribulation crossing platform. His appearance looked to be in his early 30s. He was not particularly handsome, but could only be considered somewhat delicate and pretty. However, his entire body exuded an otherworldly aura, causing people's impression of him to increase greatly at first sight. The Soaring Sword God, Mu Lingkong. He was the number 1 swordsman in the Star Ocean Imperium. The self-created Soaring 7 Ultimate, which vaguely had the title of the number 1 swordsman in the Star Ocean Imperium, had dominated the empire for millions of years, but had never been defeated. Looking at the history of the Star Ocean Imperium for 80 million years, in terms of sword arts, Mu Lingkong was also one of the best. He could not be considered one of the best, but he should definitely be in the top 5. Today was the day Sword God Lingkong faced his tribulation. On Star Ocean Divine Mountain, on some of the secondary summits near the main peak, a large number of heavenly origin martial artists and even divine origin martial artists from Star Ocean Imperium and other empires had gathered. Each and every one of them was looking forward to it, whispering and discussing something from time to time. Regarding this, Sword God Lingkong completely turned a blind eye to it, focusing on adjusting his essence, energy, and spirit. In other places, he needed to worry about whether there would be any enemies who would ambush him while he was transcending his tribulation, or enter the place where the tribulation was to intensify the power of the tribulation of the martial god realm. However, in the Star Ocean Divine Mountain, there was no need to worry about these things. Around the main peak, the 4 martial gods of the Star Ocean Imperium were not just for show. Anyone who dared to make a move would be attacked by the martial gods of the Star Ocean Imperium. After that, the Star Ocean Imperium would seek revenge from the Star Ocean Imperium. The bloody example was enough to deter any faction. As the most ancient empire in the vast ancient continent, the Star Ocean royal family possessed a terrifying force and a deep foundation that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. On the surface, the number of peak martial gods who could trigger the tribulation of the martial god realm exceeded the number of hands, and the number of ordinary martial gods exceeded 100. Look, Sword God Lingkong is starting to unleash his sword intent. The tribulation of the martial god realm is about to arrive. C 2422 arrive Starsea Empire, Starsea Mountain. Rumble. Rumble. Heaven and earth suddenly changed, the winds and clouds surged, and the thunder dragons roared. Very quickly, the sky above the tribulation crossing platform was filled with Lei Yun. The terrifying tribulation cloud seemed to cover the entire Star Ocean Divine Mountain, and the entire Star Ocean Divine Mountain, as well as the entire Sea of Stars. Hiss. The tribulation cloud has already covered half of Xinghai. It has covered more than 100 miles of land, but it is still spreading in all directions. Is it really going to evolve into the most terrifying 999 divine tribulations? The heavenly origin martial artist and divine origin martial artist around the Star Ocean Divine Mountain all took a deep breath. There were 3 types of martial god tribulation, which were the 49 divine tribulations, 6 9 tribulations, and the last 9 9 tribulations. The difficulty was 10 times, 100 times higher than before. 4 or 9 divine tribulations. 1 or 2 out of 10 peak martial gods were able to overcome the tribulation successfully. 6. The 9 tribulations were 1 in 100. The most terrifying 9 out of 9 tribulations, ever since the birth of the human race and the rise of a martial artist, the number of people who had successfully overcome the tribulation would never exceed the number of hands. Every single one of them. A peerless expert that could suppress a generation. If it really is that 9-9 divine tribulation, then Sword God Ling Kong will be in danger. I hope Sword God Ling Kong doesn't have such bad luck. Although Sword God Ling Kong was the #1 sword god of the Star Ocean Imperium, he was one of the best among all the divine origin and martial artists in the Star Ocean Imperium. It could be said that he was firmly in the top 10, and even had a chance of making it into the top 5. However, compared to the legendary monsters in history, he was still far from being able to make it into the top 10. However, even those legendary monsters that had fallen under the 9-9 divine tribulation could be counted as a handful. Among the 10 people, there might not be a single one who could successfully overcome the 9-9 divine tribulation. With the strength of Sword God Ling Kong and the help of the tribulation crossing platform, the 49 divine tribulations would not pose any danger. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was almost guaranteed, even if it was 6. It was possible for the tribulation of 9 tribulations to reach 6 or 7 levels. However, the chance of surviving the 9-9 tribulations was not higher than 1 level, which meant that it would be extremely difficult to survive. And this was still in the sacred land of the 9 divine tribulations, the Starsea Divine Mountain. With the tribulation platform to weaken the power of the 9 divine tribulations, if one were to face the 9 divine tribulations in other places, one would definitely die without any chance of survival. 2 hours later, the Thunder Tribulation was completely formed. It covered more than 10,000 miles, covering the sky and covering the entire Sea of Stars. The terrifying pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. Even from tens of thousands of miles away, it was enough to make all the martial artists tremble in fear. Gulp gulp 9. The 9-9 divine tribulations were truly the 9-9 divine tribulations. Although they had long since guessed that it was very likely to trigger 9 divine tribulations, when it all came down to it, the experts in the area could only swallow their saliva with great difficulty. The sword god of a generation has roamed the Sea of Stars for 1,000,000 years, but in the end, he was still unable to match the magnificent might of the heavens. Sigh, what a pity, how regrettable the divine ability is no match for the heavens, this is fate. Almost no one thought highly of sword god Ling Kong. Not to mention that ever since the Star Ocean Imperium was established, the Star Ocean Martial God was the only one who had successfully survived the 9-9 tribulations in the past 80 million years. The rest of the people had all perished under the 9-9 tribulations. Although the Soaring Sword God was known as the Sword God of the first generation, the #1 swordsman of the Star Ocean Imperium. However, he was not any weaker than the Star Ocean Martial God. The former Star Ocean Martial God was not only the #1 swordsman in the Star Ocean Imperium, but also the #2 swordsman in the entire Kangzhou Plain. No one dared to claim to be #1. As for Sword God Ling Kong, in the entire Kangzhou Plain, let alone the top 10, it was hard to say if he could even make it into the top 100. To put it bluntly, even if the Star Ocean Martial God wanted to kill Sword God Ling Kong, he would not necessarily need to use a second move. Even so, Martial God Xinghai had to pay a heavy price to survive the 9-9 divine tribulation. Rumble. 100,000 feet long lightning dragon tore apart the void and descended from the sky, charging straight at Sword God Ling Kong. Is this the power of the 9-9 divine tribulation? It's so much stronger than the 4 or 9 thunder tribulations. It's just the first tribulation bolt. Its power is not inferior to the ninth heavenly tribulation lightning of the 4-9 thunder tribulation, it's terrifying. The pupils of many divine origin and martial artists in the surroundings constricted. A hint of panic could be seen on their faces. The martial god tribulation. The tribulation bolt was stronger than the first one, and the first tribulation bolt was already so terrifying. How terrifying would the last tribulation be? I wonder how many tribulation lightning can sword god Ling Kong withstand. 9 divine tribulations. There were a total of 81 tribulations, but those who were able to endure until the end were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Most of them were only able to hold on until the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning. There were many people who were able to persist until the 9th bolt or even the last bolt of tribulation lightning. At that moment rumble, an azure divine light rose from the tribulation crossing platform. Wherever the divine light passed, the 10,000-meter-long lightning dragon would shrink in size by half. What a tribulation crossing platform! Indeed, it lives up to its reputation according to the legends. In order to build this tribulation crossing platform, the galaxy martial god had spent most of the resources of the galaxy royal family. From the looks of it, the rumors were true. To be able to reduce the power of half of the thunder tribulation in one go, this tribulation crossing platform was the #1 treasure of Kangzhou Plain. It was not an exaggeration to say that it would be great if I could also face my tribulation on this tribulation crossing platform. With the help of the tribulation crossing platform, their hopes of success would at least double. Unfortunately, the Star Ocean Imperial family was no ordinary black sheep. 1,000,000 divine origin crystals, this was completely robbery. One had to know that many low-level martial gods were trying to rob them. I don't think I have a single divine essence crystal in all my belongings. Even peak martial gods would have to sell the pot and iron if they wanted to gather 1,000,000 divine essence crystals. For example, sword god Ling Kong had practically emptied the wealth of their immortal sword mountain manor in order to gather 1,000,000 divine essence crystals. Perhaps joining the Starsea Empire's offering hall is a good choice. Many divine origin martial artists were secretly tempted. Although the Galaxy Empire's offering hall was not like the Galaxy Royal Family's martial god who could use the Tribulation Crossing platform for free, they only needed to pay 300,000 divine origin crystals to be able to transcend their tribulation at the Galaxy Divine Mountain. As for 300,000 divine origin crystals, most of the peak martial gods could still grit their teeth and take it out. 54 tribulations, sword god Ling Kong has already used the 6 ultimate strikes in the sky. At this rate, let's not talk about successfully transcending the tribulation. It's a huge problem whether he can survive 70 bolts of tribulation lightning. Many divine origin martial artists shook their heads and sighed. The Soaring 7 unmatched was the ultimate skill of the Soaring Sword God, one was stronger than the other. Now that the Thunder Tribulation had let go of 9% of its power, the Soaring Sword God had no choice but to not use the power of the 6th ultimate skill. How could he last until the end with just the power of the 7th ultimate move? One had to know that the final 9 bolts of tribulation lightning would have a qualitative leap in power. If he were to pass through the 72 bolts of tribulation lightning, with the power of the final ultimate bolt, Sword God Ling Kong said, there was still a chance for him to ascend. 2. Void 7 ultimate, Absolute God 7th ultimate, but the number of thunder tribulations has only exceeded 79, its over-soaring Sword God is finished. Vaguely, many divine origin martial artists felt sad for the death of a rabbit. Sword God Ling Kong's strength was far above theirs, yet he still could not overcome the martial god tribulation. If it were them, how many bolts of tribulation lightning could they withstand? 5-9, 4-9, or even less. Actually, there was nothing bad about staying in the lower realms. It was just that one's cultivation base couldn't be improved. In any case, divine origin martial artists had already broken through the shackles of life. There was no limit to the longevity. So what if one's cultivation base didn't increase? Besides, the divine world wasn't a good place either. It was hard to say when they would die in the hands of some great god. The martial god would be placed in the lower realm. They were the strongest experts, but in the divine world, they were just a bunch of small fries. Compared to their experts, they were more than a handful. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Why did he have to rush up to receive that punishment? It was so good to stay in the lower realms, to have beauties, to have power and influence. After the 68 bolts of tribulation lightning, bang the Soaring Sword God Destiny Sword, the Soaring Divine Sword was completely broken into several pieces. Ah, The sword god of the void threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was extremely weak. It's over. The next tribulation bolt will be the day of sword god Ling Kong's death. The sword cultivator and the destiny sword were their second life. With the destiny sword destroyed, sword god Ling Kong's origin was directly damaged, and he had less than 10% of his strength left. On the other hand, the next tribulation bolt was even more terrifying than this one. With this, how could sword god Ling Kong defend against the next tribulation bolt? However, it's rare for sword god Ling Kong to be able to persist until now. 69 bolts of tribulation lightning. Throughout the history of the Star Ocean Imperium, the number of people who can withstand 69 bolts of tribulation lightning is less than the number of hands. Ah, what is that? This is, a person actually has an extra person under the tribulation cloud. What's going on here? And, how did he appear? C-2423 Heavenly Punishment Kangzhou Plain, Star Ocean Empire, Star Ocean Divine Mountain. The group of Heavenly Origin Martial Artist and Divine Origin Martial Artist looked at Sword God Ling Kong on the Tribulation Crossing platform with pity. It was over. The Sword God of a generation had come to an end. Pitiful, what a pity. The Destiny Sword had shattered, and Sword God Ling Kong had been severely injured. His combat strength was reduced to less than a tenth, and he was not even a match for a Divine Origin and Martial Artist who had just broken through. How could he withstand that even more terrifying 69 bolts of tribulation lightning? Death was already a foregone conclusion. The expert of the Immortal Sword Mountain closed their eyes in despair. They couldn't bear to see their master fall under the tribulation lightning just like that. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. No one knew when, but there was another person under the tribulation cloud. This was a black-clothed youth. He looked to be 18 years old. He looked to be 9 years old. His entire body had an ordinary aura, and he didn't have the bearing of an expert at all. However, the strange thing was that such an ordinary young man, with so many experts, did not discover how he appeared. In an instant, all the experts in the surroundings widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? I can't be hallucinating, right? That person, how did that person appear? Why don't I feel anything at all? Once the tribulation of martial god was triggered, a barrier of martial arts would be activated outside the Tribulation Crossing platform to prevent anyone from entering the Tribulation Crossing platform, not to mention that there were 4 martial gods from the Star Ocean royal family standing guard around the Tribulation Crossing platform. Those 4 were no ordinary martial gods. They were peak martial gods like the sword god Ling Kong, who were qualified to trigger the tribulation of the martial god realm. Their combined strength was only slightly weaker than the sword god Ling Kong. Even a martial god on the same level as sword god Ling Kong would not be able to enter the tribulation platform without alerting anyone. Besides, they were not blind. If someone were to show up, how could they not feel anything? Of course, besides being shocked, there were also traces of confusion. They couldn't understand why this person entered the Tribulation Crossing platform. If it was an enemy of sword god Ling Kong, there was no need for him to take revenge on sword god Ling Kong. He would risk his own life. The tribulation lightning did not care if you were sword god Ling Kong's enemy or not. Once you entered the range of the thunder tribulation, you would be his target. It was still the type that would not rest until one of them died. Even if they left the range of the thunder tribulation wouldn't let this matter rest. As for saving sword god Ling Kong, it was even more impossible. Since ancient times, no one had ever heard of anyone who had the ability to save the person who was going through the tribulation under the martial god tribulation. Even the tribulation of the 4-9 heavens had never succeeded, let alone the most terrifying tribulation of the 999 heavens. Rumble, 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 rumble. The tribulation cloud in the sky seemed to have been enraged by the mysterious man who had suddenly barged in. It rolled violently and once again spread out in all directions. The terrifying pressure rose rapidly, crushing the surrounding space and causing it to distort and crack. The power of the thunder tribulation has indeed increased. He's dead. That man is dead. I wonder who that man is. He actually dared to barge into the Tribulation Crossing platform. This isn't the way to seek death. From all directions, a group of experts were looking at the mysterious man. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. The 9-9 divine tribulation was already terrifying to the extreme, let alone this mutated thunder tribulation that was multiplying in power. Even if martial god Xinghai was still alive, he would still die under the mutated thunder tribulation. Humph, it was his turn now. Otherwise, I'll definitely capture him and interrogate him about his background. Then, I'll kill all of his family members. In the Star Ocean Divine Mountain, the tribulation passing stage was under the protection of the Star Ocean royal family. No one was allowed to make a move against him. This was something that everyone knew. It was no different than slapping the Star Ocean royal family in the face when the man broke into the tribulation crossing platform and interfered with the tribulation of the sword god Ling Kong in front of everyone. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had already entered the range of the tribulation cloud, the four martial gods would have already taken action and captured the audacious Xie. Right at this moment, black-clothed youth frowned and shouted, "Scatter Poochie." In an instant, a horrifying scene appeared in the eyes of all martial artist warriors. The tribulation cloud that was crazily surging disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than an instant, the tribulation clouds that filled the sky disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Ah, no, they're gone. How is this possible? I'm not here. Dream on tribulation cloud, Bululu. It was true. Is this really something a person can do? In all directions, the experts were dumbstruck. They could not believe their eyes. With a light shout, they dispersed the martial god tribulation. Not even the simplest 49th divine tribulation could do it, let alone this mutated divine tribulation that was even more terrifying than the 99th divine tribulation. This power was no longer something they could comprehend. It was not something that the mortal world could possess, not all of it in the mortal world. Could it be that he is some great god in the god realm? Suddenly, a thought appeared in everyone's minds. Although it was difficult to descend from the god realm, it was not impossible to pay a price. Legend had it that in the ancient era, there were gods who descended and entered the Kangzhou plain. Even in the 3,000 large plains, in the top 100 large plains, some super forces had upper realm gods overseeing them. Phew, I'm fine. Luckily, I was just thinking about what I just said. Otherwise, I would be a sinner of the royal family. The four martial gods of the Star Ocean royal family felt relieved. If the god of the lower realm held a grudge against them, the Star Ocean royal family would be doomed. The deity from the lower realm of the divine world was not a weakling even in the divine world. It was evident how terrifying his power was when he dispersed the tribulation of the martial god with a single word. Although the Star Ocean imperial family was strong, they even had the title of the number one power in Kangzhou Plain. Just the number of peak martial gods exceeded 20, and there were almost 200 divine origin and martial artists in the other realms, but in the eyes of the gods in the upper realm, they were just a bunch of slightly stronger ants. Even if they were combined together, they would not be able to withstand even a single blow from the other party. I wonder if sword god Ling Kong succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Soon, many people's attention was focused on sword god Ling Kong on the tribulation platform. Logically speaking, since the thunder tribulation had already dissipated, sword god Ling Kong naturally succeeded in transcending the tribulation. However, if he really succeeded in transcending the tribulation, then there would definitely be light of natural luck descending, bringing him to the divine realm. However, right now, he didn't even see the shadow of the light of creation. Rumble. Suddenly, the tribulation cloud that had just dissipated gathered once more. The terrifying pressure was 10 times, 100 times, more terrifying than the mutated divine tribulation from before. Even from tens of thousands of li away, the terrifying pressure was enough to make them tremble. Even a peak martial god, let alone a heavenly origin martial artist, felt like a tiny aphid being crushed to the ground by the pressure, causing them to be unable to move. Even more terrifying was that the terrifying pressure was still rising rapidly. It was as if it would never stop. What exactly is going on? Tribulation cloud. Didn't the tribulation cloud disappear? How could this be? Could it be? Most of the experts were confused. They had no idea what was going on. The second divine tribulation was something they had never heard of before. However, there were also a few ancient existences. Their pupils shrunk as if they had thought of something extremely terrifying. Buzz. At the center of the tribulation cloud, the ink-black tribulation cloud suddenly turned into a strange blood color. Finally, it formed a huge blood eye that was about 100 miles in diameter. It was extremely strange, and it was extremely cold. With just a glance, it caused the group of divine origin martial artists to have a splitting headache. Those divine origin martial artists even had blood flowing out from their 7 apertures, and their martial spirits were seriously injured. This is the Sky Law Divine Eye, the legendary Sky Law Divine Eye. Don't look. The Sky Law Divine Eye is the manifestation of the plane's source will. It's not something we can look straight at. It's over that deity from the lower realm is finished. C 2424 Enter Kangzhou Plain, Star Ocean Empire, Star Ocean Divine Mountain. From all directions, a group of heavenly origin martial artist and divine origin martial artist were looking at black-clothed youth with the expression of a dead man. Even if this black-clothed youth was the god of the divine world, his strength was 1,000 times greater than the god of the divine world. So what if he was 10,000 times stronger than them? Under the heavenly punishment divine eye, he would still be unable to escape death in the end. The terror of the sky law and divine eye was something that had been passed down since ancient times. It was the strongest killing tribulation in a plane. A high-level sky law and divine eye could easily kill a peak martial god, let alone the sky law and divine eye of 3 major planes. It was said that in the ancient era, there was a deity from the god realm who descended to the mortal world, wanting to unify the Kangzu plane. In the end, the heavens were angry and the people were angry. The original will of the plane was disturbed, and a supreme divine punishment was sent down, killing the deity of the god realm. Very soon, there was a trace of burning greed in the eyes of many divine origin martial artist deities. How could a deity from the higher realms not have divine weapons and treasures in their hands? This was their chance. With such an expert, they could easily leave some treasures behind, and that would be enough for their strength to increase by a huge margin. Now, they were afraid that the heavenly tribulation would be too terrifying, and even the treasures would be destroyed. Right at this moment, a mere eternal world will dares to be so impudent in front of me. A sound of great Tao that sounded like it came from the underworld resounded in everyone's ears. In the next second, an indescribable feeling of sadness emerged in the hearts of all living beings in Kangzu Plain. It was as if they had lost the most important thing in their lives. Ah, I'm not seeing things, am I? Heavens! Sky Law Divine Eye, Sky Law Divine Eye shattered. No, how is this possible? That's a Sky Law, a Divine Eye. The manifestation of a plane's will. How could that be? The group of heavenly origin martial artist and divine origin martial artist were shocked. Their widened eyes were about to burst out from their sockets. If they wanted to destroy the Sky Law and Divine Eye, they had to suppress the origin will of the plane. Their Kangzu plane was different from those small planes. It was one of the 3,000 large planes in the mortal dimension, and it was the most powerful plane in the mortal dimension. Since its birth, it had never been heard of. Who could suppress the origin will of a large plane? Rumble he couldn't have destroyed the origin will of Kangzu plane, right? Suddenly, many martial artists' facial expression changed once again, as they recalled the sound of great Tao in their minds. What kind of great existence is this? Could it be the legendary God King? According to the legends, God King was the king of all gods. Even in the divine world, he was an unparalleled expert. If the person in front of him was really the supreme God King, suppressing or even destroying the origin will of the Kangzu plane, it would only take a single thought to do so. Woo. What should we do now? What should we do? Soon, the martial artists were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Although the original will of the 3,000 planes had never been suppressed, let alone destroyed, there were many intermediate and low-level planes that had their original will destroyed. For peak martial gods like them, if they were willing to pay a price, destroying the original will of an intermediate plane wouldn't be a difficult task. Once the origin intent of the plane was destroyed, the energy level of the entire plane would rapidly decrease in a short period of time, welcoming the Age of Doom. Before the new plane's will was born, it was not impossible for the spirit of heaven and earth to not exist in 100 or even 10,000. If that really happened, their Kangzu plane would be finished. Not to mention, their Kangzu plane would be finished. The birth of a divine origin martial artist would become a legend. A divine origin martial artist would probably be the strongest expert in their Kangzu plane. This would be the tribulation of their Kangzu plane, a trillion divine origin martial artist. These divine origin martial artist and divine origin martial artist, if they didn't want their spiritual energy to be depleted in the future and their cultivation base to degrade to a divine origin martial artist, they would have no choice but to leave their hometown and leave the Kangzu plane. Mu Kong. What martial god tribulation do you think you're going through? Even if you want to transcend the martial god tribulation, can't you do it at another time? This time, we've really screwed you over. Sinner Mu Kong, you're going to be a sinner of the ancient Kangji continent's trillions of martial artists. It was the nature of intelligent life to bully the weak and fear the strong. Yang Fann, this supreme god king, They did not dare to resent him and could only vent their anger on sword god Kong. If it wasn't for the fact that he had chosen to face the tribulation of martial god, today's incident would have happened. The source of gods, I've found you suddenly. Black-clothed youth's eyes lit up and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This black-clothed youth was none other than Yang Fann, who had come from the divine world. Under the careful search of his strength of soul, he finally locked onto the Kangzhou Plain. In this Star Ocean Empire, the Star Ocean Divine Mountain was the entrance to the source of gods he had found. Open for me, Poochie Poochie Poochie. The sky was like a door that was forcefully torn open by someone with their hands. In the next moment, boom 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 boom, endless divine light burst out from the void, dazzling, filling the sky. In an instant, in the center of the Star Ocean Divine Mountain, the spirit of heaven and earths within a radius of billions of miles rapidly rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1-fold, 3-fold, 5-fold, 7 folds, 9 folds. Furthermore, within the range of the spiritual energy, it was still expanding in all directions, sweeping across the entire Kangzhou Plain. It was going to increase the energy level of the Kangzhou Plain. What exactly is going on? What a strong spirit of heaven and earth. The surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded. The development of the matter had gone beyond their expectations. The origin well of the plain had been destroyed. Shouldn't the spirit of heaven and earth have started to run dry? Yet now, it had increased instead of decreasing. It was still rising at such a terrifying speed. In just a few breaths of time, the spirit of heaven and earth in the surroundings had become several dozen times denser. A casual breath of air was no less than swallowing a ling dan. What was even more terrifying was that the spirit of heaven and earth in the surroundings continued to climb, as if there was no end to it. Was this the tribulation of Kangzhou Plain or an opportunity? With the current spirit of heaven and earth, it was likely that it had some innate talent, allowing it to cultivate bitterly. After hundreds and thousands of years, he would be able to break through to the heavenly Yuan martial artist. It wouldn't be difficult even if he was a divine origin martial artist. Look, what's that? A plane. That's a plane world. Gulp, gulp. No way, then, is that really a planar world? Isn't this too big? Although their Kangzhou Plain wasn't the largest of the 3,000 large plains, as a member of the 3,000 large plains, it was still worthy of being called a giant in the human realm. It was comparable to thousands or tens of thousands of medium and low plains, but compared to the world of the plane above, it was like a firefly and a bright moon. The gap between them was more than 10 million times, a trillion times. Just the tip of the iceberg that they saw was more than 1,000 times greater than the Kangzhou Plain. Break for me, rumble, Yang Fann shouted coldly. A heaven-sheltering big hand appeared out of thin air and struck towards the source of gods. Hiss. This is God King's power. Terrifying. Truly too terrifying. The surrounding martial artists didn't know how to describe this. All of them were prostrating themselves on the ground, their eyes filled with fear. It seemed like as long as a tiny bit of that energy was leaked out, the Kangzhou Plain would be completely wiped out. Buzz streams of seven-colored light rose from within the source of gods, transforming into a seven-colored barrier that bitterly resisted Yang Fann's attack. HMPH, you still dare to resist? Break for me. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and his strength instantly increased by more than 10 times. Grug grug grug. The seven-colored barrier finally reached its limit, and it rapidly collapsed, turning into powder. In the next second, Yang Fann took a step forward and stepped into the source of gods. His Majesty God King has entered. What should we do? Should we go in or not? 0C2425 Explode Kangzhou Plain, Star Ocean Empire, Star Ocean Divine Mountain. The group of heavenly origin martial artists and divine origin martial artists looked up at the vast world in the sky. Their eyes were filled with greed and heat. Just by leaking some spirit of heaven and earths, the spiritual energy around Star Ocean Divine Mountain had increased tenfold, 100-fold. The energy level of that world was far beyond their imagination. Far above the 3,000 Great Plains, it was probably the legendary divine world. That was all there was to it. Furthermore, to be able to attract a supreme God King to descend personally, even an idiot would know that there must be a great treasure within. Otherwise, why would he think that the high and mighty, supreme God King, had nothing to do after eating his fill? The higher realm was easy, but the lower realm was difficult. Even to the supreme God King, if he wanted to descend to the lower realm smoothly, he was afraid that he would have to pay a hefty price. If they could obtain some treasures from it, their cultivation base would surely advance by leaps and bounds. It was not impossible for them to directly surpass divine origin martial artist. At that time, a mere tribulation of the martial god realm was nothing to them. They were confident that they would be able to overcome the tribulation and ascend. However, it was obvious that the risk involved was beyond their imagination. How could there not be some experts in such a high-energy plane? It could be said that any beast could take their lives. Should we enter or not? The group of martial artists were in a dilemma. They were really unwilling to let the treasure mountain pass them, but they were afraid that they would lose their lives because of this. It wasn't easy for them to become heavenly origin martial artist and divine origin martial artist. Their lives were so wonderful that they couldn't bear to die just like that. Let's not talk about the martial gods. Just heavenly origin martial artist was a first-class expert in the ancient continent, as long as they were willing. In any empire, one could easily become the ruler of a city and control the fate of billions of lives. Ah, not good, that door is healing. Suddenly, a shocked voice woke everyone up. That broken world crystal wall was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that speed it would recover in half an incense stick's time at most. Fuck, let's go all out if you want an opportunity, don't take some risks. How is that possible? At most, I'll just die. After 18 years, I'll be a good man again. A divine origin martial artist with a rough face gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. He turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. The path of a divine origin martial artist was a bold and fierce advancement. If he didn't enter the treasure mountain just like that, it would definitely become a knot in his heart. Originally, the hope of transcending the tribulation and ascending to the immortal world wasn't that great. At that time, it would be even more unimaginable. He honestly gave up on the idea of transcending the tribulation, so that he wouldn't turn into ashes under the divine tribulation. That's right, what martial god Kuang Dao said makes sense. With such a great opportunity in front of us, how could it be possible without taking some risks? I've always been invincible and blessed with great fortune. I don't believe that I will die here. Someone took the lead. A large number of martial artists were tempted. In the next second, a large number of heavenly origin martial artist and divine origin martial artist followed behind martial god Kuang Dao and charged towards the source of gods. Greed was the original sin. How many people could suppress the greed in their hearts when faced with such an opportunity to reach the sky in a single bound? It was not like they were going to die. They did not believe that their luck would be that bad. Everyone had the intention of being lucky. These heavenly yuan martial artists were no exception. In less than a breath's time. Ah, no, how could this be? This spiritual energy. No, my luck is unparalleled. How can I die here? Roar, I'm not willing. Wails of despair and unwillingness sounded continuously from within the source of gods. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavenly yuan martial artist and divine origin martial artist were like balloons that had inflated. They swelled up rapidly and finally exploded into countless blood mist that scattered on the ground. To them, the source of gods was not a blessed land or a fortuitous encounter. It was their ultimate destination, a land of death. To these heavenly yuan martial artist and divine origin martial artist, it was the same. The richness of the source of gods and spirit of heaven and earth was 1,000, 10,000 times denser than the divine world. A casual breath of air was like swallowing a origin of eternity. Even some sovereign lords wouldn't be able to last more than 3 breaths of time, let alone these heavenly origin martial artist and divine origin martial artist who were only comparable to demigod and true gods. The half-step sovereigns that had caused countless half-step sovereign warriors to go crazy were not treasures, but deadly poisons. In just an instant, it exploded due to the pure spiritual energy that had rushed into his body. Regarding this, Yang Fann looked on coldly from the sidelines. He had no intention of saving these heavenly yuan martial artist and divine origin martial artist warriors. Everything was their own choice. Since they dared to follow him into the source of gods, they must have the resolve to die. An intermediate acquired universe, and a quasi-high-grade acquired universe that is about to transform. This Ruida master does have some tricks up his sleeve. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He had seen through the true nature of this the source of gods. It was the Ruida master who had transformed it into a quasi-high-level universe god universe. He didn't know if the Ruida master was lucky enough to find a quasi-high-grade acquired universe, or if he had killed a quasi-high-level universe god and seized his inner universe. If it was the former, it would be fine. However, if it was the latter, it was likely that everyone in the world had underestimated this Ruida master. His true strength was likely not much weaker than middle-rank high-level universe gods. Although quasi-high-level universe god was far from being a match for the gods of low-order advanced universe, he was determined to leave. An ordinary god of low-order advanced universe. Even with the help of the intermediate spatial chaos treasure, it would be very difficult to keep him alive. At this moment, rumble, heaven and earth suddenly changed, and clouds began to surge. In the sky above Yang Fann, a huge piece of void had directly transformed into the boundless thunder prison. Endless lightning, thunder, and lightning beasts. They rolled and roared within, as if the end of the world had arrived. A terrifying pressure. Even the middle-level universe god was being crushed by it, causing him to tremble violently. As expected, if I want to obtain the inheritance of the Lord of Ruida. Alright, Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. It was the quasi-high-rank acquired universe's origin will. Especially after being carefully modified by the Ruida master. Within the source of gods. The power that could be unleashed from the source of gods was definitely not much weaker than that of a low-order advanced universe god. He had to admit that he didn't bring Patriarch Yao and the others with him. It was the right choice. Under the brilliant heavenly might, even a top-rank middle-level universe god like Patriarch Yao could barely unleash low-rank middle-level universe god's combat strength. Apart from dragging him back, there was no other use. Rumble. Within the void, the endless thunder prison had finally reached its limit. It had turned into a huge divine eye with a diameter of more than 10,000 years, and its heavenly might was magnificent. Compared to it, the sky law formed by the origin will of the Kangzhou plane was like a firefly and a bright moon. The gap between them was more than a trillion times. Those who enter the source of gods will die. It was as if a sound of great Tao was ringing in Yang Fann's ears, announcing his fate. Rumble. A terrifying black and purple lightning pillar pierced through the heavens and earth, rushing towards Yang Fann. It was like the judgment of the great Tao, and its power was far beyond the realm of quasi-high-level universe god. It was chasing after middle-rank high-level universe god. If the quasi-high-level universe god didn't have the protection of the quasi-intermediate defensive chaos treasure, he would have been severely injured by it, and might even be turned into ashes. Trying to kill me with just the intent of a quasi-high-ranked universe source. You aren't qualified, Yang Fann sneered. If it was the intent of the quasi-top-level universe source, it would be more accurate. Rumble. Yang Fann no longer suppressed his strength. The eternal immortal divine body of the great universe and the strength of world unleashed their full strength. A terrifying pressure that was comparable to top-rank high-level universe gods burst out from Yang Fann's body and soared into the sky. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. Even the brilliant pillar of lightning was shattered by the terrifying pressure and turned into small lightning dragons that wreaked havoc in the sky. Roar, break for me, bang. The heaven-sheltering big hand shattered the endless thunder prison and slammed onto the great Tao divine eye. Crack crack crack. In an instant, countless terrifying cracks that were several light years long and even dozens of light years long appeared on the great Tao divine eye. They were so dense that they looked like spider webs. Let's see how long you can last before you take another palm from me. Rumble. Rumble. 3. The source of gods shook violently. The universe sources will made a counterattack with all its might. It transformed into numerous divine lightnings, blocking the attack with all its might. However, it was futile. The gap between the three great ranks was more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times, the difference in strength between the two of them. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo, woo woo woo. An extreme sense of despair and sorrow swept across the souls of all the living beings in the source of gods, causing them to cry out involuntarily. You still dare to resist? Die bang bang. Yang Fann's fist was like a heavy hammer, and his palm was like a divine saber. He madly beat him up. The last palm strike, I'll send you on your way. Explode for me. C 2426. Plunder the inheritance. Ruida universe, the source of gods. Bang. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, the great Tao divine eye finally could not withstand Yang Fann's violent attack and was forcefully blasted apart, turning into slag. Even though this was the source of gods, and the great Tao divine eye occupied the geographical advantage, a gap of over 1,000 times in strength between three great ranks was not so easy to overcome. If it was middle rank high-level universe god, the original will of the source of gods would be able to fight against him. Even if he wasn't a match for middle rank high-level universe god, it would take him 1 billion years to severely injure or even destroy the original will of the source of gods. Unfortunately, Yang Fann was the one who entered the source of gods. A quarter of an hour later. Found it. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Through the remnant traces of origin wool, he finally found the location of the universe source's spatial zone. The next second, Wang. His mind was in an endless state of mind, comparable to top-rank high-level universe god's terrifying soul power. He had transformed into an indomitable chaotic devil god, holding the heaven-splitting divine axe in his hand. His divine might was unparalleled. Open for me Hong Long. The divine axe split open the sky and destroyed everything. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It ripped apart the origin space and slashed at the weak spot. The will of the source of gods and universe source was more than a level higher. All the living beings in the source of gods seemed to have heard a tragic wail ringing in their ears. The next second, rumble. The entire the source of gods was like a raging storm as it transformed into a world of blood, filled with blood clouds. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Yang Fann's eyes were tightly shut. He opened them in a flash. In place of the heavens will, Yang Fann's soul imprint and universe source had successfully replaced the universe source's will and become the new owner of the source of gods. In an instant, Yang Fann had a clear understanding of the entire the source of gods. The size of the source of gods was not very large. Compared to some lower intermediate universe, it was much smaller. It was only slightly larger than some lower grade universe. There were no traces of human race here. Not even a human could be found. It was the world of beasts. To be precise, this was the heaven of the giant beast race. There were hundreds of millions of the source of goddess living in these giant beasts. These giant beasts, even the weakest of these Kangzhou planes had the power to fight a true god. Kangzhou plane. The martial artists were living within these the source of goddess. Even if they weren't blown up by the thick spirit of heaven and earth, they were still at the bottom of the source of gods. As for those giant beast kings, it was enough to fight low-level universe god. However, under the strange laws of these the source of goddess, whether it was the giant beast kings or the lowest level giant beasts that were comparable to true divinities, their intelligence would not be much greater than that of a 3-year-old human like kids. They were completely wild beasts without any intelligence. It was clear that the Ruide master only treated these giant beasts as boring toys, not wanting them to give birth to sagacities. After a brief understanding, Yang Fann lost interest in these giant beasts. Low-level universe god and the current Yang Fann were already of little value. Unless he devoured a few hundred or a few thousand Yang Fanns, it would be very difficult for his cultivation base to make a huge improvement. Although there were countless giant beasts, the number of low-level universe gods that could compare to low-level universe god's giant beast king could be counted on one hand. Even if he devoured all of these giant beasts, it would still be better to devour and refine a quasi-middle-level universe god. Buzz. Yang Fann's body moved. He tore open the space and appeared once more. He had already arrived in front of a glorious heavenly palace. Ruide Heavenly Palace. The lord of the Ruide was in the heavenly palace of the source of gods. Its inheritance was most likely in the Ruide Heavenly Palace. HMPH, a mere low-level top-grade chaos treasure artifact spirit is trying to stop me. Destroy it rumble. The terrifying top-rank high-level universe god's strength of soul swept out, forcefully wiping out the will of the source of gods and universe source. It could be said that he had completely fallen out with the Ruide master. It was virtually impossible for him to obtain the inheritance of the Ruide master with any gentle means. Of course, Yang Fann had never thought of passing the test of the Ruide master step by step and seeking its inheritance. He was just a god of low-order advanced universe, there was no need for him to waste so much effort. He forcefully wiped out the artifact spirit of the Ruide Heavenly Palace and refined it. Everything inside was naturally in his possession. Even if this would affect the inheritance, it wouldn't be a big deal. It was just a portion of the inheritance of the god of low-order advanced universe. To the current Yang Fann, it wasn't that important. No, an extremely despairing wail was heard. The Ruide of Ruide Heavenly Palace were mercilessly wiped out by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's strength of soul was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It directly struck his own soul imprint in the Ruide Heavenly Palace, giving him an initial control over this low-grade top-grade chaos treasure. 2 hours later, a smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. Although the inheritance of the Ruide couldn't be compared with Universe God Zan Shao's inheritance, it was still much better than Universe God Pu Yao's inheritance. Just the chaos treasure alone was enough for Yang Fann to find 22 of them. Among them, the most were low-grade chaos treasures, 11 of which were intermediate chaos treasures. There were a total of 6 of them. There were 4 high-grade chaos treasures and 2 top-grade chaos treasures. Besides the Rui de Heavenly Palace, there was also the Thunder God's Thunder Halberd. As for the origin ability, there were a total of 18 of them. There were 4 middle-grade origin ability, 14 low-grade origin abilities. Adding on the other heavenly treasures and earthly treasures, if they were auctioned off, the final harvest would be over 1 billion universe sources. 3 Of course, compared to Yang Fann, the biggest gain was still the source of gods itself. After being carefully crafted by the Rui de Master, the true value of the source of gods was definitely not inferior to a single middle-level chaos treasure. If the source of gods was completely integrated into his inner world, the reward would not be much worse than swallowing a low-order advanced universe god. Divine World, Golden Sun Divine City. This was once the home of the #1 god race in the Divine World, the Golden Sun god race. However, the Divine World had been taken over by the Puyao god clan. Golden Sun Divine City had become the temporary headquarters of the Puyao god clan. Patriarch Yao, Old Patriarch Min Yao, and the other 8 old ancestors were temporarily stationed here. Pucci. Space was torn apart. Yang Fann came from another world. Very quickly, Patriarch Yao, Old Patriarch Min Yao, and the others were called over by Yang Fann. After briefly explaining the situation of the source of gods to them, Yang Fann began to divide the fruits. The numerous divine abilities that the Rui de Master had gathered, including the 4 middle-grade origin ability. Yang Fann carved a copy and handed it over to Patriarch Yao and the others. There were also the 22 chaos treasures, as well as the many heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. Yang Fann added 2 to 5. Apart from the source of gods itself, it could be said that it was split equally with the Puyao god clan. Patriarch Yao and the others trusted him and treated him as one of their own. Yang Fann naturally would not treat them unfairly. Although they only gave them a small portion of the resources, they wouldn't say anything. After all, the source of gods was found by Yang Fann. They had never contributed a single cent. Furthermore, given the situation of the source of gods, without Yang Fann, Patriarch Yao and the others had entered, they wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance of the Rui de Master, and they might even die. However, this wasn't Yang Fann's character. Since they had already agreed to divide the inheritance of the Rui de equally, Yang Fann wouldn't go back on his words. Not only that, Yang Fann had also carved a copy of the various divine abilities that Universe God Puyao had collected for Patriarch Yao and the others. Universe God Puyao's death was too sudden, and many of his inheritances were left behind. Otherwise, the Puyao God clan wouldn't have been able to produce an extreme middle-level Universe God even after 13 million eras had passed. One should know that both Patriarch Yao and Old Patriarch Min Yao had the potential to break through to the advanced Universe God realm. Time flew by. 100 years had passed. Rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, the Rui de universes in front of the Rui de universe exploded, and thunder rumbled, turning into a stretch of thunder prison. A terrifying divine might of the low-order advanced universe radiated out from the thunder prison, rolling and boiling, crushing towards the Rui de universe. Junior of the Puyao God clan, hand over the inheritance of the Rui de Master and withdraw from the Rui de universe. I will spare your lives for the sake of your ancestor. C. 2427. The first one Xianxia Chaos Domain, Rui de Universe. Rumble. A terrifying and violent divine might rolled in waves, crushing towards the Rui de Universe. The divine world, which was at the highest level, bore the brunt of the attack. A large expanse of space shattered into nothingness. Countless ordinary divine races bled from their 7 apertures, and howled in pain. Woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save me, it hurts so much, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. Ah, this. Just who is this person? How can there be such a terrifying expert in this world? In his eyes, Divine Emperor is just a lowly aphid. SS's, even if it's those few Divine Emperor supreme beings in the extrasolar evil. It's not even a 10,000th of what it is. It's terrifying. It's truly too terrifying. The remaining God King and Divine Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. Under the divine might that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, these high and mighty God King and Divine Emperor were just a bunch of ants that could be killed at any time. They weren't even on the same level of existence. It was to the extent that they had a feeling that if the other party was willing, it would be a piece of cake for them to blow up the divine world that they were living in. However, aside from being horrified, they could faintly feel that it was a piece of cake for the other party to blow up the god realm that they lived in. There was also a hint of schadenfreude. This bunch of extrasolar evils, your retribution has arrived. King Reed, don't disappoint us. It's best if you can slaughter all those devils. In just 100 years, countless native gods had fallen at the hands of Puyao god clan. The hatred between the two sides was greater than the sky and deeper than the sea. These god king and divine emperor. Which one of them didn't hate the Puyao god clan so much that they gritted their teeth and wanted nothing more than to eat their meat and drink their blood? They were only restricted by the Puyao god clan and didn't dare to fight back. Golden Sun Divine City, Gold Sun Temple. That pressure, and that endless thunder prison, the one who came is King Reed. Other than King Reed, there won't be a second person. Patriarch Yao and the other 8 old ancestors frowned. Among the many, high-level universe gods in Xianxia Chaos Domain, only King Reed was the first one who specialized in the Great Tao of Thunder. He was the progenitor of the Rend god race. Legend has it that he was formed by the first Chaos Divine Thunder in Xianxia Chaos Domain. 13 million eras ago, he could be said to be on par with their progenitor, Universe God Puyao. However, King Reed's luck was obviously much better than their progenitor, Universe God Puyao. They had a smooth journey and successfully advanced to the high-level Universe God realm 8 million eras ago, allowing the Rend god race to become one of the top god race in Xianxia Chaos Domain. 8 million eras had passed. Legend had it that King Reed was infinitely close to middle-rank high-level Universe God. He was only a step away from breaking through. Unknowingly, Patriarch Yao and the other three's eyes fell upon Yang Fann. Vaguely, there was a trace of uneasiness. The skin of a tree, the name of a human. Although Yang Fann was also a high-level Universe God, in Patriarch Yao and the others' hearts, compared to King Reed who was only a step away from breaking through, Yang Fann was still a bit lacking. Fortunately, His Excellency Yang Fann had already obtained the inheritance of the Rui de Master. In the past 100 years, under their destructive exploitation, they had also collected a lot of resources. Even if they gave up on Rui de Universe, their harvest would still be huge. One King Reed won't be a threat to me. I'll be back soon. Yang Fann smiled casually. It was just a quasi-middle-rank high-level Universe God. Meeting someone like him, even if he wanted to run away, it was just wishful thinking. However, Yang Fann didn't say it to his heart's content. Sometimes, it was hard to believe the truth. Defeating and suppressing were two different concepts. Even some of the higher grade and even top rank high-level Universe God wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to suppress King Reed. As his voice faded, Pucci, without waiting for Patriarch Yao and the others to say anything, Yang Fann moved his body and tore open the spatial zone, appearing in the boundless thunder prison. Right at this moment, a bright lightning glow erupted from the center of the thunder prison. In an instant, it turned into a terrifying lightning god. It was millions of light years tall and looked like a universe. His face was resolute. Above his head, there was a purple thunder horn that was more than 100,000 years long. Terrifying purple thunder surrounded him like ferocious thunder dragons. He stood proudly at the center of the thunder sea, stepping on the endless thunder prison. His aura dominated the heavens, looking down on the world, and he was invincible. Every single move he made caused people to feel an instinctive fear. It really is King Reed. The purple lightning horn on his head was the symbol of the Reed clan. Who are you? King Reed looked down at Yang Fann from above. There was a trace of fear in his voice. In his eyes, the tiny microorganism that was even more tiny than the microorganism could be ignored. However, for some reason, he could feel a trace of danger from this tiny figure. The one who wants your life. Yang Fann's voice was calm, as if he was evaluating a fact. What an arrogant kid. I would like to see what kind of abilities you have to dare to speak such arrogant words. King Reed glared at him. His voice sounded like the wrath of the heavens. The thunder god roared. Endless thunder sea surged and shattered the chaos in all directions. Even the number one person in Xianxia Chaos Domain, God Lord Qian Yao, didn't dare to speak to him in such a manner. He was a junior who had come out of nowhere. Who gave him the courage to speak to him in such a manner? Arrogant words, a frog at the bottom of a well. Very soon, you will know that what I said is the truth. Yang Fann sneered. Prospective middle-rank high-level Universe God, the sixth revolution of the Dragon Sun 10 cycles is enough. Although he had the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, no matter what forbidden divine ability he used, it would not really damage his foundation. At most, it would be devouring more. A single strength of origin, a mere quasi-middle rank high-level universe god, was able to use the 10th revolution of the Dragon Sun 10 cycles. That was really overestimating him. Even if he didn't lack universe sources now, he still needed them. It wasn't such a waste. If it was only the 6th revolution, the side effects would be limited. With the abnormal recovery ability of the great cosmos's eternal immortal divine body, he wouldn't even need to consume power of the universe sources to recover in a very short period of time. Of course, with the help of the power of the universe source, the recovery time would be even faster. King Reed frowned and felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Yang Fann was too calm. Could it be that this kid really has the power to kill me? No, this is impossible. Even top-rank high-level universe god can only defeat me, and he doesn't have much confidence in suppressing me. Not to mention a brat like him. If you think too much, I must be thinking too much. At this moment, an extremely dangerous aura spread out and enveloped King Reed's entire body. Ah, no, this strength, top-rank high-level universe god. No, extreme high-level universe god, this is extreme high-level universe god's power. Bitch it, how could this be? Although he had only used the 6th revolution of the Dragon Sun 10 cycles, with top-rank high-level universe god as the foundation, his strength had increased by 64 times, and he was still far stronger than most of the extreme high-level universe god, and was now at the quasi-top-level universe god. Roar Thunder's horn, break the evil bang. The purple lightning horn that was like a heavenly pillar instantly left his body. It was like a peerless divine spear, tearing apart the chaos as it charged towards the heaven-sheltering big hand. The Thunder Horn was not only the symbol of the Thunder Clan, but also the vital treasure of the Thunder Clan. Especially King Reed's Thunder Horn, after being refined for tens of millions of eras, its grade was higher than many quasi-middle-level chaos treasures, and it was comparable to a low-grade middle-level chaos treasure. He struck out his most powerful killing move. King Reed opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of origin divine blood. Divine blood lightning escape without any hesitation. King Reed immediately used his strongest escape technique. Although the Horn of Thunder was powerful, King Reed did not even dare to think about using it to fight extreme high-level universe god. There was a gap of 4 grades between them. If the Horn of Reed could make up for it, it wouldn't be comparable to a quasi-middle-level chaos treasure, but a quasi-high-ranked chaos treasure. As long as it could slightly block extreme high-level universe god's attack, King Reed would be delighted. You want to run? Can you run? Profound Sky Divine Palace, suppress. Ah, no, how could this be? I am the Lord of Rend, a high-level universe god, how could I die here? No, I am not willing, I am not willing. C2428 something was wrong. Rui de Universe. Yang Fann vs King Reed. With the help of the 6th cycle of the forbidden divine ability Dragon Sun, Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by 64 times, far exceeding that of an ordinary extreme high-level universe god. He was now on par with a quasi-top-level universe god, and with the help of the intermediate spatial chaos treasure in the profound Sky Divine Palace, King Reed, who was supposed to be middle-rank high-level universe god, was suppressed by Yang Fann in less than a breath's time, without any ability to resist. There was a huge gap of 4 grades between them. If King Reed used the forbidden divine ability the moment he saw Yang Fann and fled, he might still have a chance to escape. However, he had to admit that he was a high-level universe god, so he didn't put Yang Fann in his eyes. When Yang Fann attacked, he wouldn't be able to escape in time. Divine World, Golden Sun Divine City, Gold Sun Temple. Silence for a moment. The entire Divine Palace was terrifyingly silent, like a grave. Patriarch Yao and the other 8 old ancestors widened their eyes as they stared at the mighty figure in the chaotic turbulence, unable to speak for a long time. What did they just see? The mighty King Reed was suppressed by His Excellency Yang Fann just like that. How much time had it been? It seemed like it hadn't even been a breath's time. I can't be under some kind of illusion, right? Otherwise, how could I see such an unbelievable scene? Patriarch Yao and the other 8 men couldn't believe it. One should know that King Reed. He was a high-level universe god who had been famous for over 10 million eras, one of the top few people in the Xianxia Chaos domain. Just one more step and he would be promoted to middle-rank high-level universe god. Even the number 1 person in Xianxia Chaos domain, God Lord Qian Yao, didn't dare to say that he could suppress King Reed, let alone kill him with such a simple and crude strike. Given the combat strength His Excellency Yang Fann had displayed earlier, it was his limit to defeat King Reed. Perhaps, he would have to pay a hefty price for this battle. After a long while, Patriarch Yao finally arrived at the scene. Only then did they believe that frightening fact. Hiss. It's true. It's true. Everything is true. That King Reed was really suppressed by His Excellency Yang Fann. Gulp. Gulp. What kind of cultivation was His Excellency Yang Fann? How could he even suppress King Reed? They're not even a match for him. Gee. Extreme high-level universe god. I think King Reed just said that His Excellency Yang Fann is extreme high-level universe god. Could His Excellency Yang Fann really be extreme high-level universe god? Hiss. This should be impossible. In an instant, Patriarch Yao and the other 8 men sucked in a breath of cold air. Extreme high-level universe god, in their Xianxia chaos domain, that was a complete legend. It was unknown whether the number 1 man in their Xianxia chaos domain, Divine Master Qian Yao, had successfully advanced to top-ranked high-level universe god, let alone extreme high-level universe god. This is really hard to say. True Monarch Leda was afraid that it was just a guess, but His Excellency Yang Fann was able to kill King Reed in one move, even if it wasn't extreme high-level universe god. I'm afraid that His Excellency Yang Fann isn't much weaker than him. No wonder His Excellency Yang Fann was so disdainful towards the enemy just now, he didn't put the enemy in his eyes. We actually thought that His Excellency Yang Fann wouldn't be a match for that King Reed. At this moment, the corners of Patriarch Yao's and the others' mouths revealed a hint of self-mockery. That King Reed wasn't even qualified to carry His Excellency Yang Fann's shoes. And all these years, he had been the one to carry His Excellency Yang Fann's shoes. What exactly were they thinking? They were simply worrying about nothing. With His Excellency Yang Fann in the Ruida universe, who would be able to take away the inheritance of the Ruida from him? Even God Lord Thousand Lights himself wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. And would God Lord Thousand Lights personally fight for the inheritance of the Ruida Master? This was possible, let alone the door. There wasn't even a piece of paper on the window. In their eyes, the inheritance of the Lord of Ruida was a rare treasure that would only appear once every 10 million eras, but in the eyes of God Lord Thousand Lights, it was nothing. It wasn't much stronger than a chicken bone. For the sake of this inheritance of the low-order advanced universe god, they would fight with an expert of the same level or even more. Unless God Lord Qianyao's head was clamped by the door. Soon, Patriarch Yao and the others felt their hearts burn with excitement. A single god from the low-order advanced universe was enough for their Puyao god clan to enter the ranks of top-grade god race, let alone a top-grade god, or even extreme high-level universe god. Once the news of this battle spread out, the Puyao god clan would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Qianxia chaos domain. Even the Thousand Lights god race, which God Lord Qian Yao was in, did not dare to provoke the Puyao god clan. The Puyao god clan was going to rise to prominence. Just as he thought of a way to spread the word, Yang Fann stopped those people who had underestimated the Puyao god clan and thought that it had declined. What kind of joke was this? The Ruida universe would be Yang Fann's hunting ground. A mere King Reed was not enough to satisfy his appetite. If Patriarch Yao and the others publicized this, it would be terrible. Who else would dare to come to Ruida universe? No matter how good the inheritance of the Ruida Master was, it was not as precious as their old lives. I wonder who will come next. I can't wait any longer. I really hope they come soon. Patriarch Yao and the others were all old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. With just a slight reminder from Yang Fann, they knew what Yang Fann was planning to do. All of them were filled with anticipation. This Ruida universe was the ultimate land of those quasi-high-level universe god, high-grade universe gods. Thinking about it quickly, there would be a large number of experts that they looked up to in the past, and they would be suppressed and captured by Relentless. They couldn't help but feel excited. Sigh, it's such a pity that we haven't believed His Excellency Yang Fann's words for the past 100 years. Old Patriarch Min Yao said, in the past 100 years, and if they believed His Excellency Yang Fann's words, they wouldn't have suffered such a loss. In the future, we must never doubt His Excellency Yang Fann's words. The great fortune amidst misfortune. King Reed's timely arrival had let them know His Excellency Yang Fann's true strength. If they were late, they would have come. A few hundred to 1,000 years later, Patriarch Yao and the others would definitely cry to death. A good man. This King Reed was really a good man. Immediately give the order to nurture the ore vein and prohibit mining. Right, we can't let them act recklessly anymore. If they didn't mine for a minute, it would be the Puyao god clan's loss. Dry the pond to fish and burn the forest to hunt. They had no choice but to do so. The Rui de universe was now theirs. If they continued mining, they would really be idiots. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, another 60 years passed. Rumble, rumble, all of a sudden, terrifying pressure that was not much weaker than King Reed's came from all directions, surrounding Rui de universe. Kai, Kai, Kai. The cosmic crystal wall shook violently and distorted, forming countless spatial fissures that were millions of miles long and tens of millions of miles long in the next second. Terrifying figures that were millions of light years tall appeared around the Rui de universe. They looked like the chaotic devil god that was born from the chaos, looking down at the Rui de universe. Quasi-high-level universe god, the 5 great Rui de universes that appeared around the Rui de universe. All of them were quasi-high-level universe god who had broken through to the advanced universe god stage with a single step. That's the master of the fire spirit, that's the old ancestor Tian Yin, that's old monster Shenluo. That's the master of the fire spirit, that's the old ancestor Tian Yin, and that's old monster Shenluo. And that is the Black Dragon clan's Black Dragon ancestor. Right, who is the last one? That seems to be the Evil Eye ancestor. This doesn't make sense. Didn't the Evil Eye ancestor fall at the hands of the Lord of Shuluo? It seems like there is another secret behind this. However, old ancestor Evil Eye's life is coming to an end in our Rui de universe. Patriarch Yao and the other 3 flew into the sky and surveyed their surroundings. There wasn't a trace of fear on their faces. It was as if the person in front of them wasn't a quasi-high-level universe god that was 100 times stronger than them, but a tiny low-level universe god. Something was wrong, something was wrong. The fire spirit master, old ancestor Tian Yin, and the 5 great expert frowned. Patriarch Yao and the others' reaction had gone beyond their expectations. Shouldn't they be in fear and trepidation? What the hell was going on right now? Was the Puyao God clan deliberately mystifying the situation, or did they really have something to rely on? C2430 High-level universe god Rui de universe, Golden Sun Divine City, Gold Sun Temple. Patriarch Yao and the others were whispering to each other. Their expressions were relaxed, totally not putting that high-level universe god in their eyes. That voice, that tone, that high-level universe god was just a lowly ant in their eyes. The current them were no longer the lowly Armin. Their horizons were no longer the same as before. So what if they were high-level universe gods? In the end, they could only be suppressed by His Excellency Yang Fann without any emotions. 1,000 years had passed. The high-level universe gods that arrived in Rui de universe were not just King Reed alone. There were 4 high-level universe gods, including middle-rank high-level universe god, but all of them, including middle-rank high-level universe god, were suppressed by His Excellency Yang Fann without any ability to resist. As for the quasi-high-level universe god, there were even more of them. There were more than 20 of them, and there were 23 of them in just a few thousand years. Their Xianxia Chaos Domain's top combat strength had shrunk by 2 levels. Ferocious, it was truly brutal to the point of making one's hair stand on end. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Who would dare believe it? That was a quasi-high-level universe god, and even a true high-level universe god. The peak combat power in Xianxia Chaos Domain was the greatest, not low-level universe god. In the past, there wouldn't have been a single casualty in 100,000, or even a million eras. But now, they had lost 4 high-level universe gods and 23 quasi-high-level universe god. Was there anything more unbelievable than this? At this rate, they were really worried that one day, all the top combat strength of their Xianxia Chaos Domain would be wiped out by His Excellency Yang Fann. This wasn't a joke. In the huge Xianxia Chaos Domain, all the high and quasi-high-level universe god warriors were added together. It was just 1 to 200 people. Sigh, why didn't these people believe in evil? Isn't it good to live in peace? Why did they have to come here to die? Patriarch Yao and the others looked at the high-level universe god as if they were looking at a person who was about to die. No one thought highly of the high-level universe god. His aura was even weaker than King Reed's. His Excellency Yang Fann, on the other hand, could even suppress middle-rank high-level universe god, the true Lord rank. The aura of the person in front of them was even weaker than King Reed's. Clearly, he was just an ordinary low-order advanced universe god. Ever since he stepped into the Rui de universe, his life was no longer in his control. Sure enough, Patriarch Yao's life was no longer in his control. As they expected, very soon, the high-level universe god howled in despair. The next second, the terrifying pressure of the high-level universe weakened rapidly and finally disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that the insufferably arrogant high-level universe god commander did not last more than 3 seconds. His Excellency Yang Fann suppressed him without any emotion. Gold Sun Temple, within a magnificent divine hall. For thousands of years, the smile on Yang Fann's face had never stopped. He had earned a lot in these 1,000 years. This trip to Xianxia Chaos Domain was the right one. 1 middle-rank high-level universe god, 4 low-order advanced universe gods, and 23 quasi-high-level universe god warriors had become his belongings just like that. Just thinking about it made him feel like he was dreaming. Adding the 2 low-order advanced universe gods that he had suppressed and 13 quasi-high-level universe gods, he now had 7 high-level universe gods and 36 quasi-high-level universe gods. If he could devour all of them, he would be able to refine them all. Even if the great universe was an eternal great perfection of the body of the god, the origin root was at least 10 times stronger than before. It was certain that he would be able to break through to the high-level universe lord. Furthermore, these 5 high-level universe gods, 23 quasi-high-level universe god, were different from the high-level and quasi-high-level universe god he had suppressed in Gold Rock Chaos Domain. Each of them was worth at least twice as much as them. High-grade middle-sized Chaos Domain was not comparable to those intermediate and low-grade middle-sized Chaos Domain. They were both wealthy people, a rich man from a big city, and a rich man from a small city. How could they be compared? Of the 23 quasi-high-level universe god, none of them had a net worth of less than 3 trillion universe sources. The highest person had a net worth of nearly 1 trillion universe sources. As for the 5 high-grade universe gods, their net worth far exceeded 1 billion universe sources, especially the only middle-rank high-level universe god. Even if he was compared to universe god Zan Shao, he was not much different. After all, universe god Zan Shao had already fallen. More than half of the Xuanshao universe had collapsed. Out of the 9 core continents, there was only 1 Xuanshao continent left. No one knew how many resources had been lost. Of course, what satisfied Yang Fann the most was the universe source in the hands of these universe gods. Unlike the universe gods in Gold Rock Chaos Domain, who had just gone through the era auction, they had almost used up all their universe sources. 23 quasi-high-level universe god and 5 high-level universe gods. They had brought nearly 800 million universe source to Yang Fann, including the 53 billion universe source that Yang Fann had before. The inheritance of the Ruida Master, as well as the Ruida, the 8-arm, the Azure Armor, and the Giant Ape. He had also brought quite a few Yang Fanns to Yang Fann. At this moment, the Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands had exceeded 1.3 billion. It was close to 1.2 billion. The trace of uneasiness in Yang Fann's heart had been completely relieved. He refused to believe that absorbing 1.3 billion universe source wasn't enough for him to cultivate the eternal immortal divine body to the great perfection stage. If that was really the case, this was too much of a scam for him to cultivate the eternal divine body to the great perfection stage. One had to know that mastery had only used up 2 billion universe sources. It couldn't be that breaking through to the great perfection of the body of the god from the divine body realm required one to consume 100 million times more universe sources. Buzz. The last treasure of the low-order advanced universe god was moved into the inner world by Yang Fann. Yang Fann slowly stood up. 5 high-level universe gods and 23 quasi-high-level universe god. It's about time to reach the limit. Yang Fann was deep in thought. There was no wall in this world that was impenetrable. With so many top-grade experts suppressed by him, it was only a matter of time before they were exposed. Until now, it had not been completely exposed. To be honest, it had exceeded Yang Fann's expectations. Although he had tried his best to seal off 4-direction space and extend the time for the news to be leaked, he could not guarantee that these high-grade and quasi-high-level universe god experts had some kind of secret technique that could hide from his eyes and ears. He could not guarantee that they could contact Yang Fann in the outside world. There were countless secret techniques and divine abilities in World of Cultivators, especially those old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. Who knew how many secret techniques and divine abilities they had mastered? In terms of combat strength, Yang Fann had surpassed them by more than 108,000 light-years, but in terms of divine abilities. In terms of secret techniques, Yang Fann couldn't even compare to these high-level and quasi-high-level universe god warriors. Compared to these old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, and Yang Fann who was less than 12 trillion years old, his foundation was a bit shallow. Of course, even if the information was not leaked, the possibility of capturing 5 high-level universe gods and 23 quasi-high-level universe god in 1,000 years was close to zero. Next, Yang Fann would be secretly happy to have half of the harvest. High-grade universe gods and quasi-high-level universe god weren't like those venerables and rulers. They could get as many as they wanted. In the huge Xianxia Chaos domain, there were more than 20 high-grade universe gods in the open, in the dark, and in the dark. When combined, there were only 100 or so of them even if there were a little more quasi-high-level universe god. It was impossible for all quasi-high-grade universe gods to be attracted by the inheritance of the Ruida's master. If it was a top-rank high-level universe god's inheritance, it would be more accurate. However, the inheritance of a low-order advanced universe god like the Ruida master could attract 1/3 of the attention of top-grade experts. That would be considered very powerful. Soon, another 1,000 years passed. Indeed, as Yang Fann had expected, the harvest of these 1,000 years had sharply declined. One in the inner world, there were only 7 more quasi-high-level universe god prisoners, and the number of high-level universe gods had only increased by 1, and it was still the low-order advanced universe god who had just broken through. All 8 of their belongings were combined. It's just barely past the first floor. 100 years later, Ruida Universe, Gold Sun Temple. Wang. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Good, finally, a big fish came. It was a high-rank high-level universe god. Looks like I have to plan properly. C-2431 replace the death god puppet Ruida Universe, Gold Sun Temple. A hint of surprise and greed flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The appearance of a high-rank high-level universe god was out of Yang Fann's expectation. The master of the Ruida was merely a god of low-order advanced universe. In Yang Fann's point of view, it was his limit to attract middle-rank high-level universe god to his inheritance. Compared to a high-rank high-level universe god, although the inheritance of the master of the Ruida was not of little value, its use was limited. It could allow their cultivation base to improve by a tiny bit, half a point was the limit. Logically speaking, it was unlikely for a high-rank high-level universe god to come to the Ruida universe. It was unknown which part of the brain of this high-rank high-level universe god was wrong. However, it was a pleasant surprise to him. If he could suppress and devour this high-rank universe god, his harvest would be comparable to the 6 high-grade universe gods and 30 quasi-high-level universe god from 2,000 years ago. In fact, it might even be better than that. A living high-rank high-level universe god was definitely not someone universe god Zhan Shao, who had fallen for 8 million eras, could compare with. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the high-grade high-level universe lord in one go. No matter what, he had to take down this high-rank high-level universe god. Right at this moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure that was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than King Reed descended from the sky, crushing down on the Ruida universe. Pucci, the cosmic crystal wall in the Ruida universe shook violently, and finally, a huge crack that spanned for hundreds of millions of light-years appeared. It was like a lone boat in the middle of a furious ocean that could be destroyed at any moment. Terrifying. One had to know that the Ruida universe was a pre-sky-high universe. The toughness of the cosmic crystal wall was incomparable to even a peak universe. Even a high-level universe god would find it difficult to destroy the Ruida universe. For example, King Reed and even middle-rank high-level universe god's pressure could only shake the cosmic crystal wall, causing some tiny cracks to appear on it. If they wanted to destroy the Ruida universe with just their pressure, they wouldn't even have a window, let alone a door. In the next second, like a mirage, a terrifying great god appeared. He was twice as tall as King Reed. Not only that, he was almost 10 million light-years tall. His divine might was like a prison, vast and mighty, covering the sky and covering the earth, crushing the chaos in all directions. In his eyes, divine light flickered, as if countless gods were being extinguished and reborn. His entire person was filled with an invincible spirit and confidence. This was the belief of invincibility. It was as if the endless chaos in universal world could not find a worthy opponent. He looked around his heart. He was at a loss, lonely, and invincible. This is Lord of the Morning Light. This Am I seeing things? Is it really Lord of the Morning Light? Patriarch Yao swallowed his saliva and said with some uncertainty. Lord of the Morning Light, to them. It was a complete legend. Even back then, the Puyao God clan was still one of the top 10 divine races in Xianxia Chaos domain. Compared to Lord of the Morning Light, they were still far inferior. This was the expert that was second only to the number 1 person in the Xianxia Chaos domain, Divine Master Qian. According to the legends, 5 million eras ago, Lord of the Morning Light had already broken through to the high-rank high-level universe god. 5 million eras had passed, and even if he didn't break through to the high-rank high-level universe god, he wouldn't be much weaker than top-rank high-level universe god. Logically speaking, such a legendary figure shouldn't have taken a liking to the inheritance of the god of low-order advanced universe, the Lord of Ruida. I wonder if His Excellency Yang Fann can defeat this Lord of the Morning Light. Worry flashed across Patriarch Yao's eyes, but soon, that worry was replaced by self-mockery. I'm really worrying for nothing. How could this Lord of the Morning Light be a match for His Excellency Yang Fann? If they were to say that they had some doubts about King Reed before, whether His Excellency Yang Fann was that extreme high-level universe god or not, they had no more doubts after Yang Fann suppressed that middle-rank high-level universe god. It was just a difference of 2 major grades. It was easy to defeat middle-rank high-level universe god, but to suppress him, it was impossible for him to surpass the 3rd layer, let alone kill him in less than a breath's time. Extreme high-level universe god, only the legendary extreme high-level universe god had such a terrifying power. Putting aside whether Lord of the Morning Light had made a breakthrough or not, it was still unknown whether he would become top-rank high-level universe god or not. Even if he did, he would only become top-rank high-level universe god. A huge gap of 1 grade was enough to crush everything. Middle-level universe god, a higher-grade challenger. In Qianxia Chaos domain, there were still a few challengers. However, for a high-grade universe god to be able to jump ranks to challenge someone, they had lived for tens of thousands of eras, but they had never heard of such a thing. Even Divine Master Qian, who was a high-level universe god stage, did not have the ability to challenge those who were higher level than him. At most, he could only fight those who were at the same level as him. I just don't know if His Excellency Yang Fann can suppress this Lord of the Morning Light with ease. This shouldn't be possible. On this point, Patriarch Yao and the others didn't think highly of Yang Fann. After all, there was only a huge gap of 2 grades between them. If a high-rank high-level universe god wanted to leave with all his heart, extreme high-level universe god wouldn't be able to leave him behind for more than 3 grades. This was especially true for Lord of the Morning Light, who might still be a top-rank high-level universe god. He might be even smaller, perhaps even less than 1 grade. Look, His Excellency Yang Fann has made his move. Strange, why is His Excellency Yang Fann's aura so much weaker? This chi is much weaker than those quasi-high-level universe god warriors like the Fire Spirit Master, not to mention Lord of the Morning Light. A trace of doubt emerged in the hearts of Patriarch Yao and the other 8 men. This was a completely different person from the His Excellency Yang Fann they knew. At this moment, His Excellency Yang Fann's aura was only slightly stronger than Patriarch Yao's. At most, it was comparable to an extreme middle-level universe god warrior. His Excellency Yang Fann, what is going on? What a young man. How dare a puny top-rank middle-level universe god attack me? How dare he? A hint of anger flashed across Lord of the Morning Light's eyes. Had the world changed, or had he not been born for a long time? The world had forgotten about his means. Since when did a mere top-rank middle-level universe god dare to attack him with his claws? In a split second Yang Fann had already arrived in front of Lord of the Morning Light. Rumble. Yang Fann didn't hold back anymore. The energy in his body erupted with all his strength. The forbidden divine ability Solar Dragon 10 rotations were pushed to the limit by Yang Fann, the 10th rotation. There was only 1 chance. If he missed this chance, it would be difficult to suppress Lord of the Morning Light again. This Lord of the Morning Light wasn't an ordinary high-rank high-level universe god. He had already stepped into the top-rank high-level universe god realm. Even if Yang Fann's combat strength was comparable to a quasi-top-level universe god, he didn't have full confidence that he could suppress Lord of the Morning Light. 5 at most, he could only reach the 8th or 9th level in an instant. Yang Fann's strength had increased by 512 times. The terrifying pressure was more than 1,000 times stronger than Lord of the Morning Light's. The entire chaotic ruins was turned upside down. Countless chaotic turbulences were destroyed into dust. It was a majestic scene that spread for billions of light-years. Fortunately, Yang Fann had deliberately controlled it to avoid the Ruida universe. Otherwise, the entire Ruida universe would have been crushed into dust. The primal chaos ruins, billions of millions. A trillion light-years away. Universe gods were rushing towards Ruida universe. The weakest of them were middle-level universe god. An ordinary low-level universe god did not have the courage to fight with a group of quasi-advanced universe gods for food. Ah, great. What a terrifying pressure. How many billions of light-years has it been? And it was still terrifying, truly too terrifying. Just who is this person? Even the number one expert of our Xianxia chaos domain, God Lord Xianxia, is far inferior to him. That direction seems to be where the Ruida universe is located. This direction, it can't be, right? That expert, how could it possibly be interested in the inheritance of a mere god of low-order advanced universe? The middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god were dumbfounded, their eyes were filled with fear. Under the pressure, all of them, who were middle-level universe god, were nothing but lowly ants. They were still so far away. If it was right in front of them, perhaps it would be enough to suppress them with just a trace of power. Ruida universe, billions of light-years away. Ah, no. Lord of the Morning Light, who was the one involved, let out a wail of despair. That power had far exceeded his limit. He couldn't block it, he couldn't even block it. Even if he used all of his forbidden divine ability, it would still be the same. Bitch at this power. Even if it's not a top-level universe god, it shouldn't be too far away from it. How can there be such a ferocious god in Xianxia chaos domain? It seems like I can only use that trump card to save my life. In place of the death god puppet, life and death will change. C 2432 thousands of lights. Xianxia chaos domain, Ruida universe, Gold Sun Temple. Patriarch Yao and the other 8 old ancestors were so shocked that their jaws couldn't close. This, am I seeing things? Lord of the Morning Light was just like that. Was he killed in an instant by the Lord? Although he had expected that Lord of the Morning Light would not be a match for His Excellency Yang Fann, he had never expected that. How could it be such a situation? Lord of the Morning Light was one of the top 3 expert in the Xianxia chaos domain, and he was far more powerful than those intermediate and low-order advanced universe gods. No matter what, this battle would surely be a fierce battle. His Excellency Yang Fann might have to pay some price in order to defeat Lord of the Morning Light. Who would have thought that he would be able to kill Lord of the Morning Light in an instant, as usual? Gulp gulp. What was His Excellency Yang Fann's cultivation base? Was it really just extreme high-level universe god? In the chaos. Bitch it, what a good substitute for the death god puppet. A legendary expert like this really isn't that easy to kill. Yang Fann cursed. He had calculated everything, but he still missed out on one thing. The Lord of the Morning Light in his hand was merely a puppet. He had no idea where Lord of the Morning Light's true body had been replaced. Even when Yang Fann unleashed his spiritual sense with all his strength, he still couldn't find any trace of Lord of the Morning Light. 8 to 9 out of the range of his spiritual sense. This time, the 10th revolution of the Dragon Sun 10 revolutions was in vain. Fortunately, this time was different from the previous one. It had only been less than a breath's time, and the consumption of his origin was limited. As long as he went into seclusion for 1,000 years, he would be able to recover his damaged origin. There was no need for him to go into seclusion for 8 million years like before. Let's leave this Lord of the Morning Light here. I'm afraid that this is the end of the bait of the inheritance of Ruida. Very quickly, Yang Fann let out another sigh. His previous information might still be a secret, but with Lord of the Morning Light's escape, it was very likely that he would be exposed. Furthermore, the explosion just now had destroyed the chaos ruins, causing them to lose the barrier of the ruins. His terrifying aura rampaged unreservedly, engulfing an unknown amount of billions of light years. There were definitely many universe gods who sensed his aura. As long as those universe gods weren't kicked in the head by a donkey, they would no longer be interested in the inheritance of the Lord of Ruida. No matter how precious a high-grade universe god inheritance was, it couldn't compare to the value of their lives. Vaguely, Yang Fann felt a trace of regret in his heart. If he knew that Lord of the Morning Light could escape, he wouldn't have used his strongest combat strength to destroy the Chaos Ruins. Otherwise, with the Chaos Ruins blocking the combat waves, he might be able to obtain a few more benefits. After all, it would take some time for Lord of the Morning Light to spread the news. Forget it, the matter had already been settled. It would be pointless to think about it. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann did not think too much about it. Furthermore, to be honest, he had gained quite a lot. 6 high-grade universe gods, 30 quasi-high-level universe god warriors, and the top combat strength of Xianxia Chaos Domain. He had already captured more than 2 of them, nearly 3 of them. This was definitely the biggest loss of the 30 million Xianxia Chaos Domains in the history of the Xianxia Chaos Domain. Even after fighting against the old enemy of Wanong Chaos region for so long, there had never been such a huge loss. Even when all the quasi-high-grade and high-grade universe gods died in the hands of the Wanong Chaos region gods combined, there were not that many of them. Especially the advanced universe gods. Since ancient times, Xianxia Chaos Domain had only lost 3 of them. They were not even half suppressed by Yang Fann. Morning Light Universe was one of the top 10 universes in the Xianxia Chaos Domain. The energy level was so high that it was much higher than the Crystal Bristle universe. The resources within were sufficient to support a high-level universe god, and it was still that high-rank high-level universe god. And this Morning Light Universe Lord was none other than the Lord of the Morning Light, who had luckily escaped from Yang Fann's hands with the help of the Death God puppet. Morning Light Universe, 33rd Empyrean, Morning Light Heavenly Palace. Wang. With a flash of divine light, Lord of the Morning Light appeared in a secret divine hall in the Heavenly Palace. This was none other than the place where Lord of the Morning Light hid the Death God puppet. The Death God puppet's effect was heaven-defying. Once it was activated, it could instantly transform the true body and the body of the puppet. At this moment, the face of Lord of the Morning Light, who had turned into the size of an ordinary person, was filled with fear and fear. He was just a little bit away. If it wasn't for the fact that he decisively took out the substituting Death God puppet at the last moment, he would have been doomed. The terror of that fierce god far exceeded his imagination. That power, just thinking about it made people despair, making him unable to raise any strength to resist at all. Especially this bastard, who was so despicable and shameless. Just thinking about it made him gnash his teeth in anger. A dignified quasi-top-level universe god, in order to deal with a high-rank high-level universe god like him, he had disguised himself as a top-rank middle-level universe god. Could he be any more shameless? As for the fact that Yang Fann only had top-rank middle-level universe god's cultivation base, Lord of the Morning Light wouldn't believe it even if he beat Lord of the Morning Light to death. Top-rank middle-level universe god was a quasi-top-level battle force of universe god. How could there be such a monster in this world? Not to mention middle-sized chaos domain, even the large-sized chaos domain couldn't find such a monster. Top-rank middle-level universe god, being able to challenge the low-order advanced universe's divine god, was the highest-grade monster in the large-sized chaos domain. It was rare for one to appear in millions of eras. That ferocious god must have cultivated some kind of concealing ability, concealing his true cultivation base. If it wasn't for the fact that he was willing to take his head off and block the ball, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Sigh, what a pity for my substitute Death God puppet. Thinking of the substitute Death God puppet, Lord of the Morning Light felt a wave of pain in his heart. Substituting the Death God puppet was a lot of similar substitution puppets. Substitute puppets were not rare in many universes. The refining techniques were mostly the same and not too difficult. Even those true gods and domain gods were confident in refining them. The difficult part was that it was effective against a high-rank high-level universe god like him. The stronger the substitute strength was, the more precious the materials needed for the substitute puppet would be. For a high-rank high-level universe god like Lord of the Morning Light, refining a useful substitute puppet for the Death God was more than enough to empty middle-rank high-level universe god's home. Even if he was a high-rank high-level universe god, his value was several times greater than middle-rank high-level universe gods. He only had one Death God puppet in his hand, and it was the most powerful treasure that could save his life if he wanted to refine another death substitute puppet. He didn't know how many eras he needed this time. He had suffered a great loss. Even if he could successfully obtain the inheritance of the Rui de Master and occupy Rui de Universe, it would still be far from enough to compensate for his loss. Regret. Lord of the Morning Light's intestines had turned green from regret. Initially, he thought that he would obtain the inheritance of the Rui de along the way, which could be considered as an additional inheritance for the Morning Light divine race. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a evil spirit? If he had known this earlier, he would have never thought of obtaining the inheritance of the Ruida. It was just a god from the low-order advanced universe. It was almost useless against him, a quasi-top-ranked high-level universe god. This Puyao god clan is really lucky to be able to get in touch with that evil spirit. I just don't know what kind of relationship they have. If they are too close to each other, I'm afraid that our Xianxia Chaos Domain will have to respect the Puyao god clan in the future. Even my Morning Light god clan will have to depend on the Puyao god clan. Lord of the Morning Light's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that the Xianxia Chaos Domain was going to change. A quasi-top-level universe god was synonymous with invincibility in their Xianxia Chaos Domain. Even if all their high-grade universe gods were combined, they wouldn't be a match for a quasi-top-level universe god. It would be fine if he didn't have a bitter cultivator who devoted himself to cultivation, but if he was some ambitious man, the Xianxia Chaos Domain would surely be plunged into a bloodbath. Sigh, what a chaotic period of time. I wonder how many gods' race will be destroyed. It's better for my Morning Light race to make plans early. Time passed year after year. A terrifying storm with the chaotic starry sky where the Ruida universe was located as the center frantically spread towards the surrounding chaos, as if it was going to engulf the entire Xianxia Chaos Domain. What? The inheritance of the Ruida was just a trap. The Puyao god clan is just a disguise. Behind them is a peerless and ferocious god. So far, a large number of quasi-advanced level and advanced universe gods have fallen in the Ruida universe, and even Lord of the Morning Light has been defeated by that ferocious god. Gulp, gulp. This is impossible, right? How could Lord of the Morning Light lose? C-2433 Conspiracy. The terrifying storm spread towards the Xianxia Chaos Domain at lightning speed, as if it was going to engulf the entire Chaos Domain. What? Lord of the Morning Light lost? How is this possible? No, this is not true. It must not be true. How could Lord of the Morning Light lose? Those who did not know Lord of the Morning Light's name could be ignored, but those who had heard of Lord of the Morning Light's name, their first reaction was that it was impossible. What kind of person was Lord of the Morning Light? He was one of the top 3 expert in Xianxia Chaos Domain. Even God Lord Qian Yao didn't dare say that he would be able to defeat Lord of the Morning Light for sure. At most, the winner would be 28, and God Lord Qian Yao 8, while Lord of the Morning Light 2. The Puyao god clan was just an ordinary first-class god clan. They didn't even have a quasi-high-level universe god in their family. It was their luck to know a god of low-order advanced universe. How could they know someone even stronger than Lord of the Morning Light? Fake it must be fake. However, the public's words were like gold, and they couldn't help but believe it. The most important thing was that no one from the Morning Light celestial race stood out to refute. As one of the top 3 god clans in the Xianxia Chaos Domain, the Morning Light god clan was extremely proud in the past. It was not an exaggeration to say that. They were arrogant. If it was in the past, they would have come out to refute the rumors. How could they tolerate others spreading rumors and causing trouble? It was not surprising for them to kill those who spread the rumors. How dare he slander their great master ancestor? He was truly tired of living. However, no one had stood out until now, as if they had never heard those rumors. It was obvious that they had tacitly agreed without rebuttal. They had lost their Xianxia Chaos Domain's legendary expert, Lord of the Morning Light, had really lost. The heavens were going to change. This time, their Xianxia Chaos Domain was really going to change. Sigh, no one knew how much bloodshed would be stirred up and how many gods' race would be completely annihilated in the time-long river. The rise of a divine race must at least take over the interests of the other divine races. Especially that one, who could be said to be the strongest person in Xianxia Chaos Domain, would have to occupy at least half of the territory of Xianxia Chaos Domain. Like the Thousand Lights God clan, they had occupied almost one level of the universe in the Xianxia Chaos Domain. There were more than 100 top-level universes alone, and now, the Puyao God clan had only occupied a few top universes. Where else would the other top universes come from? Wasn't this the declining first-class God clan of the Puyao God clan? The strongest was no more than top-rank middle-level universe god. What ability did he have to be able to establish a connection with such a great god? Why wasn't it them? It was unknown how many gods were envious, jealous, and hated. They wished they could replace the Puyao God clan. As long as they could establish a connection with that big shot, they were willing to pay any price. They only knew that Yang Fann had defeated Lord of the Morning Light, but they didn't know the exact process. It wasn't a glorious thing to be killed in a single strike. Naturally, Lord of the Morning Light wouldn't publicize it. Otherwise, all the gods' race would go crazy with jealousy. Killing Lord of the Morning Light in a single strike. What kind of concept was this? Even the #1 expert of Xianxia Chaos Domain, Divine Master Qianyao, was far from being a match for him. Even in the chaotic region, there were dozens of high-grade middle-sized Chaos Domain, and they were all invincible masters. With such an invincible expert as his backing, the thousands of Chaos Domain in the vicinity would be able to roam unhindered. Of course, the majority of the gods' race were only envious. At most, they were a little worried and were far from being fearful. However, the opponents of the Puyao God clan and some of the god race forces near the Puyao God clan were different. They were afraid that one day, they would not be able to sleep or eat in peace. The Puyao God clan expanded over, and among them, the Crystal Bristle Divine race was the most. In one night, a lot of silver hair appeared on the Crystal Bristle King's head. What should he do? What should he do? Damn it, how could the Puyao God clan be so lucky to have such a powerful backer? The other god race in the Puyao God clan. However, there was a small conflict between them. They spat out some blood. It was not impossible to ease the tension by paying a generous gift. But only their Clear Bristle Divine clan was the Puyao God clan's longtime enemy. In order to compete for ownership of the Clear Bristle universe, the two clans had fought countless times. The number of times the Puyao God clan fell in their hands was innumerable. Even the universe gods were far from just 100 people. The two races were in a deadlock. Even if Puyao God clan let go of anyone, it was also impossible to let go of their bristle. God clan. That person who could even defeat Lord of the Morning Light was at least an high-ranked high-level universe god. It was very likely that it was that top-ranked high-level universe god. Such a great figure should not be so shameless as to directly attack their Bristle God clan. But even so, their Clear Bristle Divine clan's days in the future would not be easy either. In such a short few hundred years, there were already quite a number of divine clans who could not wait to start alienating their Clear Bristle Divine clan, anxious to cut off their relationship with their Clear Bristle Divine clan. For a time, their Clear Bristle Divine clan seemed to have become that god of plagues, and everyone avoided it. The influence of a high-rank or even top-rank high-level universe god was absolutely not a joke. There were even some divine clans who were all working to suppress their Clear Bristle Divine clan. In the recent 100 years, their Clear Bristle Divine clan's interests in many universes had more or less suffered some losses. Clearly, they wanted to use their Clear Bristle Divine clan as a tribute to build a good relationship with the Puyao God clan. To be precise, they wanted to ingratiate themselves to the great god behind the Puyao God clan. If he had known earlier, he would have risked losing a few middle-level universe god back then to destroy the Puyao God clan. Otherwise, today's disaster wouldn't have happened. Regret. The Clear Bristle King really regretted until his intestines turned green. Looks like I still have to make arrangements early. No matter what, my clan's inheritance cannot be cut off. In the blink of an eye, a million years had passed. Heavenly Grace Universe, this was one of the top universes in Xianxia Chaos Domain. Its energy level was much higher than the Crystal Bristle Universe. In the thousands of known top universes, it was sufficient to squeeze into the top 20. It was only slightly inferior compared to the Morning Light Universe, Thousand Lights Universe, and a few other top universes. This was the lair of the Heaven Favor clan. As for the Heaven Favor clan, forget about the Xianxia Chaos Domain. Even among the thousands of Chaos Domain nearby, it was renowned and was the object that countless divine races looked up to. It was one of the 10 great gods race in the Xianxia Chaos Domain. Its ancestor, Heavenly Grace King, was one of the 10 great expert in the Xianxia Chaos Domain, middle-rank high-level universe god, second only to God Lord Qianyao, Lord of the Morning Light, and a few others. Apart from that, although Heaven Favor clan did not have a second high-level universe god, there were 4 quasi-high-level universe god who were at the second level. The other middle-level universe god even had more than 30 of them. Their strength was more than 10 times stronger than the Crystal Bristle Divine race. It was just that in the recent million years, the Heaven Favor clan's days were more than 10 times stronger. But, a large number of universes were occupied by their longtime enemy, the Black Wing Celestial race. Countless resources were plundered, countless clansmen had died and their souls had been destroyed. However, the Heaven Favor clan could only retreat again and again. They did not even dare to have the thought of avenging their clansmen. Everything was because they had lost their ancestor. The only middle-rank high-level universe god in the Heaven Favor clan. The only middle-rank high-level universe god that Yang Fann had suppressed was none other than the king of this heavenly swamp. Without the Heavenly Grace King, the Heaven Favor clan would be able to suppress the Heavenly Grace King. How could they be a match for the Blackwing god race? The Blackwing celestial race was also one of the top celestial races in Xianxia Chaos domain. Although they were not as powerful as the Heaven Favor clan, they were not much weaker. The Blackwing King was a quasi-middle-rank high-level universe god who was not any weaker than King Reed. The 4 Grand Patriarchs under his command were all quasi-high-level universe god. If it wasn't for the fact that the Blackwing King wasn't willing to pay too much of a price, Heaven Favor clan would have to pay for everything in the outer universe. They would have to hide in Heavenly Grace universe and never come out again. Heavenly Grace universe, outside the cosmic crystal wall. At some point in time, a small world had been created. Dozens of terrifying Patriarch Yaos that were dozens of times more terrifying than Patriarch Yao gathered in the world. Among them, the arch-enemy of the Puyao God clan, the Clear Bristle King, was shockingly among them. C2434 Absolute Fate Heavenly Palace Heavenly Grace Universe, outside of the cosmic crystal wall, in a newly created world. Dozens of universe gods with auras as deep as the ocean gathered in a hall. Boom boom boom. A terrifying pressure rolled out like a tidal wave, pressing down on the heavens. The weakest among them was the extreme middle-level universe god. Many of them had even stepped into the quasi-high-level universe god of the advanced universe god stage. At this moment, anyone below the middle-level universe god, even a quasi-middle-level universe god, who dared to step into the main hall, would instantly be crushed to the ground. Sitting on the main seat was a middle-aged man wearing a green divine armor. His aura dominated the heavens. His pair of eyes seemed to be able to attract countless rays of light. Even though he was sitting, his spine still looked straight. It was as if there was a peerless divine spear hidden within his body. The divine sword pierced through the sky and towered into the sky. A terrifying pressure. Hong Long. The terrifying pressure radiated out from all the pores and cells in his body. It was a mighty pressure, and it was only slightly inferior to some of the deities of low-order advanced universe. He was almost at the critical point of the quasi-high-level universe god. He was only one more step away from advancing to a high-level universe god. God of Heaven Rui, the leader of the 4 divine lords of the Heaven Favor clan. In the Heaven Favor clan, there was no doubt that the second person was second only to the middle-rank high-level universe god, Heavenly Grace God King. In the Xianxia Chaos domain, amongst all the experts, one could be said to be in the top 50, and even have a chance to make it into the top 30. There were also grades of quasi-high-level universe god, but God of Heaven Rui was undoubtedly standing at the top. There were many quasi-high-level universe god in the main hall, but there was not a single person who could be compared to God of Heaven Rui. Even the Clear Bristle universe god that chased Puyao God clan out of their hometown was a great deal inferior. It was just that at this moment, God of Heaven Rui's face revealed an unconcealable worry. Not only God of Heaven Rui, the other quasi-high-level universe god and extreme middle-level universe god were similarly not much better. Each and every one of them couldn't conceal their melancholy, as if there was some great trouble that had troubled them, causing them to be unable to open their hearts. Apart from the Crystal Bristle God King, the rest of these quasi-high-level universe god and extreme middle-level universe god all had the same trouble as God of Heaven Rui. The ancestor of their god race, God King, was just like the Heaven Favor clan's Heavenly Grace God King. Completely suppressed by someone. These people were none other than the 6 high-level universe gods that Yang Fann suppressed, and the 30 quasi-high-level universe god ancestors of the god race. After losing their progenitors and God King taking charge, these god race people seemed to have lost their backbone. They were not called scattered sand, but they were not much better either. Each and every one of their lives was not that easy. Their old enemies and opponents took advantage of this opportunity to stir up trouble and attack cities and territories, forcing them to retreat in defeat. If this continued, they would not need hundreds of millions of years or even a short period of time to be suppressed in their respective nests. As time passed, they would slowly exhaust their resources and finally be removed from Xianxia Chaos domain one by one. I have gathered all of you here for only one purpose. That is to rescue our ancestors, God King. God of Heaven Rui looked around and spoke confidently. The progenitors and God King were the ultimate experts of the god race. They could not afford to lose the pillar. Just by looking at the Puyao God clan, it was enough to tell how important the progenitors and God King were to their race. This was still considered a good thing. Many of the gods' race, after the ancestors and God King fell, their names were completely removed from the Xianxia chaos domain. They were completely annihilated in the time-long river. We are sincere and sincere. We want to redeem our ancestors, God King, but he didn't give us the chance to do so. We can only think of another way. For millions of years, after knowing that their god race had been suppressed by Yang Fann, the various god races were constantly trying to save their progenitor, God King. To put it bluntly, as long as they could save their progenitor and God King, they wouldn't frown even if they had to go bankrupt. Without resources, they could continue to accumulate. It was nothing more than wasting a little more time. As for first-class god clan, he was a top god race. He was born a ruler, and when he became an adult, he would become a venerable. There was no shortage of time in longevity. However, the progenitors and God King were different. They were the pillars of the races, the strongest of them all. Without a quasi-high-level universe god or a high-level universe god, their race would be like rootless duckweed that swayed with the wind. There would be no guarantee of safety at all. Which one was more important? How could these old monsters that had lived for hundreds of millions of eras not have a single number? Unfortunately, Yang Fann did not give them the chance. No matter how hard they talked, Yang Fann did not have the slightest intention of letting them go. To put it nicely, as long as he could let them go, he wouldn't hesitate to spend all his fortune and all kinds of treasures and resources. As long as they had it, they could take it all. However, with just that bit of wealth, how could it be compared to a quasi-high-level universe god or a high-level universe god? One had to know, even the weakest quasi-high-level universe god. As for those high-level universe gods, they were worth billions of universe sources. Yang Fann wasn't an idiot. How could he be willing to make such a loss? He wasn't some old friend, so what right did he have to let them take advantage of him? 3. God of Heaven Rui, what do you think? A quasi-high-level universe god furrowed his brows and asked. Apart from using force, they had already thought of all the other methods that they should think of. Unfortunately, they were all useless. It's not a wise idea. Now, we can only take the risk. Take the risk. Could it be that Divine Lord is preparing to attack that person? If that's the case, pardon my Qingyang clan for not being able to accompany you. There's also our Tuo Yi clan. God of Heaven Rui, farewell. As soon as God of Heaven Rui finished speaking, the universe god stood up and prepared to leave. The Heaven Favor clan wanted to die, but they didn't want to die with them. Although losing their progenitors and God King would put them in danger of being wiped out, with the strength of the various races, this might not exceed one level. It was nothing more than a decline, but once they joined the Heaven Favor clan to deal with evil spirit, there would only be one thing waiting for them, and that was to be removed from the Qianyao chaos domain. Even Lord of the Morning Light wasn't a match for that evil spirit. With just these people, they didn't even have a high-level universe god. No matter how many of them there were, they were just a bunch of motley crew compared to that evil spirit. They wouldn't be much of a threat to him. Despite knowing that they would definitely lose, they still went forward as usual. It wasn't courage, but stupidity. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to leave. Listen to me. God of Heaven Rui hastily stopped them. If they really left, the Heavenly Grace race alone wouldn't be able to save Heavenly Grace God King. Everyone, have you heard of the Heaven's End? The Heaven's End. God of Heaven Rui, are you talking about the Heaven's End that is said to have millions of chaos and no one that they can't kill? In an instant, several quasi-high-level universe gods' pupils shrunk, and fear flashed across their eyes. The other universe gods who heard about the Heaven's End for the first time also didn't know what was going on. Fuck, this tone. It was really not an ordinary one. There was no one they could not kill in the endless chaos. Even the high and mighty top-level universe god wouldn't dare to say such words. That's right, this is the Heaven's End. With the terrifying strength of the Heaven's End, we will definitely be able to get rid of that evil spirit. God of Heaven Rui, please ask those killing gods of the Heaven's End to help us. The price is not low, especially when it comes to assassinating a high-ranked expert, or even top-ranked high-level universe god. The Heaven's End was not a good place. They would not do it for free. Everyone. If we invite the Heaven's End to help us alone, even our Heavenly Grace clan won't be able to afford it. However, if we divide the resources among the 37 divine races, the most we can do is to let our clans suffer some losses. However, as long as we can save our ancestors, everything will be worth it. What do we have to pay? Those quasi-high-level universe god who had heard of the Heaven's End's name immediately had their eyes lit up. It was worth a try to save the ancestors of their clans just by losing some of their resources. We, the 6 top divine races, each family will take out 2 trillion universe sources. First-class god clan, each family will take out 1 trillion universe sources. It is enough to invite a 4th-star Earth-grade god of slaughter to help us. C-2436 set up a net Ruida universe, Gold Sun Temple, a side hall. Xian Ancestor's voice carried a hint of flattery. At this moment, the status of both parties had changed completely. How could this Xian Ancestor still have the dignity of an extreme middle-level universe god? Something important. I'm afraid it's because of that ancestor Zhu Yanlao again. Patriarch Yao sneered in his heart. This Xian Ancestor. It wasn't his first time seeing this. In order to redeem their ancestor, Ancestor Zhu Yanlao, Xian Ancestor had gone to Ruida universe more than 10 times over the past million years. To be honest, he was really annoyed by Xian Ancestor. In the next second, Patriarch Yao shook his head lightly and refused. Brother Xian, I'm sorry. Sir has already gone into seclusion. Forgive me for not seeing you. His Excellency Yang Fann had already expressed his stance that he would never let the ancestors of the various races go. It was fine if he did it once or twice, but if he was disturbed again and again, it would only make His Excellency Yang Fann unhappy. If he was dissatisfied with the Puyao God clan because of this, he, Patriarch Yao, would be a sinner of the Puyao God clan. Patriarch Yao's heart was as clear as a mirror. The Puyao God clan had today's status. Even the top divine races had to see how the Puyao God clan behaved. They didn't dare to offend the Puyao God clan because His Excellency Yang Fann was their backer. Without His Excellency Yang Fann, the Puyao God clan would be an ordinary god race. Even the top 500 in Xianxia Chaos domain would be difficult to deal with. Not to mention the top god race, even the quasi-top-level god clan wouldn't take the Puyao God clan seriously. Brother Yao Yao, please inform Senior. I really have urgent matters to report to Senior. This matter concerns Senior's safety. What? It concerns Sir's safety. Patriarch Yao's heart trembled and his face was filled with disbelief. In their Xianxia Chaos domain, there was still someone who could put His Excellency Yang Fann in danger. Was this possible? Was this Xian Ancestor trying to scare him? Even Lord of the Morning Light was no match for His Excellency Yang Fann. In the huge Xianxia Chaos domain, who could be a match for him? Even though the details of the battle with Lord of the Morning Light hadn't been spread to the public, it was common knowledge that Lord of the Morning Light had lost to His Excellency Yang Fann. To be able to defeat Lord of the Morning Light, even if it wasn't top-ranked high-level universe god, it wasn't much different. Even if it was the number 1 expert, God Lord Qian Yao, he would at most be able to defeat him, but he would never be able to put top-ranked high-level universe god in danger. But looking at Xian Ancestor's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Could it be that there really was someone who could endanger his life? Forget it, he was not afraid at 10,000, but he was afraid at 10,000. Clenching his teeth, Patriarch Yao finally made a decision. No matter what, the safety of the Lord was the most important. There were some things that he would rather believe than not. If His Excellency Yang Fann's safety was in danger because he did not report it, then he, Yao Yao, wouldn't be able to escape the blame even if he died 10,000 times over. Brother Xian, please wait for a moment. I'll inform the Lord right away. Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Hall. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. There is still someone who can threaten me in Xianxia Chaos domain. Patriarch Yao couldn't believe it, and neither could Yang Fann. A quasi-top-level universe god was the limit of the middle-sized Chaos domain. With his current strength, as long as he wasn't a top-level universe god, no one would be able to put his life in danger. However, there was no harm in meeting this Xian Ancestor. I hope he isn't trying to use me. Otherwise, the price of teasing me won't be something he, Xian Ancestor, and the 9 Flames Divine Clan behind him can bear. Half an incense stick of time later, Xian Ancestor slowly walked into the Golden Sun Divine Hall and respectfully bowed to Yang Fann, 9 Flame Clan Xian greets Senior. He didn't dare show any disrespect or anger. Even if it was because of Yang Fann that the 9 Flame Divine Clan was suppressed and lost all the way, They didn't dare to hate Yang Fann. A mere 9-flame divine clan like them couldn't afford to offend a top-rank high-level universe god. No need for formalities. Yang Fann waved his hand and went straight to the point. You said that the information you have is related to my life and death. Is that true? Senior, this is absolutely true. If God of Heaven Rui and the others are able to plot against me. Senior, even if you are top-rank high-level universe god, you will be in great danger. If you are not careful, you will be in danger of dying. Xian Ancestor said solemnly with a serious expression on his face. Even top-rank high-level universe god is in danger of dying. It seems like this Xian Ancestor isn't just finding a random reason to meet me. Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. Apart from Lord of the Morning Light and the Morning Light Divine Clan, the other divine clans in the outside world only had a rough understanding of him, which was the top-rank high-level battle force of Universe God. Xian Ancestor, what do you know? Senior, I can tell you everything I know, but I hope that you can release my family's patriarch Nine Yanlao after this. Xian Ancestor didn't answer Yang Fann's question directly. Instead, he raised his condition. He had taken such a huge risk to come here and report to Yang Fann. Naturally, it wasn't because he didn't want anything in return. Everything was for the sake of getting back the Nine Yanlao ancestor. Although God of Heaven Rui had praised the Heaven's End as a divine place, there were some things that he didn't really understand. He had never seen the true terror of those Earth-grade killing gods. To be honest, Xian Ancestor didn't really believe it. That was top-rank high-level universe god, not some random dog or dog. How could he be assassinated so easily? Even the legendary top-level universe god wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to kill top-rank high-level universe god. It would be great if he succeeded in killing the 4th-star Earth-grade god of slaughter of the Heaven's End. However, if he failed, it would take his ancestor's life. In comparison, it would be safer to inform them directly. As for whether or not he would offend God of Heaven Rui and the others, as long as he was careful, he wouldn't be discovered. Could it be that God of Heaven Rui and the others still had the guts to confront evil spirit? As long as the information you give is useful, I can let bygones be bygones and let go of your patriarch. Yang Fann pondered for a moment and nodded. That 9th Yanlao was merely an ordinary quasi-high-level universe god. He couldn't be considered to be at the bottom or much stronger than the 30 quasi-high-level universe god that he had suppressed. Let him go. It wasn't impossible for him to let him go, but if it was the 6 high-level universe gods, Yang Fann would have to consider whether it was worth it or not. Alright, Junior believes in Senior. Xian Ancestor didn't hesitate too much. As a dignified top-rank high-level universe god, there was no way he would lie to an extreme middle-level universe god like him. To put it bluntly, if Yang Fann really wanted to act shamelessly, he could just capture him and search his soul. There was no need to go through so much trouble. With his meager strength, there was no way he could resist. Senior, it's like this. 1,000 years ago, one of the 4 divine sovereigns of Heaven Favor clan, God of Heaven Rui, suddenly sent someone to find our 9-flame divine clan and invite us to Heavenly Grace Universe for a while. Xian Ancestor didn't hold back at all. He told everything he knew as if he was pouring beans from a bamboo tube. The Heaven's End, a 4-star Earth-grade killing god, possesses the power to assassinate top-rank high-level universe god. Yang Fann's expression turned serious. If what Xian Ancestor said was true, if he wasn't prepared for this, he might really fall into the trap of the 4-star Earth-grade god of slaughter. An assassin wouldn't wait for him to unleash all of his trump cards openly and raise his combat strength to the quasi-top-level universe god. If he wasn't prepared for it, he might be ambushed by the 4-star Earth-grade god of slaughter. Under normal circumstances, his true strength wouldn't be much stronger than top-rank high-level universe gods. Xian Ancestor, as long as what you said is true, I guarantee that after this, Ancestor 9 Yanlao will return to your clan in good condition. Senior, if you don't believe me, I can swear that if my words are false, I will kill you both in body and soul. It seems like that God of Heaven Rui really wants to invite the 4-star Earth-grade god of slaughter from the Heaven's End to deal with me. Yang Fann put down the last trace of doubt in his heart. Xian Ancestor would never joke around with his own life. This news must be true. If I'm not prepared, they might really succeed. But now, it might still be my chance. The 4-star Earth-grade killing god of the Heaven's End, don't disappoint me. C-2437 Kill Shenming Yi Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Palace. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He had a vague idea. If he didn't know what God of Heaven Rui and the others were planning, this would naturally be his biggest crisis. The 4-star Earth-grade killing god of the Heaven's End could even assassinate top-rank high-level universe god. If he wasn't careful, it was very likely that he would be severely injured or even killed. However, now that he knew all of this, he was prepared for another situation. Not only was this not a crisis for him, it was also a great opportunity for him. Unknowingly, greed and heat climbed into Yang Fann's eyes. Assassins often beat the strong with the weak. The killing god of a 4-star Earth grade. It was very likely that his true cultivation base was lower than top-rank high-level universe gods, but once again, he should be at the high-rank high-level universe god. No matter how profound the art of assassination was, there was a limit to it. It was at the advanced universe god stage. Being able to kill someone a grade higher than him was already rare. One should know that in the entire Xianxia Chaos domain, there was not a single person who could challenge a higher-level universe god stage. In the high-grade universe god stage, one could challenge a higher-grade universe god stage. Even in the large-sized chaos domain, one could be considered a heaven's pride amongst geniuses. It was rare to see one in tens of thousands of eras. If he could seize this opportunity to capture the 4th-star Earth-grade killing god of the Heaven's End, the rewards he would get would surely be stronger than the rewards he would get if he could capture Lord of the Morning Light. One should know that the 4-star Earth-grade killing god of the Heaven's End. The first condition was to successfully assassinate a top-rank high-level universe god. It could be said that every single one of the 4-star Earth-grade killing gods had an entire fortune, which was even greater than some of the top-rank high-level universe god. Last time, Lord of the Morning Light was lucky enough to escape from this calamity. This time, I must not let that 4-star Earth-grade god of slaughter escape. I have to make some preparations, Yang Fann thought to himself. Last time, Lord of the Morning Light had come out of nowhere. He didn't have any preparations at all, allowing him to escape with his life on behalf of the death god puppet. But now, it was different. He had gotten the news ahead of time. He was fully prepared. It was not easy to gather a billion universe sources. Although the resources controlled by those quasi-high-grade god race beings were far above a billion universe sources, it was already considered not bad to have half of the total amount of universe sources. In the end, it would take tens of millions of years to gather these 10 million universe sources. Then, 30 quasi-top-level god clan would be able to gather 10 million universe sources. Perhaps it would be a matter of 100 million years later, not to mention. He still had the Aconite, the 9-flame god clan. Before Xian Ancestor left, Yang Fann had told him to buy as much time as possible. Regarding this, Xian Ancestor agreed readily. With the assurance of his own ancestor's life, Xian Ancestor's heart was completely at ease. Even if Yang Fann did not mention it, he would not casually take out resources. Otherwise, he would be taken advantage of by other god race forces, and his value would be far lower than normal. In the end, it was very normal to lose tens of billions of universe sources. This was not a small amount to the 9-flame god race. The 9-flame god race had accumulated over tens of thousands of eras, but they did not even have tens of billions of universe sources. This did not include the loss in the middle, it was only a small amount. Otherwise, the time would be several times longer, or even a dozen times longer. In addition to the Heaven's End's god of slaughter, it would also take a long time for the Heaven's End to reach the Xianxia Chaos domain. Extreme middle-level universe god, quasi-high-level universe god, this was one of the top figures in the Xianxia Chaos domain. However, even they knew very little about the Heaven's End. Obviously, the Heaven's End was definitely not in their Xianxia Chaos domain. Otherwise, Xian Ancestor and the others would have heard of the Heaven's End. Furthermore, to put it bluntly, given the limited resources in the Xianxia Chaos domain, the birth of a quasi-top-level universe god was the limit. In order to cultivate the Heaven's End, a quasi-top-level universe god was the limit. Such a huge monster, it was simply a pipe dream. Not to mention the Xianxia Chaos domain, even if all the high-grade middle-sized chaos domain in the chaotic region were to be added together, it would still be impossible for them to produce the Heaven's End. The location of this place was obvious. It must be in the center of this chaotic region, the only large-sized chaos domain, the Gukang Chaos domain. Even with the speed of a high-rank high-level universe god, it was not something that could be done in 100 to 200 million years. In the blink of an eye, 120 million years had passed. Heavenly grace universe, outside the cosmic crystal wall, in that small world. God of Heaven Rui, as well as the other 36 quasi-high-level universe god and extreme middle-level universe god race experts, gathered once again. Each and every one of them brought with them enough universe sources. Very quickly, all of the universe sources were handed over to God of Heaven Rui. They weren't afraid. God of Heaven Rui would swallow this huge sum of money. If he really wanted to do this. That's totally suicide. Not to mention that God of Heaven Rui wasn't even a high-level universe god. Even if he succeeded in taking that step, he would still die. He had offended 5 top-tier gods, the quasi-top-level god clan, and even the Xianxia god race, the number 1 god race. He had to think about whether he could bear the consequences. Alright, the universe sources have already been prepared. I will now issue a bounty mission to the Heaven's End Net. The Heaven's End Net was the mission net of the Heaven's End. Anyone, any force, as long as they had sufficient resources, could post the bounty mission on the Heaven's End Net. The life-killing gods of the Heaven's End would receive the mission through the Heaven's End Net. Soon, another 1,000 years passed. Clear Bristle God King, Xian Ancestor and the rest of the extreme middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god quietly waited within this grotto heaven's small world and did not leave. Everyone, good news. Someone has accepted our bounty mission. That person's death isn't far away. God of Heaven Rui, I wonder which god of slaughter has accepted the reward. Does he really have the confidence to assassinate that evil spirit? A quasi-high-level universe god asked. His voice sounded a little lacking in confidence. There was only one chance. If the god of slaughter wasn't strong enough and failed to complete the assassination, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone, please put it down. It's Killing God Ming Yi who has accepted the bounty mission. What? Killing God Ming Yi? A dignified quasi-high-level universe god with white hair and a youthful face suddenly raised his voice. His entire body jumped up from his divine seat, and his eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. Old Ancestor Chong Qing, what? You know that Killing God Ming Yi? The group of extreme middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god looked curiously at the old man in the green robe. The reaction of Old Ancestor Chong Qing was a little too big. Even if that Killing God Ming Yi really had the power to assassinate top-rank high-level universe god as God of Heaven Rui had said, he was still an old ancestor. A quasi-high-level universe god expert shouldn't be like this, right? Everyone, Killing God Ming Yi is one of the top 4-star Earth-grade killing gods in the Heaven's End. The number of top-rank high-level universe god who died in his hands is no less than 2 fingers. What? The number of top-rank high-level universe god who died in his hands is not less than 2 hands. Hiss. This. Everyone's pupils constricted. They were so scared that they could not speak. That was top-rank high-level universe god. Any one of them would be an invincible existence in their Xianxia chaos domain, but he had killed more than 10 of them. How cruel was that? According to the legends, his true strength isn't any weaker than some 5-star Earth-grade killing gods. He has the power to assassinate extreme high-level universe god. Old Ancestor Chong Qing continued, with Killing God Ming Yi's help, that fellow will surely die. God of Heaven Rui, when will Killing God Ming Yi arrive in Xianxia chaos domain? I'm not sure about that, but with Killing God Ming Yi's speed, it shouldn't be more than 1 billion years. Good, let that guy live for 1 billion years. And that old Yao, how dare you show me that? Humph, wait, after that guy dies, I'll annihilate that Puyao clan, count me in when the time comes. I'm also very unhappy with that Puyao god clan. 5 Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Hall. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright divine light shone from them. It was as if a god had opened the sky and penetrated everything. A peak 4-star Earth-grade god of slaughter, Killing God Ming Yi. Very good, I'll be waiting for you. C2438, it's finally here, Rui de Universe, Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Palace. A golden light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, and it was hard to conceal the scorching heat in his eyes. Not only did Killing God Ming Yi's terrifying reputation not scare Yang Fann, it also made him even more excited, and his combat intent soared. He wasn't afraid of the Heaven's End. A 4-star Earth-grade killing god was too powerful, but he was afraid that they weren't strong enough. As long as it wasn't the celestial-level god of slaughter who could kill top-level universe god warriors, Yang Fann wouldn't fear any other Earth-grade god of slaughter, even if it was the 7-star Earth-grade god of slaughter who could kill quasi-top-level universe god warriors. He was prepared for this. With the terrifying defensive power of the eternal divine body, it was impossible for the 7-star Earth-grade killing god to kill him in a single strike. As long as it couldn't kill him in a single strike, with the heaven-defying recovery ability of the eternal divine body, no matter how serious the injury was, it wouldn't be a big deal. It could be said that the Xiantian realm was invincible. However, it was obviously impossible for a celestial-level killer to do so. With the wealth of Heaven Favor clan and the rest, even if they were sold, they wouldn't be able to gather a fraction of the resources needed to hire a celestial-level killer. As for a mere 4th-star Earth-grade killing god, even if he had successfully assassinated top-rank high-level universe god, who had more than a handful of hands, his strength might not be any weaker than a 5th-star Earth-grade killing god. If he was prepared for this, he absolutely wouldn't be able to cause any harm to him. He has assassinated more than 10 top-rank high-level universe god. His value is so high that even some extreme high-level universe god might not be able to match up to him. Yang Fann's heart was burning. Usually, extreme high-level universe gods' wealth was only several times greater than top-ranked high-level universe gods. Even if killing god Ming Yi had consumed a large amount of resources in his cultivation, his value would not be weaker than extreme high-level universe gods. At this moment, Yang Fann couldn't wait to see killing god Ming Yi. A extreme high-level universe god's family was more than enough to increase his wealth by tenfold or even more. If he could completely digest all of these resources, it would be possible for him to break through to the peak or even the peak high-level universe lord in one go. In addition to the eternal great perfection of the body of the god, the overall strength of the great perfection of the body of the god was unimaginable. Even amongst the top-level universe god warriors, he could be considered an expert. At that time, as long as he didn't provoke those legendary experts that surpassed the universe gods, the vastness of the chaos would be something he could go at least. If he couldn't beat them, he just wanted to leave. Not many people could keep him. There are also the Heaven Favor clan and the other top 6 gods and 30 quasi-top-level god clan. This is also a great harvest. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Although he didn't attack them now, it didn't mean that he had forgotten about them. If they dared to assassinate him, these 36 divine races would have already been listed on Yang Fann's must-kill list. They are like ants. I won't pursue their responsibility. If I find trouble with them, I should be secretly enjoying myself. How dare they come out and cause trouble? They really don't know the meaning of death. He didn't make a move immediately because he didn't want to alert the enemy and disturb the impending god of slaughter Ming Yi. These assassins were the most alert. If he found anything amiss, it would be difficult to lure him in again. When he suppressed killing god Ming Yi, it would be the day of the extermination of the 36 god race. At that time, his value would increase by quite a bit. It was hard to say how much the quasi-top-level god clan had. He still had a few trillion universe source in his possession. As for the resources of a top god race, 203 billion universe source was definitely not a small amount. Especially the Heaven Favor clan. 700 to 800 billion universe source resources were not impossible. Of the 6 top god races, 30 of them were from the quasi-top-level god clan. They plundered everything and seized 3 to 4 billion universe sources. It was a piece of cake. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and slowly closed his eyes. The next second, rumble, rumble, heaven-devouring, earth-devouring grand magic. Yang Fann circulated his eternal immortal divine body to the limit. His body transformed into devouring black holes, crazily devouring the surrounding universe sources. Pure strength of origin surged into his body, nourishing all the cells in Yang Fann's body, strengthening the power of the Yang Fann's divine body. There was still nearly a billion years left. He couldn't waste it. Although he was fully prepared, at this time, with every bit of strength he gained, the possibility of suppressing killing god Ming Yi increased. Compared to other high-level universe gods, not to mention a billion years, even if they were given 10 eras, their cultivation levels wouldn't improve by even a little bit. But to Yang Fann, a billion years was more than enough for him to absorb and refine over 2 million, nearly 3 trillion universe sources. This allowed his strength of divine body to improve once more. 100 million years, 300 million years, 500 million years, 700 million years, 900 million years. Very quickly, 950 million years had passed. The 1 billion year period gradually approached. The number of unfamiliar Rui de universes around the Rui de universe had clearly increased by quite a bit. Many extreme middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe gods' hearts were gradually raised. Although old ancestor Chongqing and god of heaven Rui had bragged about killing god Mingyi, as if top-rank high-level universe god was a lowly ant in killing god Mingyi's hands, before confirming the death of that person, the group of experts were more or less uneasy. Top-rank high-level universe god was the strongest person in Xianxia Chaos Domain, and it wasn't easy to kill him. If that man didn't die, they would be the ones who would suffer. Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Hall. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann continued to cultivate in seclusion. However, his devouring speed had obviously dropped by a notch. Compared to some of the top-rank high-level universe god, he wasn't much faster. In just a breath's time, he had absorbed and refined a cubic meter of universe source. This speed, not to mention a high-level universe god, even a top-level universe god was far from this abnormal. Perhaps only the legendary expert that surpassed the universe god stage could compare to him. If killing god Mingyi saw this, he would be frightened to death. It was fine if that was the case, but if something bad were to happen, it would shake the entire primal chaos. At that time, no one knew what kind of future trouble it would bring. In the future, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to have any peace. A top-rank high-level universe god, however, had a speed that was comparable to the refining speed of the legendary expert of the universe god. Even an idiot knew that he must have some great fortune with him. Even those top-level universe god would go crazy for it. If they could obtain this fortune, it would be enough to save them countless eras of painstaking cultivation. They didn't lack time, there was no limit to the longevity, but if they could break through in a short period of time, who would be willing to accumulate bitter cultivation for a long period of time? No one knew what kind of accident would happen after a long period of time. The world of cultivators could not avoid fighting with others. It was hard to say. Since when did they provoke a powerful enemy? Time flew by and another 60 million years passed. Strange, why is there still no movement? Didn't they say that killing god Mingyi would arrive at Xianxia Chaos Domain in at most 1 billion years? It has already been tens of millions of years, why hasn't that killing god Mingyi arrived yet? The extreme middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god were secretly anxious. The days they were waiting for weren't easy to live, especially with their current situation. Under the frenzied attacks of their old enemies, the number of years they had in control of the universe had decreased by half. If this dragged on, their losses would only get bigger and bigger. If this dragged on for another billion years, they might be forced back to their old nests. At that time, even if they saved their ancestors, God King would probably be powerless to reverse the situation. How could the fat that was swallowed into their stomachs be so easy to get back? Bitch it, that the heavens end won't take the money and not do anything, right? How is this possible? What kind of power is the heavens end? Any celestial level reward is more than the total wealth of all our clans. How could they ruin their reputation just for a mere 43 billion universe source? Perhaps this killing god Mingyi has already arrived in the Xianxia Chaos Domain. He is just secretly observing that man, looking for the best opportunity to strike. I hope so. My clan is really unable to afford to delay any longer. Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Hall. Rumble. Yang Fann continued to cultivate, but his heart was also filled with impatience. Why hasn't killing god Mingyi arrived yet? How long has it been? As an assassin, can you have some sense of time? Compared to his normal devouring speed, his current speed was more than 1,000 times slower, 10,000 times slower. It was like the speed of a turtle. It had been tens of millions of years. He had consumed a lot less universe sources. Another 8 million years passed. Wang. Yang Fann's eyes widened, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He's finally here. The next second, Yang Fann turned around and stared at a corner of the Divine Hall. There's no need to hide anymore. Come out, see 2440 Horror Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Palace. Killing god Mingyi stood above the endless ocean of baleful qi. The 168 demon god of slaughter stood by his side like stars surrounding the moon. He looked down at all living beings, and his voice was so high and mighty. It seemed like Yang Fann's life was already under his control. If he wanted Yang Fann to live, he would live. If he wanted Yang Fann to die, he would die with top-rank high-level universe god's cultivation base, the invincible terror-fighting power in the 168 demon god of slaughter. Even extreme high-level universe god wouldn't be a match for them. The only thing he was worried about was his escape. However, With the yin-yang god sealing grand formation locking down the surrounding space, it could be said that all life had been lost. One should know that the yin-yang divine seal formation was top-rank high-level universe god and yin-yang ancestors' strongest defensive technique. The yin and yang double flag was a low-grade intermediate space treasure. When the two flags were combined together, its grade would rise by 1 grade. It was an intermediate space treasure, a treasure that even a quasi-top-level universe god would covet. Once the yin-yang divine seal formation was set up, it would become a quasi-top-level universe god. It wouldn't be easy to break out of the formation. In the past, he had paid a great price in order to plan yin-yang ancestors' yin and yang double flag. Of course, the yin and yang double flag didn't disappoint him. All these years, the yin and yang double flag had played a significant role in him accomplishing his mission time and time again, killing top-ranked high-level universe god one after another. Without the yin and yang double flag, his success rate would be reduced by at least half, or even more. It was easy to defeat top-rank high-level universe god, but also difficult to kill him. If he wanted to leave, killing God Mingyi wasn't confident that he would be able to make top-rank high-level universe god stay. Now that the yin-yang divine seal formation had been deployed, this native of middle-sized chaos domain was no different from a turtle in a jar, and it would be difficult for him to stir up any trouble. Both of them were top-rank high-level universe god, and the resources and reserves of top-rank high-level universe god in Gukang Chaos Domain were not something these natives of middle-sized Chaos Domain could compare with. The high-grade origin ability was a rare item in the middle-sized Chaos Domain. Not even 1 out of 10 high-grade universe gods could cultivate the high-grade origin ability. But in the large-sized Chaos Domain, it was nothing. As long as a high-grade universe god had some background, they would cultivate the high-grade origin ability. There were even many people who had mastered the supreme grade origin ability. As for those top-rank high-level universe god in the Gukang Chaos Domain, he could easily kill them, let alone such a lowly native. What a great yin-yang god sealing formation. Yang Fann acted as if he didn't hear killing god Mingyi's words. His eyes shone brightly as he saw through the countless spatial zones and landed on the yin-yang god attainment formation. To be precise, there was a hint of heat on the yin and yang double flag. It was really a good treasure. If he had the yin and yang double flag in his hand, he would have set up the yin-yang divine seal array. Reversing yin and yang, that lord of the morning light, even if he had the death god puppet by his side, it would still be hard for him to escape the fate of being suppressed by him. However, it's not too late now. Wait for me to suppress this killing god Mingyi. This yin and yang double flag is naturally in my bag. Indigenous being, you know how formidable my divine formation is. Quickly surrender and I'll give you a swift death. Killing god Mingyi looked down at Yang Fann from above. His voice was insufferably arrogant, as if giving Yang Fann a quick death was his greatest gratitude. Surrender without putting up a fight. Give me a quick death. Killing god Mingyi, do you really think you can defeat me? The corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. How did this barbarian recognize me? Killing god Mingyi frowned, and a wisp of uneasiness faintly arose in his heart. Although his name was renowned, and he was said to be the closest to a 5-star Earth-grade god of slaughter in the Heaven's End, there weren't many people in the Heaven's End who truly knew his true identity, let alone a native of the middle-sized Chaos Domain. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a native to know him. Right at this moment, Universe 8 trigrams divine formation, rise boom. A giant 8 trigrams shot into the sky with the golden sun god palace as the center. The yin-yang god sealing array formed a formation within the array. The Universe 8 trigrams divine formation. This was a great gift that Yang Fann had prepared for the 4 stars. Earth-grade killing god of the Heaven's End after working hard for millions of years. With the 8 quasi-middle-level chaos treasures as the eye of the formation and the 864 top-grade chaos treasures as the base of the formation, a peerless trap formation was set up. The power of the Heaven-Earth 8 trigrams was even stronger than the yin-yang god sealing array. Under the top-level universe god, even some quasi-high-level universe god would find it extremely difficult to break through this formation. Here, Yang Fann had to thank Heavenly Grace, God King, and the other 6 high-level universe gods and 30 quasi-high-level universe god warriors. If it wasn't for their generous contribution, Yang Fann really wouldn't be able to take out the required 8 quasi-middle-level chaos treasures and 64 top-grade chaos treasures. At that time, he would have to take a step back and set up the formation with the 8 top-grade chaos treasures as the eye of the formation and the 64 high-grade chaos treasures as the foundation. However, in this way, the power of the divine formation would definitely be less than 1/10. It was hard to say whether or not it would be able to completely trap killing god Ming Yi. It's actually a peerless trap formation. What does this savage want to do? Killing god Ming Yi's expression changed slightly. That trace of uneasiness in his heart was like a bamboo shoot after a rain. Could it be that this savage has the confidence to defeat me? If that wasn't the case, how could he have activated such a peerless trap formation? It was as if he had set it up the yin-yang god sealing grand formation. It was to prevent that indigenous being from fleeing from defeat. No, this is impossible. It's absolutely impossible. How could a mere native of middle-sized chaos domain be a match for me? Putting aside the fact that he was invincible amongst his peers, among top-rank high-level universe god, he was not afraid of anyone. The 168 demon god of slaughter under his command were filled with killing intent, and they were powerful enough to kill extreme middle-level universe god warriors. Even in the Gukang chaos domain, a peerless monster wouldn't be afraid of those remnants of a great sect who could fight those who were stronger than him, let alone a lowly barbarian like him. Pretending to be mysterious, this lowly barbarian, he must have realized that there was no way he could escape from this place, and was trying to make things difficult for them. So that I can feel fear in my heart and fight for that chance of survival for myself. Yes, it must be so. It must be so. Killing god Ming Yi's eyes lit up, as if he had understood everything. What a cunning savage, I almost let you fool me. But before he could finish his words, killing god Ming Yi's facial expression changed dramatically. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. 5 elements returned to one formation, activate a sound of great Tao that seemed to be hidden in the dark exploded in killing god Ming Yi's ears. Rumble, rumble, in an instant, the light of metal, wood, water and fire, the 5 elements shot into the sky from the surroundings of the divine hall. It tore through the space and surged into Yang Fann's body. The strength in Yang Fann's body was like a landslide or a tsunami, growing crazily. The terrifying pressure increased exponentially and rapidly. The 5 elements returned to one divine formation was another big meal prepared by Yang Fann for killing god Ming Yi. With the 5 quasi-middle level chaos treasures of metal, wood, water, fire and earth as the eye of the formation, 25 5 elements top-grade chaos treasures, and 125 high-grade chaos treasures as the base of the formation was set up. In order to set up the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation, the 5 elemental fusion divine formation, Yang Fann had almost emptied all the high-grade chaos treasures in his hands. Of course, the effect was also terrifying. When the divine formation was combined with the 5 elements returned to one, it directly increased Yang Fann's combat strength by 10-fold, 100-fold. Before using the forbidden divine ability, the Dragon Sun 10 transformations, Yang Fann's strength was no less than some quasi-top-level universe god warriors. Puchi Puchi, the ocean of murderous aura, was instantly suppressed by the terrifying and violent pressure. Large patches of it were obliterated into dust. Above the baleful Qi, demon god of slaughter let out restless roars. Bitch it, this power. This power. Quasi-top-level universe god. This is the power of a quasi-top-level universe god. Killing god Ming Yi's pupils shrunk, and a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. This terrifying pressure was even greater than the few quasi-top-level universe god he had seen before. Although he was strong, he was still far from being able to surpass 2 major grades and challenge a quasi-top-level universe god. Even a quasi-top-level universe god and extreme high-level universe god were not on the same level, but half a level. The gap between them was much bigger than top-rank high-level universe god and extreme high-level universe god. Suddenly, killing god Ming Yi seemed to have understood something, and his expression changed once again. Not good, my news has been leaked. It's a trap. This is simply a trap that specifically targets me. C 2442. His value skyrocketed. Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Palace. Buzz. Killing god Ming Yi and the 168 demon god of slaughter turned into a dark shine and were absorbed into Yang Fann's inner world. The heavens end. Yang Fann frowned slightly, and a serious look flashed across his eyes. A trace of fear could be seen in his eyes. This was a huge monster. Even in the Gukang Chaos domain, it was a super powerful force with a ferocious aura. A top-level universe god was no less than a 2-handed number, and it was very possible that it was a top-level universe god. There was also the supreme expert that had surpassed the top-level universe god. As far as Yang Fann was concerned, it could be said that it was an existence he could only look up to. Even if it was the eternal great perfection of the body of the god of the great universe, Yang Fann wasn't confident that he could defeat the Heaven's End even if he successfully broke through to the high-level universe lord. However, he was only a little afraid. It was far from enough to say that he was afraid of the Heaven's End. Given his abnormal cultivation base, as long as he was given a period of time, he wouldn't need to worry too much. With that amount of time, he was confident that he would be able to match or even surpass the power of the Heaven's End. Furthermore, the Heaven's End wasn't a super god race, or a big sect of the sect. It was an assassin organization that bought and killed people. As long as no one was there, they would offer a higher price to reward him, Yang Fann. The people who came to the Heaven's End to assassinate him were only 4-star Earth-grade killing gods. At most, they would be 5-star or 6-star Earth-grade killing gods. 43 trillion cubic meters of Earth grades were in the eyes of many gods. That was an astronomical figure, the total wealth of some top god race beings. They might not even be able to gather 43 billion cubic meters of universe sources, but if they were placed in the absolute life nets above snares below. It was just an ordinary 4-star Earth grade mission, if it wasn't for the fact that they were here to complete the mission. Killing God Ming Yi, a peak 4-star Earth grade killing god, might not even be interested in this 4-star Earth grade mission. Not to mention those 5-star and 6-star Earth grade killing gods. When it came to assassination, profits were always the priority. The only thing that could drive them was sufficient benefits. As for avenging killing God Ming Yi, this was infinitely close to zero. Since he had chosen to join this profession, he must have the resolve to die. If the assassination failed and was suppressed by someone, the Heaven's End would take revenge for them. Such a crazy assassination organization wouldn't exist for long. No major power would allow such a crazy assassination organization to exist. If one day someone put a bounty on the people of the god race, would the members of their faction obediently surrender and commit suicide so that they wouldn't incur the crazy revenge of the assassin organization? Unless the organization had a power that was above all the other organizations. It was able to make many factions tremble in fear and not dare to resist. Although the Heaven's End was powerful, it was still far from qualified to be above all the major powers in the Gukang Chaos Domain. Although he wasn't sure about the exact situation in the Gukang Chaos Domain, there was one thing that he was sure of. There were no small number of top-level universe god warriors in the Gukang Chaos Domain. Even the supreme expert that surpassed the universe god realm couldn't be counted with just one hand. As for those 4 or 5-star Earth-grade killing gods, what did Yang Fann have to fear? In fact, he was looking forward to their arrival. These Earth-grade killing gods were all fat sheep. As long as he had another 3 or 5 killing gods like killing god Ming Yi, he would be able to break through to the top-level universe lord. At that time, even if any celestial-level assassin had a stroke in his head, Yang Fann wouldn't fear him even if he accepted the mission. Buzz. Yang Fann's body trembled and his aura weakened rapidly. His body also shrunk rapidly. Killing god Ming Yi had already been suppressed by him, so there was no need for him to continue using the Dragon Sun 10 rotations. One had to know that the stronger one was, the more powerful one was. The more strength of origin the Dragon Sun 10 transformations consumed, the more. Under the 5 elements returned to one divine formation, Yang Fann's strength had increased by hundreds of times. After using the Dragon Sun 10 rotations, the consumption also increased by 100 times. In just a short period of time, he had used up a lot of his source energy. It was almost as much as when he fought those high-rank and quasi-high-level universe god warriors in Gold Rock Chaos Domain. Even though Yang Fann's devouring speed had doubled, it would still take him 1 to 2 million years to recover his lost origin. If he could hold on for a few more breaths of time, he would need another few dozen to a million years to recover. Let me see how much wealth you, a 4-star Earth-grade god of slaughter, have. Don't disappoint me. A glimmer of hope flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Instead of breaking the formation right away, he impatiently counted the spoils of this battle. The next second, rumble, the terrifying strength of soul transformed into a heaven-opening divine axe. It was as if Devil God had created a world, and it struck killing god Ming Yi's universe cosmic crystal wall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cosmic crystal wall shook violently, and numerous fine cracks appeared on it. However, it was still far from being broken. HMPH, let's see how long you can last. Yang Fann coldly harumphed. He wasn't surprised at all. It wasn't easy to break the cosmic crystal wall inside top-rank high-level universe god's body. Rumble. The axe light swept across, and Yang Fann attacked wildly. In the blink of an eye, he had chopped out tens of millions of axes. A moment later, Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. The cosmic crystal wall in killing god Ming Yi's body finally reached its limit and exploded. Yang Fann let out a long breath. Luckily, the 5 elements returned to one formation was a formation that could enhance his strength in all aspects. Even the strength of soul had increased dramatically. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through killing god Ming Yi's cosmic crystal wall with just his strength of soul alone. Not to mention, even if he was given 1,000 minutes or 10,000 minutes, he might not have been able to break through killing god Ming Yi's cosmic crystal wall. Under normal circumstances, his strength of soul wasn't much stronger than killing god Ming Yi's. In fact, it was even slightly weaker. It wouldn't be easy for him to break killing god Ming Yi's cosmic crystal wall. One day later, Boom Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A bright divine light shone in his eyes, and he couldn't hide his excitement. Although he had already thought that killing god Ming Yi, a 4-star Earth-grade god of slaughter, was worth as much as some extreme high-level universe god, after counting everything, Yang Fann realized that he had still underestimated killing god Ming Yi. Not to mention extreme high-level universe god, he was afraid that killing god Ming Yi was just an ordinary quasi-top-level universe god. Thinking about how he had suppressed so many high and quasi-high-level universe god warriors, his value could be considered pretty good. He was confident that he wouldn't be any weaker than any high-rank high-level universe god warrior. Even if he was slightly weaker than some of top-rank high-level universe god's warriors, compared to killing god Ming Yi, he was nothing. He was dozens of times weaker. Just the universe source alone was more than a billion. And this was only a small portion of his belongings, perhaps even less than 2 levels. Other than that, there were mountains of natural treasures and divine fruit and divine medicines. At a glance, it was almost impossible to see the end of them. There were more than 1,000 chaos treasures. There were nearly 2,000 of them, including intermediate middle-level chaos treasure. There were 3 of them, including the blade of the death god that he had sent flying, and the yin and yang double flag that was used to set up the formation. There were 5 intermediate middle-level chaos treasure. Horrifying. One should know that many top-rank high-level universe god didn't even have a single intermediate middle-level chaos treasure in their hands. As for the lower-grade middle-level chaos treasure, there were more than 20 of them. It had reached a frightening number of 23. As for those origin abilities that were worth as much as middle-grade origin abilities, Yang Fann had also found over 1,000 of them. Just the number of high-grade origin abilities alone was over 96. As for the high-grade origin abilities, and there are 11, 2 of the most powerful abilities had even slightly surpassed the scope of high-grade origin abilities, and could be considered a quasi-supreme grade origin ability. This was also killing god Ming Yi's famous divine ability, the Heavenly Yin Spirit Escape Technique and the Underworld King Divine Evil Technique. When these supreme treasures and resources were combined, even without billions of universe sources, there would still be 7 to 8 billion universe sources. Killing and setting fire to the gold belt, these words were not false at all. Of course, compared to Yang Fann, the biggest harvest was still killing god Ming Yi himself and the 168 demon god of slaughter that he had painstakingly accumulated. In front of Gold Sun Temple, Patriarch Yao and the rest of the Puyao god clan's expert had their hearts in their throats. It had been a day had passed, and the master had yet to appear. The changes in the situation had far exceeded their expectations. One should know that ever since they knew His Excellency Yang Fann, all of their enemies had been easily suppressed by His Excellency. Even Lord of the Morning Light had not been able to withstand a single blow from His Excellency. It was unprecedented that there had been no movement for a day and night like this. May the Great Tao bless and protect His Excellency Yang Fann. Please don't let anything happen to him. C. 2443. He would collapse. Ruida Universe, Golden Sun Divine City. Patriarch Yao and the others only stared at the yin-yang barrier. Their hands were clenched tightly at some point in time. They prayed silently in their hearts, for the protection of the Great Tao. His Excellency Yang Fann, please don't let anything happen to you. Or else, the Puyao God clan would be finished. It wasn't just Patriarch Yao and the others who were nervous. Outside the Ruida universe, the middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god were also extremely nervous. Their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. They had been paying close attention to the movement of the Ruida universe. When the Yin-Yang Divine Seal formation was activated, they realized that the 4-star Earth grade of the Heaven's End, killing god Mingyi, who they had been looking forward to for a long time, had arrived. This battle was related to the survival of Puyao God clan, and it was also related to their life and death. Once killing god Mingyi failed to assassinate the god of slaughter, the consequences were not something they could bear. There was no wall in the world that couldn't be seen through. Although they had done it secretly, as long as they investigated it carefully, it wouldn't be difficult for the malefic god to find them. The huge transaction of hundreds of millions of universe sources might not even appear once in several thousand or even tens of thousands of eras. It simply could not be investigated. Killing god Mingyi, you are the top 4-star Earth grade god of slaughter. Don't disappoint us. Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Hall. Rumble Yang Fann turned his gaze to the side, where the blades of the Death God were madly attacking the Universe 8 Trigrams Divine Formation. However, under the control of his host, killing god Mingyi, it was impossible for the blade of the Death God to break through the seal of the Universe 8 Trigrams Divine Formation. Furthermore, he could only rely on the artifact spirit to control the blade. He couldn't even unleash the power of a 8th layer at his peak. All of this was useless. After crazily attacking for an entire day, it only caused the space of the divine formation to tremble a few times, and not even a crack could be seen on it. In the next second, Yang Fann took a step forward and appeared in front of the blade of the Death God. Then, he grabbed it in his hand. Buzz buzz buzz, the underworld god's blade vibrated violently. A terrifying killing intent radiated out from the blade, as if it wanted to corrode Yang Fann's right hand. HMPH, stubborn fool, move again, I don't mind killing your sagacity and replacing it with an obedient artifact spirit. Yang Fann's voice was cold. His attitude was extremely firm, even though he had given birth to a new artifact spirit. In a short period of time, the power of the blade of the Death God would drop drastically, and it wouldn't be much stronger than the power of a low-grade middle-level chaos treasure. But so what? It can't be used by me. Yang Fann would rather destroy it just like that. Not to mention the fact that the Death God's blade was only an intermediate middle-level chaos treasure. Even if it was a high-grade chaos treasure or exquisite intermediate's chaos treasure, Yang Fann wouldn't hesitate at all. Woo-woo-woo, woo-woo-woo, woo-woo-woo. Waves of mournful wails sounded out as the surging killing intent of the underworld god on the blade of the underworld god gradually withdrew. Even an ant would covet life. As a precious artifact spirit, the underworld god artifact spirit was similarly afraid of death in any case. His initial master was not killing god Mingyi, so there was no need for him to be loyal to killing god Mingyi. The most important thing was to keep his own life. If he thought about it carefully, it would be a good choice for him to have an even stronger master. After giving the Death God's blade a knowing look, Yang Fann unleashed the terrifying strength of soul, which shot toward the blade and began killing the soul imprint that killing god Mingyi had left behind. One day later, Yang Fann had successfully imprinted his soul imprint onto the blade of the underworld god, and was now barely able to recognize it as his master. He was now able to control the blade of the underworld god. Of course, if he wanted to fully utilize the power of the blade of the underworld god, he would need a long period of time to refine it. Next, it should be this yin and yang double flag. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a divine light. He saw through the spatial zone of the 8 trigrams and looked straight at the yin-yang barrier that covered the entire Gold Sun Temple. Compared to the Death God's blade, Yang Fann attached more importance to the yin and yang double flag. As long as he mastered the yin and yang double flag, even if he didn't make any preparations and set up this Universe 8 Trigrams Divine Formation, Yang Fann would be able to completely suppress the high-level and even top-ranked high-level Universe God. At that time, if he ran into Lord of the Morning Light again, he would definitely not be able to return alive. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. 2 days. It has already been 2 days. Why hasn't Sir come out yet? Brother Yao, tell me. Milord, Milord wouldn't have any accidents, would he? What nonsense are you talking about? Sir is the strongest and invincible. How can anything happen to him? Just wait and see. The final victor will definitely be Sir. It will definitely be Sir. That's right, the Great One is the most powerful. We have to trust the Great One. The final victor will definitely be the Great One. Unknowingly, the foreheads of the elders and old ancestors of Puyao God clan were covered with sweat. However, none of them seemed to have any feelings towards this. Their eyes were fixed on the yin-yang barrier, not daring to blink. They were deeply afraid that they would miss something. At this moment, rumble, rumble, the yin-yang barrier began to shake violently, as if something were about to break out of it. In an instant, all the elders and old ancestors of the Puyao God clan, as well as the surrounding people of the Ruida universe, including the middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god, became extremely tense. Success or failure depended on this moment, and it was obvious who it was. His Excellency Yang Fann, killing God Ming Yi. The one who came out must be His Excellency Yang Fann, killing God Ming Yi. Time passed, minute by minute, like a year. The terrifying pressure nearly suffocated them. At this moment, the entire Golden Sun, Divine City seemed to have become terrifyingly silent. One could hear a pin drop. 2 hours later, Poochie Poochie Poochie, the black and white yin-yang barrier shattered into countless cracks that looked like spider webs. In the next second, it seemed like it would completely shatter. It's almost time. It's almost time to come out. Master killing God Ming Yi, it must be you who came out. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths, 7 breaths, 10 breaths passed. Bang! The yin-yang barrier finally completely exploded into powder. In the next second, a person appeared in everyone's line of sight. Ah, it's the Lord I won, the Lord won, ha 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 ha. I knew that my Lord was the strongest, invincible, ha ha ha. In an instant, Patriarch Yao and the other elders of the Puyao God clan burst out in cheers. They had won, they had won. No, how could this be? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Killing God Ming Yi, that's a top-grade low-level god of slaughter. Top-rank high-level universe god, who fell in his hands, had more than 10 of them. How could he possibly lose? No, killing God Ming Yi must still be in the Gold Sun Temple, looking for a chance to strike again. That dark star was merely lucky enough to break through the yin-yang barrier. That's right, that's right. That must be it. I don't believe that killing God Ming Yi, who has assassinated dozens of top-rank high-level universe god, will be defeated by that man. After a round of self-hypnosis, he consoled himself. The group of middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god felt much more at ease. Even though Dark Star had broken the seal of the barrier, it didn't mean that he had won. As one of the top 4-star killing gods in the Heaven's End, he wasn't someone that could be dealt with so easily. However, everyone's heart was still shrouded by a layer of darkness. The seal had been broken. Evil spirit was like a bird that had just escaped from its cage, flying freely in the sky. Even if killing God Ming Yi could defeat him, if he really wanted to leave, it would be very difficult for killing God Ming Yi to keep him alive. Once Dark Star left, what good could it do to them? As for threatening Dark Star with the life of Puyao God clan, the thought had just arisen in their minds. A billion years was enough for them to investigate the relationship between Yang Fann and the Puyao God clan. To them, saying that he was the descendant of their progenitor, Universe God Puyao, was just putting some weight on Universe God Puyao's face. Universe God Puyao was only a first quasi-high-level universe god at his peak. How could he have such a terrifying descendant? It was nothing more than obtaining the inheritance of Universe God Puyao, which gave him some karma, which allowed him to take care of the Puyao God clan. What kind of relationship could there be between him and the Puyao God clan? In their shoes, they would never take such a risk for the Puyao God clan. Right at this moment, rumble, 2 streams of light, one black and one white, cut through the void and steadily fell into Yang Fann's hands. It was none other than the yin and yang double flag. Ah, then, is that the formation flag of the divine formation? Middle-level chaos treasure, that's middle-level chaos treasure. Not good. Killing God Ming Yi lost. Killing God Ming Yi really lost. Endless despair, like a surging tide, quickly engulfed the hearts of the expert. Middle-level chaos treasure was still a rare space treasure. Even those quasi-top-level universe god warriors would be tempted by it. No matter how generous killing God Ming Yi was, he would never give it away so easily. But now, the space treasure had fallen into Dark Star's hands. The answer was obvious. There was only one answer. Killing God Ming Yi had lost. He didn't even have the time to collect the space treasure, and he was already dead. Ah, old man Tian Rui, you're fucking setting us up. C2444 Destruction Qianyao Chaos Domain, Rui the Universe. Woo woo woo, how could this be? How could this be? Killing God Ming Yi has lost. It's over. We are completely finished. Collapse. The group of middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god warriors had their minds collapse. Their eyes were filled with fear. Even the intermediate spatial chaos treasure had become someone else's possession. Even an idiot could see that. The killing god Mingyi, whom they had placed high hopes on, had been defeated, but he had still been thoroughly defeated otherwise. A supreme treasure like this could be retrieved with just a thought. How could it fall into evil spirits' hands? Even if killing god Mingyi didn't die, he wouldn't be any better, and with killing god Mingyi's defeat, would Dark Star let them go and his people go? Thinking with his toes, Dark Star's revenge would come one after another. Woo woo woo. The destruction of our family is imminent. What should we do? What should we do? Hong Long. Hatred. Boundless hatred was like a huge wave that was crazily flooding their heart seas, devouring their consciousness. It was hatred towards God of Heaven Rui and the Heaven Favor clan. Bitch, that old man Tien Rui, you really screwed us to death. Woo woo woo. Why did I believe old man Tien Rui's nonsense? What the heavens end? Killing god Mingyi, how powerful was he? Everything was said by them. I have never heard of him before. Woo woo woo. Old man Tien Rui, what kind of ecstasy soup did he give me? Top rank high-level universe god. That's the strongest warrior in our Qianyao Chaos domain, even in the legendary Gukang Chaos domain. They're all heroes. How can it be so easy to assassinate him? Regret, endless regret flooded their hearts. The matter of the ancestors was slowly planned. There was no way that there was no other way. Why must it be so extreme? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they couldn't save Master Ancestor in the end, it would only be a loss of some resources and benefits. At worst, they could just retreat to the primary universe. At most, they would be chased out of the primary universe like the Puyao God clan in the past, wandering in other places. The possibility of extinction would never exceed one level. Although the loss of Master Ancestor had caused the various races to lose their top combat strength and their strength to drop drastically, as a top divine race, the quasi-top-level God clan's foundation was still not to be underestimated. They wouldn't dare to push them too far. Otherwise, if they were forced to a dead end, they would have to fight to the death. The consequences were not something that anyone could bear. It was very likely that both sides would suffer heavy losses. Even if they were heavily injured, it was not impossible to drag the other party's ancestor down with them. All of this was old man Tien Rui's fault. It was all the fault of the heavenly Rui god race. If it wasn't for their bewitchment, our race would have ended up in this state today. Old man Tien Rui, heavenly Rui god race, if I don't die today, I will definitely not divorce you. Of course, there were also several exceptions. See an ancestor in the 3 middle-level universe god warriors of the 9 flames god race. As the winners of this battle, not only would they not be punished, but they would also welcome the ancestors of the 9 flame divine clan back. At this moment, a golden light flickered in Yang Fann's eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. It was as if he could see through the endless space, and he could see the group of middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god warriors. After letting these aphids live for so long, it was time to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, he would really think that he, Yang Chen, was easy to bully. If he dared to put a bounty on Yang Fann, then he must have the resolve to die. Ah, not good. He found me. Bitch, it. Now is not the time to be in a day's run. Everyone run. In an instant, all the middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god warriors felt their souls leaving their bodies. All of them used the forbidden divine ability and many secret techniques. All of them hated their parents for not giving them a few extra legs. Roar. Profound heavenly lightning escape technique. Origin divine ability, silver light flying technique. Forbidden divine ability, soul traversing the infinite worlds. Trying to escape, is that possible? Yang Fann's lips curved into a cold smile. Yin and Yang double flag, suppress. Boom boom. That yin yang taijutsu that had just disappeared did not appear again, suppressing the chaos in all directions. Although Yang Fann was only at the initial stage of controlling the yin and yang double flag, and could not even exert the power of the 3rd level of the yin and yang double flag, but even so, intermediate middle-level chaos treasure was still an intermediate middle-level chaos treasure, and his power was still far greater than the low-grade middle-level chaos treasure in profound sky divine palace. Ah, no, the netherworld divine halberd, burn the source, break it for me. Break burn, origin divine blood absolute kill. Don't let me go. Senior, I beg of you, please let me go. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save me, save me. Wails of despair rose and fell one after another. The group of middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god crazily attacked and struggled, but it was useless. The yin and yang double flag, which had less than 3 layers of power, still had the power to suppress high-rank high-level universe god warriors. It was just a few low-order advanced universes that could even suppress the gods of low-order advanced universe. If they could break free from the seal, they would be able to throw away the yin and yang double flag. No, Senior, we know our mistake. We really know that we have missed it. Please, give us another chance. Roar. Hua Sheng, are you really going to be so heartless? No, you will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. Ah. Flower Life, I curse you to die a horrible death. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. A satisfied smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. Although middle-level universe god and him were no longer of much use to him, there were still many of them. At this moment, there were nearly 200 universe gods lurking around the Ruida universe. There were a lot more than all the middle-level universe god prisoners in Yang Fann's hands. There were 22 extreme middle-level universe god prisoners and 173 middle-level universe god prisoners. What's more, there were 11 quasi-high-level universe god warriors. This was not a small harvest. It was no less than suppressing a middle-rank high-level universe god. Now is the time to deal with the 36 gods. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. These middle-level universe god warriors were merely interest. If they wanted to die, the race behind them would have to die as well. This was the consequence of assassinating Yang Fann. Otherwise, how could they deter the masses? The Winged God clan was a part of the quasi-top-level God clan, one of the 10 overlords in the southwest region of Xianxia Chaos Domain. It was ranked 7th among the 10 overlords apart from the quasi-high-level universe god ancestor Fei Yi, God King. There were also 2 extreme middle-level universe god experts in Winged God clan. There were more than 20 middle-level universe god warriors in each tier, and their strength was several times stronger than the Puyao God clan. Soaring Wing Universe, this was the lair of the Winged God clan, the origin universe. Its energy level was not inferior to the Crystal Bristle universe. It could support the needs of a quasi-high-level universe god's normal cultivation, and this Soaring Wing Universe was also the top universe closest to the Ruida universe. Soaring Wing Divine Court, the holy land in the hearts of countless Winged God clan. Soaring Wing God King. There were also many old ancestors and elders living in the Flying Wing Divine Court. Countless people of Winged God clan wished to live in the Divine Court and become a member of the Divine Court. However, at this moment, the entire Flying Wing Divine Court was filled with an indescribable pressure, as if it was the calm before a storm. The Soaring Wing Divine Court. Within a grand hall, the remaining 16 middle-level universe god of Winged God clan had gathered in one hall. However, none of them had the demeanor of a middle-level universe god. They were like ants on a hot pan, in a constant state of anxiety. A year ago, their Winged God clan's old ancestor Fei Fei sent a secret letter saying that killing god Ming Yi had successfully arrived in Ruida universe and launched an assassination. However, there was no news of him after that. For the past year, no matter how they tried to contact him, there was no news of him. Not only old ancestor Fei Fei, but also the 5 middle-level universe god who had gone to Ruida universe with him, there was no response from them. Old ancestor Fei Fei and the others were the same. Could something really have happened to them? Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure that made even quasi-high-level universe god despair descended from the sky and covered the entire Soaring Wing Divine Court. Poochie Poochie. A large area of space was crushed into pieces. Countless low and middle-level disciples of the Winged God clan didn't even have the time to scream before they were crushed into powder, their bodies and souls destroyed. Winged God clan, you dare to kill and buy people, assassinating me, you deserve to be punished. I declare that Winged God clan shall be sentenced to death. C 2445. Sweep through all races. Xianxia Chaos Domain, Soaring Wing Universe, Soaring Wing Court. Along with a terrifying pressure that even quasi-high-level universe god feared, a sound of great Tao fell from the sky and swept across the entire Flying Wing Divine Court, announcing the fate of Winged God clan. Ah, it's him, it's that dark star. We failed, woo woo woo, we're finished. Our Winged God clan is finished. In an instant, endless despair spread across the courtyard. Although they had already realized that something was wrong after the disappearance of ancestor Fei Long and the others, they still had a trace of hope in their hearts. After all, it had only been a year. Ancestor Fei Long and the others might have been held back by something, or they might not have received their message. However, at this moment, the elders of Winged God clan had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. That terrifying pressure was not something that an ordinary god of low-order advanced universe could possess. Adding that high and mighty voice, it went without saying who the newcomer was. Apart from evil spirit who had captured their winged god clan's soaring winged god king, who else could it be? Woo woo woo. Senior, please spare my life, please spare my life. All of this was forced by the Heaven Favor clan, there's nothing we can do about it. Senior, please understand, it was the Heaven Favor clan who forced us to do this, it was them who forced us to do this. In order to survive, the Winged God clan had pushed everything onto the Heaven Favor clan. Besides, it was the bitched Heaven Favor clan who had instigated them. Without the Heaven Favor clan, they wouldn't even know what kind of organization the Heaven's End was. How could they take such a risk and commit murder? It's a clean push, but it's useless. Yang Fann sneered. If he lied to kids, who was he trying to fool? Although the Heaven Favor clan was a top-grade god race, which was much stronger than the Winged God clan, it was located in the northern part of Xianxia Chaos Domain. It was an unknown number of universes away from the territory of the Winged God clan. It was impossible for them to threaten the Winged God clan. Even if they were forced into a corner, wouldn't they come and inform him like the Nine Flames god race? He had to say that he was forced no matter what at this time. It was as if he felt wronged and didn't feel that it was too late. The next second, rumble, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Soaring Wing Divine Court. The terrifying power that was comparable to top-rank high-level universe god wreaked havoc in the sky and swept across the heavens. Poochie 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 poochie, everything that the enormous hand passed by was obliterated into powder. Ah, no, roar, Soaring Wings God formation, rise, block it, we must block it. The old ancestors and elders of the Winged God clan stared at the rising golden winged giant beast. However, in their hearts, they did not have much confidence. Although the Soaring Wing Divine Formation was the strongest divine formation of the Winged God clan, it was personally deployed by their progenitor, Soaring Wing God King. If it was personally controlled by Flying Wing God King, the Soaring Wing Giant Beast would be enough to fight middle-rank high-level universe god. However, what they were facing was a top-rank high-level universe god. Not to mention, Fei Yi God King had already been suppressed by Wu Qing. With their strength, they could at most unleash the power of the 5th level of the formation. It was the limit for the giant beast to be able to fight against the deities of low-order advanced universe. Could they really block the attack of a top-rank high-level universe god? Bang! The heaven-sheltering big hand slammed onto the giant beast. In less than a breath's time. Bang! The heavens and the earth split apart. The flying wing giant beast, which looked like a low-level universe, suddenly exploded, without any ability to resist at all. Rumble, rumble. At almost the same time, countless mushroom clouds rose up above the Flying Wing Divine Court. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, sweeping across the entire Divine Palace. Countless universe lord and deities of the Winged God clan and quasi-universe were turned into powder, their bodies and souls destroyed. Ah, it's broken. The Flying Wing Divine Formation is broken. Woo woo woo. It's dead for sure. We're dead. Senior, please forgive me. Let me go. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender. 15 minutes later, the Soaring Wing Divine Court, which was no longer below the lower universe, disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared at all. The next second, Yang Fann's figure moved and disappeared from the Flying Wings universe. Yang Fann didn't kill those ordinary people from the Winged God clan. After destroying the Soaring Wing Divine Court and suppressing all the ancestors and elders of Winged God clan, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the entire Winged God clan existed in name only. Even if Yang Fann didn't kill them all, the opponents and powerful enemies of the Winged God clan wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to beat them up. The god race that was conquered by the Winged God clan would never let go of such a great opportunity to turn the tables and sing to their slaves. The Winged God clan's outcome was already determined. Even if they did not completely vanish in Time-Long River, they would still be reduced to a small god race that was not worth mentioning in the future. It would not be much different from the destruction of their race. 3 years later, Yang Fann arrived in the vast universe. This was the lair of the Blue God clan of quasi-top-level God clan. In the southwest region of Xianxia Chaos Domain, the Azure Sky God clan was ranked 5th among the 10 overlords. Compared to the Winged God clan, they were much stronger. It was ranked below the ancestor of the Green Sky Divine clan. There were also 4 extreme middle-level universe god experts. However, compared to Yang Fann, this Yu Kang celestial race was no different from the Winged God clan. In less than 10 minutes, the number 1 divine mountain in the Green Sky universe, the Dark Parasol Divine Mountain, was uprooted by Yang Fann. 21 middle-level universe god old ancestors and hundreds of low-level universe god elders were all captured by Yang Fann, and they were all captured by him. The rest of the ordinary clansmen of the Azure Sky god race were handed over to the other god race forces near the Azure Sky universe. 10 years later, the universe, this was the home of the third overlord of the southwestern Xianxia Chaos Domain, the Tian Ban Divine Clan. At the same time, the Heaven Pan Divine Clan was also one of the 3 top divine clans in the southwest region. Its ancestor, God King, successfully took that crucial step 5 million eras ago and advanced to a high-level universe god. The entire Tian Kai celestial race. Apart from God King, who was a high-level universe god, there were also 2 quasi-high-level universe god warriors. Extreme Universe God, who was a level lower, had a total of 8 quasi-high-level universe god warriors, and his strength was far above that of the Mu Kang divine race in the Winged God clan. At this moment, there was still a quasi-high-level universe god warrior in the sacred land of the Tian Ban divine race, the Divine Palace. There were 5 extreme middle-level universe god warriors guarding the place, and there were more than 30 middle-level universe god warriors guarding the place. They were much stronger than the Yu Kang and the Fei Yi divine race. However, under Yang Fann's terrifying power that was comparable to top-rank high-level universe gods, the performance of the Tian Luo divine race was not much stronger than the Green Sky divine race in the Winged God clan. They were only able to hold on for a quarter of an hour longer than the 2 families before they were completely suppressed by Yang Fann. The Rising Dragon divine race. The Star King God clan. The Giant Limb God race. Jade Lightning God race. Rend God race. Heaven Favor clan. The White Knight God race. Many people heard about the God clan. The Prajna divine clan. The Guang Mu God race. Crimson Origin God race. One by one, the divine clans were swept away by Yang Fann. No matter if it was the top divine clans or the quasi-top-level God clan, none of them could last more than an hour in Yang Fann's hands. Even the strongest Heaven Favor clan could only last for 30 minutes. Then, they were suppressed by Yang Fann. 800 years passed. Yang Fann had walked through more than half of the Xianxia Chaos Domain. Out of the 36 great god clans, apart from a few, they were the first to receive the news and retreat. He was the one who caused most of the god clans to be suppressed by him. Although Yang Fann had pushed his speed to the limit, he was still a step too late. The 3 god races had received the news ahead of time. Fortunately, none of the 6 major divine races managed to escape. They only managed to escape 3 quasi-top-level god clan, so the losses weren't too great. 9 Flame Universe, 9 Flame Divine Palace. 9 Yan Lao's ancestor sat on the throne. Below him were the middle-level universe god old ancestors of the 9 Flames god clan. Xian ancestor was among them, and he was ranked first on the left and right of 9 Yan Lao's ancestor. Yang Fann was a man of his word. After agreeing to let Zhu Yan Lao go, he wouldn't go back on his word. After suppressing many middle-level universe god and quasi-high-level universe god experts in the vicinity of Rui de Universe, he released Zhu Yan Lao's ancestor. At this moment, everyone, including the 9th Yan Lao ancestor, had joyful expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with gratitude as they looked at Xian ancestor. Fortunately, Xian ancestor was able to persist and didn't let the 9 Flames Divine Clan and Heaven Favor clan walk the same path. Otherwise, the 9 Flames God race would have been wiped out this time. C-2446 The Great Cosmos Eternal Immortal Divine Body was at its peak in less than a billion years. The entire Xianxia Chaos Domain was shaken once again. The news of the annihilation of the 6 great divine races and 27 quasi-top-level god clans spread across the entire Xianxia Chaos Domain at a terrifying speed. Countless powers were shocked by the news. The 6 top divine families were the ones who were destroyed, and the 27 quasi-top-level god clan were destroyed in a short period of 800 years. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. It caused countless god race members to tremble in fear. One should know that the quasi-top-level god clan would never be destroyed even in millions of eras, let alone a true top god race. Since the birth of the Xianxia Chaos Domain, there were only a handful of top god race that had suffered calamity in the past 30 million eras, let alone the total annihilation of their race. None of them, a top-grade god race, was the most powerful force in the Xianxia Chaos Domain. Even if a high-level universe god encountered a disaster, with the resources of their race, they would still be able to survive. It would be extremely difficult for them to do so. Just like the Red God clan, after the fall of the high-level universe god, the master of the Ruida, encountering the frenzied pursuit of 3 top god races and dozens of first-class god clan. But in the end, they were still alive and well, and they were still ranked among first-class god clan. Countless god race were in danger, and their entire families were on high alert. They were deeply afraid of when it would happen. That misfortune would descend upon them. Countless divine races prepared generous gifts and headed to Ruida universe to congratulate the Puyao god clan. In just a short period of time, the Puyao god clan was in the limelight. They seemed to have the power to surpass the Morning Light and the Thousand Lights divine race. The Puyao god clan would know what it meant to receive gifts without any hesitation. Furthermore, it was a great gift. There were no gifts from the family. Under the trillion universe sources, the gifts prepared by those top god clans were worth hundreds of trillion universe sources. It made the Puyao god clan's family rise like a rolling snowball. First-class god clan and the top god race were truly frightened by Yang Fann. If this gift was given lightly, he was hated by Dark Star instead. He might as well not give it to him. Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Hall. Yang Fann continued his seclusion, absorbing and refining power of the universe sources with all his might. He didn't chase after the 3 great quasi-top-level god clan. The Xianxia Chaos domain was vast and boundless. If the quasi-top-level god clan was focused on hiding, it would be extremely difficult for Yang Fann to find them even with his divine ability. In any case, these 3 families had already been scared out of their wits by him. They didn't dare to show their faces in the Xianxia Chaos domain so easily. They could only hide in those intermediate and low-grade universes, struggling to survive. Their decline was already a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, even if they wanted to hunt down the 3 quasi-top-level god clan, he didn't need to do it himself. The other first-rate and top-grade divine families were very willing to serve him in order to please him. Among them, the 9-flame divine family and Puyao god clan were the most active. There was no need to mention the Puyao god clan. Now that they were Yang Fann's loyal followers, how could they not do their best to help Yang Fann? The 9-flame god race was doing this to prevent future troubles. The 37 god race schemed against Yang Fann, but in the end, only the 9 flames god race was left behind. Even Ancestor 9 Yan Lao was released. Those 3 great quasi-top-level god clan, as long as they weren't idiots, they would understand what kind of disgraceful role the 9 flames god race played. How could the 3 clans not hate this bastard of the 9 flames god clan? They really wanted to eat his flesh. If the 9 flame god clan hadn't betrayed them in secret, perhaps their plan would have succeeded after drinking the blood of the 9 flame god clan. They didn't need to leave their homes. They fled like homeless dogs. All of this was the fault of the 9 flame god clan. It was all their fault. Between the 2 of them, it was either you or me who died a long time ago. The 9 flame god race could let go of these 3 god races. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann transformed into 100,000 feet tall giant. All the pores and cells in his body expanded to their limits as he madly devoured the power of the universe sources around him. Every breath, every second, there were several cubic meter universe sources that were being absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. Compared to before, the devouring speed had more than doubled. In the blink of an eye, 100 billion years had passed. Yang Fann had successfully devoured nearly 500 billion universe sources. Including the universe sources he had devoured previously, the universe sources he had devoured were close to 800 billion cubic meters. However, what made Yang Fann helpless was that he still couldn't see the shadow of the eternal great perfection of the body of the god. If he wanted to break through, who knew how many hundreds of millions of universe sources he would need to swallow? In fact, Yang Fann felt that compared to the universe source required for the completion of the great cosmic eternal divine physique, the universe source would increase by 100 million times, and he might not be able to break through to the huge perfection smoothly. Fortunately, he didn't lack universe sources now. Previously, he had suppressed 6 high-grade universe gods and 30 quasi-high-level universe god, and the number of Yang Fanns in his hands had exceeded 1,030 billion. As for the nests of these top-grade and quasi-top-level god clan, Yang Fann had also plundered a large number of Yang Fanns. Nearly 600 billion cubic meters, and this was 43 billion cubic meters of universe sources that had been used to put a bounty on his head. Otherwise, it would have directly exceeded 1 billion universe sources. Furthermore, Yang Fann had never forgotten to ask the Puyao God clan to exchange all the ordinary resources in his possession for universe sources. In order to please Yang Fann, the various god tribes were willing to pay a high price. In 100 billion years, Yang Fann had brought a total of 3 billion universe sources. This was almost the limit of the various divine races. It was impossible for the divine races to not cultivate themselves and trade all the universe sources to Yang Fann. Of course, to Yang Fann, the real biggest share was killing God Ming Yi's nearly 12 billion universe source. When combined, it was close to 1.7 billion universe source. 5 billion universe source was nothing. In these 100 billion years, with Yang Fann as the backing, the Puyao God clan's forces had also rapidly expanded. Many god tribes had become the vassal forces of the Puyao God clan. There were even 2 first-class god clan among them. Their overall strength had almost doubled. What made Patriarch Yao and the rest the happiest was that they had successfully recaptured their hometown, Puyao Universe. The Clear Bristle King. There were also many Clear Bristle divine clan ancestors and elders who were all wiped out by Yang Fann. Adding on the other divine races, due to Yang Fann's fame, they did not dare to compete with the Puyao God clan for the Clear Bristle Universe at all. Only a few unknown so-called second-rate and third-rate divine races jumped out, wanting to pick up some advantages. The strongest second-rate and third-rate divine race that was not even at the quasi-middle level universe god, how could they be a match for the Puyao God clan? In a matter of seconds, they were taken care of by the Puyao God clan. It didn't take much effort for the Puyao God clan to successfully take back the ancestral land. After nearly 9 million eras, the Puyao universe changed back to its original name. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 500 billion years. The universe source in his hand had been reduced by nearly 3.5 billion cubic meters. Yang Fann had finally touched the bottleneck of the great universe's eternal undying great perfection of the body of the god. It truly wasn't easy. Ever since his great universe's eternal undying divine body had reached the great perfection stage, he had absorbed and refined nearly 4.3 billion cubic meters of universe source. What kind of concept was this? If it was someone else, if he was able to absorb so many universe source, it would be impossible for him to reach the top-level universe god, but extreme high-level universe god was almost certain of it. He might even be able to reach the quasi-top-level universe god. Of course, this was also Yang Fann. With the help of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique, he was able to devour so many universe sources in a short period of time. If it was anyone else, not to mention 500 billion years, even if they were given 50 million eras, they might not be able to refine so many universe sources. For example, killing God Ming Yi, who had cultivated for 1 million eras, had only refined a few 100 million universe sources. The universe source was not something that could be easily absorbed and refined. Otherwise, he would have devoured all the universe source in killing God Ming Yi's hand a long time ago, and would not have left it for Yang Fann. Compared to universe gods, especially high-level and top-level universe god, the universe source was more of a common currency. Trainer had truly relied on refining trainers to come here, but it was extremely rare. This speed was simply too slow. Even if he had sufficient universe sources, most of low-level universe god, who had trained hard for tens of thousands of eras, might not be able to successfully advance to a high-level universe god. Time flashed, and another 180 billion years passed. Rumble, 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 rumble. All of a sudden, divine light burst out from Yang Fann's body. His aura and energy were like a tsunami, growing crazily. Poochie 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 in all directions, a large expanse of space distorted and cracked, as if it would completely shatter in the next second. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, boundless divine light of supreme treasures burst out from the surroundings of the divine hall. It suppressed the heavens and the earth, flattening all the cracks. Roar great perfection stage, break it for me. C 2446. The great cosmos eternal immortal divine body was at its peak in less than 1 billion years. The entire Xianxia chaos domain was shaken once again. The news of the annihilation of the 6 great divine races and 27 quasi-top-level god clans spread across the entire Xianxia chaos domain at a terrifying speed. Countless powers were shocked by the news. The 6 top divine families were the ones who were destroyed, and the 27 quasi-top-level god clan were destroyed in a short period of 800 years. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. It caused countless god race members to tremble in fear. One should know that the quasi-top-level god clan would never be destroyed even in millions of eras, let alone a true top god race. Since the birth of the Xianxia Chaos Domain, there were only a handful of top god race that had suffered calamity in the past 30 million eras, let alone the total annihilation of their race. None of them, a top-grade god race, was the most powerful force in the Xianxia Chaos Domain. Even if a high-level universe god encountered a disaster, with the resources of their race, they would still be able to survive. It would be extremely difficult for them to do so. Just like the Red God clan, after the fall of the high-level universe god, the master of the Ruida, encountering the frenzied pursuit of 3 top god races and dozens of first-class god clan. But in the end, they were still alive and well, and they were still ranked among first-class god clan. Countless god race were in danger, and their entire families were on high alert. They were deeply afraid of when it would happen. That misfortune would descend upon them. Countless divine races prepared generous gifts and headed to Ruida universe to congratulate the Puyao god clan. In just a short period of time, the Puyao god clan was in the limelight. They seemed to have the power to surpass the Morning Light and the Thousand Lights divine race. The Puyao god clan would know what it meant to receive gifts without any hesitation. Furthermore, it was a great gift. There were no gifts from the family. Under the trillion universe sources, the gifts prepared by those top god clans were worth hundreds of trillion universe sources. It made the Puyao god clan's family rise like a rolling snowball. First-class god clan and the top god race were truly frightened by Yang Fann. If this gift was given lightly, he was hated by Dark Star instead. He might as well not give it to him. Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Hall. Yang Fann continued his seclusion, absorbing and refining power of the universe sources with all his might. He didn't chase after the 3 great quasi-top-level god clan. The Xianxia Chaos Domain was vast and boundless. If the quasi-top-level god clan was focused on hiding, it would be extremely difficult for Yang Fann to find them even with his divine ability. In any case, these 3 families had already been scared out of their wits by him. They didn't dare to show their faces in the Xianxia Chaos Domain so easily. They could only hide in those intermediate and low-grade universes, struggling to survive. Their decline was already a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, even if they wanted to hunt down the 3 quasi-top-level god clan, he didn't need to do it himself. The other first-rate and top-grade divine families were very willing to serve him in order to please him. Among them, the 9-flame divine family and Puyao god clan were the most active. There was no need to mention the Puyao god clan. Now that they were Yang Fann's loyal followers, how could they not do their best to help Yang Fann? The 9-flame god race was doing this to prevent future troubles. The 37 god race schemed against Yang Fann, but in the end, only the 9 flames god race was left behind. Even Ancestor 9 Yan Lao was released. Those 3 great quasi-top-level god clan, as long as they weren't idiots, they would understand what kind of disgraceful role the 9 flames god race played. How could the 3 clans not hate this bastard of the 9 flames god clan? They really wanted to eat his flesh. If the 9 flame god clan hadn't betrayed them in secret, perhaps their plan would have succeeded after drinking the blood of the 9 flame god clan. They didn't need to leave their homes. They fled like homeless dogs. All of this was the fault of the 9 flame god clan. It was all their fault. Between the 2 of them, it was either you or me who died a long time ago. The 9 flame god race could let go of these 3 god races. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann transformed into 100,000 feet tall giant. All the pores and cells in his body expanded to their limits as he madly devoured the power of the universe sources around him. Every breath, every second, there were several cubic meter universe sources that were being absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. Compared to before, the devouring speed had more than doubled. In the blink of an eye, 100 billion years had passed. Yang Fann had successfully devoured nearly 500 billion universe sources. Including the universe sources he had devoured previously, the universe sources he had devoured were close to 800 billion cubic meters. However, what made Yang Fann helpless was that he still couldn't see the shadow of the eternal great perfection of the body of the god. If he wanted to break through, who knew how many hundreds of millions of universe sources he would need to swallow? In fact, Yang Fann felt that compared to the universe source required for the completion of the great cosmic eternal divine physique, the universe source would increase by 100 million times, and he might not be able to break through to the huge perfection smoothly. Fortunately, he didn't lack universe sources now. Previously, He had suppressed 6 high-grade universe gods and 30 quasi-high-level universe god, and the number of Yang Fanns in his hands had exceeded 1,030 billion. As for the nests of these top-grade and quasi-top-level god clan, Yang Fann had also plundered a large number of Yang Fanns. Nearly 600 billion cubic meters, and this was 43 billion cubic meters of universe sources that had been used to put a bounty on his head. Otherwise, it would have directly exceeded 1 billion universe sources. Furthermore, Yang Fann had never forgotten to ask the Puyao god clan to exchange all the ordinary resources in his possession for universe sources. In order to please Yang Fann, the various god tribes were willing to pay a high price. In 100 billion years, Yang Fann had brought a total of 3 billion universe sources. This was almost the limit of the various divine races. It was impossible for the divine races to not cultivate themselves and trade all the universe sources to Yang Fann. Of course, to Yang Fann, the real biggest share was killing God Ming Yi's nearly 12 billion universe source. When combined, it was close to 1.7 billion universe source. 5 billion universe source was nothing. In these 100 billion years, with Yang Fann as the backing, the Puyao god clan's forces had also rapidly expanded. Many god tribes had become the vassal forces of the Puyao god clan. There were even 2 first-class god clan among them. Their overall strength had almost doubled. What made Patriarch Yao and the rest the happiest was that they had successfully recaptured their hometown, Puyao Universe. The Clear Bristle King. There were also many Clear Bristle divine clan ancestors and elders who were all wiped out by Yang Fann. Adding on the other divine races, due to Yang Fann's fame, they did not dare to compete with the Puyao god clan for the Clear Bristle universe at all. Only a few unknown so-called second-rate and third-rate divine races jumped out, wanting to pick up some advantages. The strongest second-rate and third-rate divine race that was not even at the quasi-middle level universe god, how could they be a match for the Puyao god clan? In a matter of seconds, they were taken care of by the Puyao god clan. It didn't take much effort for the Puyao god clan to successfully take back the ancestral land. After nearly 9 million eras, the Puyao universe changed back to its original name. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 500 billion years. The universe source in his hand had been reduced by nearly 3.5 billion cubic meters. Yang Fann had finally touched the bottleneck of the great universe's eternal undying great perfection of the body of the god. It truly wasn't easy. Ever since his great universe's eternal undying divine body had reached the great perfection stage, he had absorbed and refined nearly 4.3 billion cubic meters of universe source. What kind of concept was this? If it was someone else, if he was able to absorb so many universe source, it would be impossible for him to reach the top-level universe god, but extreme high-level universe god was almost certain of it. He might even be able to reach the quasi-top-level universe god. Of course, this was also Yang Fann. With the help of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique, he was able to devour so many universe sources in a short period of time. If it was anyone else, not to mention 500 billion years, even if they were given 50 million eras, they might not be able to refine so many universe sources. For example, killing God Ming Yi, who had cultivated for 1 million eras, had only refined a few 100 million universe sources. The universe source was not something that could be easily absorbed and refined. Otherwise, he would have devoured all the universe source in killing God Ming Yi's hand a long time ago, and would not have left it for Yang Fann. Compared to universe gods, especially high-level and top-level universe god, the universe source was more of a common currency. Trainer had truly relied on refining trainers to come here, but it was extremely rare. This speed was simply too slow. Even if he had sufficient universe sources, most of low-level universe god, who had trained hard for tens of thousands of eras, might not be able to successfully advance to a high-level universe god. Time flashed, and another 180 billion years passed. Rumble, 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 rumble. All of a sudden, divine light burst out from Yang Fann's body. His aura and energy were like a tsunami, growing crazily. Poochie 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 in all directions, a large expanse of space distorted and cracked, as if it would completely shatter in the next second. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, boundless divine light of supreme treasures burst out from the surroundings of the divine hall. It suppressed the heavens and the earth, flattening all the cracks. Roar great perfection stage, break it for me. C 2447 Primal Chaos Divine Art Rui de Universe, Golden Sun Divine City, Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Palace. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's body continued to climb, crazily. He had been in seclusion for 680 billion years, and had absorbed and refined nearly 7 billion universe sources. Yang Fann's eternal divine body had finally taken a crucial step forward, and he had broken through to the great perfection stage. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. From all directions, a large amount of universe sources turned into origin dragons and rushed into Yang Fann's body, stabilizing his eternal immortal divine body that he had just broken through to. Every breath, every second, there were over 100 cubic meters of universe source that were swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. It was horrifying. Luckily, there wasn't a second person in the Golden Sun Divine Palace. Otherwise, seeing this terrifying scene, he would have fainted from fear. He had seen perverts before, but he had never seen such perverts. One had to know that it was over 100 cubic meters of universe source per second. Generally speaking, many low-level universe god, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, might not be able to devour and refine 100 cubic meters of universe source. Even a top-rank high-level universe god like Killing God Ming Yi would need a few years to refine over 100 cubic meters of universe source. The gap between them was more than 10 million times, or even a billion times. Cruelty. Even the legendary supreme expert that surpassed the universe god realm might not have the confidence to refine over 100 cubic meters of universe source in a second. Time passed year by year. Soon, 100 million years had passed. Buzz, buzz, boom. Yang Fann's momentum finally calmed down. The eternal divine body of the universe had finally stabilized. Yang Fann let out a long breath. He felt lucky that Killing God Ming Yi had brought him billions of universe source. Otherwise, he would have to wait a long time to truly break through to the realm of the eternal great perfection of the body of the god. Including the 3 billion universe sources he had consumed to stabilize his cultivation base, Yang Fann had swallowed nearly 1 billion universe sources. Such a huge amount of Xianxia chaos domains, even if he were to sweep away all the precious universe sources in the Xianxia chaos domain, he might not even be able to gather all of them. It's here. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned. Rumble, rumble, a terrifying torrent of information exploded within Yang Fann's sea of consciousness. Even the current Yang Fann, whose strength of soul was no weaker than some of the top-ranked high-level universe gods, was overwhelmed by the torrent of information, causing his head to swell. If it was any other ordinary god of low-order advanced universe, his mind would have been completely destroyed by the torrent, and he would have been reduced to an ignorant fool. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, half a month. After a full month, Yang Fann finally accepted the terrifying torrent of information and slowly opened his eyes. As Yang Fann had expected, after the eternal great perfection of the body of the god in the great cosmos, the inherited memories hidden in his sea of consciousness exploded once again, and he was given another heaven-defying divine art. The Chaos Origin Divine Arts. Once the divine arts was mastered, it would become the origin of Chaos True Body. With just the strength of divine body alone, it would be able to crush many chaos gods, and it would be the most powerful of them all. And this chaos god was none other than the supreme expert that had surpassed the universe gods. The internal universe had turned into chaos. With a casual strike, it was like the power of a chaos domain. One should know that even the lowest grade small-sized chaos region had tens of thousands of universes, let alone the boundless chaotic starry sky. Its power was more than trillions of times greater than the universe gods. Universe gods, even the top-level universe god, were merely aphids that could be easily killed by a chaos god. As for this Chaos Origin Divine Arts, it was only at the Great Perfection realm, and the strength of divine body was enough to crush a top-level chaos god. Once it reached the highest realm, Great Perfection stage, Yang Fann wouldn't dare to imagine it. The so-called origin ability was a supreme grade origin ability that even a top-level universe god would go crazy over. Under the Chaos Origin Divine Arts, it was nothing more than a piece of trash. There was no comparison at all. He really had no idea. What did he accumulate in his past life to have such a fortuitous encounter? If this Chaos Origin Divine Arts were to spread out, even those chaos gods who surpassed the universe gods would go crazy over it. Or, am I really the reincarnation of a certain expert? Otherwise, how could a lowly great creature of the world like him have such a fortuitous encounter? However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was not right. If it was really the reincarnation of a certain great expert, Even if it could not completely recover its memories from its previous life, it should have awakened some of its memories from its previous life. It was not rare to see someone who had reincarnated in the universal world and was in the midst of endless chaos. Cultivators only needed to condense the soul to have the qualification to reincarnate. Some saints could even reincarnate. However, the risk was too great and the success rate was not high. Not even 1 out of 100 saints could succeed in reincarnation. 90% of them were destroyed by the Holy Soul, leaving only a little bit of their true spirit. They had completely lost the memories of their past lives. Only the true gods and above souls that condensed the soul could resist the erosion of the reincarnation power and retain their memories of their previous lives, completing the reincarnation successfully. As for the reincarnators, as long as they condensed souls once more, they would be able to recover their memories of their past lives. Even some universe gods, chaos gods, and reincarnators had too many memories of their past lives. The newly condensed soul was too fragile, and it was difficult for it to contain all of their memories. It would also awaken a portion of their memories. However, Yang Fann, who was in the soul realm, was comparable to top-ranked high-level universe god. However, he did not show any signs of awakening the memories from his past life. It was completely illogical. Or am I really the lucky one? Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann no longer thought about it. Whether it was the lucky one or the reincarnation of a certain expert, once he had sufficient cultivation base, all of these mysteries would be revealed to the world. It was better to think about how to cultivate this chaos origin divine arts. In an instant, Yang Fann felt a headache coming on. The chaos origin divine arts was extremely powerful. Once one's divine body reached the great perfection stage, in the chaotic divine world, there were probably very few people who could be his match. If he advanced further, he would be able to defeat thousands of chaotic gods with just the strength of a single huge perfection warrior, or even top-level chaos god warriors. However, the cultivation conditions were also extremely harsh. The universe source was useless. If he wanted to cultivate, he had to devour the origin of chaos. This was the source energy of the chaos domain. It was the most core energy. If one wanted to seize the origin of chaos, they would have to devour it. The only way to seize the origin of chaos was to have the power to suppress the chaos domain. Apart from that, it was to suppress the chaos god and devour the chaos domain in their bodies. However, no matter what it was as difficult as climbing the heavens for Yang Fann. The chaos god, the universe god, were two completely different levels of life. It was like the ant and the elephant, or the ancient mammoth. Even though Yang Fann's current great cosmos eternal undying great perfection of the body of the god had increased his combat strength by 1,000 times. More than 10,000 times compared to the high and mighty chaos god, Hong Long. Forget it, the origin of chaos is not something that I can covet right now. This matter needs to be slowly planned out. Yang Fann let out a soft sigh and temporarily dispelled the idea of using the chaos origin divine arts. There was always a path ahead of him. Sooner or later, he would be able to cultivate the chaos origin divine arts, just like the eternal divine body of this universe. At the beginning, the universe source was just a legend to him, but in the end, he still managed to break through to the beginning, and now, he had even broken through to the great perfection stage. From beginning to end, it had only taken him less than 12 trillion years. This little amount of time, compared to Universe Lord and the Universe Gods, was merely the time for them to take a nap. Now, let me see just how much strength the great universe's eternal undying great perfection of the body of the god has increased my strength. It took nearly 1 billion universe sources to succeed. I don't think it will disappoint me. C2448 His combat power increased dramatically. Rui de Universe, Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Palace. Yang Fann focused his mind and began to carefully experience the changes in his strength. He would talk about the Chaos Origin divine arts in the future. When he first came into contact with the God of Chaos, he would naturally have the power to fight against the God of Chaos, or even suppress the God of Chaos. It was just like the great universe's eternal divine arts. When he came into contact with Human Emperor and Universe Lord, wouldn't he be able to suppress low-level power of Universe Lords? Yang Fann had never doubted his own potential. With the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring divine art, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed the Chaos God. 2 hours later, Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright divine light shone from them. It was as if the chaos had just begun. The first divine light lit up the entire divine hall. It was incomparably sharp, piercing through everything. At this moment, if there was someone standing in front of Yang Fann, even a top-rank high-level universe god like killing god Ming Yi would be severely injured by the divine body in an instant, or even killed by the soul. Both his body and soul would be destroyed. Powerful, unprecedented power, millions and billions of universe sources. Sure enough, it wasn't in vain. The power of the eternal divine body of the universe was far beyond Yang Fann's imagination. It was more than 10 times, 100 times stronger than what he had expected. Currently, the strength of divine body alone had surpassed most of the high-grade universe gods, even killing god Ming Yi. Top-rank high-level universe god wasn't much weaker than him. Once he unleashed the full power of the eternal immortal divine body, he would be able to surpass a grade, 6 grades, and challenge a peak top-level universe god. It was hard to say, but it wasn't like ordinary high-grade top-level universe god didn't have the strength to fight him. Of course, the specifics could only be determined after a true battle with a high-grade or peak top-level universe god. However, compared to the massive increase of the strength of divine body, Yang Fann's cultivation base was somewhat unable to keep up with his progress. At this moment, even if he used all of his strength to unleash the strength of world in his body, it was impossible for him to increase his combat strength by several levels just like before. It would be his limit if he could increase his combat strength by 1 level. The great universe's eternal immortal divine body has been cultivated to the great perfection stage. There is no room for improvement. Now is the time for me to improve my cultivation base. There are still nearly 7 billion universe source left. If I can absorb and refine it, it should be enough for me to advance to the high-level universe lord. Yang Fann was deep in thought. As for the universe god captives in his hands, Yang Fann thought for a moment. It was better to wait for him to understand the karma between him and universe god Pu Yao, then come back and devour them in seclusion. Universe gods were different from universe source. The difficulty of devouring them increased exponentially, especially those high-level universe gods. Even with Yang Fann's current cultivation base and strength, the difficulty would be 100 times, 1,000 times higher with his current devouring speed. Refining the remaining 7 billion universe source would take at most 5 billion years. It would be impossible for them to do so without several 100 billion years. This was even after he swallowed nearly 7 billion universe source and made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Otherwise, with his current cultivation level and strength, the time needed to devour those universe gods would double or even more. It had already been 680 billion years, and there was no longer a difference of several billion years. But if he dragged on for another few hundred or several 100 billion years, that would be hard to say. Wang! A stream of light fell down and the dried sea of origin around the divine hall was once again filled up. The next second, rumble, rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique circulated to its limit. All of Yang Fann's pores expanded, transforming into terrifying devouring black holes that wildly devoured the surrounding power of the universe sources. Although it was far from being comparable to the time when the great universe's eternal immortal divine body was upgraded, it was still able to produce over 100 cubic meters of universe sources in a second. It was a vast ocean of origin energy. With a speed visible to the naked eye, it began to shrink and dry up. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years had passed. After absorbing nearly 3 trillion universe sources, Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stepped into the master of middle-rank middle-level universe. After the ancient and indestructible great perfection of the body of the god, Yang Fann's origin root had become more than 100 times stronger, and the strength of origin required to break through had also increased by 1,000 times. However, compared to the current Yang Fann, a single level of breakthrough did not increase his combat strength by much. At most, it increased his combat strength by 3 levels. If he wanted to increase his combat strength by a large margin, he would need to break through a few major levels, or even break through to the high-level universe lord. 2 million years later, the universe source in Yang Fann's hand had nearly 70 billion less. Yang Fann's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had successfully broken through to the high-rank middle-level universe lord. Very quickly, Yang Fann went into secluded cultivation for another 60 million years. After absorbing nearly 5,000 trillion universe sources, Yang Fann's cultivation base broke through another major grade, reaching the peak middle-level universe lord. At this moment, with Yang Fann's cultivation base, he could finally see the shadow of his strength of divine body, the vastness of the inner world. It wasn't much worse than the low-order advanced universe's inner universe. With just the strength of world alone, he would be able to fight the gods of low-order advanced universe, and he would be able to defeat many quasi-high-level universe god warriors. With his full strength, his overall combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than that of a peak top-level universe god warrior. Once he used the forbidden divine ability, no one would be a match for him since he had already broken through to the Chaos God stage. However, at this moment, Yang Fann was no longer able to unleash the power of the 10th revolution of the Dragon Sun 10 cycles as he wished. It wasn't because he was worried that it would affect his foundation, it was because he couldn't afford to spend so much energy on breaking through to the next realm. Previously, with the support of the 5 elements returned to one divine formation, with the quasi-top-level battle force of Universe God, Yang Fann unleashed the full power of the Dragon Sun 10 transformations. With every breath, he had to devour tens of billions of universe sources. Only then would he be able to make up for it. Currently, his combat strength was comparable to a peak top-level universe god. Once he unleashed his full strength, he would be able to unleash the 10 solar rotations. The consumption is more than 1,000 times. 10,000 times, in just a breath's time. He would need hundreds of billions of universe sources, in just a few breaths' time. He would be able to obtain a divine family in the low-order advanced universe. Even with Yang Fann's social status, he would still feel pain in his heart. Even the 7, 8, and 9 revolutions of the Dragon Sun needed to be careful. One day, he would suppress a few top-level universe god warriors and seize all their belongings. Only with food in his hands would he not panic. Only then would Yang Fann be able to use the forbidden divine ability without any scruples. Yang Fann had been in secluded cultivation for 3 billion years. Nearly 7 billion universe sources, less than 5 billion. Yang Fann had successfully broken through to the limit middle-level universe lord. However, there wasn't much joy on his face. Would be enough for him to break through to the high-level universe lord. But now, it seemed like not only breaking through to the high-level universe lord, but also to the quasi-high-level universe lord. Breaking through from the peak middle-level universe lord to the peak middle-level universe lord had cost him more than 4 billion universe sources. If he wanted to break through to the quasi-high-level universe lord, he would need at least 2 billion to 3 billion universe sources. As for breaking through to the high-level universe lord, he would need at least 4 to 5 billion universe sources. This was almost all of killing God Ming Yi's belongings. He didn't know if he would be able to break through to the high-level universe lord after absorbing and refining all of the universe god prisoners in his hands. His foundation was too strong. Sometimes, it was also painful. This was only the advancement to the high-level universe lord. How much resources would he need to break through to the top-level universe lord, the quasi-universe, and even the real universe god in the future? This didn't include the fact that after obtaining the origin of chaos, his divine body would undergo another transformation. It seemed like if he did not have any great fortuitous encounters. Even if he had the heaven-devouring earth-devouring great technique. By his side, if he wanted to break through to the universe god realm, he would have to spend a few dozen eras or even dozens of eras to do so. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 4 billion years, and the universe source in his hand was less than 1 billion years old. In another 5 to 600 million years at most, he would be able to devour all the universe sources in his hand. Wanong Chaos Region, Hongyuan Universe. This was a top-tier universe, and its energy level was as high as the Morning Light Universe. It was the nest of the top-tier god race, the Hongyuan God Clan, and the Origin Universe. The Hongyuan Divine Palace was the holy land in the hearts of countless people of the Hongyuan God Clan. The place where the ancestor of Hongyuan God Clan, the Hongyuan Universe God, cultivated. What? Puyao Kid actually has a descendant. It's very likely that it's a top-rank high-level universe god. How is this possible? How is this possible? Puyao Brad is merely a first quasi-high-level universe god. How could his descendant be top-rank high-level universe god? There might be a reason for this. No matter what method that kid used to defeat Lord of the Morning Light. Looks like I have to make preparations early. I don't want to fail in the sewers. C-2448 His combat power increased dramatically. Rui de Universe, Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Palace. Yang Fann focused his mind and began to carefully experience the changes in his strength. He would talk about the Chaos Origin divine arts in the future. When he first came into contact with the god of chaos, he would naturally have the power to fight against the god of chaos, or even suppress the god of chaos. It was just like the great universe's eternal divine arts. When he came into contact with human emperor and universe lord, wouldn't he be able to suppress low-level power of universe lords? Yang Fann had never doubted his own potential. With the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring divine art, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed the chaos god. 2 hours later, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright divine light shone from them. It was as if the chaos had just begun. The first divine light lit up the entire divine hall. It was incomparably sharp, piercing through everything. At this moment, if there was someone standing in front of Yang Fann, even a top-rank high-level universe god like killing god Ming Yi would be severely injured by the divine body in an instant, or even killed by the soul. Both his body and soul would be destroyed. Powerful, unprecedented power, millions and billions of universe sources. Sure enough, it wasn't in vain. The power of the eternal divine body of the universe was far beyond Yang Fann's imagination. It was more than 10 times, 100 times stronger than what he had expected. Currently, the strength of divine body alone had surpassed most of the high-grade universe gods, even killing god Ming Yi. Top-rank high-level universe god wasn't much weaker than him. Once he unleashed the full power of the eternal immortal divine body, he would be able to surpass a grade, 6 grades, and challenge a peak top-level universe god. It was hard to say, but it wasn't like ordinary high-grade top-level universe god didn't have the strength to fight him. Of course, the specifics could only be determined after a true battle with a high-grade or peak top-level universe god. However, compared to the massive increase of the strength of divine body, Yang Fann's cultivation base was somewhat unable to keep up with his progress. At this moment, even if he used all of his strength to unleash the strength of world in his body, it was impossible for him to increase his combat strength by several levels just like before. It would be his limit if he could increase his combat strength by 1 level. The great universe's eternal immortal divine body has been cultivated to the great perfection stage. There is no room for improvement. Now is the time for me to improve my cultivation base. There are still nearly 7 billion universe source left. If I can absorb and refine it, it should be enough for me to advance to the high-level universe lord. Yang Fann was deep in thought. As for the universe god captives in his hands, Yang Fann thought for a moment. It was better to wait for him to understand the karma between him and universe god Pu Yao, then come back and devour them in seclusion. Universe gods were different from universe source. The difficulty of devouring them increased exponentially, especially those high-level universe gods. Even with Yang Fann's current cultivation base and strength, the difficulty would be 100 times, 1,000 times higher with his current devouring speed. Refining the remaining 7 billion universe source would take at most 5 billion years. It would be impossible for them to do so without several 100 billion years. This was even after he swallowed nearly 7 billion universe source and made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Otherwise, with his current cultivation level and strength, the time needed to devour those universe gods would double or even more. It had already been 680 billion years, and there was no longer a difference of several billion years. But if he dragged on for another few hundred or several 100 billion years, that would be hard to say. A stream of light fell down and the dried sea of origin around the divine hall was once again filled up. The next second, rumble, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique circulated to its limit. All of Yang Fann's pores expanded, transforming into terrifying devouring black holes that wildly devoured the surrounding power of the universe sources. Although it was far from being comparable to the time when the great universe's eternal immortal divine body was upgraded, it was still able to produce over 100 cubic meters of universe sources in a second. It was a vast ocean of origin energy. With a speed visible to the naked eye, it began to shrink and dry up. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years had passed. After absorbing nearly 3 trillion universe sources, Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stepped into the master of middle-rank middle-level universe. After the ancient and indestructible great perfection of the body of the god, Yang Fann's origin root had become more than 100 times stronger, and the strength of origin required to break through had also increased by 1,000 times. However, compared to the current Yang Fann, a single level of breakthrough did not increase his combat strength by much. At most, it increased his combat strength by 3 levels. If he wanted to increase his combat strength by a large margin, he would need to break through a few major levels, or even break through to the high-level universe lord. 2 million years later, The universe source in Yang Fann's hand had nearly 70 billion less. Yang Fann's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had successfully broken through to the high rank middle-level universe lord. Very quickly, Yang Fann went into secluded cultivation for another 60 million years. After absorbing nearly 5,000 trillion universe sources, Yang Fann's cultivation base broke through another major grade, reaching the peak middle-level universe lord. At this moment, with Yang Fann's cultivation base, he could finally see the shadow of his strength of divine body, the vastness of the inner world. It wasn't much worse than the low-order advanced universe's inner universe. With just the strength of world alone, he would be able to fight the gods of low-order advanced universe, and he would be able to defeat many quasi-high-level universe god warriors. With his full strength, his overall combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than that of a peak top-level universe god warrior. Once he used the forbidden divine ability, no one would be a match for him since he had already broken through to the chaos god stage. However, at this moment, Yang Fann was no longer able to unleash the power of the 10th revolution of the Dragon Sun 10 cycles as he wished. It wasn't because he was worried that it would affect his foundation, it was because he couldn't afford to spend so much energy on breaking through to the next realm. Previously, with the support of the 5 elements returned to one divine formation, with the quasi-top-level battle force of Universe God, Yang Fann unleashed the full power of the Dragon Sun 10 transformations. With every breath, he had to devour tens of billions of universe sources. Only then would he be able to make up for it. Currently, his combat strength was comparable to a peak top-level universe god. Once he unleashed his full strength, he would be able to unleash the 10 solar rotations. The consumption is more than 1,000 times. 10,000 times, in just a breath's time. He would need hundreds of billions of universe sources, in just a few breaths' time. He would be able to obtain a divine family in the low-order advanced universe. Even with Yang Fann's social status, he would still feel pain in his heart. Even the 7, 8, and 9 revolutions of the Dragon Sun needed to be careful. One day, he would suppress a few top-level universe god warriors and seize all their belongings. Only with food in his hands would he not panic. Only then would Yang Fann be able to use the forbidden divine ability without any scruples. Yang Fann had been in secluded cultivation for 3 billion years. Nearly 7 billion universe sources, less than 5 billion. Yang Fann had successfully broken through to the limit middle-level universe lord. However, there wasn't much joy on his face. Would be enough for him to break through to the high-level universe lord. But now, it seemed like not only breaking through to the high-level universe lord, but also to the quasi-high-level universe lord. Breaking through from the peak middle-level universe lord to the peak middle-level universe lord had cost him more than 4 billion universe sources. If he wanted to break through to the quasi-high-level universe lord, he would need at least 2 billion to 3 billion universe sources. As for breaking through to the high-level universe lord, he would need at least 4 to 5 billion universe sources. This was almost all of killing God Ming Yi's belongings. He didn't know if he would be able to break through to the high-level universe lord after absorbing and refining all of the universe god prisoners in his hands. His foundation was too strong. Sometimes, it was also painful. This was only the advancement to the high-level universe lord. How much resources would he need to break through to the top-level universe lord, the quasi-universe, and even the real universe god in the future? This didn't include the fact that after obtaining the origin of chaos, his divine body would undergo another transformation. It seemed like if he did not have any great fortuitous encounters. Even if he had the heaven-devouring earth-devouring great technique by his side, if he wanted to break through to the universe god realm, he would have to spend a few dozen eras or even dozens of eras to do so. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 4 billion years, and the universe source in his hand was less than 1 billion years old. In another 5 to 600 million years at most, he would be able to devour all the universe sources in his hand. Wanong Chaos Region, Hongyuan Universe. This was a top-tier universe, and its energy level was as high as the Morning Light Universe. It was the nest of the top-tier god race, the Hongyuan God Clan, and the Origin Universe. The Hongyuan Divine Palace was the holy land in the hearts of countless people of the Hongyuan God Clan. The place where the ancestor of Hongyuan God Clan, the Hongyuan Universe God, cultivated. What? Puyao Kid actually has a descendant. It's very likely that it's a top-rank high-level universe god. How is this possible? How is this possible? Puyao Brat is merely a first quasi-high-level universe god. How could his descendant be top-ranked high-level universe god? There might be a reason for this. No matter what method that kid used to defeat Lord of the Morning Light. Looks like I have to make preparations early. I don't want to fail in the sewers. C2449 and then on the journey Rui de Universe, Gold Sun Temple, Golden Sun Divine Palace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yang Fann's terrifying aura, which had caused the high-level universe gods to feel despair, was gradually withdrawn. In the end, it completely disappeared without a trace, turning into an ordinary wealthy young master. From top to bottom, there was not a trace of expert aura on his body. If he had not witnessed Yang Fann's breakthrough with his own eyes, he would not have believed that the terrifying pressure from before had erupted from this ordinary youth. Who, after exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann slowly stood up. After close to 43,682 million years of seclusion, Yang Fann finally devoured all the 7 billion universe sources in his hand and ended his seclusion. Regretfully, with so many universe sources in his hand, there was no need to talk about breaking through to the high-level universe lord. If the limit of the middle-level universe lord was divided into 5 levels, early stage, mid-stage, late, peak and perfection, Yang Fann would barely be able to break through to the intermediate stage. Of course, even so, it still increased Yang Fann's combat strength by a large margin. Without using the forbidden divine ability, it was possible for him to fight a top-level universe god or even extreme top-level universe god. This kind of power could be considered as the top even in the large-sized chaos domain. It could hold the position of elder in any of the top powers. It was enough to establish a first-rate power that could dominate the entire large-sized chaos domain. At this moment, Yang Fann couldn't help but look forward to those Earth-grade and celestial-level killing gods from the Heaven's End. With his current strength, although he wasn't a match for the Heaven's End, he still couldn't defeat them. However, apart from the higher-ups of the Heaven's End, there weren't many killing gods in the Heaven's End that could truly endanger his life. Even the celestial-level killing god wouldn't be able to bring him any great danger. Some of the first and second stars celestial-level killing gods might even be suppressed by him. As long as he could suppress a few celestial-level killing gods, not to mention high-level universe lord, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the top-level universe lord. These top-level killing gods were not something killing god Ming Yi could compare with. It was 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than killing god Ming Yi. Unfortunately, after almost 690 billion years, not to mention celestial-level killing gods, Yang Fann didn't even see the shadow of Earth-grade killing gods. It was unknown whether it was the news of killing god Ming Yi's failed assassination or the fact that the other 4 or 5-star Earth-grade killing gods didn't like such a small amount of Earth grades, and didn't want to cross the mountains and cross the rivers to come to the Qianyao Chaos Domain. After letting that Hongyuan universe god live for so long, it's time to deal with him. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed and he made a decision. With his current cultivation base and strength, it would be extremely easy for him to deal with the Hongyuan universe god. Unless the Hongyuan universe god could jump 3 to 3 levels in just a few 100 billion years, and break through to the top-level universe god. However, this was obviously impossible. Not to mention a few 100 billion years, even if he was given a few 100,000 eras, it would be impossible. With the talent and potential of the Hongyuan universe god, as well as the resources of the myriad origin chaos domain, whether or not the Hongyuan universe god could advance to the quasi-top-level universe god in this lifetime would be impossible. Not to mention breaking through to the top-level universe god. In the high-grade middle-sized chaos domain, the quasi-top-level universe god was the limit. Below the large-sized chaos domain, only the top middle-sized chaos domain had the potential to give birth to a top-level universe god. Furthermore, there weren't many of them, and they could be counted on one's fingers. As for the Wanong chaos region, there was still a big gap between them and the top-grade middle-sized chaos domain. Gold Sun Temple, within a magnificent divine hall. Yang Fann sat on the divine throne, and below him were the middle-level universe god from the Puyao god clan. With this trip, it was unlikely that Yang Fann would return to the Qianyao Chaos Domain. At least, it would be impossible for him to return in a short period of time. Compared to the current Yang Fann, the middle-sized Chaos Domain could no longer accommodate him. Even the best middle-sized Chaos Domain could only provide him with limited help. If he wanted to break through to the top-level Universe Lord, he could only do so in the large-sized chaos domain. As for the resources needed to become a universe god, he was afraid that one or two large-sized chaos domain could not satisfy him. Furthermore, if Yang Fann wanted to know the news about the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, he would have to rely on the various major powers in the large-sized chaos domain to enter the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Over the years, Yang Fann had asked the Puyao God clan to help him find out about the token of primeval Chaos Dao in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. However, what disappointed him was that he had yet to find any clues about the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, as if the primeval Chaos Dao Palace didn't exist at all. Nearly 690 billion years had passed, and the forces of the Puyao God clan. It was like the cultivation of Patriarch Yao and the others. Some of them had even made a breakthrough in their cultivation. Patriarch Yao was already at the critical point of top-rank middle-level universe god. However, without sufficient resources, it was difficult for him to make a breakthrough. Now, with sufficient resources, breaking through was, naturally, a matter of course. Not only that, there were still a few quasi-middle-level universe god warriors who had successfully broken through to the middle-level universe god. At this moment, the number of middle-level universe god warriors in the Puyao God clan had doubled, reaching 15. Including those middle-level universe god warriors who had joined the Puyao God clan, the number of middle-level universe god warriors had exceeded 20, reaching 23. They had barely caught up to the quasi-top-level god clan. If another quasi-high-level universe god appeared, their power wouldn't be much weaker than the Puyao God clan at its peak. After giving a few simple instructions, Yang Fann left a few trump cards for the Puyao God clan, which could be considered their friendship. For the sake of the Puyao God clan, he had done enough. There was no need or obligation to protect them for the rest of their lives. With his influence, there would not be any forces in the short term that would dare to touch the tiger whiskers of the Puyao God clan. Even if there were any god race that did not know the difference between life and death, with the few trump cards he left behind, it would be enough to suppress everything. Although it was just a casual attack, with Yang Fann's current strength, any one of his trump cards would be able to severely injure a low-order top universe god. In the Xianxia Chaos domain, it was an unsolvable trump card. Even God Lord Thousand Lights would have a slim chance of survival against these trump cards. As long as the Puyao God clan didn't seek death themselves, these trump cards were enough to protect them for tens of millions of eras, or perhaps even longer. Looking at Yang Fann, who was sitting on the divine throne, Patriarch Yao and the others had reluctant expressions on their faces. Although they knew that Yang Fann would leave Puyao God clan sooner or later, and leave the Xianxia Chaos domain, the pond wouldn't be able to nurture a true dragon. To Yang Fann, the Xianxia Chaos domain was still too small, but they never thought that the timing would be so sudden. However, a mere 690 billion years wasn't even a fraction of an era. In their minds, even if His Excellency Yang Fann left, it would still be a matter of a few eras, or even dozens of eras later. At that time, they would have more or less digested the recent gains. Even if their strength wasn't as great as some of the top divine races, they wouldn't be much weaker than the ordinary quasi-top-level god clan. In fact, they might even surpass them. They wanted to persuade Yang Fann to stay, but when the words were about to come out of their mouths, they swallowed them. What reason could they use to persuade His Excellency Yang Fann to stay? They couldn't give up on their cultivation just to help the Puyao God clan. Furthermore, His Excellency Yang Fann had a legitimate reason to leave. He wanted to take revenge for their ancestor, Universe God Puyao. As the younger generation, could they stop Yang Fann from avenging their ancestor? Fortunately, His Excellency Yang Fann had left them with enough trump cards. They had no doubts about Yang Fann's words. Since he said that every trump card had the power to severely injure God Lord Xianxiao, he must have the power to severely injure God Lord Xianxiao. The repeated suppression had already given them blind admiration for Yang Fann. With these trump cards, Puyao God clan would definitely stand at the peak of Xianxia Chaos domain. Even the Thousand Lights god race wouldn't be afraid of them. One day later, rumble, a blood-red light shot up into the sky from the Gold Sun Temple. It was so fast that it was much stronger than many high-rank, high-level universe god warriors. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the Ruida universe and disappeared into the boundless chaos. C 2450 Settling Karma Boundless Chaos. Swoosh. A blood-red divine light tore through the primal chaos at a speed that was 100 times, 1,000 times faster than the speed of the deities of low-order advanced universe. It was a blood-red bone warship that was less than 10,000 miles long. It was surrounded by endless blood energy. Vaguely, one could see countless evil ghosts, ferocious devils, and angry roars. It was roaring. With just a glance, it could make people tremble and shiver in fear from the depths of the soul. The Bloodbone warship was the ultimate treasure of top-rank high-level universe god and demon god of Bloodbones in Gukang Chaos Domain. It was a powerful quasi-intermediate middle-level chaos treasure. Its speed was so fast that it was even faster than many top-rank high-level universe god. It wasn't any slower than some extreme high-level universe god. Back then, killing god Ming Yi had successfully assassinated demon god of Bloodbones, and this Bloodbone warship had become his spoils of war. After becoming killing god Ming Yi's #1 mount, killing god Ming Yi was able to travel from the Gukang Chaos Domain to the Xianxia Chaos Domain in less than 1 billion years. This Bloodbone warship was a great contribution to him. Of course, now, it was all thanks to Yang Fann. It had directly replaced Amra's boat and became Yang Fann's latest mount. Compared to the quasi-middle-level chaos treasure Amra ship, the speed of the Bloodbone warship was more than 10 times, 100 times faster. If he wanted to rush to Wanong Chaos region from Xianxia Chaos Domain, with the speed of the Amra ship, he would need at least 10 billion years. Although the Wanong Chaos region was the nearest high-grade middle-sized chaos domain to the Xianxia Chaos Domain, it didn't mean that the two were neighbors. There were also a large number of small-sized chaos regions between them, and even a few low-grade middle-sized chaos domain. It was like the news about Yang Fann. Why was it that there was a distance of nearly 700 billion years between them? Just now, they had arrived at the Hongyuan Universe God's hand. The Hongyuan Universe God had neglected to pay attention to the Puyao God clan. It was a major aspect. Universe God Puyao had already fallen, and there were only 2 or 3 cats left in the Puyao God clan. If he couldn't even find an extreme middle-level Universe God warrior, how could he catch the eyes of the Hongyuan Universe God, who was a high-ranked high-level Universe God warrior? Secondly, it was the long distance between the two of them. A single middle-rank high-level Universe God trip would take tens of billions of years, or even longer, let alone those below the advanced Universe God level. Even those below the middle-level Universe God were aphids. In the end, the Hongyuan Universe God was only a first-grade high-rank high-level Universe God, and the number of high-level Universe Gods under him could be counted on one's fingers. Even middle-level Universe God was very limited. Every single one of them was one of the higher-ups in the Hongyuan God clan. If they wanted the higher-ups and middle-level Universe God to send a message, the Hongyuan God clan would never be so extravagant as to send a message. Back to the main topic, Yang Fann didn't need to travel for such a long period of time with the Bloodbone warship. At most, he would arrive at Wanong Chaos region in 1 or 200 million years. 10,000 Hong warship, master control room. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's vast strength of world surged wildly into the yin and yang double flag, refining it with all his might. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Divine light shone on the yin and yang double flag. Within the spatial zone of the supreme treasure, the thin and almost indiscernible soul imprint began to solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye. All these years, Yang Fann had been focusing on cultivating in seclusion, hoping that he could break through quickly. However, he didn't have the time to fully refine the yin and yang double flag, a intermediate spatial chaos treasure. Now, he had the time to refine this yin and yang double flag. A intermediate spatial chaos treasure was a great help to Yang Fann. After the complete refinement, even an ordinary low-order top universe could be sealed for 1 to 2 breaths of time. This amount of time was enough for Yang Fann to completely suppress a low-order top universe god. A million years later, Wang, the yin and yang double flag turned into a stream of light and entered the Yang Fann's divine body. Killing god Ming Yi had used several eras to completely refine the yin and yang double flag. As for Yang Fann, he had only used a million years to complete the refinement. From this, it was not difficult to tell that the current Yang Fann was much stronger compared to 700 billion years ago. He was 100,000 times, a million times stronger. Not only that, at this moment, if they were to face killing god Ming Yi again, they wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Setting up 2 divine formations was enough to suppress him with just a wave of his hand. Swoosh! With a flash of light, a group of universe gods appeared in front of Yang Fann. After refining the yin and yang double flag, Yang Fann didn't continue refining the other intermediate middle-level chaos treasure. Instead, he chose to devour the universe god captives in his hands, hoping that he could break through to the quasi-high-level universe lord as soon as possible. The yin and yang double flag, which was an intermediate spatial chaos treasure, still had some uses for Yang Fann. The other intermediate middle-level chaos treasure, including killing god Ming Yi's vital treasure, the blade of the underworld god, also had some uses. It wouldn't be able to increase Yang Fann's combat strength by much. Refining them would just be a waste of time. One should know that after the great cosmic eternal great perfection of the body of the god, the Yang Fann's divine body's defense had increased by more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The pure body defense alone had already surpassed a quasi-high-grade middle-level chaos treasure like the Death God's Blade. Once the great cosmic eternal divine body was fully activated, it would become even more powerful. Its defense was terrifying, and it was at least a first-grade high-grade chaos treasure. Compared to middle-level chaos treasure, the Death God's Blade was much stronger. They were on a completely different level. Using the divine death blade and the other chaos treasures would not only not increase Yang Fann's strength, but it would also restrict him. Of course, the final defense was comparable to a low-grade high-grade chaos treasure, or an intermediate high-grade chaos treasure. As for whether it was higher or higher, that was something that needed to be determined. Yang Fann's knowledge was not bad, but compared to the large-sized chaos domain, there was still a big gap between them and the disciples of the major powers. Even after reading Killing God Ming Yi's memory, it didn't expand his horizons. There were many super god race and forces. In order to prevent the secrets of the forces from being leaked, the divine abilities and techniques, there were usually restrictions placed within the sea of consciousness. In order to prevent others from searching their souls, the Heaven's End was an assassin organization. It was even more so in the ancient Azure universe. There were many major powers that wanted to destroy the Heaven's End, the #1 assassin organization in the Gukang Chaos domain. Apart from the true higher-ups of the Heaven's End, almost all the other killing gods were implanted with seals. This killing god Ming Yi was no exception. A 4-star Earth-grade killing god was virtually invincible in the middle-sized chaos domain, but in the Heaven's End, he was just a mid-level expert. Even an ordinary 1 or 2-star celestial level god of slaughter might not be considered a high-level expert in the Heaven's End. As for the soul restriction in killing god Ming Yi's Sea of Consciousness, no one knew who it was. It was a profound restriction. Even with Yang Fann's current strength, he could not do anything to it, even if he could fight a top-level universe god's strength of soul. If he really wanted to search killing god Ming Yi's soul's memory, there would only be one outcome: killing god Ming Yi's soul would collapse and die. This wasn't something Yang Fann wanted to see. The intact killing god Ming Yi and killing god Ming Yi, who had been destroyed by the soul, had the same result. One was in the sky, the other was on the ground. Rumble, rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to its limit. Yang Fann's body turned into a black hole, crazily devouring the group of low-grade low-level universe god's strength of original life. Even though it was several times more difficult to devour a universe god than directly refining a universe source, or even dozens of times more difficult, the hundreds of low-level universe god were still shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 years, in just a short period of time, the hundreds of low-level universe god were all devoured by Yang Fann. On average, in about a month's time, a low-rank low-level universe god had turned into a flying ash. Ferocious, truly savage, to the point of making one's hair stand on end. 8,000 years later, Yang Fann didn't leave a single low-grade low-level universe god behind. He began refining the intermediate low-level universe god. However, the low-level universe god was nothing compared to the current Yang Fann. It was just like a small stream flowing into the boundless ocean. It was so tiny and inconspicuous. Even if there were hundreds of thousands of low-rank low-level universe god combined, it would still be a great help to Yang Fann. However, it would still be limited. It would only allow his cultivation base to advance a little bit. Not to mention advancing to the quasi-high-level universe lord, even breaking through a small realm was a big deal. It was still a long way from reaching that realm. If he wanted to rely on these low-grade low-level universe god to break through to the quasi-high-level universe god, he would have to devour hundreds of millions of low-grade low-level universe god. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before these low-level universe god gave up. 500,000 years later, nearly 50,000 intermediate low-level universe god turned into flying ashes. 2 million years later, more than 20,000 high-level low-level universe god had been completely wiped out. Yang Fann had left Xianxia Chaos Domain for 10 million years, and had begun refining the limit of low-level universe god. 60 million years passed. The first quasi-middle level universe god turned into a flying ash. 130 million years later, less than half of the 1,000 quasi-middle level universe god warriors were left. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright divine light swept across the sky. Hongyuan. Universe, it's finally here. Universe god Puyao, it's time to end the karma between you and me. C2451 There is a path to heaven but you don't want to walk it. There is no door to hell so you have T1 Chaos Region, Hongyuan Universe. Everything was normal, peaceful and peaceful. There were no major changes in the Hongyuan God clan. Although the news of Universe God Puyao's descendants' reappearance had been heard for billions of years, it was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of the Hongyuan God clan. They were very clear about the grudges between their progenitor, the Hongyuan Universe God, and Universe God Puyao of Xianxia Chaos Domain. Now that Universe God Puyao's descendant had appeared in the world, he would definitely not divorce them. It was only a matter of time before they found the Hongyuan God clan and avenge Universe God Puyao. However, the upper echelons of the Hongyuan God clan did not take this to heart. So what if they sought revenge? The Hongyuan God clan had existed for thousands of eras, and there were more than one or two enemies. What was there to be surprised about? With the presence of the progenitor, everything would be fine. Back then, the progenitor was able to deal with Universe God Puyao. This time, he would also be able to get rid of Universe God Puyao's descendant. As for Universe God Puyao's descendant, his cultivation base might have already surpassed His Majesty's. It was the matter of top-rank high-level Universe God. The higher-ups of Hongyuan God clan basically treated him as a joke. Those who had heard of him before were few in number. It could even be said that not a single one of them believed in him. That year, Universe God Puyao. How could his successor surpass their ancestor, His Majesty? Top-rank high-level Universe God. What kind of joke was this? It was already considered pretty good that this man had the cultivation base of the low-order advanced universe's divine God. As for the rumors, there were always some exaggerated ones. It was just a rumor that he had suppressed a low-level universe lord, but now, it was said that he had suppressed a high-level or even a top-level universe lord. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Yang Fann was afraid that this was also the case, and he couldn't take it for real. Hongyuan Universe, Hongyuan Divine Palace. Pucci. Space distorted, forming a space wormhole. The next second, a blood-colored warship that sent chills down one's spine and gave off a murderous aura appeared in the sky above the Hongyuan Divine Palace. Kai, 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 Kai. The rolling murderous aura was good. It was like a tidal wave, spreading out and corroding the four-direction space. 130 million years had passed, and Yang Fann had finally arrived at the Wanong Chaos region, arriving at the Hongyuan Universe. Who is it? How dare you barge into the Divine Palace? Surrender now and wait for your punishment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amidst the explosive sounds, streams of powerful auras rose up from within the vast Origin Divine Palace below. A team of dozens of top-level Universe Lord elites, led by a god of quasi-universe, soared into the sky and surrounded the blood-red warship. Each and every pressure was perfectly combined with the god of quasi-universe at the center. In the end, the pressure was so strong that it was no less than the pressure of a great perfection quasi-universe god warrior. It was worthy of being one of the most ancient divine races in the Wanong Chaos region. Its foundation was extraordinary. It was just a low-rank quasi-universe god, and with just a dozen top-level universe lord warriors, it had the ability to fight a great perfection quasi-universe god warrior. One should know that the gap between low-rank quasi-universe god and a great perfection quasi-universe god warrior was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times, whereas a top-level universe lord warrior was just like an ant to a great perfection quasi-universe god warrior. With just a wave of his hand, he could suppress a dozen of them. However, before they could get close to the blood-red battleship, everyone's eyes turned red, including the god of quasi-universe. They were like wild beasts that had lost their minds and started killing each other. It was as if they were no longer in front of their teammates, who they depended on day and night. It was their father's murderer, and they had an irreconcilable enmity with them. Kill, 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 die. Die for this general, ha ha ha. Kill all of you, you bunch of beautiful girls, ha ha ha. Back then, demon god of bloodbones had slaughtered countless bloodbone warships in order to refine this bloodbone warship. With their divine bloods and divine bones, the murderous aura surrounding the warship was no ordinary thing. Even if it wasn't directed at these quasi-universe gods, top-level universe lord gods, that terrifying murderous aura was not something they could withstand. Before they even got close to the surging murderous aura, their minds had already been completely corroded, and they had fallen into the devil that only knew how to kill. Hiss. All right, such a terrifying baleful aura. Terrifying, it was truly too terrifying. It's over, the Junhee squad is completely finished. The expert of the Hongyuan god clan who had heard the news looked at the bloodbone warship that was covered in a surging murderous aura, and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with an unconcealable fear. Within the surging killing intent, they could feel a deep threatening aura. Even though they were all low-level universe god, with a strength of 100,000, a million times greater than these top-level universe lord and quasi-universe gods, once they touched it, the surging killing intent would be like those quasi-universe gods and top-level universe lord gods. They would completely lose their rationality and only know how to kill. In fact, in their hearts, there was a faint voice telling them that even middle-level universe god supreme elders or quasi-high-level universe god old ancestors might not be able to break through the surging murderous aura and board the blood-red warship. This terrifying murderous aura was something that they had never seen before in their lives. What kind of terrifying existence would be able to control such a terrifying baleful chi? A high-level universe god was definitely a high-level universe god, from level 1 to expert. At this moment, rumble, rumble, a terrifying aura rose from the center of the vast origin divine palace. Even the weakest aura was no less powerful than low-rank middle-level universe gods. Many of them were on par with Patriarch Yao, who had just broken through to the extreme middle-level universe god. There were also 9 quasi-high-level universe god warriors. There were also 2 men whose chi was so strong. They were not much weaker than King Reed. The strongest aura was comparable to Lord of the Morning Lights. Just a little bit. It's the ancestors and the progenitors. The progenitor is here, the progenitor is here. In an instant, the spirits of the Hongyuan god clan's experts shook. The panic in their hearts disappeared without a trace. With the presence of the founder, even if the newcomer was a high-level universe god, the founder would be able to easily deal with him. One should know that this was the lair of Hongyuan god clan. Even the number 1 expert of Wanhong Chaos region, Wanhong God King, might not be a match for their ancestor. In the Hongyuan universe, as for Wanhong God King, he was an extreme high-level universe god. There was even a rumor that he might have taken that step and stepped into the top-level universe god. No matter how strong the newcomer was, could he be stronger than old ancestor Wanhong? In the blink of an eye, rumble, rumble, streak after streak of light tore through the void and appeared 10,000 kilometers away from it, confronting it from afar. There were a total of 96 people, all of whom were at least middle-level universe god expert. 9 quasi-high-level universe god, 2 low-order advanced universe gods, and 1 high-rank high-level universe god. One had to admit that although they were also members of one of the 10 major divine families in the high-grade middle-sized chaos domain, the Hongyuan god clan was much stronger than the Heaven Favor clan. They were on a completely different level. With the strength of the Hongyuan god clan, they could easily suppress the Heaven Favor clan. As long as they were willing to pay a price, it was possible for them to destroy the Heaven Favor clan. The leader of the 96 universe gods was a middle-aged man in golden armor. He had a proud expression on his face. He looked down at the world as if nothing in the world was worthy of his attention. There was a peerless dignity that could not be described with words. With just a glance, he could make people kneel on the ground and bow to him. This person was none other than the founder of the Hongyuan god clan, the Hongyuan universe god. However, at this moment, the Hongyuan universe god was looking at the bloodbone warship with a hint of fear in his eyes. On this blood-red warship, he felt a deep sense of crisis. As the most famous treasure of top-rank high-level universe god, demon god of bloodbones, the bloodbone warship not only had fast speed, but also terrifying combat strength. It wasn't like it didn't have the strength to fight top-rank high-level universe god. When did my Wanhong Chaos region produce such a precious intermediate devil Dao treasure? The Hongyuan universe god frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. The one who could bring a sense of crisis to a high-rank high-level universe god like him was definitely middle-level chaos treasure. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary low-grade middle-level chaos treasure. In the Wanong Chaos region, middle-level chaos treasure only had so many of them, less than 20 of them. He thought about it carefully, but never thought that there was such a supreme treasure of the Devil Dao. Buzz. Ripples appeared on the void. Yang Fann's figure moved and appeared outside the Bloodbone warship. It's you good if you don't want to walk down the road to heaven, then why did you barge into hell? Since you're here, then you don't have to leave.